Chapter 1. This time he must die. In the bustling bar street of Ling Shui district in Mo City, a man with a head full of golden hair and tattoos adorning his arm stood surrounded by more than 20 followers. He glared at Mo Lingfeng and demanded, "Do you know who I am? I am Mad Dog, and my boss is Sang Biao. Who the hell are you to meddle? I warn you, leave now, or I'll make you regret it." Mo Lingfeng ignored the tattooed man and turned to the girl hiding behind him. "Do not be afraid. Tell me, why are they after you?" The girl trembled in fear, her voice quivering as she replied, "My boyfriend owes them money and fled. Unable to find him, they came after me, claiming I had guaranteed his debt. They said if the money isn't repaid today, I must repay it with my body. Did you guarantee it? I did not. I have no idea why my signature is on their IOU," she said, tears streaming down her face. Mad Dog, clearly growing impatient, pointed at the girl and barked, "Stop your nonsense and come with me to see Sang Biao," or else he lifted his hand in a threatening gesture, indicating that refusal would lead to violence. Mo Lingfeng continued to disregard Mad Dog, speaking gently to the girl. "Do you trust me? Come with me." The girl nodded, her eyes reflecting a flicker of hope. Mo Lingfeng grasped her hand and attempted to leave, but Mad Dog swiftly stepped in front of him. "Whoa, look who we have here, a naive young man. Listen, no one leaves this street with me around. You want to stand up for her? Fine, today I'll take you down." Mad Dog shouted to his lackeys, "Grab your weapons. Teach him a lesson." The 20 or so thugs brandished their machetes and charged at Mo Lingfeng. However, two men behind Mo Lingfeng quickly positioned themselves in front of him, shouting, "Stop." Mad Dog chuckled mockingly, "What's wrong? Are you scared? You were so bold a moment ago. You brought this on yourself, and now am raising the stakes. Is it about numbers?" The man in front of Mo Lingfeng retorted, "I could see that moment." Another companion of Mo Lingfeng pulled out his phone and dialed a number. From less than 50 meters away, several business vans that had been parked suddenly opened their doors, and a swarm of 50 to 60 individuals emerged, each wielding machetes. Rushing towards them, Mad Dog's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he turned to a nearby thug. "Are these their people? Boss Dog, they must be. What do we do? Run?" As they spoke, the approaching group reached Mo Lingfeng. In unison, they called out, "Young master." Once again, Mo Lingfeng paid no heed to Mad Dog, leading the girl forward and casually uttering, "Take them down." An hour later, in the office of an underground gambling den, a bald man with a face full of scars lounged on a sofa. He was Sang Biao, the boss of Mad Dog. Standing before him were three individuals: Scorpion, Roosterhead, and Dabin. Sang Biao tilted his head and inquired, "Have you ascertained who it was that attacked the Mad Dog?" Scorpion replied, "Brother, we have uncovered the truth. It was Mo Jia's young master, Mo Lingfeng." Sang Biao straightened his posture, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What? That wastrel Mo Lingfeng is not dead? He perished in the company of 7 women." Scorpion responded, "Indeed, brother, I too found it hard to believe at first, but it is true. Allegedly, he resurrected the day after his death, nearly terrifying those present to death, as they thought he had risen from the grave. Such rumors must have some basis in truth. Yet he is indeed a prodigal. His days are filled with feasting and revelry. It is said that he died while playing games with 7 supermodels. The Mo family is immensely wealthy, and Mo Lingfeng is their only son. Though their fortune is staggering, they have never engaged in underworld affairs. They are legitimate businessmen. Could it be that the girl captured by the Mad Dog is connected to Mo Lingfeng? Nearby, the chicken head interjected, "Brother, I just inquired with the Mad Dog at the hospital. Mo Lingfeng and that girl are complete strangers when a Mad Dog seized her. Mo Lingfeng happened to be passing by." Sang Biao shook his head and declared, "We are 2 ships passing in the night with the Mo family. Since Mo Lingfeng has dared to affront me, I shall ensure he plays a thorough game." With that, Sang Biao turned to Scorpion and continued, "Arrange for 2 stunning beauties to seduce Mo Lingfeng this time. I want him truly dead." Scorpion gave a thumbs up. "Understood, boss." After escorting the girl to school, Mo Lingfeng unfolded a piece of paper, glanced at it, circled something with a pen, and then drove toward Zhouzhuang. Zhouzhuang, located in the high-tech zone of Mo City, has undergone extensive urban planning over the past 2 years. The once quaint village has vanished, replaced by newly erected skyscrapers. The renowned Zhouzhuang garment wholesale market finds its home here. Merchants from far and wide, along with locals who received generous compensation after relocation, have conferred a label of wealth upon this place. In front of a standalone two-story building, several vehicles came to a halt. The doors swung open, and Mo Lingfeng, accompanied by two individuals, stepped out. Two men, crouched on the ground smoking, approached and asked, "What brings you here?" And Mo Lingfeng replied, "Is there anyone here by the name of Sun Liang?" The man responded, No. Do you have business? If not, please leave immediately." Mo Lingfeng turned and said, "Lion, tiger." The two men accompanying Mo Lingfeng nodded in understanding. In a swift motion, they advanced, throwing punches that sent the two men crashing to the ground. Lion and Tiger dragged the incapacitated men to the other side of the vehicle, obscuring the view from the two-story building, drew their knives, and pressed them against the necks of the subdued Mo Lingfeng slowly crouched down, fixing his gaze upon them. "I shall grant you both one more opportunity. Do you recognize Sun Liang?" The two men, realizing they had encountered formidable opposition, were on the brink of tears as they pleaded, "Brother, we are merely the gatekeepers. We truly do not know who Sunday Liang is. Please spare us." "Then tell me, who is your boss?" "The boss's surname is Hu, though his full name eludes me, that he owns several establishments, yet he seldom visits this particular one. His brother, Xiaotian, oversees it in his absence." "Are there many people inside?" "There aren't many gamblers, but there are quite a few onlookers, more than 10. In fact, Mo Lingfeng rose from his seat, waved his hand, and with a swift strike, rendered the two men unconscious. He returned to the vehicle and spoke into the intercom. Leopard, Wolf, commenced the operation point. Two cars opened their doors, and over 20 individuals emerged, brandishing machetes as they charged toward the second floor. Chapter 2. Unable to survive, unwilling to perish. The following morning, at the Dihao Grand Hotel, one of the Mo family's enterprises, after savoring the last sip of his milk, Mo Lingfeng regarded Shi, Leopard, and Wolf, saying, "Speak your minds." Shi replied, "Young master, ever since your awakening, you've been out and about. Grandfather and madam are quite worried. Perhaps you might consider returning to the Mo family estate for a few days to ease their concerns." Mo Lingfeng stood and responded, "Inform my parents that I have some matters to attend to, and I shall return promptly once they are resolved." "Very well, young master. Were today's arrangements? Continue investigating that individual named Sun Liang." Sure. Hu, Leopard, and Wolf furrowed their brows, perplexed. Their former young master had indulged in a life of revelry. Why had he transformed so drastically post-awakening? His heart now seemed colder than before. And what had Sun Liang done to provoke him? Having spoken, Mo Lingfeng strode out, with Shi, Hu, Leopard, and Wolf closely trailing him. Upon reaching the lobby, a striking woman approached, her attire revealing much of her figure. As she neared Mo Lingfeng, she swayed and stumbled toward him. Mo Lingfeng instinctively reached out to steady her and inquired, "Are you all right?" She replied, "I think I twisted my ankle. Allow me to assist you to the sofa for a moment." Mo Lingfeng guided her to a seat on the sofa. "Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" "No, it should be fine." "Very well. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You can manage on your own, I trust." Upon hearing Mo Lingfeng's intent to depart, the woman quickly wrapped her arms around his neck and pleaded, "You can't leave me. Look how pitiful I am all alone." "Do you reside here? Do you have friends nearby?" She blinked playfully at Mo Lingfeng and coyly replied, "I'm just here for a vacation. I have no friend around." As she spoke, her hands gently caressed his face. Shi approached, lowering his voice to Mo Lingfeng's ear. "Young master, someone is covertly photographing from a corner outside." Upon hearing this, Mo Lingfeng lifted the woman into his arms and declared, "Well then, since you're alone and I am too, let us keep each other company." The woman nodded enthusiastically and said, "Then carry me upstairs." Mo Lingfeng obliged, cradling her as they entered the elevator. In the corner, a man wearing a cap emerged, observing Mo Lingfeng as he entered the elevator with the woman, a sly grin spreading across his face as he pulled out his phone to make a call. "Brother, Mo Lingfeng has taken a bait and has taken Lily upstairs." The voice of Sang Biao echoed from the phone. "Ha ha! A spendthrift is still a spendthrift. A dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement. This time, I will make him pay the price." Mo Lingfeng directly carried Lily into his room. Once inside, Lily began to remove her top. And Mo Lingfeng said, "Why the hurry? Please, wait a moment." He stepped out of the room and addressed her at the doorway. "Bring 20 people up." Before long, 20 subordinates stood before Mo Lingfeng. With a smile, he awkwardly announced, "From this moment, everyone in the room is yours for the next 24 hours. If anyone fails to exert themselves, I will sever their hand. Do you understand?" In unison, the 20 replied, "Understood." With that, they entered the room. Mo Lingfeng, accompanied by Shi, Hu, Bao, and Lang, made their way to the car. He pulled out a piece of paper, contemplating his next target. At that moment, Hu's phone rang. "Brother Hu, we found Sun Liang. Hu inquired. "Where is he?" "At Boss Li's billiard hall on Wenjiang Road in Qingshui District. Wait for us there." After hanging up, Hu informed, "Young master, we have located Sun Liang. Let us proceed." 30 minutes later, several vehicles came to a halt outside Boss Li's billiard hall. As the doors opened, a slender man leaned his head inside. "Thin monkey, what does this Sun Liang do?" "Brother Hu, Sun Liang was previously a street con artist, living off tricks. Recently, he has aligned himself with Boss Li, managing the billiard hall under his command." Hu glanced at Mo Lingfeng, who remained silent, then exited the vehicle and strode directly toward the billiard hall. Sun Liang was engaged in a card game with several others when Mo Lingfeng approached and addressed him, "Sun Liang." Sun Liang looked up at Mo Lingfeng and replied, "Here to play?" "Go over there to..." Mo Lingfeng asserted, "I'm not here to play. I have come to settle accounts with you." Upon hearing this, Sun Liang raised his gaze. "Who are you to settle accounts with me?" Mo Lingfeng's eyes reddened, as memories flooded back from over 10 days ago, when Sun Liang had come with loan sharks to collect debts from his former self, Li Wei. His mother fell into paralysis from despair, his father, driven to desperation, took poison to end his life, and his wife was pushed to the brink of insanity. All of this stemmed from Sun Liang's actions. Li Wei had needed money urgently for his father's medical treatment, and Sun Liang had initially promised it would be a standard loan, akin to a bank's terms. It turned out to be a loan shark arrangement, with interest accumulating like a snowball, doubling within days. Mo Lingfeng's teeth clenched with rage as he asked, "Do you remember Li Wei?" Sun Liang's expression faltered, and he tossed his cards onto the table, rising to his feet. "Li Wei is dead. Who are you? And what is your relation to him?" Mo Lingfeng replied, "He was my brother. Do you not think I am justified in coming to settle this account with you?" "What nonsense! What does it have to do with me? A debt must be repaid. What more is there to discuss?" At that moment, the individuals playing cards alongside Sun Liang also rose to their feet, exclaiming, "Is it a game of basketball? If you're not playing, then get lost. Why come here to prattle on?" Mo Lingfeng turned and made his way outside. Upon reaching the entrance, he addressed the ferocious group behind him: lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf, saying, "Take Sun Liang away from me. The rest, render them incapacitated. Remember, it's not about cutting, it's about incapacitating. Wreak havoc in the billiards hall. Understood, young master." The car door swung open, and dozens of henchmen armed with machetes surged into the billiards hall. Minutes later, several individuals lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony as their tendons had been severed. Sun Liang was thrust into the car, and Mo Lingfeng cast a glance at the fallen figures, declaring, "Inform your boss that my name is Mo Lingfeng. If he has any objections, let him come find me at Wenjiang Villa." With that, Mo Lingfeng re-entered the vehicle, and several cars sped away. Wenjiang Villa, an exquisite standalone residence, is nestled on the outskirts of Mahai City, along the picturesque banks of the Wen River. In the basement, Sun Liang lay bound and helpless on the ground, his eyes betraying a mix of terror and unease. Big brother, I was wrong. I beg you spare me. Is anyone there? Help!" The door creaked open, and Mo Lingfeng stepped inside, a smile gracing his lips as he looked down at the prostrate Sun Liang. "I shall ensure you experience what it truly means to be unable to live or die." Chapter 3. The clearing. Sun Liang, trembling with fear, had already soiled himself. With tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, "Big brother, I realize my mistakes. I truly understand my wrongs. Please grant me another chance. I am willing to toil like a beast. I beg you." Mo Lingfeng approached Sun Liang, gazing down at him with a steely resolve. "Have you ever considered the plight of those you have harmed? Take Li Wei, for instance. A once happy family torn apart. His mother is paralyzed, his father took his own life, and his wife has succumbed to madness, ultimately leading to Li Wei's tragic fall. Did they provoke you? Did you ever contemplate sparing him? What of all those you have tormented? As Mo Lingfeng spoke, he picked up a steel nail and continued, sure. Free his hands and pin him down. Understood, young master, Shi replied. At that moment, Sun Liang was utterly paralyzed by fear, his mouth agape, eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Mo Lingfeng. Mo Lingfeng grasped the steel nail, raised a hammer, and with Sun Liang's anguished scream, the nail pierced through his palm, embedding itself into the cement floor. He then picked up another steel nail, and with another cry of despair from Sun Liang, the other hand met the same fate. Thus, Sun Liang was rendered immobile, lying helplessly on the ground. Mo Lingfeng leaned down, fixing his gaze on him. If you wish for a swift end, tell me, who was responsible for the usurious loans? Who accompanied you to Li Wei's house? At that moment, Sun Liang, drenched in sweat and trembling uncontrollably, replied, Big brother, I will tell you. It was Sang Biao and the three who accompanied me to Li Wei's house. They were Sang Biao's subordinates, though I do not know their names. And who was responsible for abducting Li Wei? Big brother. The ones who captured Li Wei were also Sang Biao's subordinates. Mo Lingfeng then took a bag of salt and cruelly sprinkled it onto Sun Liang's wounds, eliciting a scream that caused Sun Liang to lose consciousness. Turning to Shi, Hu, Bao, and Lang, Mo Lingfeng commanded, I shall grant you half a day to thoroughly investigate all of Sang Biao's establishments in Mo High. I want the area cleared tonight. In unison, the four replied, yes. Young master. Mo Lingfeng exited the basement, washed his hands, and dialed Mo Xiaotian. Father. Son, are you back home? I apologize, father, for causing you and mother concern. I have some matters to attend to, but I will return home as soon as they are resolved. Son, remember that you are the sole heir of the Mo family. You must not come to harm. Rest assured, I will be fine. Is there a reason you called? Father, could you send me some additional personnel? Do you not have Shi, Hu, Bao, and Lang with you? With over 60 men protecting you, is that not sufficient? Father, I have some pressing matters tonight, and I require more manpower. Very well, I shall dispatch Yin, He, Ying, and Jiao to you. Will that suffice? That will do. Ensure they return by tomorrow. Otherwise, our security personnel will be insufficient. Understood, father. They will return tonight. An hour later, several vehicles arrived at the entrance of Wenjiang Villa, and 4 individuals disembarked. Entering the villa, young master, codename Eagle reporting in. Young master, codename Yin, reporting in. Young master, codename He, reporting in. Young master, codename Yao, reporting in. Very well, you may proceed as you wish. Our actions will commence in the evening. At approximately 7 p.m., the group comprising lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf stood before Mo Lingfeng. Lion spoke, Young master, we have thoroughly investigated the territory of Sang Biao. There are a total of 9 locations. And here are the addresses. After handing a piece of paper to Mo Lingfeng, he continued, I shall assign tasks. Yin and He. You will form a duo responsible for clearing the 2 locations in the Wenshui district. Ying and Jiao. You two will be a pair in charge of the 2 venues in the Jianshui district. Leopard and Wolf. You shall oversee the 2 sites in the Tianshui district. Tiger, and I will tackle the old lair of Sang Biao in the Lingshui district. Pausing momentarily, Mo Lingfeng added, after clearing your assigned areas, gather in the Qingshui district to collectively handle the 2 venues there. Remember, do not harm the innocent. However, ensure that none of Sang Biao's subordinates escape. Aim to demolish these locations as much as possible. Understood? In unison, the group responded understood. Mo Lingfeng glanced at the time and instructed, prepare yourselves. We have 15 minutes left. We shall commence operations promptly at 8 p.m. In the underground casino of Ling Shui district. Sang Biao was enjoying drinks with 2 beautiful women when Scorpion entered. Brother, I need to discuss a situation with you. Go ahead. Lily has been in Mo Lingfeng's room since morning, and we haven't been able to reach her. Is there a problem? Haha, what could possibly be the issue? That prodigal son of the Mo family is notoriously a womanizer. It's quite normal for him to be distracted by a beautiful woman. Once Lily administers the drug, she will get in touch with you. All right, brother, I shall take my leave. At that moment, Sang Biao's phone rang. Upon answering, he inquired, who is this? Sang Biao. It's Lang. Oh, Lang, what is the matter? Brother, I wanted to ask, is Mo Lingfeng the prodigal son of the Mo family? Sang Biao chuckled. Yes, indeed. He is the one. I thought he was dead. My venue was attacked last night, and it was said to be Mo Lingfeng who did it. He's not dead. Damn it, he is alive. He injured one of my men yesterday. Now I understand. All right, brother, I won't disturb you further. Just as Sang Biao hung up, another call came in. This is Sang Biao. Who is this? It's Boss Li. Ha, Li, what can I do for you? Is Mo Lingfeng the prodigal son of the Mo family? Yes, why do you ask? Hu Lang just inquired about him, claiming that his venue was destroyed by Mo Lingfeng. Damn it, he wrecked my billiard hall and injured several of my brothers. My men were also harmed by him yesterday. What is going on? Is this Mo Lingfeng out of his mind? Is he using his family's wealth to bully us like this? He's just a wastrel, mark my words. If he continues this way, everyone will start coming after him. All right then, I want to keep you. After hanging up the phone, Sang Biao resumed his drinking with the two beautiful women. At the entrance, 3 business vehicles came to a halt, and with a cacophony, over 30 individuals emerged, brandishing machetes as they stormed into the casino. The lion pointed at everyone present and proclaimed, "Listen carefully. Our conflict with Sang Biao is personal. Those uninvolved should immediately crouch against the wall to avoid any collateral damage." Noticing the surge of individuals entering the casino, Scorpion hurried to inform Sang Biao in the room. "This is bad, brother. Someone is here to cause trouble." "What? Whose people are they?" "I don't know. There are too many of them." "What should we do, brother?" "Let's go. Follow me outside." Chapter 4. Eradicating all injustices, Sang Biao and Scorpion entered the hall, where Mo Lingfeng stood at the center, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Sang Biao. Sang Biao inquired, "I was wondering who it could be. It turns out to be young Master Mo, pray tell." "Young Master Mo, why did you injure my subordinate without cause yesterday, and today come to disrupt my affairs? How have I offended you?" Mo Lingfeng replied, "In a moment, I shall introduce you to someone, and then you will understand." He gestured to Lion and Tiger, who immediately lunged at Sang Biao. The skirmish lasted 3 minutes, leaving a dozen men rolling on the ground, and Sang Biao found himself pinned down by Lion. Mo Lingfeng approached, bending down to ask Sang Biao, "Do you recall Li Wei, who was driven to his demise from the building a few days ago?" Sang Biao nodded, terror etched across his face. "Tell me, who captured him?" Sang Biao's eyes darted as he stammered, "I don't remember." Mo Lingfeng chuckled softly, seizing the dagger from Lion's hand and striking Sang Biao's little finger. With a piercing scream, a finger rolled away. Mo Lingfeng looked at Sang Biao, slowly raising the dagger once more. "Young Master Mo, I will tell you. It was Scorpion's men." Mo Lingfeng smiled, tapping the dagger lightly against Sang Biao's face. Rising, he commanded, "Take Scorpion away as well. Dispose of the others. Wreck the place, 5 minutes." Having spoken, Mo Lingfeng exited the casino. An hour later, all personnel returned to the Wunjiang Villa. Every establishment owned by Sang Biao had been demolished, leaving his main forces incapacitated, creating a sensation throughout the underworld of Mahai overnight. In the basement of the villa, Sang Biao and Scorpion beheld Sun Liang on the floor, terrified to the point of soiling himself, an unpleasant odor lingering in the air. Mo Lingfeng sat in a chair, gazing at the bound Sang Biao, and asked, "Now do you understand why I sought you out?" Sang Biao wept, "Young Master Mo, it was Sun Liang who took Li Wei to the hotel. All the arrangements were made by Sun Liang and Scorpion. I truly had no knowledge of Li Wei's connection to you. Please spare me." Mo Lingfeng smiled and replied, "Li Wei was merely one of the many victims of your tyranny. Over the years, how many lives have you ruined, tearing families apart and causing untold misery? I fail to comprehend why creatures like you are permitted to exist in this world. You are simply unfortunate to have crossed paths with me. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. Do you understand?" Sang Biao, overwhelmed by Mo Lingfeng's words, was utterly bewildered. How could this extravagant wastrel utter such profound truths? Had he forgotten that he was the most notorious libertine of Mahai? Had he forgotten the countless young women he had led to ruin? At that moment, Scorpion interjected, "Young master, it truly has nothing to do with me. I was merely following Sang Biao's orders." I was wrong, and I will certainly change. I shall become a law-abiding citizen. Please, spare me. I am willing to serve you in any capacity. Mo Lingfeng rose to his feet and cast a fierce glance at the three individuals before him, declaring, "Descend and offer your apologies to those you have wronged. Remember to embody goodness in your next life." He pointed at Sang Biao and commanded, "Pin him against the wall." Mo Wei, observing Sang Biao leaning against the wall, displayed a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. He picked up an exceptionally long steel nail and approached Sang Biao. Terrified, Sang Biao stammered, "What do you intend to do?" "Ha, what do you think? I will make you yearn for life, yet despair of death," Mo Lingfeng replied. With that, he seized a hammer and drove the steel nail into Sang Biao's left palm, fastening it to the wall. A blood-curdling scream erupted from Sang Biao, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, as beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks. Mo Lingfeng, undeterred, took another steel nail and, amidst Sang Biao's renewed cries, drove it into his left arm. 10 minutes later, Sang Biao was completely impaled by 12 steel nails, securing his palms, arms, thighs, calves, and even the tops of his feet to the ground. At this point, Sang Biao had succumbed to unconsciousness. Mo Lingfeng approached Scorpion and said, "Now it is your turn." Scorpion, horrified by the brutality before him, soiled himself and cried out, "Master Mo, no, please, I beg you, spare me. Give me another chance." Montag Lingfeng smeedet benigntly, tracing a steel nail lightly across Scorpion's face, and inquired, "Do you truly desire a chance?" Ancestral spirit, "Yes, I do. I beg you." "Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. If you can survive in this room for 15 days without food or drink, I will grant you your freedom." On the floor, Sun Liang wept. "Master Mo, please, can you extend this chance to me?" Scorpion turned to Sun Liang and cursed, "Get lost. You and Sang Biao are the reason I am in this predicament, and now you dare to compete for a chance." Continuing to plead with Mo Lingfeng, he said, "Ancestral spirit, I desire this opportunity." "Thank you." Mo Lingfeng stood up and laughed heartily. "Very well, I shall grant you this chance." With that, he exited the basement and instructed Lion, "Untie him and lock the door. No food or drink is to be provided for the next 15 days. Lion, equally intimidated by the savagery of his young master, recalled the years spent safeguarding Mo Lingfeng since he was 7. For 13 years, they had served as his bodyguards, well acquainted with his every whim. Yet, they could not comprehend the transformation of Mo Lingfeng into a figure so decisively ruthless and merciless that even the likes of lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf felt a chill run down their spines. Lion, regaining his composure, nodded in understanding, "Understood, master." Mo Lingfeng stepped out of the villa and arrived at the riverbank of Wenjiang. Gazing at the flowing waters, a tide of profound sorrow surged within him. He murmured to himself, "Mother, I am now the son of Mo Xiaotian. Apart from my memories, everything about me is Mo Lingfeng, even the blood coursing through my veins. Mother, though I cannot fulfill my filial duties, I promise to ensure you have a life free from worry in your twilight years. Please wait for me. My beloved, how is your health now? Hold on for me. I will find the finest doctor, and I will surely restore your health. Li Wei, my predecessor, I have avenged you, so you can rest in peace. Through this vengeance, I have seen that there are many others in this world who, like you, have suffered. Those individuals face injustice yet feel powerless. My heart aches for them. I am now the son of the billionaire Mo Xiaotian, and I have made a resolution. From the heavens, watch over me as I eradicate the underworld and confront all the injustices of this world. Chapter 5. What does it matter to eradicate the underworld? By the banks of a modest river on the outskirts of Mahai City sat a man with slightly graying hair, engaged in fishing. This man, known as the Blade King, was revered as the underground emperor of Mahai, having carved out his dominion in the underworld with a mere cleaver. Beside him were 3 contemporaries, Zhou Tong, the leader of Ling Shui District, Li Zhe, the leader of Jiang Shui District, and Li Yi, the leader of Mo Shui District. The Blade King remarked, "The Mo family's business spans the nation and extends to Southeast Asia and parts of Europe, with assets in the billions. For many years, They have conducted legitimate enterprises and have never dabbled in the underworld. Why then did the young master of the Mo family annihilate Sang Biao overnight? Zhou Tong responded, I have heard it is due to a man named Li Wei. Sang Biao's subordinates pursued high-interest loans, which ultimately led to Li Wei's demise. Li Yi interjected, but why did he also disrupt Hu Lang and the old leader Li's territory? Zhou Tong replied, it must also pertain to the matter of Li Wei. Li Zhe added, regardless of the reasons, the Mo family should not have eradicated Sang Biao overnight. At the very least, they ought to have informed us. One must consider the owner when dealing with a dog. The Mo family evidently disregards us and the leaders. Li Yi concurred. Indeed, the subordinates are now filled with trepidation, speculating wildly. Many are watching to see how we will demand accountability from Sang Biao, especially since his whereabouts remain unknown and his fate is uncertain. Zhou Tong supplemented, brother, we must seek an explanation from the Mo family, even if it means tearing apart our facade. Otherwise, how will our subordinates regard us? With Sang Biao's fate still unclear, we must urgently engage the Mo family for clarity. The Blade King pondered for a moment before stating, this matter must be approached with caution. Let us not forget that Mo Xiaotian's enterprises contribute 80% of the taxes collected by Mahai each year. The strength behind him is not to be underestimated. We operate in the shadows, forever unable to step into the light. A single misstep could spell doom for all of us. Zhou Tong asked, brother, what then do you propose? Should we simply swallow this insult? The Blade King shook his head, of course not. I will meet with Mo Xiaotian shortly to ascertain his stance. If negotiations fail, we shall resort to more covert and untraceable methods. The three men nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall heed your counsel. Having completed his revenge, Mo Lingfeng returned to the Mo family estate. Mo Xiaotian gazed at his son with paternal affection and said, my son, you have just awakened and already rushed out. Is your health satisfactory? Mo Lingfeng replied, Father, I am well, my health is intact. Yes, I am aware of your actions over the past few days. While I do not comprehend your entanglement with the underworld, I trust you have your own reasons. I merely caution you to exercise utmost care. The underworld is not something to be trifled with. Our Mo family, despite our vast wealth, has refrained from engaging with the underworld for years. We are legitimate merchants. Father, why does this world harbor such vermin in the shadows? Why does it allow for so much inequity? There is no need for an explanation. Do you not comprehend the principle of the survival of the fittest? Survival of the fittest? When virtuous commoners become the weak, who then are the strong? Are they the ones wielding knives with the audacity to harm others? Or perhaps those who perpetually bully and deceive the vulnerable? Or are they the lofty elites? Mo Xiaotian gazed at his son, feeling a sense of estrangement. The once timid boy now seemed imbued with newfound resolve. He had heard of Mo Lingfeng's recent actions and was aware of his ruthless measures. However, he found himself admiring the current incarnation of his son, steadfast and decisive. Son, I am unaware of what you have endured or the origins of your convictions. Yet regardless of your path, I shall support you. Thank you, father. Just as their conversation unfolded, the butler entered. Master, a visitor by the name of Dedalai has arrived. Very well, let him in. Mo Xiaotian turned to Mo Lingfeng and remarked, this Dedalai is a true underworld boss in Mahai, reputed as the underground emperor of Lingjiang. I suspect his visit pertains to your affairs. Mo Lingfeng remained silent, gazing ahead. Moments later, Dedalai entered the room. I pay my respects to Chairman Mo. I apologize for the intrusion. Mo Xiaotian replied, not at all, you are too courteous. Upon noticing Mo Lingfeng's presence, Dedalai chuckled, young Master Mo is here as well. Your reputation has certainly resonated loudly these past few days. Mo Xiaotian smiled and said, Dedalai, if you have matters to discuss, please speak plainly. Very well. I shall be direct. I assume Chairman Mo is aware of the events that transpired due to young Master Mo's actions. In a single night, Sang Biao's 9 establishments were all demolished, and his subordinates were largely incapacitated. Furthermore, Sang Biao and his minion, Scorpion, were taken by young Master Mo, and their fates remain uncertain. Additionally, Boss Li's billiard hall was also destroyed, with several of his subordinates injured, including one named Sun Liang, who was taken away and is likewise unaccounted for. Does Chairman Mo not believe an explanation is warranted? Ha ha! Mo Lingfeng laughed heartily as he rose, stating, "There is no need to consult my father. I, Mo Lingfeng, shall bear the consequences of my own actions." He pounded his chest and continued, "You seek an explanation? Then let me ask. My friendly way was wronged by Sun Liang, Sang Biao, and Scorpion. His mother is paralyzed, his father has committed suicide, and his wife has been driven to madness. Li Wei, in his desperation, fell to his death while attempting to escape. Tell me, who has provided them with an explanation?" Mo Lingfeng stepped closer to Dedalai, fixing him with a piercing gaze as he continued, "What are the others who have suffered at the hands of Sang Biao's usury, coercion, and online loans? How many families have been torn apart? How many have endured ruin? How many have lost their livelihoods? How many have been forced to abandon their homes? Speak, who has offered them an explanation?" Dedalai looked at Mo Lingfeng and suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "If my memory serves me correctly, young Master Mo is infamous as a notorious playboy. I did not anticipate that you possess such a profound sense of justice." "Ha ha, young Master Mo, can I interpret your words to mean that your actions against Sang Biao were driven by a sense of righteousness?" Mo Lingfeng retorted, "Having committed numerous heinous acts, should he not be extinguished?" Dedalai's expression darkened considerably as he replied, "Do you consider yourself a bodhisattva, believing you can save all sentient beings? Let me enlighten you. Not a single individual in the underworld is untainted. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to traverse the shadows. Do you aspire to deliver justice for everyone?" Mo Lingfeng gazed at Dedalai, exuding an air of authority as he declared, "Then I shall eradicate every villain of the underworld." What of it? Chapter 6. An overwhelming presence, the imposing aura of Mo Lingfeng rendered Dao Li momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he raised his thumb in admiration. "Haha, Master Mo truly possesses an overwhelming presence. Having navigated the underworld for decades, I once carved out my own dominion with nothing but a machete. Yet I have never encountered such grandiloquent declarations as yours. I am thoroughly impressed." Having concluded his remarks, the Dali turned to Mo Xiaotian and inquired, "Chairman Mo, you have heard what Master Mo expressed. What is your stance?" Mo Xiaotian chuckled lightly and replied, "My son's sentiments resonate with my own. Though our family does not engage in illicit affairs, should anyone dare to target my son, the Mo family will ensure their utter obliteration." The Dali erupted into laughter. "I consider myself enlightened today. With the clarity of your and Master Mo's positions, I shall take my leave. No need to see me off." After the Dali departed, Mo Xiaotian addressed his son, "Son, you were somewhat impulsive just now. Do you comprehend the weight of your words? You have essentially declared war, not just against the Dao Li, but against the entire underworld." Mo Lingfeng replied nonchalantly, "What of it? It was bound to happen sooner or later. Son, while I will always stand by your decisions, I fail to grasp your motivations for such actions. Dad, if it weren't for that Li Wei, your son would have perished. It was he who saved me and granted me a second chance to stand before you. Yet, he was ultimately killed by them. Do you have any idea how many lives they have shattered? Who will come to their aid? True, they may be weak, but does that make them culpable? Must the weak become the sacrifices of the strong? Can the strong act with impunity? What distinguishes them from the current state of affairs in the so-called beautiful nation? They're nothing but beasts. Son, if you have made your decision, then proceed, but promise me you will exercise caution." Mo Lingfeng nodded, "Dad. Once I have set everything in order, I will return to take over the family responsibilities, allowing you and Mom to enjoy a peaceful retirement." Mo Xiaotian gently touched his son's cheek and nodded with a smile. The following day, all figures within the underworld received the Dao Li's announcement. Mo Lingfeng had declared war. The leaders of various factions convened into Dao Li's private courtyard to devise strategies to counter Mo Lingfeng. As evening approached, and Mo Lingfeng prepared for dinner, his phone rang. "Hello." A stranger's voice emerged from the receiver. "Is this Mo Lingfeng?" "It is. Do you remember the girl you saved that day?" A sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through Mo Lingfeng. "What do you want?" A girl's voice, trembling with fear, echoed through the line. "Big brother, Please come save me. Wah. Then, a man's voice interrupted. Don't you aspire to be a savior? At 9 p.m. tonight, at the small cemetery on the back hill. If you fail to arrive, this girl. Very well, I shall be there on time. After hanging up, Mo Lingfeng contemplated for a moment before summoning his formidable companions, lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf. A call was received earlier, summoning me to the small back hill cemetery at 9 o'clock tonight. If I fail to attend, the girl we rescued that day may be in peril. Lion remarked, Young master, this is clearly a trap set by the other party. Tiger added, They will undoubtedly be well prepared. The danger level will be exceedingly high if we go. Wolf suggested, Young master, for safety's sake, should we inform the master? And Mo Lingfeng replied, This path is one I have chosen for myself. Even if it leads me through a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, I shall proceed. My father is of advanced age. I do not wish to burden him with worry. Lion interjected, Young master, if they are adequately prepared, I fear we may not be able to handle the situation. And your safety. He hesitated. Perhaps you should refrain from going. We can handle it ourselves. Even if danger arises, we can extricate ourselves. I understand that you are all elite soldiers of the guard. Mere challenges cannot hinder you. However, I may become a liability if I accompany you. Nevertheless, despite the risks, I will go. Once a declaration of war is made, I cannot cower before them. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart shortly. Yes, young master. Half an hour later, Mo Lingfeng emerged from the villa. In the courtyard, rows of soldiers, armed to the teeth, stood in perfect formation, including lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf. Surprised, Mo Lingfeng gazed at them and queried, Lion, what is the meaning of this? Lion stepped forward and replied, Young master, when we first arrived at the Mo family, these weapons were gathered for us. It is unexpected that after so many years, today marks their first use. After speaking, Lion turned and retrieved a set for Mo Lingfeng, saying, Young master, you should don this gear as well. Bulletproof vest, specialized helmet, dagger. It may save your life in critical moments. Without hesitation, Mo Lingfeng donned the specialized equipment, the camouflage attire enhancing his resolute demeanor. Standing before the group, he proclaimed, Brothers, how many years have you stood by my side? Everyone knows, including all in Mo High, that I, Mo Lingfeng, am merely a playboy, the so-called prodigal son. However, in recent days, you may have observed my transformation. Indeed, I stand before you today as a man unafraid of power, unafraid of violence, and dedicated to combating injustice. Yesterday, I declared war on the entire underworld of Mo High. I aim to eradicate them. Will you join me in this fight to eliminate the underworld? The crowd shouted in unison, Follow the young master, eradicate the underworld. Follow the young master, eradicate the underworld. With a decisive wave of his arm, Mo Lingfeng signaled for departure. The small back hill, situated in the northern suburbs of Mo High City, is comprised of 3 modest hills with an elevation of less than 100 meters. Behind the hills lies a reservoir, known as the Back Hill Reservoir. For years, due to urban planning, development around the small back hill has been slow. At the center of the small back hill stands a large cemetery, which, by night, is nearly devoid of passersby. 200 meters from the cemetery, an abandoned parking lot is visible, where a dozen vehicles are currently parked. Li Laoda remarked, with Chui Laoda and Wen Laoda present, it would be virtually impossible for Mo Lingfeng to escape today, even if he had wings. Damn it, I shall avenge the grievances from the last incident at my billiard hall. Bu Lang interjected, what a reckless wastrel, daring to challenge the formidable Laoda. It's akin to searching for death with a lantern in the lavatory. Chui Laoda, whose true name is Chui Zhe, is the leader of the Qingshui district. Wen Laoda, known as Zhang Wan, heads the Tianshui district. Chui Zhe addressed Zhang Wan, saying, This time, the elder brother has entrusted us with a mission to eliminate Mo Lingfeng, which underscores the significance he places on us. Today, we must ensure that Mo Lingfeng meets his demise. Zhang Wan responded, We've laid all our cards on the table. With hundreds of men at our disposal. Even if he were a deity, he is destined to fall today. Haha, are your men concealed nearby? Rest assured, they are all in position. Chapter 7. Fierce battle on the little back hill. As the clock approached 9, several vehicles arrived at the abandoned parking lot. The doors swung open, and Mo Lingfeng stepped out, followed closely by a group of individuals who stood in unison behind him. Zhang Wen, upon witnessing this, exclaimed to Chuizha, "Goodness, the Mo family is indeed affluent and formidable. They've even dispatched a guard. What are we waiting for? We must flee." Initially startled, Chuizha scrutinized the scene and replied, "Hold on. Take a closer look. Those do not appear to be guards. Who sends guard without firearms, armed instead with machetes?" Zhang Wen rubbed his eyes and, peering through the headlights, discerned the figures behind Mo Lingfeng, all wielding machetes. "Is this their equipment?" "They are not guards," he mused. Chuizha responded, "It must be their gear. Why bother with the details? As long as they aren't armed with guns, they're not guards. Today, I shall confront him." The two of them advanced towards Mo Lingfeng. Mo Lingfeng regarded them coldly and inquired, "I am Mo Lingfeng. Where is the girl?" Zhang Wen chuckled, "Ha ha. They say the young master of the Mo family is a dandy. Upon meeting him, I see that the rumors hold true, even at this moment. He still thinks of the young lady." Chuizha chimed in, "Why not embrace your role as a wealthy heir instead of opposing our esteemed leader with such bravado? Do you truly believe that the Mo family's riches can resolve all matters? Let me tell you, even with wings, you cannot escape today. Perhaps you should focus more on your own well-being." Mo Lingfeng's tone grew colder, his gaze fierce. "I will ask you once more, where is the girl?" Growing impatient, Zhang Wen retorted, "Oh, come on. You really are something else. Fine, I shall tell you. She is currently with our leader, haha." The individuals behind him erupted into laughter. At that moment, the doors of a dozen vehicles in the parking lot swung open, unleashing a throng of people brandishing machetes and clubs. Mo Lingfeng wasted no time. Gesturing with his hand, the individuals behind him, led by the leopard and the wolf, charged towards the opposing group. Meanwhile, the lion and the tiger remained by Mo Lingfeng's side, safeguarding him. The leopard and the wolf led their contingent into the fray, akin to wolves among sheep. The machetes swung violently, and cries of despair filled the air. Within minutes, a tenth of the opposing force lay fallen on the ground. Observing the unfolding chaos, Chuizha turned to Zhang Wen and said, "Goodness, are these even human? They are ferocious. Zhang Wen, summon your people quickly, or we shall not withstand this for long." Without hesitation, Zhang Wen retrieved his phone and made a call. Moments later, countless figures appeared around the parking lot, racing toward the scene. Zhang Wen pointed towards Mo Lingfeng and proclaimed, "Charge. Whoever brings me Mo Lingfeng will receive a reward of 1 million. Individuals from all directions surged towards Mo Lingfeng, the lion and the tiger. At that moment, the leopard and the wolf, amidst the battle, shouted, "All of you, retreat to the young master. Protect the young master." The situation appeared overwhelmingly dire, with countless adversaries surrounding them. Even if the groups of lions, tigers, leopards, and wolves were formidable fighters, facing such an uncountable multitude rendered their efforts futile, forcing them to merely fend off attacks without any hope of retreating to Mo Lingfeng's side. The leopards and wolves, witnessing the chaos, felt an urgent dread as they noticed their subordinates had sustained injuries, some with severed arms, others with hacked legs. If this continued, they would soon face annihilation at the hands of the enemy. The leopard shouted decisively, formed the rearguard formation. Upon hearing the command, everyone fought fiercely to find their comrades, quickly organizing themselves into groups of 4, back-to-back, effectively preventing ambushes from behind. On Mo Lingfeng's side, the lions and tigers, armed with daggers, were consumed by bloodlust, their strikes proving lethal as countless bodies lay strewn across the ground. Under their relentless assault, many foes were intimidated, frozen in place, too fearful to advance. Zhang Wen, witnessing this, bellowed, "Everyone charge! Kill Mo Lingfeng and receive a reward of 1 million. If anyone hesitates, I will destroy your family." At his urging, the crowd exchanged glances, and someone broke the silence, declaring, "Let us go." This rallied everyone to surge forward towards Mo Lingfeng once more. Before long, the lions and tigers found themselves encircled. Despite their reckless fighting style, they had become separated from Mo Lingfeng. "Young master, run. Remember to follow the path we came from," the lion shouted. Mo Lingfeng realized that if he did not flee, he would not only be a burden to the lions, tigers, leopards, and wolves, but might also lose his life here. He turned back and sprinted down the mountainside. Zhang Wen turned to Cui Zhe and said, Mo Lingfeng is escaping. Let us pursue him. Zhang Wen and Cui Zhe led more than 20 men in hot pursuit of Mo Lingfeng. Mo Lingfeng ran with all his might. But as he emerged from the small hillside, exhaustion overtook him, and he collapsed by the roadside. Behind him, Zhang Wen and his men struggled, clutching their stomachs and gasping for breath as they approached Mo Lingfeng step by step. Zhang Wen, pointing at Mo Lingfeng, now less than 20 meters away, cursed, "You little brat. You can really run, can't you? What is the matter now? Just wait until I catch you. I'll make you suffer for days and nights to quench my wrath." With that, he sank to the ground in exhaustion. Cui Zhe followed suit, exclaiming, "Good grief. I haven't run like this in over a decade. It's about to take my life." He then collapsed onto the road. Mo Lingfeng sat on the ground, staring at them, while they gazed back, both sides utterly spent and unable to rise. After about 5 minutes, Zhang Wen and his companions managed to stand and approached Mo Lingfeng, who also got to his feet, brandishing a dagger and glaring defiantly at them. At that moment, a beam of headlights illuminated the scene as a speeding Mercedes screeched to a halt before Mo Lingfeng. The doors swung open, and 2 men clad in black athletic gear stepped out. Young Master, codename Bat, reporting for duty. Young Master, codename Ran Mang, reports for duty. Upon seeing the 2 individuals, Mo Lingfeng once again collapsed onto the ground, pointing at Zhang Wen and Cui Zhe, commanding, "Spare these 2, eliminate the rest." The 2 sprang forward like leopards, and moments later, the ground was strewn with bodies. Zhang Wen and Cui Zhe were rendered unconscious and stowed away in the trunk. Mo Lingfeng, seated in the vehicle, instructed to the mountains. During the journey, Mo Lingfeng remarked, "I am aware of your identities. You are my father's personal bodyguards." To which the Bat replied, "Young Master, from this day forth, we shall serve as your personal bodyguards." Chapter 8, A Warning from Delhi. Mo Lingfeng returned to the parking lot, and the sight that greeted him sent a shock through his heart. The ground was strewn with individuals writhing and wailing in agony. Among Zhang Wen and Cui Zhe's subordinates, 2/3 lay incapacitated, while the remaining third were largely injured. Upon witnessing their leaders, Cui Zhe and Zhang Wen, pursue Mo Lingfeng, they surrendered their fight. The 4 groups, lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf, had no one standing. They sat huddled together on the ground. Perhaps due to their gear, their injuries were not severe, but they were utterly exhausted and unable to rise. Mo Lingfeng slowly approached the crowd, and as they caught sight of him, many attempted to stand, but ultimately, more than half found themselves back on the ground. The lion addressed Mo Lingfeng, apologizing, "I am sorry, young master. It was I who called the old master." Mo Lingfeng patted his shoulder and replied, "Let this be a lesson. Do not let it happen again," and smiled at him. With the protection of the bat and the python, Mo Lingfeng advanced towards the others. At this moment, he recognized that the current state of his subordinates rendered them incapable of further combat. He addressed the group, "Listen well. I am Mo Lingfeng. Your 2 leaders have been slain by my hand. I have no desire to eradicate you entirely. I hope that upon your return, you will refrain from committing further heinous acts. Strive to be honorable individuals. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not spare you next time. Additionally, I ask, who among you knows the whereabouts of the kidnapped girl?" A bloodied man pointed towards a vehicle and stammered, "Young master, she is in that car." The python hurried over and retrieved a fainted girl from within. An hour later, they returned to the Wunjiang villa, where the Mo family's private physician promptly attended to the injured. The Bat approached Mo Lingfeng and inquired, "Young master, how shall we deal with the 2 individuals in the trunk?" Mo Lingfeng replied, "I had almost forgotten about them. Let's place them in basement number 2 for now." "Understood, young master." The following day, the underworld of Mahai City was once again shaken. Whispers and various rumors circulated, each more fantastical than the last. Some claimed that the Mo family had summoned the military. Others insisted they were mercenaries, while still others asserted they were retired elite soldiers. Regardless of the multitude of tales, the outcome of the previous night's battle was indisputable. and Mo Lingfeng, accompanied by dozens, had vanquished the combined forces of Zhang Wan, the leader of Tianshui district, and Shui Jia, the leader of Wenshui district. Hundreds of their subordinates were left in utter disarray, and ultimately, both leaders had vanished, their fates unknown. In the private courtyard of the Dalai, leaders and factions from various districts convened, fervently discussing their next course of action. The Dalai's expression was grim. Since entering the Underworld, he had never faced such a significant blow. What troubled him further was the recent communication from two individuals of higher authority within his ranks. The first individual vehemently berated the Dalai, admonishing him that such a large-scale conflict in the Shenhao mountain area had dire repercussions and must never recur. Otherwise, those above would not be able to protect him. The second person harshly criticized the Dalai, calling him a fool for choosing to oppose the Mo family, who wield significant influence over the economy of the entire city, province, and even the nation. He ultimately warned him that in Huaxia, Mo Xiaotian's elder brother held a prominent position, and his second brother was a top figure in the border defense forces. It was said that even the skies of Mahai City, as well as the entire province, would yield respect to Mo Xiaotian. He concluded by advising the Dalai to determine his own fate, whether to live or die, without dragging everyone else down with him. The Dalai was thoroughly alarmed. He was aware of the Mo family's immense wealth and their connections, but he had not anticipated the terrifying power of those backing the Mo family. Ironically, just yesterday, he had gone to the Mo residence to flaunt his bravado, and even more absurdly, Mo Lingfeng had chosen to confront him. The thought sent shivers down his spine. He realized that even if he were the leader of the underworld in Mahai, or even across the nation, it would be a trivial matter for them to extinguish him if they so wished. Yet, at this moment, he had irreparably severed ties with the Mo family, nearly taking Mo Lingfeng's life. How could the Mo family possibly spare him? As for his subordinates, who had fervently declared war against the Mo family just the day before, after a night of chaos resulting in the disappearance of 2 district leaders and hundreds of casualties among their ranks, how could he resolve this? Should he now tell his men to cease hostilities with the Mo family and admit defeat? All of this left the Dalai in a state of exasperation. He needed to tread carefully and prioritize his survival. He dismissed everyone, instructing them not to provoke Mo Lingfeng for the next few days while he devised a plan. Meanwhile, in the Wanjiang villa, Mo Lingfeng awoke and proceeded to a room on the 3rd floor where a girl had just regained consciousness. "You're awake," he said. "Thank you, big brother, for saving me once again," she exclaimed, rushing into his arms and weeping, clearly still shaken by the events of the previous day. "Do not dwell on it too much. Let us go downstairs for a meal, and I will arrange for someone to take you to school," he suggested. "No, I don't want to go to school, big brother. I'm scared. I don't want to go anywhere. Can I stay with you?" she implored. Mo Lingfeng regarded her thoughtfully and replied, "I am Mo Lingfeng. And you? How old are you and what is your name?" "I am Shermeng, and I'm 17. At your age, you must attend school. Is there something troubling you? Speak, and I shall assist you," he offered. The girl gazed at him with wide, shimmering eyes. "There is a boy at school who is pursuing me, but I do not like him. He harasses me daily and threatens to ruin my face if I refuse him." "Ha! It seems Shermeng is quite beautiful, for only the unattractive go unpursued," he teased. "Please, big brother, do not mock me. Go downstairs for a meal and take a stroll. I have some matters to attend to, but once I am done, I shall accompany you to school. All right?" The girl nodded. "All right, big brother." Mo Lingfeng exited the room and made his way directly to the basement. At that moment, Zhang Wan and Shui Jia lay on the ground, bound by ropes. Upon seeing Mo Lingfeng enter, Zhang Wan shouted, "I tell you, I am the sworn brother of the underground emperor, Dao Ali, the boss of Tianshui district. Release me at once, and I shall pretend nothing has occurred otherwise." Mo Lingfeng crouched down, gazing at Zhang Wan, and replied, "Otherwise what? Have you lost your mind? I have already declared war on you. Do you truly believe I fear Dao Ali?" Chapter 9. The untouchable Zhang Wan lay on the ground, gazing up at Mo Lingfeng, and inquired, "What is it that you truly desire?" Mo Lingfeng stood up and replied, "You will soon discover what I want." At that moment, Lion approached, bearing a steel nail and a hammer, which he placed before Mo Lingfeng. Mo Lingfeng looked at Lion and asked, "What does this signify?" Lion responded, "Young master, isn't this the procedure you've been following these past few days?" "Ha ha, one method has grown tiresome. I wish to explore a new approach." Lion regarded Mo Lingfeng with curiosity. Mo Lingfeng leaned closer to Lion's ear and whispered a few words. Lion nodded, "Understood, young master. I shall make the arrangements immediately." With a hearty laugh, Mo Lingfeng exited the basement. At the entrance, he instructed the guard, "Make sure they are well fed in the coming days. We cannot have them growing weak." "Yes, young master." As noon approached and school was dismissed, Mo Lingfeng escorted Meng to the school gates. "Do not overthink things. Focus on your studies. I have given you my number, so call me if you need anything." As he spoke, he retrieved a wad of cash from his pocket and placed it in Meng's hands. "I do not know if you face any other difficulties. Use this money wisely. Remember, study diligently and strive to become someone who contributes to society and our nation." The girl's eyes glistened with moisture. "Thank you, big brother. You are the kindest person in this world to me." Mo Lingfeng was taken aback. "Where are your parents?" The girl lowered her gaze, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. "My father lost a great deal of money in business and could not secure a loan online to repay his debts. I recall how, during that time, many fearsome individuals came to our home daily to demand repayment, writing cruel words on our door and walls, driving my father nearly to madness. Once, after drinking, my father was involved in a fatal accident. My mother and I no longer felt safe at home and are now renting a place outside." Mo Lingfeng spoke solemnly. "The darkness shall inevitably pass. Everything will improve. Trust me." Meng looked at Mo Lingfeng and smiled. "Big brother, I believe you." Just then, a voice called out from behind them. "I wondered why you have refused me all this time. It appears you have someone else." Meng turned around with a look of disdain. "Wang Zheng, shut your foul mouth. I've told you before, I do not like you. Cease your harassment." "Ha ha. Harass you? I shall persist. If you refuse me today, I will pursue you tomorrow. If you refuse me this year, I will pursue you for the entire year." "You rogue. Ha ha. You speak the truth. I am indeed a rogue. What of it? I will see who dares to pursue the girl I desire. By the way, do you know why that fellow named Bin withdrew from school? Do you know why he fell into debt? Do you know why he disappeared?" Meng glared at Wang Zheng. "Could it be?" "Ha ha. Indeed, it was my doing. The IOU was a fabrication. I told him that as long as he ceased pursuing you, I would tear it up. Ha ha. He was quite obedient. Originally, I sought you out, claiming you were the guarantor merely to instill fear, as I envisioned a heroic rescue. Little did I anticipate that an unexpected savior would emerge, thwarting my plans. Otherwise, I would have successfully secured you by now." Meng trembled with fury, branding him shameless and a rogue. Beside her, Mo Lingfeng embraced Meng protectively and addressed Wang Zheng. "I am her current boyfriend. What can you do about it?" Upon hearing Mo Lingfeng's words, Meng looked up at him. Mo Lingfeng gently patted Meng's head, reassuring her, "Do not fear. I am here." Wang Zheng regarded Mo Lingfeng with disdain, questioning, "Do you know who I am? It's wise to refrain from courting trouble. Allow me to inform you that my father is with Xiaotian Group. Can you handle this? Furthermore, do you recognize whose territory this is? This is the domain of Zhou Tong, the leader of Lingshui District, and my brother is one of his men." Mo Lingfeng chuckled and, with a swift motion, struck Wang Zheng across the face. Stunned, Wang Zheng covered his face and shouted, "How dare you hit me? Get him!" With that, the four men behind Wang Zheng lunged at Mo Lingfeng. In a mere instant, a figure appeared before Mo Lingfeng, and within a minute, the four men lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. Wang Zheng, filled with terror, looked at Mo Lingfeng and said, "If you have the guts, don't leave." He then pulled out his phone to make a call. A few minutes later, an SUV came to a halt, and a well-dressed woman emerged, rushing towards them. Wang Zheng shouted at her, "Mom, this person hit me." The woman approached Wang Zheng, turned to Mo Lingfeng, and demanded, "Whose illegitimate child are you? Running wild here? I suggest you summon your guardian immediately. Your family is in trouble." Mo Lingfeng replied with a smile, "Your illegitimate child lacks the ability to articulate. Allow me to educate them." Furious, the woman pointed at Mo Lingfeng. "You little brat, Let's see how arrogant you are in a moment. You should inquire whether my family is someone you can provoke. After saying this, she touched Wang Zheng's face and reassured him, "Don't worry, son. Your father and brother will be here shortly. I will ensure this insolent brat pays the price." Unable to endure any longer, Ran Mang swiftly approached the woman and delivered several hard slaps, knocking her to the ground, blood trickling from her mouth. "Damn it, I never hit women. But you've crossed the line by insulting our young master." As Ran Mang prepared to strike again, Mo Lingfeng held him back, shaking his head, and Ran Mang retreated to stand behind Mo Lingfeng. At that moment, a Porsche and a Passat pulled up, and several men approached. "My love, what has happened to you?" The woman pointed at Mo Lingfeng, sobbing, "Your son was hit by him, and I was just struck as well." "What?" The man turned to Mo Lingfeng, anger evident in his voice. "Are you tired of living? You better call your guardian immediately, or I will not be so courteous. Let me introduce myself. I am Wang Hai, the manager of a branch of Xiaotian Group." Mo Lingfeng smiled and replied, "And what if I am not courteous?" Another man spoke up. "I am Mingzi, and my elder brother is Zhou Tong." Mo Lingfeng regarded him with a calm demeanor and retorted, "And what of it? What of it? I shall end your life." Upon uttering these words, Mingzi charged at Mo Lingfeng along with several companions. Montauk Lingfeng, embracing Shimeng, smiled as if he were witnessing a performance by jesters. The Bat and Ran Mang, positioned behind him, advanced to confront the assailants, resulting in a similar outcome within mere moments. Observing the fallen adversaries on the ground, Mo Lingfeng remarked, "Do not take to bullying others lightly. You never know when you might encounter someone beyond your reckoning. Regret will haunt you for a lifetime. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Mo Lingfeng." The Bat, "Young master, please make a call to dismiss Wang Hai and issue a notice that no enterprise or individual is permitted to employ him. Otherwise, it shall be tantamount to opposing the Xiaotian Group." "Young master, I shall attend to it immediately." Ran Mang, "Young master, all of Zhou Tong's men have been rendered incapacitated." "Indeed, young master." At this moment, the individuals sprawled on the ground were left utterly bewildered. Chapter 10. Rescuing by Ling before long. 2 days had elapsed. To Mo Lingfeng's surprise, the Dedeo Society remained eerily quiet, showing no signs of response. Nevertheless, Mo Lingfeng had his own matters to attend to, and with the injured needing time for recuperation, he chose not to react further. After 2 days away, Shi, and who returned today, with a gleeful expression, Shi addressed Mo Lingfeng, "Young master, I have nearly unraveled the situation regarding Zhongwen." Initially, some individuals were reluctant to cooperate, fearing retaliation. However, upon learning we are affiliated with the Xiaotian Group and hearing about our declaration of war against the Underworld, they felt reassured and are now willing to assist us. As he spoke, Shi handed several sheets of paper to Mo Lingfeng. Mo Lingfeng examined the documents detailing numerous criminal offenses along with the signatures of the victims. His teeth clenched in anger. This scoundrel deserved a fate far worse than mere execution. Beside him, who remarked, "Young master, my findings are quite similar to Shi's. Here are the details regarding Chuizha." He too presented a few sheets of paper to Mo Lingfeng. After reviewing them, Mo Lingfeng slammed his hand on the table and stood up, exclaiming, "Scoundrel, a parasite upon society. Young master, what shall be our next step?" "Sure," and who inquired. "Inform the Dihao Hotel to reserve the conference hall on the 7th floor for several hundred people. I will need it tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Additionally, contact all victims and ensure their relatives accompany them. Gather as many as possible. Notify the Xiaotian Group's convoy to be responsible for transporting these individuals. They should arrive at the conference hall by 10 tomorrow morning. I wish to give them a surprise." "Understood, young master. We will make the arrangements immediately." Mo Lingfeng made his way to the villa's courtyard, opened the car door, and climbed inside, followed by the Bat and Ran Mang. After a journey of over 20 minutes, the vehicle came to a halt outside a massage parlor. Mo Lingfeng exited the car and stepped inside. A heavily made-up woman in her 40s approached him. "Oh my, this handsome young man is simply stunning. Come, take a seat. I'll summon the girls for you to choose from." With a wave of his hand, Mo Lingfeng declined. "No need. I am here to find someone." "Ah, So we have an old acquaintance of yours here. How delightful. Might I inquire which girl you seek? Bai Ling. He replied. The woman furrowed her brow slightly, murmuring the name. A young man beside her remarked, Could it be Ling? The woman turned with a smile. Please hold on. I will call her down. Moments later, a frail girl, appearing to be around 18 or 19, descended the stairs. Ling, come here. This handsome gentleman is looking for you. Ling approached, looking at Mo Lingfeng with curiosity. Big brother, are you looking for me? Mo Lingfeng returned her gaze. Are you Song Bai Ling? The girl stared at him in surprise. I am. Who are you? Your family sent me to find you. You are free now, Mo Lingfeng declared, taking her hand and steering her towards the exit. The woman hastily blocked Mo Lingfeng's path, bewildered. What is happening? What do you mean? It was not merely a playful visit. Rather, it was an intrusion, was it not? Open your eyes and behold where you are. Boasting here comes at a cost. Ran Mang, perhaps having recently developed a penchant for violence against women, wasted no time before delivering a swift kick to the woman's abdomen. She soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, landing directly in the pool, unconscious. At that moment, a man rushed forward, and from above, a throng of over 10 individuals descended, wielding baseball bats. A man in his 40s, sporting a distinctive mustache, approached Mo Lingfeng. Brother, which gang do you belong to? Mo Lingfeng smiled and pointed skyward. The man looked up and remarked, Damn, I've never heard of anyone operating from up there. He spat and continued, What's the meaning of this? At this juncture, Bai Ling, standing behind Mo Lingfeng, interjected, Thank you, big brother, for informing my family. I am quite well. You should leave quickly. You cannot contend with them. Do not let me bring you trouble. Go now. Mo Lingfeng reassured Bai Ling, Do not worry. Those I intend to take with me will not be stopped. I will vanquish any who stand in my way. The man, stroking his mustache, laughed heartily. You must be dreaming, coming here to spout nonsense. I'll let it slide. Before he could finish, Ran Mang sprang into action. For reasons unknown, his temper had been particularly volatile these past few days, without allowing Mo Lingfeng to utter a single boastful word. He sent the mustached man into a deep slumber with a swift kick. Mo Lingfeng shook his head, but remained silent as he led Bai Ling out of the massage parlor and into the car. 2 minutes later, Ran Mang and the bat arrived in the vehicle. Ran Mang, the young master, said, In the future, could you perhaps give me a signal before you act? I was just about to speak when your foot intervened. I apologize, young master. I shall improve next time. I've noticed your temperament has been off lately. What troubles you? Young master, I had never encountered a shrew while following the old master. Yet these past few days, I have come to understand what a shrew truly is. I cannot explain why, but upon seeing one, an uncontrollable impulse surges within me. Enough, I forgive you. Upon returning to the Wenjiang villa, Mo Lingfeng arranged a room for Bai Ling and said, Bai Ling, tomorrow you shall reunite with your family. Bai Ling looked at Mo Lingfeng with skepticism. Really? Of course it is true. The villains who bullied you have been apprehended, and tomorrow they will face justice. Your family will be here as well. Rest well tonight, for you shall soon be reunited. Tears welled in Bai Ling's eyes as she exclaimed, Thank you. Thank you. I thought my life was over. How many times did I sneak out only to be captured and subjected to merciless beatings? They burned me with cigarette butts, assaulted me in groups, and locked me in a room filled with rats at night. I attempted suicide twice, only to be rescued each time. I had given up hope. I never imagined I would see this day. As she spoke, Bai Ling knelt before Mo Lingfeng in gratitude. Mo Lingfeng hurriedly helped Bai Ling to her feet, urging her not to lose heart, for she was still young and the road ahead was long. Remember, in this world, darkness and injustice can be found everywhere. Yet, you must believe that no matter how profound the darkness, the sunlight will eventually break through, dispelling all shadows. Evil shall never triumph over righteousness. Therefore, not only must you live well, but you must also live splendidly so that you possess the ability to assist those in need around you. Bai Ling nodded, resolutely declaring her intention to become a person of value to society. Chapter 11. The Demon-Slaying Tribunal. The following morning, Mo Lingfeng knocked on the door of Bai Ling's room. Bai Ling, here is a new outfit I purchased for you. Please change into it. and look splendid for your reunion with your family." "Thank you," she replied. "I'll be down shortly." Mo Lingfeng exited the villa, and in the courtyard, a row of his subordinates, adorned in combat gear, approached him. The lion spoke, "Young master, everything is ready. We can depart at any moment." Mo Lingfeng surveyed the group and inquired, "Have all your injuries healed?" In unison, they responded, "Yes." Nodding approvingly, Mo Lingfeng raised his thumb in praise. "You have all performed admirably, each one of you as fierce as beasts, vanquishing the demons of this world. You truly embody the monikers of your leader, lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf. Henceforth, I shall bestow upon you a collective code name, which will also represent our entire team, demon slaying. Do you all remember?" In chorus, they echoed, "We remember. Demon slaying, demon slaying, demon slaying." With a wave of his hand, Mo Lingfeng signaled for silence and continued, "Demon slaying lion squad." The lion stepped forward and replied, "Young master, you are responsible for escorting Zhang Wen and Shui Jia. Remember, should any unforeseen events arise, eliminate them immediately." "Understood, young master." Demon-slaying tiger squad. "Young master, you will maintain order within the venue. Should any emergencies occur, coordinate with the lion squad promptly." "Understood, young master." Demon-slaying leopard squad, wolf squad. "Young master, your two squads are tasked with safeguarding the exterior of the venue, ensuring the safety of the entire 7th floor." "Understood, young master." Mo Lingfeng gazed upon the assembly and declared, "Today marks our inaugural judgment of the sinners. Each of you must fulfill your responsibilities without fail. Do you hear me?" In unison, they affirmed, "We hear you." At that moment, Bai Ling emerged, and with a grand gesture, Mo Lingfeng commanded, "Let us depart." 40 minutes later, the demon-slaying team arrived at the 7th floor of the Dihao Grand Hotel. The Lion Squad escorted Zhang Wen and Shui Jia to the podium, both bound by ropes and wearing black hoods. The other 3 squads executed their respective duties with precision. At precisely 10 o'clock, the venue began to fill, and within 20 minutes, nearly 300 attendees were seated. Song Bai Ling found her family and embraced her mother tightly. Standing at the podium, Mo Lingfeng observed the crowd settling in and seized the microphone, calling out, "Everyone, please be quiet. Everyone, please be quiet." The room fell silent, all eyes turning to Mo Lingfeng at the front. He continued, "Dear uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, I am Mo Lingfeng, the vice president of Xiaotian Group. I trust you are all aware of the reason for this gathering." Pointing to the banner on the stage, he affirmed, "Indeed, this is the demon-slaying tribunal. The 2 individuals we are judging today are notorious for their heinous deeds, their wickedness beyond measure. In 2 words, they can only be described as beasts." Mo Lingfeng pointed at Zhang Wen and Shui Jia, declaring that every victim present today, along with their families, bore a deep-seated grudge against these 2 individuals. Some had experienced the shattering of their families, others the devastation of their homes. Some had suffered unjustly, while others remained ensnared in the clutches of despair. The collective anguish was palpable, yet they felt utterly powerless. After a brief pause, Mo Lingfeng stepped forward and continued, "What man does, heaven observes. The wheel of karma turns inexorably, and no one escapes the judgment of the heavens. It is often said that we live in a world where the strong prey upon the weak, but I beg to differ. I believe this is an era of equality where debts must ultimately be repaid. Thus, today, these 2 demons upon the stage are here to settle their accounts." A prolonged applause resonated from the audience. Mo Lingfeng gestured for silence and continued, "I understand your hatred. What do you loathe? You resent the fact that wrongdoers commit their heinous acts yet remain unpunished. You despise the heartlessness of those who squander their ill-gotten gains. You are incensed by the absence of justice for these miscreants." Mo Lingfeng took a moment to compose himself and remarked, "It is said that good and evil will eventually be rewarded in due time. Today, these 2 villains are about to receive their just punishment. Since they have evaded accountability in the light of day, we shall ensure that they are judged in the shadows." Pointing at Zhang Wen and Shui Jia, he proclaimed, "The verdict today rests in the hands of all of you." At that moment, the black masks concealing Zhang Wen and Shui Jia were removed, revealing their true identities. Instantly, Chaos erupted in the audience, filled with shouts of condemnation. It was him who ruined my son, leaving him disabled for life. Monster! My daughter was only 14 when he drove her to suicide. I will kill him. It was he who shattered my family. Chuizhe, your day has come. Retribution is merely delayed. I have cursed you for 10 years. Zhang Wen, you beast. You seized my factory and burdened me with millions in debt, causing my wife to leave. I could kill you 1,000 times and still feel unsatisfied. The cacophony of accusations continued for over half an hour, and Mo Lingfeng refrained from intervening, allowing the crowd to vent their frustrations. When he finally signaled for silence, he proceeded to spend more than an hour enumerating the numerous crimes committed by Zhang Wen and Chuizhe. I am aware that the transgressions I have recounted today represent only a fraction of their misdeeds, as many victims remain unaccounted for. Nevertheless, this will suffice. Mo Lingfeng stepped closer to the podium and declared, I hereby announce the commencement of the trial. Raise your hands. Whoever I point to may speak and express the outcome you desire. Let's begin. He directed his gaze at an elderly woman and asked, Madam, what do you wish to say? Give me a blade. I want to carve out vengeance for my son. Mo Lingfeng nodded and pointed to another individual. I want to feast upon their flesh and drink their blood. I want to chop them into pieces and feed them to the dogs. I want them to be subjected to dismemberment. I shall shatter every bone in their bodies and gouge out their eyes. I will confine them within a den of rats, allowing the creatures to gnaw at them. An hour later, Mo Lingfeng, holding a piece of paper, declared, I cannot fulfill everyone's wishes. Here are the records, with the most prevalent being, to let the rats consume them. The audience responded with fervent approval. Mo Lingfeng approached Zhang Wen and Chuizhe, gazing intently at the two individuals, and stated, This is the consequence of your malevolence. Remember, in your next life, strive to be a better person. Turning back to the crowd, he proclaimed, I hereby announce the sentencing of Zhang Wen and Chuizhe to be devoured by rats, to be executed immediately at the banks of Saijuang River. Chapter 12. The punishment of rat nibbling. Upon hearing the verdict, Zhang Wen and Chuizhe were utterly deranged, shouting wildly, Mo Lingfeng, what right do you have to judge me? Release me. I, Zhang Wen, am beyond your jurisdiction. Mo Lingfeng gazed at him as if he were a lifeless corpse and replied, Who granted you the authority to oppress and harm these individuals? Who bestowed upon you the right to commit your malevolent deeds? Now that you seek answers, let me enlighten you. It is the right of all those you have tormented to judge you. It is the right of the people. Chuizhe cried out, Young Master Mo, I realize my mistakes. I beseech you to spare me. Mo Lingfeng responded with a cold laugh. I have already stated that it is no longer my decision. Chuizhe raised his head to the crowd below and, in a heart-wrenching plea, cried, Uncles and aunts, grandmothers and grandfathers, I, Chuizhe, acknowledge my wrongs. I apologize to you all and implore you to grant me a chance. I am willing to compensate you, even if it means sacrificing everything I possess. Please, spare me this once. I beg you. The crowd erupted in curses. You scoundrel! You deserve 1,000 deaths. How dare you seek our forgiveness? Would you be willing to kill your parents? Would you be willing to slay your wife and children? You beast! I yearn to flay your skin, extract your tendons, and drink your blood, yet you still plead for our mercy. Go seek forgiveness in hell. Listening to the crowd's vitriol, Chuizhe gradually lowered his head. Mo Lingfeng observed that the crowd had regained some semblance of calm and stated, due to time constraints, I have instructed the hotel to prepare fast food for everyone. Please remain here. Shortly, someone will bring it to you. Once everyone has eaten their fill, we shall proceed. An hour later, Mo Lingfeng sat in a vehicle, surrounded by more than a dozen buses filled with people, as the convoy made its way to the execution site. The vegetable farm, located 15 kilometers from Ahai City, was characterized by its greenhouses dedicated to vegetable cultivation. The people here were industrious, their customs simple and unpretentious. 2 kilometers southeast of the vegetable farm flowed a substantial river known as the Blackwater River, nearly 60 meters wide, with its waters perpetually flowing. The villages on either bank were home to many fishermen who, alongside farming, relied on the river for their livelihoods. Lining the banks of the Black River were rows of dense trees, with patches of cultivated land growing various crops in some flatter areas. On the northern bank stood a large sluice gate, which had fallen into disrepair over the years, now in a dilapidated state. Beside the gate, a rundown small tile house lay surrounded by overgrown grass. This location was referred to by the locals as the Vegetable Farm Riverbank, said to be a site for carrying out capital punishment many years ago. Various rumors circulated about this place, which is why it was rarely frequented. At this moment, a crowd had gathered around the Vegetable Farm Riverbank, with the demon-slaying leopard and wolf teams maintaining order while keeping vigilant watch over the surroundings. Mo Lingfeng walked ahead, followed closely by the demon-slaying lion team, escorting Zhang Wan and Shui Jia, who approached and pointed at the dilapidated tile house, saying, "Young master." The interior walls have all been reinforced with steel plates, and the doors and windows have been replaced with aluminum alloy. Everything is ready. Mo Lingfeng nodded slightly, turning back to Zhang Wan and Shui Jia. In your earlier years, you have committed innumerable wrongs. It is now time for you to descend and atone for your sins. Remember, should you be granted another life, strive to be a good person, a figure worthy of respect, someone who earns the esteem of all, and a beneficial individual for your nation. With their mouths sealed, Zhang Wan and Shui Jia could only gaze at Mo Lingfeng in terror, shaking their heads and emitting muffled sounds. Mo Lingfeng then addressed the crowd, proclaiming loudly, "The time for these two demons has come. I hereby declare their execution." The lion squad escorted Zhang Wan and Shui Jia into a modest dwelling, replacing their bindings with iron chains. The two men writhed on the ground, and the lion squad retreated, securely locking the door behind them. At that moment, a van approached, its doors swinging open as Bat descended, followed by several villagers who busily transported large boxes to the window of the small house. Bat approached and reported, "Young master, we have acquired the rats from several villages, 140 in total, each contained in individual cages." Mo Lingfeng nodded in acknowledgement, raising his voice to the assembly. "Everyone, please be silent and listen. Each victim's family may send 1 or 2 members to line up and personally release the rats into the house. Consider this a means to avenge your loved ones." Upon his words, an uproar of applause erupted, and soon the crowd formed an orderly line. An elderly woman, supported by her partner, approached the window of the small house. A member of the tiger squad handed her a cage filled with rats while simultaneously opening the window. Tears streaming down her face, the elderly woman gazed at the fallen Zhang Wan and Shui Jia and tremulously cried, "My child, today the heavens have opened their eyes. The demons who caused your demise are being punished. Can you see this from above? You may now rest in peace. Your father and mother have avenged you." The couple opened the cage and released the rats into the room. Shortly after, a middle-aged man, limping, reached the window, took the cage, and looked down at Zhang Wan and Shui Jia, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha. I never dreamed I would personally bring an end to you, beast. My dear, do you know they harmed you and turned me into a cripple? Yet the heavens have shown mercy, allowing me to exact my revenge. You can rest now. I know you feel lonely over there. Wait for me. I shall join you soon." The man then released the rats into the house. Thus, for over 2 hours, the process continued, and as the sky darkened, a gentle rain began to fall. Mo Lingfeng approached the riverbank, observing the crowd, who all knelt in unison. "Thank you, young master. It is you who avenged us, allowing us to personally eliminate our enemies. We shall never forget your kindness throughout our lives." Upon finishing, they bowed their heads heavily to the ground. Mo Lingfeng quickly moved forward to assist the elderly man at the front, saying, "Everyone, please rise quickly. You need not thank me. This is what I ought to do." Upon witnessing the crowd rise, Mo Lingfeng continued, "The great vengeance has been avenged. Upon returning home, I implore you all to live your lives to the fullest. Regardless of the challenges that may arise in the future, always remember to be law-abiding citizens, to honor yourselves, your families, and, above all, your nation." After delivering his message, he turned and pointed at Ran Meng, stating, "In a moment, he will distribute a card to each of you, which will contain a phone number. Should you encounter any difficulties that seem insurmountable, do not hesitate to call. Our demon-slaying team is here to assist you. Furthermore, I shall provide each victim's family with a monetary contribution, The elderly can use it for their retirement, while the youth may invest it in entrepreneurial endeavors. Remember, I ask but one thing of you, to be good people. As Mo Lingfeng concluded his speech, the applause erupted once more. Chapter 13. In Mo Lingfeng's attitude, the members of the Tiger team remained to guard the dilapidated house, while many victims were reluctant to leave. After Mo Lingfeng had given his orders, he led the lion, leopard, and wolf teams back to the Wenjiang villa. In the surveillance room, Mo Lingfeng sat before the screen, where the image of Scorpion, his face smeared with blood, evoked a chilling sensation. He was scraping the flesh from the calf of Sang Biao with a steel nail, exposing a bare bone. Subsequently, Scorpion placed the flesh he had removed into his mouth, took a bite, and then burst into laughter, while Sang Biao bowed his head, emitting subdued whimpers, clearly still clinging to life. On the ground, Sun Liang lay motionless, his wounds festering, uncertain whether he still drew breath. Mo Lingfeng turned off the screen and slowly closed his eyes, his fingers gently tapping on his thigh. In the private courtyard of Dadelai, the leaders of Ling Shui District, Zhou Tong, Jiang Shui District, Li Zhe, and Qin Shui District, Li Yi, sat silently before Dadelai, observing him intently. They were taken aback by Mo Lingfeng's ruthlessness. He had audaciously judged Zhang Wen and Cui Zhe, executed demons, and carried out the punishment of rat gnawing. Such brutality was staggering. Zhou Tong replied, "Brother, do you know what is being said in the Underworld right now? They say Mo Lingfeng is the true king of the Underworld, claiming we are now afraid and dare not confront him." Li Yi added, "Indeed, brother, especially with Mo Lingfeng's ferocity, everyone is terrified. In just a few days, Sang Biao has been ruined, Zhang Wen and Cui Zhe have met their demise, and we have remained silent. Now anxiety prevails, as everyone fears they might be his next target." Li Zhe concurred, and Mo Lingfeng's form of judgment has frightened many. Everyone knows their own hands are not clean and fears that he may come for them. Many brothers have closed their establishments and ceased operations. Some have even fled. Brother, we must devise a plan. If this continues, we are doomed. Dadelai rose and began pacing back and forth. To be frank, the higher-ups have applied pressure on me, forbidding any further violent confrontations and prohibiting any opposition to the Mo family. They fear being implicated. If we do not comply, we need not wait for Mo Lingfeng to intervene. The higher-ups will not spare us. Zhou Tong's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Are we just to await our demise? Or should we abandon everything we have and flee to a distant land?" Li Yi patted Zhou Tong, urging, "Calm down. Don't be so agitated. Calm down. What nonsense. At such a time, calmness is absurd. Zhang Wen and Cui Zhe have already been judged. We do not know when they might come for us. We still have a chance to retaliate. If we continue like this, we want to even have men left to fight for us." Li Zhe nodded in agreement, stating, "Zhou Tong is right. We must make a decision immediately. If the Mo family is so formidable, perhaps we should negotiate peace with them, even if it means offering compensation or sacrificing everything. Preserving our lives is paramount. Money can be earned again." Zhou Tong turned to Li Zhe and asked, "But what if Mo Lingfeng refuses to negotiate?" Refusing to negotiate leaves us with only two options. One is to retaliate immediately, engaging in a deadly struggle. The other is to flee swiftly to another land, seeking an opportunity to start anew and rise again. Dadelai halted his steps and addressed the three men. "Unless absolutely necessary, we cannot relinquish our enterprises. We have come too far to abandon them now. Therefore, do any of you possess men willing to risk their lives? If so, it would be ideal. If not, seek them out immediately, offering a handsome reward, even resorting to underhanded methods." Zhou Tong nodded, acknowledging the merit of this approach, for eliminating Mo Lingfeng would not implicate us, as there would be no evidence linking us to the act. Li Yi replied, "Brother, I happen to have two individuals on hand from outside, both with criminal records. As long as the payment is sufficient, after the deed is done, we can ensure they vanish without a trace." Dadelai stroked his chin. "Good, it's settled then. You shall arrange it at once." "Understood, brother." The following day, news of the demon-slaying trial spread throughout Mahai, with the residents of Wenshui District and Tianshui District applauding the act, praising it as a service to the people. However, there were no extravagant celebrations. For all were aware that Daedalai, the underground emperor, still reigned, instilling fear of potential retribution. In contrast, the denizens of Lingshui District, Jiangshui District, and Qingshui District were abuzz with speculation, pondering whether the trial would soon extend to the leaders of these three districts, with many eagerly anticipating the next judgment. Countless victims, having witnessed the trials of Zhang Wan and Cui Zhe, contemplated reporting their grievances, yet the lingering fear of the leaders' continued freedom stifled any thoughts of denunciation, leaving them to observe the next moves of the demon slayer. And Mo Lingfeng had just finished breakfast, contemplating his next steps when an unfamiliar number called. "This is Mo Lingfeng. Young Master Mo, this is Daedalai." "Ah, the Emperor of the Underworld is aware of yesterday's trial. What are your thoughts?" "Young Master, there has been a significant misunderstanding. At that time, I did not ascertain the facts clearly, leading to our unfortunate encounter. Some of my oversights are to blame." "Huh. Speak plainly. We are not friends." "Young Master, I wish to meet with you at noon to discuss matters. Is that acceptable?" "There is no need for that. Do you recall what I said? I intend to eradicate the Underworld, ensuring that each of you receives the punishment you deserve." "Young Master, what if we are willing to offer compensation to those we have wronged?" "Very well, but just as with Zhang Wan and Cui Zhe, lives must be repaid with lives. If those you have harmed can find it in their hearts to forgive you, I shall not pursue further." "How does that sound?" "Young Master, you're forcing us into a corner. Being cornered is an unpleasant experience, is it not? Have you considered those you once cornered? It seems that Young Master truly offers us no escape. The path is one we forge ourselves. If it leads to ruin, it is of your own making. Remember, debts must always be repaid." "Haha, I shall remember your words, Young Master." After hanging up the phone, Mo Lingfeng pondered for a moment before summoning Wolf. "Young Master, send someone to investigate Zhou Tong in Lingshui District. The more detailed, the better. He's our next target." "Understood, Young Master." "Ranmang, Young Master, recrue personnel. Offer generous salaries to demon hunters. I intend to form a new team, which shall be named the Mang Squad, and you will be in charge. Remember this. Do not include anyone with a history of criminal activity or those who have associated with the Underworld." "Understood, Young Master." Chapter 14. The behavior of beasts. Mo Lingfeng arrived at the banks of Wenjiang. Although the scenery before him was enchanting, his thoughts were far from the beauty surrounding him. He was contemplating the balance of power between himself and the formidable Daedalai. If he were to storm into Daedalai's stronghold now, what would be the cost? He had witnessed the combined prowess of Zhang Wan and Cui Zhe, which had nearly obliterated his entire demon-slaying endeavor and had almost cost him his life. As Mo Lingfeng pondered these matters, a call from Mo Xiaotian interrupted his thoughts. "Dad, son, I'm aware of the events of recent days. It's about time to consider pulling back. Don't push people into a corner. Even a cornered rabbit will bite." "Dad, you know my stance. You've always supported me." "Son, you must understand that this path is fraught with danger. You're my only child, and I do not wish for you to face peril daily." "Dad, has Daedalai contacted you?" "No, but I received a call from above, advising me to remind you to avoid incidents like what happened on the Smallback Mountain. Such conflicts involving numerous individuals have significant repercussions. They also hope we can spare Daedalai. The terms are negotiable." "Dad, I understand the caution, but my position remains unchanged. I must eradicate them. Daedalai deserves punishment. I anticipated you would respond in this manner. Consequently, I informed the higher-ups that their warning will be heeded. Yet whether to negotiate with Daedalai is a decision that rests with you, my son." "Thank you, Dad." "Why thank me? You are my son. Just be sure to prioritize your safety." "I will." After ending the call, Mo Lingfeng realized that his recent actions had deeply wounded Daedalai and had effectively subdued the members of Daedalai's gang. His previous considerations about directly assaulting Daedalai's stronghold were now moot. The higher authorities disapproved, and he could not act against their wishes. Perhaps it was best to proceed gradually, methodically removing Daedalai's power piece by piece. With this thought, Mo Lingfeng felt considerably lighter. He turned to the bat beside him and said, "Let us go out for a stroll and unwind. Sir, both the Tiger and Wolf teams are on missions, and Ranmang is also unavailable. The Leopard team will remain on guard. The Lion team can accompany us." A few minutes later, Two vehicles exited the Wenjiang villa. At the entrance of a large fruit wholesale market, a tattooed man, flanked by over 20 thuggish individuals wielding clubs, was vociferously berating several vendors. Don't even mention rules to me. You Fei am to rule. It seems you've been listening to too many rumors lately. Remember, this is the Ling Shui district, and the authority here is Boss Zhou Tong, not that Zhang Wen or Chui Zhe. Do you comprehend? If you dare to rebel, what is the plan? You all want to perish, is that it? A merchant exclaimed, Fei Gu, for many years, whether we procure goods as a single vendor or collectively, we have always been charged 600 yuan per vehicle. Why today are we being charged per family? With 5 of us, that amounts to 3,000 yuan. How are we supposed to make a profit? The truck arrived yesterday, yet we have been unable to unload it until now. It is fruit we have purchased, and if we cannot unload it soon, it will spoil. Yu Fei retorted, what does it matter to me if it spoils? Times are tough for us as well. You must pay the full 3,000 yuan, not a cent less. You are taking advantage of us. How are we to conduct our business under these conditions? Another merchant interjected. Haven't we already paid you enough over the years? Can't you show us some consideration? Our entire family relies on this stall for sustenance. And now it seems you wish to put us out of business. If they wish to see us suffer, we shall not let them thrive either. We might as well go all in. Indeed, I fervently wish someone would come here to administer justice and hold them accountable. Hearing the merchant's grievances, Yu Fei surged forward to the front of the crowd. Seizing one merchant by the hair, he seethed, have I given you too much face? I have made it clear. Here, the authority is Zhou Tong, not Zhang Wenhe or Chui Zhe. And do not even mention that damn justice. Do you think it is a mere facade? As he spoke, Yu Fei delivered a knee strike, knocking the merchant to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. You are so oppressive. You don't even allow us to speak. If you wish to see us perish, then we shall fight back. The merchant shouted, grabbing a wooden stick from beside the stall and swinging it at Yu Fei. Upon witnessing their companion's assault, the other merchants did not hesitate. They armed themselves with whatever they could find and charged forward. Yu Fei and his 20 or so followers were taken aback by the audacity of the merchants. And before they could react, Yu Fei received a blow to the head, rendering him momentarily dazed and causing him to fall to the ground. Several other merchants rushed in, pummeling Yu Fei mercilessly while his followers scrambled to respond, grabbing their clubs and rushing to his aid. Soon, a fierce brawl erupted between the two factions. However, the disparity in strength was too great, and before long, several merchants lay defeated on the ground. At that moment, many other merchants gathered around, paralyzed by fear of Yu Fei and his entourage, watching intently, but too intimidated to intervene. Regaining his composure, Yu Fei stood up, wiped the blood from his forehead, and with a menacing glare, approached the merchant who had initiated the altercation. He planted his foot on the merchant's face, seized a wooden stick from one of his subordinates, and swung it down upon the merchant's body. The merchant let out a piercing scream, and Yu Fei burst into laughter, exclaiming, how dare you strike me? Watch as I dismantle you today. With that, he raised the stick once more. At that moment, a woman rushed towards them, cradling a 4 or 5-year-old girl in her arms. She placed the girl on the ground, shielding the vendor with her body, and looked up at Yu Fei, crying out, Elder brother, we were wrong. We were wrong. We will pay. Please do not strike again. Yu Fei gazed at the woman and replied, wrong indeed. Very well. Bring me 100,000. Not a penny less will suffice. The woman pleaded, Elder brother, we truly do not have that much. I have just over 1,000. Will that suffice? I will give it all to you. As she began to rise to retrieve the money, unexpectedly, Yu Fei kicked her aside with force. Damn it. You think after hitting me, you can settle for this mere sum? 100,000, not a cent less, he retorted, raising the wooden stick once more. At that moment, the little girl rushed over and clung to Yu Fei's leg. Uncle, do not hit my father. Yu Fei lowered the stick and, without hesitation, lifted the little girl, throwing her towards a fruit stand. The child landed heavily atop the stall before tumbling to the ground. Chapter 15. I am Mo Lingfeng. The actions of Yu Fei had thoroughly incensed the crowd. Among the onlookers, a few daring vendors stepped forward. You don't even spare the children. Are you even human? They exclaimed. This is utterly outrageous. Do you regard us vendors as mere insects? I say we rise against them together. Yu Fei turned to the group and retorted, "What is this? Do you wish to rebel as well? Get lost, or you'll find yourself in trouble." One vendor boldly declared, "Enough of this nonsense. Release those individuals." Yu Fei, disdainfully eyeing them, replied, "I will not release them. Let us see if you truly dare to revolt." As he spoke, he raised his leg and delivered a brutal kick to one of the vendors lying on the ground. "Friends, for years we have endured their oppression, paying them while suffering their indignities. Today it is these individuals. Tomorrow it could be us. Let us unite and strike back." A courageous vendor seized a brick from the ground and charged at Yu Fei. The other vendors, momentarily taken aback, soon followed suit, grabbing whatever they could find. Upon witnessing the uprising, Yu Fei's fury escalated, yet a tinge of fear crept in. He hastily turned to his subordinates, ordering, "Call for reinforcements immediately." As he pulled out his phone to make the call, he demanded, "Where are you? Bring your weapons and come to the market at once." After hanging up, he pointed at the approaching group, declaring, "You have guts, just wait." The leading vendor had reached Yu Fei and swung a brick at him, shouting, "I've had enough of you." Yu Fei dodged swiftly but still felt the impact on his shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. The 5 individuals previously knocked down had regained their composure and joined the fray against Yu Fei. The numbers were nearly equal, and soon both sides began to sustain injuries. New vendors joined the fray, and within minutes, Yu Fei's faction found themselves at a disadvantage. Before long, those he had called for began to arrive. 3, 5, 10, and then 20, the numbers continuing to swell, altering the dynamics of the confrontation. On the vendor's side, sensing the tide turning, the timid began to flee, and soon over a dozen lay defeated on the ground. Yu Fei approached one vendor, taunting, "Weren't you the instigator? I shall make an example of you." He commanded his subordinates, "Hold his legs down, don't let him move." A few rushed over to restrain the vendor, lifting his legs. Yu Fei, with a cold smile, raised a wooden club and brought it crashing down on the vendor's leg. The sound of a sharp crack was followed by the vendor's anguished cries, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he writhed in pain on the ground. Yu Fei then moved to another vendor, repeating the process, as his subordinates pinned the vendor down and lifted his legs once more. At this moment, a Phantom and a Toyota business vehicle passed by the entrance of the market. The bat pointed toward a crowd gathered at the entrance and said, "Young master, look over there. It seems a fight has broken out." Mo Lingfeng glanced in that direction and commanded, "Stop the car." As the door swung open, he exited the vehicle and strode purposefully toward the scene. At that moment, Yu Fei was gesturing at the vendors on the ground, exclaiming, "Aren't you all so formidable? Don't you dare rebel? Remember, this is the consequence of insurrection." With that, he raised a wooden stick toward the fallen vendors. "Stop!" Upon hearing the shout, Yu Fei turned to see Mo Lingfeng scrutinizing him. "Who are you? Do you wish to meddle?" Yu Fei retorted, "Why are you attacking them? Who the hell are you to tell me whom I can strike?" Mo Lingfeng approached one of the vendors and inquired, "Why are they assaulting you?" Gasping for breath, the vendor replied, "They're the bullies of this market. They have oppressed us mercilessly. We vendors have no means of survival." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, an indication of the immense frustration he felt. A sturdy man reduced to tears. Another vendor chimed in, "They not only beat us, but they even attacked a child just moments ago." After hearing this, Mo Lingfeng turned to Yu Fei, his eyes burning with a murderous intensity that startled Yu Fei. Yu Fei said, "You dress well. You don't appear to be one of the vendors here. Mark my words, this is none of your business. Leave immediately." Mo Lingfeng rose to his full height and stepped in front of Yu Fei. "And what if I refuse? I intend to intervene in this matter today." Yu Fei forced a smile. "Do you know who I am? My boss is Zhou Tong. I am Mo Lingfeng, the Demon Slayer." A hush fell over the crowd as all eyes turned to Mo Lingfeng. From the ground, someone murmured, "What? Did he just say he is the Demon Slayer, Mo Lingfeng?" Another responded, "I heard it clearly. He claimed to be the Demon Slayer, Mo Lingfeng." Yu Fei's subordinates instinctively recoiled several steps upon hearing the name, their faces pale with fear as they stared at Mo Lingfeng. Mo Lingfeng, observing Yu Fei's gaping mouth, asked, "May I intervene?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yu Fei replied, "Young Master Mo, I didn't recognize you. Of course, you may intervene. Let us consider today incident resolved. I shall take my leave. As Yu Fei turned to depart, the bat swiftly kicked him, sending him flying 5 to 6 meters, landing beside a fruit cart, where he promptly lost consciousness. The crowd stood in stunned silence, astonished by the bat's sudden display of strength. Sure, leading his team, brandished a dagger and warned Yu Fei's subordinates, "Stay put. Anyone who dares to flee shall be killed." Upon hearing this, Yu Fei's men immediately discarded their clubs, crouching down with their heads cradled in their arms. The vendors, now recovering, shakily rose to their feet and bowed deeply to Mo Lingfeng in gratitude. Gratitude is extended to young Master Mo and the Demon Slayers. Mo Lingfeng waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed on the unconscious merchant sprawled on the ground. What has caused such grievous injuries to him? He inquired. His legs have been ruined by these brutes, came the reply. You must take him to the hospital immediately. Turning back, Mo Lingfeng addressed Bat and Lion, stating, "Take Yu Fei away. As for the others, sever 2 of their fingers. Inform them that should they dare to bully anyone again, the consequences will be far graver." In an instant, the air was filled with cries of despair. Chapter 16. Inflicting punishment on Yu Fei in the basement of Villa 2, Mo Lingfeng gazed at Yu Fei, firmly bound upon the floor, and remarked, "Congratulations, today you have the misfortune of encountering me." Yu Fei in tears pleaded, Master Mo, I realize my mistakes. Please grant me another chance. I do not wish to face the demon extermination judgment." You are not even worthy of such a judgment," Mo Lingfeng replied. Crouching down to continue, "Aren't you quite formidable? ISN to your boss Zhou Tong? Don't you even spare children a few years of age?" As he spoke, Mo Lingfeng picked up a nearby pair of iron pliers, a cold smile creeping across his face as he regarded Yu Fei. At that moment, Yu Fei, overwhelmed with terror, had wet his pants, writhing frantically on the ground. "Let me go, I beg you, let me go. I was wrong," he implored. Nearby, Bat and Lion stepped forward to restrain Yu Fei. Mo Lingfeng grasped Yu Fei's thumb, the pliers clamping down on the nail, stating, "This is for the little girl you assaulted." With a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, Mo Lingfeng slowly, meticulously, began to extract Yu Fei's nail, a brutality that even Bat and Lion averted their gazes from. Next, Mo Lingfeng clamped the pliers onto the second finger's nail, declaring, "This is the price you pay for oppressing the common people." As Yu Fei's prolonged cries filled the air once more, Mo Lingfeng continued his torturous task, methodically removing the second nail. Following this, he proceeded to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th nails, until all the nails on Yu Fei's right hand lay severed. Yu Fei, now drenched in beads of sweat cascading down his face, succumbed to unconsciousness, his hair matted with perspiration. "Bat, young master, wake him up," commanded Mo Lingfeng. Bat picked up a water jug and doused Yu Fei, who coughed twice and opened his eyes. No, Master Mo, spare me. I promise I shall never dare again. I will apologize to those people. I will compensate them. I will work like a beast for them. Please, Master Mo, spare my life. I truly realize my mistakes." Observing Yu Fei's complete breakdown, Mo Lingfeng said, "Here is your phone. Call Zhou Tong." Yu Fei nodded eagerly. I'll call. Lion took the phone, locating Zhou Tong's number, activating the speaker, and placing it before Yu Fei. "Hello, boss, it's Yu Fei," came a voice, but silence lingered. "Boss, it's Yu Fei." After a moment, Zhou Tong's voice emerged, cautious and measured. "Where are you? Weren't you captured by Mo Lingfeng?" As Yu Fei began to respond, Mo Lingfeng snatched the phone away. "Indeed, I am Mo Lingfeng." Zhou Tong, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Master Mo, dispose of him as you see fit. I do not know this Yu Fei." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Hearing Zhou Tong's words, Yu Fei erupted in fury. Cursing vehemently, "Zhou Tong, you ungrateful wretch. I have followed you for years, serving you faithfully, and you cast me aside. Zhou Tong, may you meet a wretched fate. Macao Lingfeng Shukulat. Is this what you call a leader? A beast is indeed a beast, quick to turn on you. Young Master Mo, I am willing to cooperate with you. Just tell me what to do, and I shall comply. I know all his venues and the distribution of his underlings. If young Master Mo agrees, I am prepared to lead you there." Mo Lingfeng rose, pacing a few steps before addressing Bat. Administer some drugs to him, then bring him to the hall to see me. With that, Mo Lingfeng exited the basement. Half an hour later, Yufei stood trembling before Mo Lingfeng. Yufei, this is your only opportunity. Perform well, redeem your sins, and I shall mitigate your punishment. If you attempt to be cunning, I will make your existence unbearable. Yufei hastily knelt. Young master, even with 1,000 lives, I would not dare. Bat, he commanded. Take him downstairs. Arrange for someone to record everything he knows. Understood. At that moment, Ran Meng entered. Young master, how did you return so swiftly? Young master, the demon hunters have become quite renowned in the desert sea. Coupled with our generous compensation, many rushed to enlist within half a day. I have sifted through 30 candidates. Some are returning frontier warriors. Others have studied combat sports and practiced taekwondo. In short, they all possess training. Excellent. These individuals will be incorporated into your ranks, codenamed Python Team. From now on, you will execute missions alongside Lion, Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf. As for my personal guard, Bat alone suffices. Yes, young master. I will ensure the personnel are trained promptly, aiming for about a week. Mo Lingfeng nodded and turned to Lion. Where did you acquire your equipment? Lion replied, the equipment was provided by Chairman Mo when we first arrived at the Mo family. Mo Lingfeng nodded again. Ran Meng, inquire with the group about the equipment. Ensure that it is properly allocated. I have noticed these items are of high quality. Understood, young master. Mo Lingfeng stood, stretching his neck. Let us see how Yufei performs. If all goes swiftly, we shall act tonight. If it drags on, we will dismantle one venue a day to see how long they can endure. Just as Mo Lingfeng finished speaking, his phone rang. It was Shi Ming calling. Big brother. Little beauty, why are you so cheerful? No classes today? Calling you surely brings joy. I want to tell you we have no classes this afternoon. Can you come find me? Find you? Is there something you need? I have something to give you. Ha ha ha. I happen to be free today. All right, I'll come see you this afternoon. Good. I knew Big Brother is the best to me. She giggled. With such sweet words today. Have you decided what delicious food you want? I'll take you out to eat when I arrive. Okay, I'll think it over. All right, ponder well. We shall meet this afternoon. After hanging up, Mo Lingfeng revealed a rare smile of delight. In an Eastern bathing establishment, Zhou Tong reclined upon the bed, while two men stood before him. I have provided you with Mo Lingfeng's photograph. Here is a deposit of 1 million. Upon the successful completion of the task, I shall remit the remaining sum to you both. Thank you, Brother Zhou. We shall undoubtedly execute the plan with utmost diligence. Rest assured. My men are already monitoring Mo Lingfeng. Should there be any developments, I will inform you. Remember, he is accompanied by bodyguards, so exercise extreme caution. If you lack certainty, do not act. Once the deed is accomplished, ensure you vanish without a trace. The farther, the better. Do not return unless absolutely necessary. Understood. You can count on us. Brother Zhou. With that, the two men grasped a nearby suitcase and exited the room. A sly smile crept across Zhou Tong's face and Mo Lingfeng. I wonder how much longer you can survive. Haha. Chapter 17. Mo Lingfeng shed tears in the afternoon, and Mo Lingfeng arrived at the school gate, where Shi Ming gazed at him with a sweet smile. Big brother, I've noticed you look particularly handsome today. Indeed, I see that your eyes seem normal today at last. How rude. Are you implying I wasn't normal before? Haha. Have you decided what you'd like to eat? I have, but it's a bit early now. Big brother, would you take me to see a movie? I can't remember the last time I visited a cinema. All right, I shall fulfill all of little Shi Ming's wishes today. 2 hours later, the pair emerged from the cinema. Big brother, thank you. I had such a wonderful time today. As long as you're happy, that's what matters. In the future, if there's anything you wish to do, let me know and I'll accompany you. Great. Let's go find something delicious to eat. They strolled along the road, chatting and laughing, indulging in tasty treats, and Mo Lingfeng purchased everything that Shi Ming enjoyed. In his heart, Mo Lingfeng felt immense joy. For reasons he could not articulate, he developed an inexplicable affection for the girl before him. Yet, he understood that this was not love. He merely wished for her to find happiness daily and to be blissful in her future. He felt like a protective older brother. Big brother, what are you thinking about? I was pondering whether, when Shi Ming eventually marries, she will still call me brother. Of course, I will call you that for a lifetime. Shenhao's big, watery eyes sparkled as they looked at Mo Lingfeng. Big brother, I forgot to mention I have something to give you. With that, Shenhao produced a talisman from her belongings and handed it to Mo Lingfeng. Big brother, I made this with my own hands. I hope it can protect you and ensure your safety for all eternity. Mo Lingfeng examined the talisman. One side embroidered with Lingfeng and the other with peace. Ha! Little Shenhao, you are so thoughtful. I truly like it and shall accept it. Shenhao beamed with joy, dancing around Mo Lingfeng. Big brother, I'll be in my 3rd year of high school next year, and then I'll prepare for university. I remember your words. I want to become someone useful to society. Mo Lingfeng looked at Shenhao and smiled happily. Shenhao, just focus on your studies. And don't worry about anything else. I will take care of your tuition, your mother's living expenses, and everything at home. Just concentrate on your learning. Shenhao halted, gazing at Mo Lingfeng, her eyes brimming with tears. Big brother, you're the kindest person in this world to me. I'm truly afraid this is all a dream. One day, I might wake up and realize that you're not here. Do you know, big brother, in my heart, I have come to regard you as my family. Apart from my mother, you're my only relative in this world. Mo Lingfeng gently patted Shenhao's head. Silly girl, as long as you cherish it, I will be your family, your brother. You know, I happen to have no sister. Ha ha ha, when I have time, I'll take you home to meet my parents and let them acknowledge you as their goddaughter. Tears streamed down Shenhao's face as she stepped forward and embraced Mo Lingfeng. Dear brother, thank you for restoring my hope once more. I am grateful for your 2 rescues from the clutches of despair and for the affection you have shown me. To be your sister in this lifetime fills me with contentment. Shenhao lifted her gaze to Mo Lingfeng, exclaiming, brother, being in your embrace brings me an overwhelming sense of security. I truly believe you are my heaven. Mo Lingfeng lowered his head to wipe away the tears from Shenhao's eyes, saying, silly girl, you are my sister. Remember that I am your heaven. While they conversed, a van came to a halt nearby, and 6 or 7 men armed with clubs disembarked. They shouted towards the 2 individuals ahead. Damn it, we've finally found you. Get over here. Upon noticing, the 2 individuals bolted, running towards Mo Lingfeng. Perhaps in their haste, one of the men stumbled over something and fell to the ground. Another man halted, turned back, and helped the fallen one up. The injured man, possibly having twisted his ankle, limped forward. Soon, the pursuers caught up, with one man declaring, at last, we've tracked you down. Now tell me, can you repay the money? The limping man replied, brother, we truly have no money at the moment. Could you possibly extend our deadline by a few days? The man responded by kicking him down, exclaiming, what nonsense! Extend your deadline? I'm nearly starving. You must repay me now, or you'll have to face my boss. Another man pleaded, brother, I beg you, we genuinely have no money. Just grant us 3 more days, can you? The leader snapped, you're all just asking for trouble. Take them away. With that, his companions proceeded to subdue the 2 men, preparing to bind them. Stop! Mo Lingfeng interjected, pulling Shenhao closer. The leader glared at Mo Lingfeng, stating, this is none of your business. I advise you not to meddle. He approached the 2 men, inquiring, what is going on here? The limping man explained, they're loan sharks. We borrowed money from them, but within a month, the debt has multiplied 5-fold, and we simply cannot repay it. Mo Lingfeng observed the 2 men and said, you may leave. The leader retorted, what? You're letting them go? Do you intend to pay their debt? Montauk Lingfeng clarified, I'm allowing them to leave, but I never said I would settle their debts. The leader grew visibly agitated. You little brat, are you toying with me? As he raised his club to strike Mo Lingfeng, Bat swiftly charged forward, delivering a kick that sent the leader flying. At that moment, the remaining members of the group surrounded the others. The 2 men behind Mo Lingfeng slowly rose, exchanging glances and nodding slightly, their hands reaching for their waistbands. Drawing guns aimed at Mo Lingfeng's back. Shenhao, turning just in time, saw the guns pointed at her brother and cried out, brother, watch out. In an instant, she half-turned, positioning her body protectively in front of Mo Lingfeng. With a resounding crack, 2 gunshots echoed through the air, and the bat swiftly darted to Mo Lingfeng's side. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger sailed forth, striking a man squarely in the forehead. "Protect the young master," Lion roared, as his team instantly formed a protective circle around Mo Lingfeng. Another man, upon witnessing his companion fall to the ground, turned to flee, but the bat pursued him with remarkable agility. Mo Lingfeng knelt beside the fallen Shenhao, gently cradling her in his arms. "Shenhao, my sister, speak to me. Don't frighten me, just say something." Blood trickled from Shenhao's lips as she slowly opened her eyes. "Brother, do not be sorrowful. Perhaps this is my fate. I can no longer call you big brother, nor can I bask in your affection. Do you know, from the moment I met you until now, those have been the happiest days of my brief life. You must promise me to stay safe. You must find a sister-in-law for me and bless me with many nephews and nieces. I will watch over you from above, bestowing my blessings and protection upon you. Brother, promise me you will remain safe. Promise me." Tears streamed down Mo Lingfeng's face as he nodded fervently, gazing at Shenhao, whose eyes had now closed. He looked to the heavens and let out a heart-wrenching cry. Chapter 18. The coming storm. Mo Lingfeng suddenly rose to his feet. Grasping Lion's hand, he implored, "Quick, save her. Someone must save her." Releasing Lion's grip, he rushed to a nearby subordinate, seizing his hand. "Save her, please, save her." Mo Lingfeng spun frantically in place, shouting to the heavens, "I am her savior. I am her savior. Who can rescue her? Save her." He knelt down, gazing at Shenhao, whispering softly, "If I cannot protect you, then I am not your savior. I am unworthy." As he spoke, he lifted Shenhao into his arms and staggered toward the vehicle, when suddenly darkness enveloped him and he collapsed. In the private courtyard of the daily, he inquired, "Zhou Tong, why have you not reported back? Is there an unforeseen complication?" Zhou Tong replied, "It should be fine. The plan was meticulously orchestrated. I enlisted a few peripheral subordinates to stage a diversion. Otherwise, we could not have drawn away Mo Lingfeng's bodyguards." The others nodded in agreement. The daily lit a cigarette, murmuring, "Let us hope we can finally eliminate Mo Lingfeng. Then we shall rest easy." Li Zhe interjected, "It should be sufficient. Zhou Tong is always prudent in his dealings." As they conversed, Zhou Tong's phone rang, and an urgent voice emerged. "Boss, it failed. 2 assassins. One is dead on the spot, and the other has been pursued and perished after biting down on a poison capsule." Zhou Tong abruptly stood up. "What? Failed? How is that possible? The plan was so thorough, yet he remains alive." "Indeed, boss. A girl took the bullet for Mo Lingfeng. She has died, and Mo Lingfeng has also fainted. What are the others involved?" In the chaos, they all escaped. Zhou Tong ended the call, slowly lowering the phone. "Boss, we have failed." The daily rose, his expression grave, instructing, "You must return at once and prepare for both contingencies. Fight or flee. We should anticipate Mo Lingfeng's swift retaliation." The 3 men rose and departed hastily. At the Wanjiang villa, Mo Lingfeng lay in bed, still unconscious, with a private doctor vigilantly watching over him. Bat asked, "Dr. Su, how is my young master?" "Doctor," Su replied, "there are no significant injuries, merely excessive grief and emotional strain. I've prescribed medication. After a few doses and some rest, he will recover." Mo Lingfeng dreamt, and in his dream, he saw Li Wei, smiling and waving at him. He approached Li Wei, who suddenly began to bleed from his eyes, nose, and mouth, retreating slowly while uttering, "Mo Lingfeng, my father died unjustly, and so did I. Do you understand? I see many evildoers still living recklessly. I cannot accept this. I cannot rest in peace." With that, Li Wei transformed into a wisp of white smoke. Mo Lingfeng hurried toward him, calling out loudly, "Li Wei." At that moment, another figure emerged behind him. It was Shenhao. She turned to Mo Lingfeng and said, "Brother, you must avenge me. You must eliminate all the wicked ones. I believe in you." After speaking, Shenhao smiled at Mo Lingfeng, her smile radiant like blooming flowers. Mo Lingfeng hurriedly ran towards her, attempting to grasp her hand. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not hold on. Just then, Li Wei appeared once more beside Shenhao, followed by an unfamiliar man and then a little girl. In an instant, countless figures materialized behind Shenhao, their faces stained with blood and their eyes weeping crimson. They all gazed at Mo Lingfeng and said, "Young Master Mo, you are a good person. We are all victims of those vile individuals. You must avenge us. Eradicate all the wrongdoers." As they finished speaking, they transformed into wisps of white smoke and vanished. Mo Lingfeng frantically searched, calling out, "Shermeng, Shermeng, don't go." Shermeng, Bat, who had been nearby, heard Mo Lingfeng's cries and gently nudged him. "Young master, young master." Mo Lingfeng slowly opened his eyes. "Young master, you have finally awakened. You have been unconscious for a day and a night." Mo Lingfeng stared at the ceiling, murmuring to himself, "I promise you, I promise you." The following day, Bat, Ranmang, Lion, Leopard, and Wolf were gathered in the hall, discussing Zhou Tong when Mo Lingfeng descended from the second floor. Upon seeing him, they quickly rose, their faces lighting up with joy, for they beheld that fierce and resolute expression once more adorning Mo Lingfeng's countenance. "Young master," Mo Lingfeng gestured for them to sit. Bat presented several papers to him. "Young master, both assassins are dead, and amidst the chaos, several small-time thugs also fled." Ranmang remarked, "There's no need to investigate. It's evident who our adversary is. They dare not come openly, but choose to strike in the shadows." Mo Lingfeng remained silent, intently examining the documents Bat had handed him. "Was this information provided by you, Fei?" "Yes, young master. The Wolf team has also conducted an investigation, and our findings corroborated." "When will the Tiger team return?" Bat replied, "I just spoke with them. Zhang Wen and Shui Zhe passed away, and they're on the way back." Mo Lingfeng nodded and turned his gaze to Ranmang. "Ranmang, when can your team be ready?" "Young master, many of my men are returning from the border, and their adaptability has exceeded my expectations. They are ready to regroup now, and the equipment has already arrived." Mo Lingfeng ran his fingers through his hair and addressed everyone. "Tonight, we will eliminate Zhou Tong." In unison, they responded, "Eliminate Zhou Tong." Bat rose and whistled towards the door, where more than 10 individuals struggled to carry 2 wooden crates inside. "Young master, the master is concerned for your safety and sent these early this morning. He instructed me to inform you that for those who disregard the rules, there is no need to adhere to them." After speaking, Bat approached the crates and opened them. To his astonishment, both were filled with handguns and ammunition. Mo Lingfeng chuckled softly, exclaiming, "Ah, my father indeed cares for me. It is true that for those who disregard the rules, we need not adhere to them ourselves." He lowered his gaze and picked up a handgun, examining it thoughtfully in his hands. "Bat, I shall keep this firearm. The rest, you may distribute among yourselves. However, I must caution you. While a few of you may be armed and carry your weapons, all members' firearms must remain under your unified custody. They should only be used in dire circumstances. I am acutely aware that my father is concerned for my safety, and I believe he is also incensed by their actions. Nonetheless, I understand that such weapons are prohibited for use by our superiors. We may use them for self-preservation, but they must never become instruments of murder. Do you all comprehend?" Young master understood. With that, they began to distribute the firearms and ammunition. Although Mo Lingfeng did not directly mention Shermeng, it was evident to all that a far greater storm of bloodshed was imminent. Chapter 19, surrounded adjacent to the Eastern Bathhouse, stands the 5-story Eastern Supreme, KTV, which serves as Zhou Tong's office. Inside the office, a dozen underlings are assembled before him. "Boss, the sign is up at the entrance. We VE temporarily ceased operations." "Boss, all 30 of our venue's underlings have gathered here, while a few peripheral personnel remain to oversee the others." "Boss, many individuals are unreachable. Their phones are switched off, likely out of fear of fleeing." Zhou Tong, inhaling his cigarette, wore a serious expression as he replied, "Make a note of those who have fled. Sooner or later, I will settle the score with them. Damn it, I have treated them well over the years, and at this critical moment they abandoned me." "Boss, our manpower stands at approximately 200, which is more than half less than we anticipated." "Well, let's count what we have. Everyone is gathered here. I doubt Mo Lingfeng will manage to break through. Rest assured, the higher-ups have already issued orders to avoid large-scale conflicts. I believe even Mo Lingfeng wouldn't be foolish enough to confront them directly." "Boss, have no worries. My brothers will fight to the death to prevent Mo Lingfeng from breaching our defenses. Zhou Tong nodded. Remember, during critical times, don't overthink. If we cannot hold the door, we fight fiercely. As he spoke, he glanced at the nearby sofa, rising to approach it. Move the sofa, he instructed. Several individuals stepped forward and shifted the sofa aside, revealing a concealed door less than a meter high. Zhou Tong unlocked the hidden door with key, unveiling a collection of a dozen sawed-off shotguns. He retrieved one and turned to the group. This is all we have. Each of you take one. It should suffice. The group advanced, each taking a shotgun. In a moment, I will distribute ammunition. I reiterate, if we cannot hold the front door, use these without hesitation. Under no circumstances must we allow Mo Lingfeng to enter. In unison, they responded, understood, boss. At that moment, Zhou Tong's phone rang. It was a call from De Dao. After answering, he remained silent, listening intently to De Dao Li's words. Soon the call ended, and a faint smile appeared on Zhou Tong's face. At 10 p.m., several vehicles departed from the Wenjiang villa. Bat, at the wheel, inquired of the rear seat occupant. Mo Lingfeng, young master, shall we proceed according to the route on the blueprint? Indeed, young master. According to the blueprint, the last venue is Zhou Tong's stronghold. Why not strike directly at his lair? He is undoubtedly guarding his stronghold now. No rush. I intend to annihilate all of his 32 other venues first, and then we will strike his stronghold. Do not forget, the higher-ups prohibit large-scale conflicts. Even if unforeseen circumstances arise, if we cannot capture his stronghold today, I will sever his other sources of income, causing him significant pain. Young master, brilliant. Soon, the vehicles halted outside a large nightclub, where booming music reverberated so powerfully that it could be heard from the street. Bat, clear the area, and remember, do not harm the innocent. The bat nodded and picked up the walkie-talkie. Lion team, tiger team, leopard team, wolf team, clear the area. Python team, be prepared for backup. Everyone be cautious. Avoid harming innocents. The lion team acknowledged. The tiger team acknowledged. The car door swung open, and over 100 armed demon-hunting personnel swiftly rushed towards the nightclub. Soon, numerous young men and women fled from within, scattering in all directions, some whispering, "What is happening? The guard is here. It looks like this place is being shut down." Indeed, the presence of the guards indicated that it was no trivial matter. Perhaps the owner had offended someone. Inside the vehicle, the bat's walkie-talkie crackled to life with the lion's voice. "Bat, the area is cleared. There are only a few peripheral security personnel inside. No other individuals were found." The bat replied, "Then let us smash it. The more ruthless, the better." 20 minutes later, several teams emerged, some members still wiping the sweat from their brows, clearly indicating that demolishing the venue was quite laborious. After another 10 minutes, the vehicle halted in front of a foot massage parlor, and similarly, after 20 minutes, several teams exited. Thus, when Mo Lingfeng arrived at the Oriental Supreme KTV, it was nearly 4 in the morning. The streets were nearly deserted, save for the occasional passing vehicle. Mo Lingfeng stepped out of the car, followed closely by the bat and a regimented line of demon hunters. As he gazed at the entrance of the Oriental Supreme, the hall's lights suddenly illuminated and the doors swung open, revealing a throng of individuals wielding machetes and clubs. Led by Zhou Tong, Mo Lingfeng took a few steps forward, cheerfully remarking, "It seems you've been waiting for me for quite some time." Zhou Tong grinned in response. "Young Master Mo, you've worked hard tonight." "Indeed, I've been waiting for you for 6 hours. Not hard at all. I find it rather insufficient. It would be better if there were more to smash." "Ha ha ha. Young Master Mo, if you wish, give me a few days, and I'll renovate it for you to smash again. What do you say?" "Ha ha. I fear you may not have the chance to renovate." "Young Master Mo, must we truly be at odds? Must you force us to a dead end? You chose this path yourselves. When you embarked upon it, you should have known it was a dead end and that this day would inevitably come. Young Master Mo, can we not coexist peacefully? Or you could propose conditions. Any conditions will do." "Very well. I shall allow you to accept the judgment of the demon hunters. Will you comply? It appears we are at an impasse. However, do you truly have the confidence to subdue me? Ha, let us see." With that, Mo Lingfeng waved his hand, and the lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf teams charged forward. Just then, A convoy of over 10 vehicles sped around the corner opposite the Oriental Supreme, halting behind Mo Lingfeng. The doors swung open, and a swarm of people poured out, led by Li Zhe. As Li Zhe walked, he remarked, "Brother Zhou Tong, I, Li Zhe, have come to assist you. Since young Master Mo has left us no avenue for escape, we shall have to fight to the bitter end." As he spoke, several vehicles came to a halt on the western side of the Eastern Supreme, and a multitude of individuals swiftly disembarked, led by Li Yi, who made his way towards Mo Lingfeng. Simultaneously, a few vehicles approached from the eastern side of the Eastern Supreme, bringing with them a group of people, at the forefront of whom was the formidable Dao Li. Mo Lingfeng surveyed his surroundings with a smile, remarking, "It appears you are quite well prepared. I find myself surrounded." Chapter 20. Breaking the stalemate. Zhou Tong, the Eastern sovereign, descended the steps with his entourage. On the eastern flank, the formidable Dao Li approached, accompanied by Li Zhe from the north and Li Yi from the west, all slowly advancing towards Mo Lingfeng. The densely packed crowd, numbering at least 800, bore an intimidating presence. Some brandished machetes, their blades scraping against the pavement, producing a jarring cacophony in the stillness of the early morning. Each member of the Demon Slayer group maintained a steely gaze, vigilant of their surroundings, clearly prepared for a fierce confrontation. Surrounding Mo Lingfeng were the bat, Ranmang, and the fierce beasts, lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf, each poised protectively, their firearms secured in their holsters. Mo Lingfeng wore a resolute smile, pulling the bat behind him as he stepped to the forefront. The bat murmured, "Young master, exercise caution. Should conflict erupt, we shall fight to ensure your safe passage." Mo Lingfeng smiled, but remained silent, facing Dao Li directly. When Dao Li, Zhou Tong, Li Zhe, and Li Yi were within 5 or 6 meters of Mo Lingfeng, they all halted simultaneously. Mo Lingfeng regarded Dao Li with a grin, remarking, "If memory serves, Zhang Wen and Cui Zhu once stood in a similar formation. Dao Li, do you believe you can intimidate me, or do I dare to engage with you all?" Dao Li, renowned as the emperor of the Underworld in Mahai, exhibited undeniable resolve as he strode towards Mo Lingfeng, standing face to face. "Young Master Mo, you truly possess a sense of humor. Do you not see that we are merely acting in self-defense? Had we arrived a moment later, my brother Zhou Tong might have already succumbed to your influence. I must admit, I greatly admire your courage. You are certainly unafraid, but do not forget that this is the bustling district of Mahai. A large-scale conflict? Ha ha! Have you truly considered the consequences?" Mo Lingfeng fixed his gaze upon Dao Li and burst into laughter, prompting Dao Li to join in. Mo Lingfeng then gave Dao Li a thumbs up. "Dao Li, your scheming is commendable. Do you think this will leave me powerless?" Dao Li responded, "Young Master Mo, must we escalate this situation? If you desire to become the kingpin of this city, I, Dao Li, can step aside. We can coexist peacefully or even unite. After all, what is our purpose in this endeavor if not for profit? Should it come to that, we could divide Mahai and we can negotiate terms. There's truly no need for this conflict to persist. It benefits neither side, and those above will not permit such prolonged discord." Mo Lingfeng chose to disregard Dao Li's words and turned to the bat, commanding, "Withdraw." As he attempted to lead his group away, their path was obstructed by Li Zhe, who held a machete in one hand and placed the other on his hip, glaring at Mo Lingfeng with an unmistakable attitude that passage was contingent upon his superioress approval. Mo Lingfeng did not indulge Li Zhe either. He raised his voice and addressed the demon-slaying crew, stating, "I will count to 3. If you clear the way, we shall pass. If you do not, I shall not hesitate to strike." Without a moment's hesitation, he began his count. 1, 2. As his words echoed, the entire demon-slaying crew swiftly prepared for combat. Just as Mo Lingfeng was about to utter the number 3, a voice came from beside him, belonging to Dao Li. "Li Zhe, clear the path for young Master Mo." Li Zhe, wearing an expression of reluctance, stepped aside with his companions. Mo Lingfeng said nothing further, and he and the demon-slaying crew boarded their vehicle and departed. Li Zhe, still unwilling to accept the situation, approached Dao Li. "Brother, why let Mo Lingfeng go when we had such a perfect opportunity? With so many of us, couldn't we have detained him? Dao Dali shot a fierce glare at Li Zhe. What do you know? Do you truly believe Mo Lingfeng fears us? Let us not forget that Zhang Wan and Cui Zhou once surrounded him with hundreds of men. Did he falter then? Today, even if we are willing to fight, do we have any assurance of capturing Mo Lingfeng? Remember, the higher-ups do not permit large-scale conflicts, especially in a bustling area like this. If a fight ensues today, I cannot say what will happen to Mo Lingfeng, but we certainly will not escape unscathed. The higher-ups will not spare us. Defying them is tantamount to seeking death. From Mo Lingfeng's gaze, I can tell that he does not fear us, but rather the higher-ups. They have undoubtedly warned him. Otherwise, I am certain he would have engaged us in battle. Regardless, we have achieved our objective today. We four formed a triangle. One side attacked while the other three supported. With such a large-scale operation, I believe Mo Lingfeng would not dare confront the higher-ups head-on. As long as we maintain this pressure over time, we can gradually initiate negotiations with Mo Lingfeng, and this situation will resolve itself. The three men nodded in agreement with Daodali's analysis. Upon returning to the Wenjiang villa, Mo Lingfeng sat in the hall as dawn broke outside. Having gone a night without sleep, his eyes were bloodshot. Bat, standing nearby, poured a glass of water for Mo Lingfeng, while Ranmang, Shihu, Baolao, and Lang all observed Mo Lingfeng's troubled demeanor, silently sitting beside him. Finally, Ranmang broke the silence and asked, "Young master, why did we not confront them earlier? I believe we still had a chance to fight." Montauk Lingfeng, with his red-rimmed eyes, turned to Ranmang. "Do you understand? A person is most reckless when they feel cornered. When we clashed with Zhang Wan and Cui Zhou, they were unaware of our true strength, believing that one battle could annihilate us. Yet the reality is we triumphed. If we had engaged in battle just now, do you think they would not learn from Zhang Wan and Cui Zhou's failures? This is their last stand, a fight for survival. They would cast aside all considerations. I dare say they would not hesitate to draw their weapons. We are confronting Zhou Tong, and I perceive no issue with that. However, in the event of being surrounded as we were earlier, the potential for significant losses is undeniable, which I cannot accept. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that my father has already been cautioned by those above. Large-scale conflicts are absolutely intolerable, especially in a bustling urban area. This is something that cannot be overlooked. This is also where Dao Dali demonstrates his astuteness. The four of them form a formidable alliance, ready to support one another swiftly should any one of them encounter trouble. They anticipated that I would be reluctant to engage in battle given the magnitude of the crowd. The bat remarked, "Young master, if this is the case, how shall we resolve this situation?" Mo Lingfeng tugged at his hair in frustration and replied, "You all should take a rest. Allow me some time to contemplate." Chapter 21. How will you escape today? Mo Lingfeng returned to his chamber, having remained secluded for 2 full days. The Daolai, Li Zhe, Li Yi, and Zhou Tong all retreated to their respective sanctuaries, pleased by Mo Lingfeng's silence. They praised the Daolai's strategy, believing that if this standoff continued, Mo Lingfeng might ultimately relinquish his pursuit. Zhou Tong's establishment, which had been wrecked, remained closed with no signs of renovation. He recognized that even if repairs were made, Mo Lingfeng would likely destroy it anew. The members of the Demon Slayer engaged in their daily vigilance and intensified training, acutely aware that Mo Lingfeng would not yield easily. They were steadfast in their belief that he would soon devise a means to break the impasse. The most elated were the common folk across various districts. The streets were devoid of nefarious individuals. Vendors and merchants no longer faced harassment or extortion, and the oppressive shadows seemed to dissipate. Those with ties to the underworld had ceased their brazen arrogance and adopted a more humble demeanor. Conversations about the Demon Slayer flourished, with discussions surrounding its origins, strength, and motives for waging war against the underworld. Some even exaggerated, portraying the organization as a savior, resulting in a myriad of interpretations and accolades. Bold merchants hung banners proclaiming that Demon Slayer personnel would receive a 90 discount upon entering their stores, while some restaurants announced free meals for members of the organization. In a short span, the Demon Slayer became a household name in Mahai. 2 days later, and Mo Lingfeng emerged from his quarters and entered the hall, his expression resolute yet tinged with fatigue. Ba Zanmang. And sure, Hu Baolang hastened to the hall upon learning of his return. And Mo Lingfeng regarded them with a faint smile, stating, I took 2 days to rest and gather my thoughts. I apologize for causing you concern. Bat responded, the brothers have been training diligently these past days, confident that you will find a way to resolve the situation. Mo Lingfeng nodded with unwavering confidence. I will now outline our plan to eliminate Zhou Tong tonight. After sharing his strategy, he gathered the group around him, meticulously detailing the operational blueprint. In the afternoon, 2 moving vans arrived at the Wenjiang villa, their doors swinging open as several workers in uniforms busily transported furniture and appliances from the vehicles into the villa. Over an hour later, the cargo was entirely unloaded, and dozens of figures leapt into the vans. Sure and Hu, donned in the moving company-esque attire, closed the doors and drove away from the Wenjiang villa. As dusk fell, the Leopard Squad departed from the villa, heading towards the headquarters of the Xiaotian group. At 11 p.m., Mo Lingfeng, accompanied by Bat and the Wolf Squad, visited a reputable foot massage center, indulging in a relaxing treatment. Meanwhile, in the office of Dongfang Jizuan, Zhou Tong reclined on the sofa, engaged in a phone conversation with the Dalai. My dear brother, Mo Lingfeng is currently indulging in a foot massage, living quite the luxurious life, while we are left to suffer. Ha ha ha, Zhou Tong. Even Mo Lingfeng, a seemingly normal individual, will eventually reach his breaking point. We must endure, for this situation shall not persist indefinitely. I find myself perplexed. Is it possible that Mo Lingfeng is indeed unhinged? A young master, a dandy, a spendthrift? Yet he chooses to oppose us. It's utterly incomprehensible. I have conducted an investigation into this matter. It all began with an individual named Li Wei, who was driven to his demise by the predatory loans of a man known as Sang Biao. Mo Lingfeng and Li Wei appear to have had a special connection, serving as the catalyst for the current predicament. Brother, is there no way to uncover the nature of their relationship? Unfortunately, no. Both Li Wei and his father have passed, leaving behind only a paralyzed mother. His wife has succumbed to madness and resides in a psychiatric facility. Neighbors were also questioned, but none possess any knowledge. Though our inquiries have yielded no results, there is a crucial point to consider. Li Wei's mother and wife may become pivotal in due time. However, now is not the moment to provoke Mo Lingfeng. Our aim is to pursue negotiations. Should we resort to leveraging Li Wei's mother and wife, we would find ourselves at a dead end. Understood, brother. I shall adhere to your directives. Indeed, by prolonging Mo Lingfeng's agitation, we may eventually find him amenable to discussions. This represents our best outcome, for we cannot compete with his stature. I observe that Mo Lingfeng has been relatively quiet these past few days. He may soon grow weary of this charade. Ha! Zhou Tong, we must remain vigilant. Now is not the time for complacency. Our 4 families have strategically positioned informants around Mo Lingfeng. Any movements he makes will be promptly communicated among us, allowing for mutual support. Nevertheless, this does not guarantee our safety. Caution remains paramount. You're correct, brother. Mo Lingfeng is currently enjoying himself, accompanied by merely a dozen individuals, while others have ventured to the Xiaotian group and have yet to return. The remainder are at the Wenjiang villa, so there should be no cause for concern. Very well. We shall proceed as planned. Should anything arise, we will communicate promptly. Zhou Tong lit a cigarette and then called one of his subordinates. Brother. Yes. Send your woman to my room. It has been days since I last indulged. Brother, this is, well, fine. In the private room of the foot massage center, Mo Lingfeng opened his eyes, glancing at the clock. It was already 1:30 a.m. He put on his shoes and swiftly exited the establishment, getting into his car. Bat, young master, inform Lion, Tiger, and Leopard to mobilize. At the back entrance of a Xiaotian group, several large container trucks emerged, heading towards the direction of the Oriental Supreme. At this moment, the doors of the Oriental Supreme were tightly secured, and the lights in the hall were extinguished. In a corner of the surveillance room on the first floor, 2 men sat, nodding off as they struggled to stay awake. At this moment, Two moving company vans came to a halt at the reception area of the Eastern Supreme entrance. The doors of both vehicles swung open, and the members of the Lion and Tiger teams swiftly leaped out. Bat turned back to a Mo Lingfeng and remarked, "Young master, the Lion and Tiger teams are ready and can act at any moment. The Leopard team has already departed and will arrive in a matter of minutes." Mo Lingfeng, seated in the back row, opened his slightly squinted eyes. "Let the Lion and Tiger teams proceed and inform the Python team to act immediately. We shall depart as well." Upon finishing his words, a hint of ruthlessness flickered at the corners of his mouth as he muttered to himself, "Zhou Tong, let's see how you intend to escape today." Chapter 22. Breaking the deadlock in the surveillance room of the Eastern Supreme. Two individuals were dozing off, completely oblivious to the unfolding chaos in the video where members of the Lion and Tiger teams were engaged. At the entrance, two members of the Lion team approached the glass door wielding iron rods, raising their weapons and striking the glass with force. With a series of sharp cracks, shards of glass scattered across the ground. Other members ignited their torches and hurled them through the shattered doors. Following closely behind, members of the Lion and Tiger teams, armed with glass bottles filled with gasoline, recklessly tossed them into the breach. In an instant, the Grand Hall of Eastern Supreme was engulfed in roaring flames. The Lion and Tiger members did not relent. They continued to bombard the interior with gasoline bottles, observing the inferno's rapid escalation. The Lion team leader signaled to the Tiger leader, and the two groups swiftly divided to the sides of the hall. Some persisted in shattering the remaining glass, tossing torches into the rooms, while the members trailing behind continued to launch gasoline bottles into the chaos. Before long, the entire first floor of Eastern Supreme, including the main hall and private rooms, was ablaze. Meanwhile, in Zhou Tong's office, he lay asleep, entwined with a subordinate's companion, perhaps due to earlier mischief or sheer exhaustion. Zhou Tong was in a deep slumber, oblivious to the commotion. A loud knocking echoed at the door, prompting Zhou Tong to grumble, "Who dares disturb my dreams?" A junior replied from outside, "Boss, it's bad. There's a fire on the first floor." Zhou Tong was instantly jolted awake. What? A fire on the first floor? After glancing at his phone, he noted the absence of any calls from his surveillance personnel, including Mo Lingfeng or Didalai, which somewhat reassured him. Perhaps it was merely an accidental fire. He quickly donned his clothes and opened the door, only to find the corridor on the 5th floor thick with smoke. He immediately interrogated the junior. "What happened? Why is there a fire?" The junior responded, "Boss, I don't know. I just heard the sound of breaking glass, and when I woke up, I found a fire had started." "What? The sound of breaking glass? We need to check this out." "Boss, the fire on the first floor is too fierce. We can't go down. We must think of something quickly, or we'll all perish." Zhou Tong rushed back into his room, flung open the window, and peered down. To his horror, he saw numerous individuals below, recklessly throwing gasoline bottles into the building. He staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground. At that moment, chaos erupted within the building, filled with frantic shouts as many juniors gathered at Zhou Tong's door. Realizing this was undoubtedly orchestrated by Mo Lingfeng, he set aside his concerns about the lack of communication from his surveillance team and instinctively sought help. The call was swiftly connected. "Boss, it's Zhou Tong. The entire building is on fire, and there are many people outside. I can't see clearly, but it's definitely Mo Lingfeng's crew. You must come quickly to save me." "Calm down. I will notify Li Zhe and Li Yi immediately," Zhou Tong said, hanging up the phone. He dashed back outside, only to find the corridor teeming with people. He called out loudly, "Everyone remain calm. Help will arrive shortly." A voice from the crowd responded, "Help? How can they help? The fire is too fierce. We can't escape. Even if they come, how will they save us? Indeed, the flames are overwhelming. It's only a matter of time before they engulf us." Cough, cough. The air was thick with the sound of coughing. The Oriental Supreme, being a KTV, had its rooms soundproofed with specialized materials. In the event of a fire, the acrid odor was far more intense than in a typical blaze. "We must call the fire department. If we don't, we might not get burned alive, but we will suffocate. With a fire this size, by the time the fire brigade arrives, it will likely be too late for us. The 4th floor is still manageable. If it comes to that, we can tie the bed sheets together and escape." "Are you joking? Look outside. The flames are leaping from the windows. How could we possibly climb down? The chaos ensued as everyone interjected in a frenzy. Mo Lingfeng stood before the blazing Oriental Supreme, pulling out his phone to call Zhou Tong. Cough, cough, who is it? Zhou Tong answered, struggling to breathe. It's Mo Lingfeng. It seems this predicament is indeed your doing. You still have a moment to contemplate your fate. If you wish to live, call me. Do not harbor illusions that they can save you. Even if they arrive, the inferno is insurmountable. With that, Mo Lingfeng ended the call. Beside him stood Shi, Hu, and the formidable Ran Mang. Ran Mang remarked, Young master, our men have encircled the entire building. With such a fire, they cannot escape. Even if they do, none shall survive. Mo Lingfeng surveyed the scene before him, nodding slightly. Zhou Tong, I wonder how much longer you can endure. On a wide, dual-lane thoroughfare, a convoy of vehicles sped along. Inside one of them, Li Zhe urged the driver, hurry. Disregard the traffic signals, just push through. After passing 3 intersections, the convoy came to a halt as a large container truck blocked the road. The driver exited to investigate. Discovering the container truck was empty, Li Zhe instructed the driver to turn around and alter their route. At that moment, another container truck approached from behind at high speed, barreling toward Li Zhe's convoy. The impact sent Li Zhe's vehicle skidding several meters before it finally came to a stop. Dazed and bleeding from his forehead, he managed to kick open the car door and crawled out, rolling into the roadside greenery. He retrieved his phone and called to Daolai. Brother, I've been ambushed. Be wary of an attack. Li Zhe, what's wrong? Where are you? The Daolai inquired urgently. I'm at the intersection of Xingyu Road. Inform Li Yi to be cautious. Understood. Wait for me. The Daolai instructed his driver. Change the route immediately. We are no longer heading to the Oriental Supreme, but to Xingyu Road. He then called Li Zhe again, directing Li Yi to converge on Xingyu Road as well. Not far ahead, at a concealed intersection, Leopard and a member of his team sat inside a container truck when his phone rang. Captain, the Daolai's convoy has halted and abruptly altered its course, heading northwest. Ha. It seems he has received a call. Should I continue to track them? No, remain on standby. At that moment, another team member's phone also rang. Captain, Li's convoy has suddenly changed direction, now heading northeast. Understood, remain on standby. Meanwhile, in the east, the flames had engulfed the 3rd floor, and the thick, billowing smoke made Zhou Tong feel as though he were on the brink of suffocation. He took out his phone, contemplating calling Daolai once more, only to discover that Daolai had already sent him a message. Zhou Tong, Li Zhe has encountered an ambush by Mo Lingfeng. Li Yi and I are en route to rescue him and cannot assist you immediately. You must hold on. Upon reading the message, Zhou Tong sat down on the ground in a daze. Chapter 23. Grant him a swift, and Li Zhe lay in the greenbelt, struggling to peer through the gaps in the foliage to observe the scene on the road. Chaos reigned. Bodies lay strewn about, and the convoy was utterly shattered. The only solace he found was the absence of the demon slayers. Approximately 20 minutes later, Daoli and Li Yi arrived, and it was with great effort that Li Zhe crawled out from the greenery. Daoli surveyed the grim scene, taking in the injured scattered on the ground and within the vehicles, shaking his head in resignation. This Mo Lingfeng has truly lost his mind. Li, supporting Li Zhe, inquired, brother, what about Zhou Tong? Daoli shrugged, what can we do? We certainly cannot get through. Mo Lingfeng has laid a trap to thwart our efforts to rescue Zhou Tong. Had it not been for Li Zhe's timely call, I dare say we would have fallen victim to the ambush ourselves. As for Zhou Tong, his fate rests in his own hands. Let us escort Li Zhe and the others for immediate medical attention. Then we shall deliberate on our course of action. I suspect Mo Lingfeng will soon target one of us. With that, they swiftly tended to the wounded and drove towards Daoli's private estate. In the East Supreme, Zhou Tong pressed a damp towel against his mouth, yet his coughs echoed loudly. The moment he received Daoli's message, he knew his day was doomed. He had contemplated that if he fell into Mo Lingfeng's grasp, death would be inevitable. Thus, he preferred to perish in flames rather than endure Mo Lingfeng's torment. However, Zhou Tong still harbored a flicker of hope, believing that Daoli would not abandon him. If he were to die now, all chances would vanish. But if he clung to life, there remained a glimmer of hope for salvation. He approached the window once more, gazing downwards to see fierce flames licking from the windows below. Some of his subordinates, unable to withstand the heat, had opened windows in other rooms and leaped out. He knew such an act would likely lead to severe injury or death, especially with the demon slayers surrounding the area. Even if he managed to escape unscathed, evading them was impossible. He picked up the phone and dialed Mo Lingfeng. "Young Master Mo," he said. "Ha. Have you made up your mind?" "I have. I surrender. I will jump in 2 minutes." Before Zhou Tong could utter another word, Mo Lingfeng abruptly terminated the call. Shortly thereafter, an enormous, inflatable cushion was hoisted beneath Zhou Tong's window by members of the Python group. Ignoring his reservations, Zhou Tong climbed onto the window ledge, closed his eyes, and leaped, landing safely on the cushion. Several members of the Python group quickly subdued him and bound his hands. Mo Lingfeng stood by a vehicle, observing Zhou Tong's arrival, a smile gracing his lips. "I never anticipated we would meet again so soon." Zhou Tong, dejected, glanced at Mo Lingfeng and retorted, "You lunatic, do you realize you are insane? There are over 200 lives in that building, you madman, in your eyes, accompanying you in your nefarious deeds, harming the common folk. Is simply a matter of human lives. Those whose lives you have destroyed, those who have lost their families, their lives do not count as human lives, do they?" Mo Lingfeng, the higher-ups have repeatedly cautioned against large-scale conflicts. Are you truly unafraid? Yes, I am indeed fearful, yet the news that will emerge from Mo Hai tomorrow, regarding the accidental fire at the Eastern Sovereign, bears no relevance to me. Have I engaged in conflict with you? It seems I was the one who saved you. Does it not? Ha. Zhou Tong begrudgingly nodded, acknowledging your cunning. After uttering those words, the members of the Python group escorted Zhou Tong into the vehicle. The following morning, as Mo Lingfeng had predicted, the entire Mo Hai was abuzz with reports from major newspapers and discussions in every street corner about the accidental fire at the Eastern Sovereign, which resulted in the tragic loss of hundreds of lives, with the person responsible, Zhou Tong, mysteriously missing. In an instant, the citizens of the Lingshui district rejoiced in secret. Some merchants celebrated at home with drinks, toasting to the demise of this long-standing menace that had plagued their region for over a decade, finally receiving the retribution they deserved. In truth, many speculated whether this was the work of the demon slayer. There were even rumors suggesting that one day, Zhou Tong would face judgment, regardless of its veracity. It was evident the populace anticipated the demon slayer's reckoning of Zhou Tong, yearning for the common people's judgment upon him. In the Wenjiang villa, Mo Lingfeng sat before the surveillance monitor, observing the situation in the number 1 underground chamber. Sun Liang lay lifeless on the ground, his body beginning to decompose, while the body of Sang Biao had long since lost its vitality, with only 2 white bones remaining of his legs. At that moment, Scorpion stood before the corpse of Sang Biao, wielding a steel nail, methodically scraping at Sang Biao's right arm. Due to the advanced state of decay, the flesh that was scraped off fell haphazardly to the ground, and Scorpion continued this grim task for several minutes before crouching down to collect the remnants. Shoving them into his mouth, Mo Lingfeng watched intently as Bat, standing nearby, turned to flee the monitoring room, only to retch violently, emptying his stomach onto the floor. After Bat exited the monitoring room, Ran Mang and the others observed Bat's distressed expression and hurriedly inquired, "Bat, what has happened to you?" Bat waved his hand dismissively and replied, "The young master is inside. He wishes you to observe something. Remember, do not speak, just watch quietly." The 5 nodded and entered the monitoring room, while Mo Lingfeng remained fixated on the screen. Having finished consuming the scraps of flesh, Scorpion collapsed onto the ground, erupting into maniacal laughter, rolling about in his delirium. Suddenly, he sat up, his gaze menacing as he fixated on the lifeless Sun Liang sprawled on the floor. He lunged forward with ferocity. Perhaps due to Sun Liang's earlier demise and significant decay, Scorpion savagely twisted off Sun Liang's head, cradling the severed head in his hands. He sank his teeth into Sun Liang's face, followed by another bite on his lips, a third into his ear, and continued to bite down with relentless fervor. In a swift turn of events, Sun Liang's head was mercilessly gnawed upon by the Scorpion, leaving only his skull intact. With a frenzied determination, He drove a steel nail into the back of Sun Liang's head, then raised the severed head to his lips, greedily consuming the brain fluid within. Ran Mang remained rooted in place, only to turn around and unleash a violent retch, splattering the nearby wolf with the contents of his stomach. The tiger and leopard, unable to contain their revulsion, clamped their hands over their mouths and fled, only to succumb to their nausea before even reaching the threshold of the room. The wolf, collapsing to the ground, heaved violently. The lion's reaction was even more extreme. Tilting his head back, he expelled his stomach's contents like a fountain, coating the entire wall in a grotesque display. Observing the scene, Mo Lingfeng remarked, "Surely, it was the bat that lured you in here, ha ha ha." With that, he rose from his seat and exited the monitoring room, addressing the bat. "Go on, grant that scorpion a swift end." Chapter 24. The Five Assault the Bat and Mo Lingfeng arrived at the underground chamber number 3, where Zhou Tong was bound by iron chains, lying helplessly on the ground. Mo Lingfeng gazed at Zhou Tong and inquired, "Who dispatched those 2 assassins?" Without hesitation, Zhou Tong replied, "It was I, but alas, I failed to eliminate you." Mo Lingfeng took a couple of steps closer, leaning down to scrutinize Zhou Tong. "I possess a myriad of methods to make your existence a living nightmare. Do not harbor any illusions that Dideo and the others will come to your rescue. I assure you, once you enter my Wenjiang villa, no one can save you. Yet, I do hope they attempt to rescue you. It would save me the trouble of seeking them out. Do you understand? My desire to tear you apart is overwhelming, but that would be too merciful for you. I would rather you perform some good deed. Otherwise, I would find it hard to allow you to perish. Ha ha ha. Ultimately, it will be the people's judgment. Those whom you have tormented will be the ones to judge you." Zhou Tong looked at Mo Lingfeng with terror. "What do you intend to do to me?" "Ha ha. You will find out soon enough," Mo Lingfeng replied, just as a doctor clad in a white coat entered. He approached Zhou Tong, extracting a blood sample under the oppressive gaze of the bat, then exited the room. Zhou Tong strucklit, Montag Lingfeng. "What do you truly want from me?" Ignoring Zhou Tong's pleas, Mo Lingfeng rose and departed the underground chamber. He addressed the bat behind him. "Prepare an iron bed and secure him to it. Then, sever his tongue to prevent any attempts at suicide. Once his blood type is determined, contact major hospitals across the nation to offer his organs free of charge. As long as he remains alive, that is all that matters." The bat, still reeling from the earlier video, felt nauseated upon hearing Mo Lingfeng's orders. He covered his mouth and retched a couple of times, but only bile emerged, indicating he had already emptied his stomach. "Young master, I can manage many tasks, but please, let someone else handle the tongue cutting. I feel I might vomit again." Mo Lingfeng chuckled, patting the bat's shoulder. "Just oversee the arrangements." "Understood, young master." The bat proceeded to the hall, where Ran Mang, lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf sat on the sofa, their faces pale. The bat addressed them. "The young master has commanded you to descend to the underground chamber and cut off Zhou Tong's tongue." The 5 men lifted their heads in unison, glaring at the bat, and sprang to their feet, lunging at him. "You damn bat, I'll beat you to death. You treacherous bat, you made me vomit all over the wall. Enough talk. Let's all beat him. You deceived us, brothers. Let us give him a taste of his own medicine." The bat curled into a ball on the ground. "Whoa. Are you really going to hit me? Ouch, that hurts. I swear, I'll fight back." "You dare fight back? Beat him to a pulp." All right. I want to retaliate. Em sorta. I'll go cut my own tongue off." "Ha ha ha. Now that is more like it. Let us see if you dare deceive us again." In the private courtyard of Dideo, the trio, Dideo, Yi, and Li Zhe, sat in silence, heads bowed, each taking a drag from their cigarettes. After a prolonged stillness, Dideo broke the silence. It was reported that Dongfang Jizuan had conducted a thorough investigation overnight, but the body of Zhou Tong had not been found. It seemed he had been captured by Mo Lingfeng. Li Yi extinguished his cigarette, and replied, "Many of those present at the scene were charred beyond recognition. How could they ascertain whether Zhou Tong was among them?" Li Shi chimed in. "These reports are nothing but nonsense. They claim it was a self-ignition. If you think about it logically, it doesn't hold water." Dideo shook his head helplessly. "Let's not dwell on it too much. Whether Zhou Tong is dead or alive, or has fallen in Mo Lingfeng's hands, we are powerless to change the situation. You two should not return. Abandon your enterprises for the time being. If you go back, I suspect Mo Lingfeng will come after you swiftly. Here, we have numbers on our side, and the perimeters are heavily guarded. Even if Mo Lingfeng comes looking, our factions can stand against him. Should it come to a dire end, I have contingencies in place to ensure our survival. Li Yi slammed his fist on the table in frustration. It's so damn infuriating. The empire we painstakingly built is crumbling before our eyes. At a time like this, you still think of the empire? Surviving is our priority. Mo Lingfeng has gone mad. We should keep our distance. I will speak with the higher-ups later to see if they can exert some pressure on the Mo family. That is our only option now. Li Yi and Li Zhe nodded in agreement, reigniting their cigarettes. As dusk fell, Bat, bruised and battered, stood before Mo Lingfeng. Young master, our informants have returned with news. Li Yi and Li Zhe, along with their subordinates, have all taken refuge in Dali's private courtyard. There are too many hidden sentinels surrounding the area for our personnel to approach. Additionally, Li Yi and Li Zhe have completely shut down their enterprises. They are no longer in operation. Mo Lingfeng set down his cup of water and leaned heavily against the sofa. I anticipated this. With Zhou Tong's incident, they would undoubtedly congregate. This is far more advantageous than I had envisioned. Bat, tomorrow you must focus on a few key tasks. First, the Dali's courtyard is on the outskirts, so we shall temporarily leave him be. Dispatch people to assess the following areas: Zhongwan, Chuizhe, Zhoutong, Yi, and Li Zhe. If their enterprises can be leveraged, reopen them and directly recruit personnel for management. Remember, we shall not engage in any illegal activities. If something cannot be utilized, dismantle it and see if we can repurpose the space or sell it at a low price. Second, inquire with the group about any available standalone buildings within the city for our enterprises. If none exist, look into purchasing one outright for future office use. Third, initiate a recruitment drive for a patrol unit, specifically a motorcycle patrol dubbed the Demon Slayer Patrol. Pair them in twos and plan for the necessary manpower. They do not belong to the demon slaying organization. Their sole responsibility is to patrol and promptly notify the demon slaying team upon discovering any oppression of the common people. Furthermore, a hotline reporting center and a public reception center will be established. Any citizen enduring grievances or intimidation from underworld forces can report via phone or in person. The Bat listened intently as Mo Lingfeng spoke, and after he finished, he inquired, "Young master, such a large-scale recruitment, if not integrated into the demon-slaying organization, would entail considerable expenses. I have contemplated this, which is precisely why I instructed you to restart the operation. I believe it is about time to maintain these individuals. Should financial difficulties arise, I will address them," the young master replied. "Understood, young master. I will make arrangements for tomorrow," the Bat affirmed. Indeed, expedience is of the essence. Now that they have been expelled from the city, I intend to sever all their escape routes. Additionally, spread some news tomorrow. Anyone affiliated with Dali, Li Yi, and Li Zhe, who chooses to return to the righteous path and voluntarily confess to the demon-slaying team, will receive leniency. However, for those who remain obstinate, their fate will be either crippling or death. No other options will remain. Understood, young master. Chapter 25. The Severed Tongue. After Mo Lingfeng spoke, he gazed at the Bat, who lingered hesitantly. "Do you have something further to discuss with me?" The Bat lowered his head, stammering in reply, "Young master, Ranmang, lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf. They beat me up and instructed their subordinates that no one should heed my words about severing tongues. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. Who told you to provoke them for no reason? Now, I do not care. Today we must sever Zhou Tong's tongue. Otherwise, if he bites it off in despair, I will hold you accountable. Young master, could we choose someone else? I truly cannot bear it. Just thinking about it makes me feel unwell," the Bat said, covering his mouth and hastily fleeing to the restroom. Mo Lingfeng shook his head in resignation, stood up, and took out his phone to call Lion. "I am heading to meet Zhou Tong. Summon Tiger, Leopard, Wolf, and Ranmang to the basement." "Understood, young master." Upon arriving at basement number 3, the guard opened the door, just as the Bat rushed in from behind. Mo Lingfeng smiled and inquired, "Weren't you unable to come?" Why are you here now? Young master, I apologize. I have thought it over. Even if I have to vomit my stomach out, I will accompany you. Mo Lingfeng nodded. Call the doctor to prepare for treatment. With that, he stepped into the basement. Zhou Tong lay on an iron bed, his hands and feet shackled. He turned his face to Mo Lingfeng. Speak. When will the judgment take place? I am, after all, a leader in my own right. I do not wish to be humiliated like this. I simply desire a swift end. Mo Lingfeng approached Zhou Tong deliberately. I have assured you, I possess 1,000 ways to make your life a living hell. Allowing you to die quickly would be too merciful. Moreover, I worry that given the numerous heinous acts you have committed, you might descend into the depths of hell. Thus, I wish to assist you in performing a good deed before your demise. Perhaps in your next life, you might have the opportunity to be reborn. Zhou Tong lay on the iron bed, laughing heartily. What a joke. I, Zhou Tong, have committed countless atrocious acts. I accept the punishment, and now, in my current state, you expect me to do good deeds before I die? Ha ha ha. Mo Lingfeng chuckled as well. Indeed, and I want you to witness it firsthand, to see how you accomplish this good deed. At that moment, Ran Mang, lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf entered the basement. Upon seeing the bat, their fierce gazes immediately fixed upon him. The bat hurriedly waved his hands. Guys, this truly has nothing to do with me. It was the young master who summoned you. Mo Lingfeng paid no mind to the others and turned back to Zhou Tong. Do you know? The girl who shielded me from the bullet that day. She is my sister. Zhou Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We have investigated. She is merely a girl you saved before. How could she possibly be your sister? Mo Lingfeng's expression darkened instantly. You, cold-blooded and heartless, will never understand. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Speak now, for once this moment passes, you shall never have the opportunity again. Zhou Tong lay on the bed, struggling with all his might. Mo Lingfeng, did you not proclaim your intent to judge me? Did you not vow to assist me in doing good? Did you not assert that allowing me to perish would be too lenient? What is it? The mere mention of that girl renders you incapable of restraint. You wish for my demise, do you not? Mo Lingfeng chose to ignore Zhou Tong's outburst. Glancing at the time before muttering to himself, 5 minutes remain. If there's anything to say, utter it swiftly. Ha ha! Who could have imagined that after basking in glory for over a decade, I, Zhou Tong, would find myself in this predicament? The Dowley, I misjudged you. I never expected that in a critical moment, you two would falter. Had we struck with all our might back then, would the outcome have been different? I refuse to accept this. I will not yield. Da Daoli, Li Zi, Yi Shelave Ubilo. Ha ha! I, Zhou Tong, am no coward. I assure you. Zhou Tong's voice crescendoed before dwindling into tears. Why? Why has it come to this? How did a wastrel from the Mo family, a mere dandy, transform into a figure of righteousness? Do you comprehend the sacrifices I made to secure this territory, this empire? I too have risen from a mere underling to this day. Who would have thought that I would ultimately succumb to the hands of a profligate? I will not accept it. I will not. At this moment, Zhou Tong was utterly shattered, wailing in agony. Young Master Mo, could you elucidate your motives? Why has a wastrel, a libertine, become so decisive in his actions? What is your connection to that Li Wei? Why must we be eradicated for his sake? What is the reason behind this? Perhaps Zhou Tong had grown weary. Or perhaps he had found a semblance of calm, as he suddenly fell silent. Mo Lingfeng stood by, checking the time. 1 more minute. Young master, might you grant me mercy? I possess wealth, an abundance of it. I am willing to give it all to you. Moreover, I shall comply with any request you make. Just spare me. I can agree to any terms. Mo Lingfeng remained silent. Young master, I implore you, grant me this one chance. I will do anything. Just offer me an opportunity to assist you in bringing down to Daoli. Would that be acceptable? Mo Lingfeng regarded Zhou Tong. Even now, you remain oblivious to your errors. Yet, it is unnecessary for you to comprehend them at this moment. In time, you shall understand. A figure approached, bowing slightly to Mo Lingfeng. Young master, the doctor has arrived. Mo Lingfeng looked at the time and addressed the others. Time is up. Restrain his head. Ran Mang bat, leopard, and wolf swiftly held Zhou Tong's south head in place. Tiger seized the dilator, inserting it into Zhou Tong's mouth, causing his jaws to open in response to the device's expansion. The lion firmly grasped Zhou Tong's tongue with a pair of iron pincers and forcefully pulled it out. Zhou Tong, engulfed in terror and agony, emitted desperate cries of distress. Mo Lingfeng then took an eyelid retractor and placed it upon Zhou Tong's eyes, preventing him from closing them, forcing him to witness the unfolding horror. He subsequently retrieved a small round mirror for the bat to hold in front of Zhou Tong. Mo Lingfeng brandished a pair of scissors, positioning them over Zhou Tong's tongue. Does this excite you? I intend for you to witness with your own eyes how your tongue is severed. He laughed maniacally. With that, Mo Lingfeng sliced down along the root of Zhou Tong's tongue. A chilling scream escaped Zhou Tong as the lion extracted his tongue, the severed piece, perhaps due to its nerve connections, still quivered slightly at the tip. A collective gasp ensued, followed by a wave of nausea as the onlookers averted their eyes, overwhelmed. Chapter 26. The demon-slaying manner. The efficiency of the bat was remarkably high. The following day, Mo Lingfeng received a phone call from a bat, informing him of a commercial building for sale in the bustling city center, within the Lingshui district. Mo Lingfeng promptly made his way there. This structure was once the earliest guest house in Mo City, and due to its expansion, it was now up for sale. The extensive courtyard spanned the size of a football field, with the main entrance located at the intersection of the main thoroughfare. The premises consisted of a principal building and two ancillary ones. The principal building stood 5 stories tall, presenting a somewhat antiquated facade, originally housing the guest house's standard accommodations. Adjacent to it was a 3-story edifice containing more spacious rooms, which were previously designated as the guest house's premium lodgings. Finally, there was a 2-story structure that served as the former staff dormitory. Connecting the west side of the main building and the middle structure was a row of single-story houses that once functioned as the guest house's dining area. After inspecting the property, Mo Lingfeng felt quite satisfied and instructed the bat to handle the purchase, delegating all subsequent renovations to him. The recruitment process was progressing equally smoothly. The demon-slaying organization had become a household name, with rumors circulating that it was backed by the young heir of the Xiaotian group. Coupled with salaries and benefits that surpassed those of other enterprises by nearly double, a long line formed for interviews upon the announcement of job openings. Rameng's Python team was dispatched by Mo Lingfeng to assist the bat, primarily tasked with evaluating and utilizing the assets of Zhang Wen, Chuizhe, Zhou Tong, Li Yi, and Li Zhe. Time passed swiftly, and in just 2 days, everything was proceeding methodically. At the Wenjiang Villa, Mo Lingfeng reclined on the sofa, sipping tea when Shi entered, accompanied by Dr. Su. Sir, Shi addressed him. Mo Lingfeng nodded politely at Dr. Su. Sir, based on Zhou Tong's blood type, we have swiftly identified a patient in dire need of a kidney donor. However, this case is somewhat peculiar. Montag Lingfeng inquirit, peculiar? In what way? Dr. Su explained. The patient is a farmer from a disadvantaged background. Faced with exorbitant surgical and donor costs, it is evident that his family cannot bear the financial burden. Currently, the patient has opted to forego treatment. If this continues, he will likely succumb to uremia in the near future. Upon hearing this, Mo Lingfeng furrowed his brow and directed his gaze at Dr. Su. Dr. Su, please contact the patient immediately and arrange for him to come to Mo City for treatment. If feasible, liaise with the hospital. I will cover all expenses. Furthermore, the kidney source shall be provided free of charge. Dr. Su was invigorated by Mo Lingfeng's words and nodded affirmatively. Understood, sir. I will attend to it at once. With that, Dr. Su briskly departed. In the private courtyard of the Dao Li, Li Zhe had just concluded a phone call and slammed his fist onto the table. Brother, Mo Lingfeng is overstepping his bounds. Just now, I received a call from outside, informing me that my venues have been seized. The karaoke bars, hotels, and bathhouses have all been monopolized by them, and they're currently in the process of extensive recruitment. All other establishments, such as foot spas, massage parlors, and casinos, have been destroyed, with claims of being leased out at pitifully low rents. Beside them, Li echoed, my territory faces a similar situation. Mo Lingfeng's stance seems to render our return impossible. The Dalai stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. In comparison to our lives, what holds greater significance? Money can always be earned anew. I feel that, for us, this might not be an unfavorable turn of events. Consider this. With Mo Lingfeng acquiring these enterprises, doesn't it consume his time? Might these possessions placate him, leading him to disregard us? Let him revel in his triumph. If we cannot negotiate, those assets will inevitably slip away. If we could leverage those possessions for future discussions, wouldn't that be worthwhile? Li nodded. Brother, if what you say holds true, then it is indeed the most valuable course. My only fear is that once he has everything in place, he may still not spare us. The Dalai rose to his feet, asserting, our only recourse now is to avoid provoking Mo Lingfeng further. This is the sole path to negotiation. Even if it means conceding, we must take a gamble. If not, do we possess a better strategy? To thwart him, how? By continuing to clash? We have already squandered our prime opportunity. Venturing out now not only fails to resolve our dilemma, but may also lead to our complete annihilation. Or do either of you have a more viable plan? Li Zhe also stood, declaring, brother, can't we launch a covert attack? If he denies us peace, we should deny him tranquility as well. And then what? Enlighten me on the next step. Provoking Mo Lingfeng would obliterate any chance of negotiation, merely to irritate him, correct? Shall we continue to clash? Do you believe we still harbor any hope of victory against him? At that point, we would not only lose all hope, but might also forfeit our lives. Even if we survive, we would likely become wanderers. Brother, this is utterly infuriating, Li Zhe lamented. Enough. Over the years, each of you has made your share of profits. If we can negotiate, will we not have the opportunity to earn again? Even if we find ourselves without future earnings, the money we currently possess is sufficient for a lifetime. My singular hope now is for negotiations. As long as Mo Lingfeng does not expel us from Mo Hai, forcing us into a life of wandering, even withdrawing from the underworld to engage in legitimate business would be the best outcome. Li Yi and Li Zhe fell silent, realizing they had no alternative but to accept their predicament. Just as the Dalai had surmised, Mo Lingfeng remained engrossed in his own plans, striving to solidify his control over the 5 districts, effectively stripping the Dalai, Li Yi, and Li Zhe of any hope of resurgence. The only miscalculation on the Dalai's part was that Mo Lingfeng had never contemplated negotiations. Mo Lingfeng could see that the Dalai and his associates were hiding in a private courtyard in the outskirts, showing no reaction to his actions, either out of a desire not to provoke him or a fear of engaging in conflict. Thus, in this state of uneasy tranquility, half a month slipped by. The new office building of the Demon Slayer has been completed and is aptly named the Demon Slayer Manor. Prominently displayed at the pinnacle of the main building are the striking characters for Demon Slayer, which capture the attention of all. The newly recruited 20 security personnel, having undergone rigorous training over the past few days, have officially assumed their positions at the Pristine Gate, led by Captain Zhang Wei, a former coach of mixed martial arts, who currently operates under the command of the Bat. All other departmental heads have also taken their posts, diligently fulfilling their responsibilities. The 1st to 4th floors of the main building serve as the primary office space, housing the Demon Slayer patrol team and a reception center, while the 5th floor is designated for dormitory use. The adjacent annex features, on the 1st floor, the offices of Mo Lingfeng and the various teams of Demon Slayer, with the 2nd and 3rd floors allocated for additional dormitories. The final 2 smaller buildings consist of a training room and storage on the 1st floor, while the 2nd floor is dedicated to the interrogation and detention rooms. Thus, the Demon Slayer Manor has officially been established. Chapter 27, a unique method before long. The demon slaying team relocated to the Demon Slaying Manor. Mo Lingfeng sat in a spacious and well-lit office, surrounded by Bat, Ran Mang, and Lion Tiger Leopard Wolf. Bat spoke, young master. All personnel from various departments are now in place and have commenced their regular duties. The patrol team is equipped with 50 motorcycles, 10 for each district, patrolling daily, with Captain Wang Bin at the helm. The security team consists of 20 members, led by Captain Zhang Wei. The telephone reporting center and reception center are under the supervision of Director Li Xiao. Mo Lingfeng nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. For the time being, you shall oversee these 3 departments. We must swiftly publicize the fact that the demon-slaying team is open to any reports concerning the Underworld, standing as their champions of justice. Understood, young master, Ran Mang replied, approaching Mo Lingfeng with several printed A4 sheets. Young master, here are the details of the stores operating across the 5 districts. There are a total of 33 KTV venues, collectively named Demon Slaying, such as Demon Slaying KTV number 1, Demon Slaying KTV number 2, and so forth. Additionally, there are 36 hotels and inns named in a similar fashion, 15 restaurants, 5 large dance bars, 5 pubs, and 11 bathing and leisure clubs. The remaining establishments have been dismantled. Some have already been leased, while others are in the process of being rented out. Mo Lingfeng perused the printed details and gave Ran Mang a thumbs up. Well done. He then turned to Bat. Please expedite the search for someone well-versed in managing these enterprises. Yes, young master. Just as they continued their conversation, a white commercial van came to a halt in front of the number 2 demon-slaying office building, from which several individuals clad in white lab coats emerged. Moments later, the door swung open, and Dr. Su entered. Young master, everything is prepared. We are ready to procure the kidney source. Mo Lingfeng rose and approached Dr. Su. Very well, but I wish to be present during the procedure recording it, and the donor must not receive anesthesia. Dr. Su appeared momentarily taken aback. Young master, while your presence is not an issue, and recording is permissible, I am concerned about not administering anesthesia. Ha ha ha, it's quite all right. Trust me. I will take full responsibility for everything. Very well, young master. Subsequently, Mo Lingfeng, accompanied by the demon-slaying personnel and several doctors, ascended to the 2nd floor of building number 3, halting before room number 101. A member of the demon-slaying team opened the door, and the group entered the room. Inside, the curtains were drawn tight, casting the room in shadow. On an iron bed, Zhou Tong was restrained, with an iron rack beside him still adorned with a 4 drip that had yet to be removed. Upon seeing Mo Lingfeng enter, Zhou Tong glared furiously, as if attempting to slay Mo Lingfeng with his gaze. He shook his head back and forth, emitting frantic sound of "ah-ba, ah-ba." Mo Lingfeng approached the bedside, fixing his gaze upon Zhou Tong. I once promised you that I would assist you in doing good deeds, and today marks your first act of kindness. You must cherish your life, for there are more to come. Ha ha ha. Ah well. Mo Lingfeng turned his head to look at Dr. Su. Let us begin. After speaking, he glanced at Bat, Ran Mang, and the others, who instinctively took a few steps back. Mo Lingfeng pointed at Bat and said, It shall be you. I hold the greatest affection and trust in you. Go on, stand by the bed, and record everything meticulously from start to finish. Bat seemed on the verge of madness, yet felt utterly helpless. Why me? Everyone is here. Why must it be me? Why is it always I who suffers? With reluctance, Bat approached the bedside. Ran Mang, lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf all stifled their laughter. The surgery proceeded smoothly, though it posed a challenge to several doctors, who had never performed such an operation before, remaining composed amidst Zhou Tong's agonizing screams. Dr. Su looked at Mo Lingfeng and remarked, Young master, this is indeed thrilling, but my heart cannot withstand it. If this continues, I fear my heart may very well burst. The expressions of the other doctors were equally grim. Some gazed at Zhou Tong, who had already lost consciousness on the iron bed, pondering various thoughts, be it sympathy, pity, or admiration for him. Akin to the ancient tale of Guan Yu scraping bones to cure poison, now we have Zhou Tong undergoing a kidney extraction. After examining the wound once more, Dr. Su left one doctor to monitor Zhou Tong and departed with the others. Mo Lingfeng turned his attention to Bat, who was still recording with his phone. He approached and playfully kicked Bat's backside. It's all over. What are you still recording for? Bat handed the phone to Mo Lingfeng and hurriedly fled the room. Back in his office, Mo Lingfeng repeatedly watched the footage before sending it to the Dowley. To his surprise, the Dowley did not respond with any message. As evening fell, Zhou Tong awakened, and Mo Lingfeng returned to the room. Upon seeing Mo Lingfeng enter, Zhou Tong, perhaps too weak, gazed at him quietly as he approached step by step. And Mo Lingfeng stood by the bed, picked up a nearby cup, soaked a cotton swab in water, and gently wiped Zhou Tong's parched lips. Zhou Tong, I sent today's footage to the Dowley. Do you know? He did not reply at all. Do you think he feels pity for you, or sympathy, or perhaps believes you deserve this fate? Honestly, I still hope he possesses a semblance of courage. After all, you have been brothers for decades. Could he truly watch you endure such suffering without caring? If that is the case, I feel quite sorrowful for you. What kind of brothers do you have, truly? Is it not tragic? Such people are destined to descend into the deepest abyss, forever barred from rebirth. You are akin to them, yet you encountered me. Thus, you must strive to live fervently, to embrace life with fervor. I shall assist you in performing virtuous deeds, just as I have today, which is quite splendid, is it not? Zhou Tong, do you now experience a sense of joy in doing good anonymously? Fear not, for many such opportunities await you in the future, and you should express gratitude towards me. Otherwise, you might find yourself condemned to the depths of hell. Zhou Tong gazed at Mo Lingfeng, listening to his words. He wished to respond. His lips moved, yet he refrained from uttering a sound, perhaps aware that no one could comprehend his language anymore. Mo Lingfeng turned back, retrieving an eyelid holder from the table beside him and placing it upon Zhou Tong's eyelids. Zhou Tong offered no resistance, allowing Mo Lingfeng to manipulate him. Mo Lingfeng then produced his phone. Come, let's appreciate how you perform these good deeds. You need not thank me. With that, he activated the video. Chapter 28. Young Master Gao Ming, as the clock approached 11 at night. Mo Lingfeng remained seated in his office, his hands cradling his chin, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, Bat knocked and entered. Young Master, how should we handle that fellow Yu Fei? We can't just keep him locked up indefinitely. Mo Lingfeng appeared to have an epiphany. With a decisive slap of his thigh, he exclaimed, That's it. He raised his gaze toward Bat. Bat, inform all teams to prepare immediately. We shall convene in 10 minutes to execute the mission. Yes, young master. 10 minutes later, Mo Lingfeng stepped out of building number 2. At the entrance stood a row of impeccably organized demon-slaying team members, all eyes fixed on Mo Lingfeng. With a commanding shout from him, more than a dozen vehicles departed from the demon-slaying manor. Half an hour later, in the private courtyard of the Dowley, the Dowley lay on his bed with eyes closed, a woman gently massaging his temples, when suddenly his phone rang. Hello, big brother. We have a situation. The demon slayers are coming. The Dowley shut up breath. What? The demon slayers are coming? How many are there? And where are they now? There are over 10 vehicles. They've already passed through the first gate. The brothers can't hold them back and are now heading towards the second gate. After hanging up, the Dowley hastily donned his clothes and called Li Yi and Li Zhe. The Dowley's private courtyard was vast, surrounded by water on 3 sides, with only one road leading in from the north. The courtyard boasted 3 gates. The first gate was adjacent to the main road. Following the road for about 300 meters, crossing a bridge, one would reach the second gate. Continuing straight ahead led to a large parking lot, beyond which lay the third gate. Passing through the third gate led to an island in the lake, home to 5 standalone villas. This was the Dowley's private sanctuary. Mo Lingfeng's convoy arrived at the second gate, evidently having received a warning from the first gate. 4 henchmen wielding machetes stood by the gate, merely staring blankly without approaching. Bat leaned his head out of the window. Demon slayers opened the gate. The 4 exchanged glances and without further deliberation, pressed the button on the remote to open the gate. Soon, Mo Lingfeng reached the third gate. Instead of allowing the gate personnel to open it, he stepped out of the vehicle and leaned against the door, waiting in silence. The members from the vehicles also disembarked, standing orderly beside their cars under the guidance of their leaders. Before long, the Dowley, alongside Li Yi, Li Zhe, and an entourage of indistinguishable henchmen, rushed over. The gate opened, and the Dowley emerged with the crowd. Ha ha, young Master Mo. You come visiting at this hour without prior notice. How remiss of us. Mo Lingfeng regarded Da Dowley with a smile. I was under the impression that the Dowley's courtyard was fortified against intrusions. Who would have thought? Sigh. Had I known it would be this easy, I would have come to set your place ablaze myself. Ha ha ha. Master Mo truly has a gift for humor. In this dilapidated courtyard of mine, what could possibly be worth burning? If Master Mo fancies it, I would gladly bestow this courtyard upon him. Daily, you are well aware that I, Mo Lingfeng, may lack in many aspects, but I am certainly not deficient in wealth. Do you truly believe I would covet your courtyard? My interest lies solely in people. Daily, having flattered me, soon realized the implications of my words, and his countenance darkened instantaneously. Master Mo, time has slipped by so swiftly. Regardless of past grievances, we have already paid the price. Zhang Wen, Cui Zhe, and Zhou Tong have all been eliminated by you. Now, we have lost all our enterprises. Master Mo, do you not find this sufficient? Must you drive us to the brink of annihilation? Mo Lingfeng let out a soft hum. Daily, do you recall what I once said? I intend to eradicate the Underworld. I remember, you are quite the formidable leader yourself. Have you forgotten the conflict at the Lilback Mountain? Now you claim I am the one forcing you into a corner, denying you a way out. Yes, you. I truly will not grant you any reprieve, unless you, along with Li Yi and Li Zhe, submit to the judgment of extermination. Li Zhe, standing beside Dolet, erupted into laughter. Brother, what did I tell you? This wretched scion has no intention of sparing us. How foolish of us to harbor hopes of negotiation. It is all mere fantasy. Li Yi echoed. Brother, do not cling to illusions. He never contemplated sparing us. We must fight with all our might. Listening to their words, Daly turned his gaze back to Mo Lingfeng. Master Mo, if you truly intend to pursue our destruction, then we have no choice but to fight with our utmost strength. However, you must understand that this is a private courtyard, not Zhou Tong's Eastern Supreme. It is impossible to employ the same tactics against me. My courtyard is surrounded by water on 3 sides, and each villa is equipped with fire prevention facilities. In the event of a fire, automatic extinguishing systems will activate. Mo Lingfeng shook his head. Who told you I intended to burn your courtyard, fool? Upon finishing, he turned his attention to his companion, the bat. Killed him. The bat seized a walkie-talkie. All units, proceed with the mission. Target ahead, eliminate them. Upon receiving the command, the extermination teams brandished their machetes and, led by Ranmang, lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf, charged directly at Daly. Daly was taken aback, realizing that Mo Lingfeng disregarded the warnings above and dared to engage in a large-scale confrontation. At that moment, Daly could not afford to hesitate and shouted to his subordinates behind him, "Kill them!" Instantly, both sides clashed fiercely. Daly's men could not withstand the onslaught of the extermination forces. Within minutes, many lay fallen, and they began to retreat while continuing to fight, eventually retreating into Gate 3. Just as the extermination teams prepared to storm Gate 3, Mo Lingfeng issued the order to retreat. Soon, all members regrouped and hastily boarded their vehicles, swiftly departing the private courtyard. Inside the gate, Li Zhe watched Mo Lingfeng leave, a perplexed expression etched on his face. Brother, what does Mo Lingfeng mean? Why did he suddenly retreat? The Dowley also wore a perplexed expression. Was he here to probe our strengths and weaknesses, or did he harbor some other intention? I cannot fathom why he withdrew. Having exited the private courtyard, Mo Lingfeng sat in the car with his eyes closed. The bat, visibly puzzled, inquired, "Young master, we were clearly able to breach the courtyard just now. Why did we retreat?" Mo Lingfeng opened his eyes. "Shall we not retreat and continue the firefight? Before long, my father will receive a call from above. This works to our advantage. Inflicting some casualties without escalating to a large-scale conflict keeps them on edge. Quite splendid indeed. Bat, find a nearby venue of ours for some leisure. We shall return shortly to continue our harassment. I wish to see if his subordinates are truly afraid." The bat chuckled. "Young master, your wisdom is unparalleled." Chapter 29. The confrontation between Mo Lingfeng and the Dalai, Mo Lingfeng, accompanied by his demon-slaying comrades, arrived at the demon-slaying bathhouse number 2, where all were indulging in relaxation. Inside a private room, Bat awakened the slumbering Mo Lingfeng. "Young master, it is now 2:30 a.m. Startled, Mo Lingfeng swiftly rose and, alongside Bat, made his way to the changing room. After donning fresh attire, they exited the bathhouse. At the entrance, vehicles were lined up, and upon entering one, Bat handed Mo Lingfeng his combat gear. Without hesitation, Mo Lingfeng adorned himself in the armor. Soon, the convoy arrived at the main gate of Dadai's private estate. Evidently, following Mo Lingfeng's earlier visit, Dadai had fortified the security. More than 10 guards, armed with machetes, surged forth to confront the demon-slaying team. Lion swung open the car door and charged towards the assailants. Meanwhile, Dadai, awakened by the ringing of his phone, received alarming news from a subordinate. Boss trouble. The demon slayers are attacking again, and they launched a direct assault. A cry of distress echoed from the phone before silence fell. Dadai sprang into action, quickly dressing and notifying Li Yi and Li Zhe. As they arrived at Gate No. 3, the demon slayers had already reached the scene. This time, words were unnecessary. The battle commenced immediately. Mo Lingfeng directed Bat. The man in the red shirt is Li Zhe. Go find Ran Mang and devise a plan to take him down. Understood, young master. With remarkable speed, Bat dashed into the fray, resembling his namesake, and soon reached Ran Mang. Together, they charged toward Li Zhe. Caught off guard, Li Zhe found himself confronted by the two experts, and within a minute, he was felled. Bat seized the incapacitated Li Zhe and began to escort him back towards Mo Lingfeng. Li Yi, witnessing this, hurriedly rallied a group of men to rescue Li Zhe. Outnumbered, Bat and Ran Mang soon found themselves surrounded, forcing Bat to release Li Zhe. Seizing the opportunity, Li Zhe scrambled to his feet and picked up a machete from the ground, swinging it toward Bat, who effortlessly evaded the attack. Bat retaliated with a swift strike of his dagger, pushing back several opponents before lunging again at Li Zhe. Realizing he was outmatched, Li Zhe turned and fled towards his own ranks. Bat, noticing this, shouted to Ran Mang, "Stop him!" Ignoring the adversaries closing in on him. Ran Mang hurled his dagger at Li Zhe. Although Li Zhe attempted to dodge, he was too slow. The dagger embedded itself in his chest, and he stumbled to the ground. Bat rushed to Li Zhe's side and struck him with a precise blow, rendering him unconscious. Just as he prepared to lift Li Zhe, a gun barrel pressed against his head. Dowdali shouted at the crowd, "Everyone, cease at once, or I shall end his life." With that, he pressed the barrel of his gun against Bat's head. Instantly, both sides halted, slowly retreating back to their respective ranks. At that moment, a few of Li Zhe's subordinates approached, dragging him away. As Bat attempted to rise, Dowdali warned him sharply, "Do not move, squat down properly, or I swear I will end you." He then turned his gaze towards Mo Lingfeng. "Ha, you have forced my hand. Don't think you are the only one capable of madness. I could be just as deranged. You fear a confrontation, do you? Then let us engage in a grand showdown today, a monumental clash where none shall emerge unscathed. Let us see how you will explain this to your superiors tomorrow. Ha." Mo Lingfeng stepped forward deliberately, while the fierce beast by his side attempted to block his path, only to be deterred by his piercing gaze. As he approached Dowdali, he raised his hand from his pocket, revealing a pistol aimed directly at Dowdali. "Did you think you were the only one armed? Very well. If you wish to escalate matters, I shall oblige. Fire your weapon, and then let us see if you dare to take my life." At that moment, Dowdali was utterly consumed by madness. "Ha! At this juncture, what do I have to fear? I shall take you down one by one, 2 for the price of 1. The two men stood locked in a tense standoff, gazing fiercely at one another for a full 5 minutes. Unable to contain himself any longer, Dowdali inquired, "Speak plainly. Will we fight or retreat?" Mo Lingfeng glanced at Bat, who was crouched on the ground. "Release him, and we will withdraw." Dowdali instantly took a step back, aiming his gun at Mo Lingfeng. Bat rose and stood beside Mo Lingfeng, who addressed the crowd, "We are leaving." With his weapon raised, Mo Lingfeng slowly retreated until he was seated in the vehicle. On the way back, Bat expressed to Mo Lingfeng, "Young master," at that moment, "I was solely focused on capturing Li Zhe and did not notice Dowdali. I apologize for failing the mission." Mo Lingfeng reassured him, "This is not your fault. Do not blame yourself. Capturing Li Zhe was an unexpected gain. Even if we had not succeeded, we achieved our goal, especially since we severely injured Li Zhe. I did not anticipate that Dao Dali would truly be driven to madness. Bat then asked, "Young master, shall we return to the Demon Slayer Manor or strike back later?" And Mo Lingfeng replied, "What are we to strike back for? It is already dawn. We shall return to the manor." In Dao Dali's private courtyard, upon his return, he slumped onto the sofa, chains smoking, clearly agitated by Mo Lingfeng's actions. Li, filled with indignation, spoke to Dao Dali, "Brother, while Li Zhe was not seriously injured, he will require rest and cannot participate in any conflicts for the time being. I fear that Mo Lingfeng will not let this matter rest. He will undoubtedly return. If this continues, the morale of our brothers will surely be shattered. I now comprehend that Mo Lingfeng aims to undermine our morale. They are well-equipped and possess formidable skills, emerging from each skirmish largely unscathed, in stark contrast to our substantial losses. Their strategy of striking and retreating not only avoids large-scale confrontations, but also effectively diminishes our spirit. It is indeed a clever tactic. Brother, we must urgently devise a plan, for if this continues, it won't be long before our remaining men begin to abandon us as well. Our numbers have dwindled significantly due to the casualties we have suffered." The Dao, with both hands pressing against his temples, slowly raised his gaze. "It seems there is no alternative but to take decisive action. Very well, you have left me no choice." Having said this, he summoned Li Yi to his side and leaned in to whisper instructions into his ear. Upon hearing them, Li Yi nodded gravely in agreement. Chapter 30. The crab relocation in the afternoon. A weary Mo Lingfeng finally awoke. After a light meal, he summoned Bat, Ran Meng, and the other leaders to his office. The previous day's confrontations had inflicted substantial casualties on Dali's subordinates, particularly Li Zhe's injury, which had a profound psychological impact on them. This was the outcome I had anticipated. Under orders from above to avoid large-scale confrontations, I had no choice but to devise such a strategy. If we were to strike them a few more times, their morale would likely be utterly shattered. Thus, we would continue our operations tonight, adhering to our tactic of striking briefly before retreating. However, there are unpredictable variables at play. For instance, Dali's use of firearms early this morning took me by surprise. Therefore, I must clarify our course of action to prevent unforeseen complications and outline how to respond. Should an uncontrollable situation arise, leading to a significant conflict, do not hesitate. Engage directly. If Dali, Li Yi, or any others resort to firearms, you need not seek my approval. Act decisively. In the event of a rout for Dali and Li Zhe, do not concern yourselves with others. Focus solely on capturing them. Under no circumstances must they escape. Lastly, and most crucially, if Dali and Li Zhe find themselves with no avenue of escape, they may resort to desperate measures to survive. If law enforcement arrives, those who can flee should do so, and those who cannot must surrender without resistance. If the aforementioned circumstances do not materialize, we will execute our original plan. Do you all understand? A few nodded in affirmation. Young master understood. Good. If there is nothing else, report back to me and proceed with preparations. Ran Meng, Lion, Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf then departed. Mo Lingfeng turned to Bat. Bat, do you have something to say? Bat smiled and nodded. Young master, our establishments have been bustling since their inception. Many patrons are drawn in by the reputation of Demon Slayer, with some storefronts even overwhelmed by flower baskets from supporters. Ha ha ha. Mo Lingfeng smiled with satisfaction. Bat, remember, all our establishments must cater to the general public, ensuring prices are competitive yet not undercutting our peers, as they too must thrive. We do not expect these businesses to generate substantial profits for Demon Slayer. It suffices that they sustain our employees. Therefore, whether in terms of environment, raw materials, food and beverages, or safety, we must enforce stringent standards that meet the highest expectations of Huaxia. We must honor the populace, uphold our integrity, and remain true to our conscience as well as to our nation. Bat nodded earnestly. Young master, I understand. I will establish a random inspection team to conduct daily checks on all storefronts and rectify any issues promptly. Very well. Is there anything else? Young master, how shall we deal with Yu Fei? Should we keep him confined and sustain him daily? What other option do we have? We must await the resolution of the Dao Dali situation, leading to a judgment. Young master, Yu Fei is contemplating redemption through merit. He wishes to join us in confronting Dao Dali, claiming he will persuade his subordinates to surrender. And Mo Lingfeng furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. Very well, let him seek redemption through service. However, should he attempt to be cunning, inform him that he will face execution without hesitation. Understood, young master. I shall take my leave. Once the bat exited, Mo Lingfeng rose and approached the window. He recalled his previous identity, Li Wei, along with thoughts of Li Wei's mother and wife. Mother, my beloved, please forgive me for not visiting you all this time. I cannot bring you to my side, for I am now Mo Lingfeng. It is even more perilous for me to see you now, as the underworld has yet to be entirely eradicated, and I fear for your safety. However, it shall be soon. You must live well and await my return. Mother, I vow to provide you with a life free from worry. My dear wife, I will find the finest doctor for you. I shall certainly cure your ailment. Please wait for me. As Mo Lingfeng reflected, his eyes grew misty. HH City, a county-level city under the jurisdiction of Mahai City, has flourished economically due to the discovery and extraction of oil, resulting in rapid urban development. At an intersection within a village in the city, several excavators stood idle while dozens of villagers obstructed their entry. Shortly thereafter, a convoy of vehicles approached, the screeching brakes accompanied by clouds of dust. The doors swung open, revealing a man of average stature, sporting a beer belly, a bald head, sunglasses, a large gold chain around his neck, and a sleek black handbag, his shoes polished to a shine. He advanced towards the villagers, flanked by over 30 henchmen wielding clubs. He halted and bellowed at the villagers. I am Crab, the overseer of this demolition area. The relocation notice has been posted for a week. Yesterday was the final day. Why do you continue to obstruct the demolition? A man in his 50s stepped forward from the crowd. Relocation? Why should we move? We have not consented, nor have we signed anything. Why must we relocate? A 30-something man chimed in. Indeed, the compensation offered is pitifully low, a third less than what is provided elsewhere. We refuse to accept it and do not agree to the demolition. Crab adjusted his sunglasses, glaring at the two speakers. I, Crab, never concern myself with others' demolitions. In my designated area, what I say goes. The price I dictate is final. Today, you shall step aside, and we will provide you with the promised compensation. If you do not yield, I will proceed with the demolition regardless, and you shall see not a single cent of compensation. Upon hearing Crab's words, the villagers instantly became agitated. Is there no law left? This is our home, and we refuse to allow its demolition. Can you truly resort to forced eviction? Are you a bandit? This is our dwelling, where generations have lived, and now you claim it can be taken away at your whim? I would rather sacrifice my life than allow your schemes to succeed. This is utterly lawless. We must report this to the authorities. I refuse to believe that no one can intervene. If someone is willing to act, let them. If not, we will fight with all our might. Our home shall not be destroyed. I have a friend in Mahai who speaks of a demon slayer, a figure who has eradicated the criminal underworld solely for the benefit of the people, dedicated to combating evil. If necessary, we shall seek out this demon slayer. The crowd buzzed with righteous indignation. Chapter 31. The demon slayer's report. Crab listened to the villagers' discussions with growing impatience and exclaimed, "Silence. Remember, in HH, I am the law. Opposing me is tantamount to courting death." I heard someone mention seeking a demon slayer. Let me remind you, that S in Mo High City, not HH City. Whether he chooses to intervene or not, what can he do? If you have the audacity, go ahead and seek him out. Once you arrive in HH, I assure you, they won't leave unscathed. What a ridiculous joke. I, Crab, have been entrenched in the underworld for over a decade, and yet there are still those who dare to boast before me. I shall not waste any more breath. I will ask you one last time. Will you move today? The elder who had first spoken cast a glance at Crab. We want to move. We Haven T signed anything. We did not agree to the demolition. How can you force us? Even bandits have their limits, he retorted. The other villagers echoed loudly. We refuse to move. What can you do about it? Just because you're a thug doesn't mean you can act without reason, does it? Indeed, we will not move. This is sheer bullying. If we cannot fight back, we will stand our ground. Crab chuckled and shook his stout neck. removing his sunglasses to reveal a fierce expression. He turned to his subordinates and commanded, "Go. Teach those insolent fools a lesson. Beat them senseless." Upon hearing Crab's orders, a group of thugs brandished their clubs and swaggered towards the villagers. As the gang approached, one villager shouted, "Do not be afraid. Grab whatever you can and stand your ground." The villagers, excluding the elderly and women, rallied. Dozens of men armed themselves with brooms, shovels, and sickles, ready to defend themselves. The thugs, without hesitation, swung their clubs at the foremost villager. In no time, the two sides clashed. The villagers, though armed, were hesitant to strike with full force, remaining largely in a defensive stance. The thugs, in stark contrast, swung their clubs mercilessly, emboldened by their leader's presence, each one eager to prove themselves. Within a couple of minutes, several villagers lay on the ground. The thugs grew bolder, while the villagers began to retreat. After about 10 minutes, numerous villagers were injured, some sprawled on the ground, others seated in defeat. Crab observed this with disdain and declared, "This is how it will be today. I grant you one more night. If you do not vacate by tomorrow, ha ha ha, you will truly understand the extent of my power." With that, he waved his hand and departed with his thugs. As Crab left, a villager rose from the ground, expressing concern. "What shall we do? At this rate, our homes will surely be demolished." The others echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, we cannot compete with them. This Crab, I have heard of him. He is the most notorious crime lord in our area, wealthy and well-connected. I fear that our home is beyond saving. Shall we report to the authorities? I refuse to believe that no one can hold him accountable." "Report? Is it effective? That Crab wields power and has committed crimes for years. Just look at how no one has dared to confront him. Indeed, it is not only futile, but he would retaliate against us tenfold. Alas, if only we had a demon slayer here." "A demon slayer? Who is that?" "I have heard from a friend in Mo High that there exists an organization called the Demon Slayer, dedicated to combating organized crime and upholding justice for the common people. Alas, it is a pity that we do not have a demon slayer here. If only they could intervene in our situation." "No, you should ask your friend to see if the demon slayer operates in our area. It might be worth a try. Now is the time to grasp any opportunity, even if it seems like a dead horse being treated as a live one." "Very well, I shall call my friend at once." After saying this, the young man took out an old mobile phone and called his friend. "Hello, brother. It's Xiao Jun. What is the matter? Are you coming over for a drink?" "No, I have something to ask you." "Go ahead. Regarding the demon slayer you mentioned last time, do they operate in our area? We have been forcibly evicted, and today we were beaten." "Oh, I don't know if the demon slayer covers that area. However, let me give you a number. It's my cousin S, and she works for the demon slayer, handling reports." "All right, thank you." After hanging up, the phone number was quickly sent over. He dialed the number provided. Half an hour later, Bat arrived at Mo Lingfeng's office. "Sir, we have received a report that villagers were forcibly evicted and beaten by thugs. Here are the details," Bat said as he handed a record to Mo Lingfeng. After reading it, Mo Lingfeng slammed his fist heavily on the table. "Damn parasites. Oppressing the common people like this." Reply to this person. "The demon slayer has taken the case. Inform him to keep his phone on tomorrow." "Sir, look, this area is HH City." Mo Lingfeng shot a sidelong glance at Bat. "I know it is HH City. Could it be that such individuals still exist in present-day Mo High?" "Indeed, there are none left in Mo High at this time." With that, Bat took out his phone and called the responsible director, Li Xiao. As night fell, Mo Lingfeng sat alone in his office, aimlessly sketching on paper. The floor was littered with crumpled sheets as he strategized on how to swiftly strike a decisive blow. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped past until the early hours of the morning, when Bat entered. "Sir, the time has come." Mo Lingfeng stood up, walked to the restroom to wash his face, and then made his way to the entrance. The Demon Slayer teams were all prepared, just as he was about to board the vehicle when Bat, accompanied by Yufei, approached. Yufei was evidently taken aback by the impeccably organized and well-equipped demon-slaying team. In his mind, he could never have imagined that the Demon Slayers would form such a cohesive unit. To an outsider, it resembled a formidable guard. He approached Mo Lingfeng and said, "Young Master Mo, I am grateful for this opportunity. Rest assured, I shall exert my utmost effort and will not let you down." Mo Lingfeng, however, paid him no heed and instructed the bat, hand him over to Ranmang. Should he attempt any trickery, eliminate him immediately. With that, Mo Lingfeng entered the car, and moments later, the convoy departed from the demon-slaying manor, heading straight towards the private courtyard of the formidable Daoli. Chapter 32. A phase accomplishments in the private courtyard of Daoli at Gate 1, for men stood guard, engaged in casual conversation while smoking. They anxiously awaited the arrival of the demon slayer, fearing that they would be the first to suffer should he appear. Who could have anticipated this? We thought aligning ourselves with the boss would lead to a life of luxury, one lamented. Yet here we are, suddenly confronted by the demon slayer. This is just us chatting. Let us keep our thoughts to ourselves and refrain from idle gossip, another cautioned. Look around. Who among us is not discontent? To see how we've been reduced to this state by the demon slayer. We've neither enjoyed the promised luxuries nor earned significant money, and we live in constant dread, uncertain of when we might meet our end. Not long ago, someone urged me to flee with them. In hindsight, I regret not taking that chance. Perhaps escaping would have been wiser, one reflected. I believe the boss stands no chance against the demon slayer. The 5 districts of the city have fallen, and all our venues are under his control. There is no hope left for a turnaround. Just look at Mo Lingfeng. His entourage is comprised entirely of elites, another remarked. Indeed, had the boss not resorted to gunfire in the end, it would have been all over for Lizzie. It's all so pathetic. I've made up my mind. I'm in it for the money. And since that is not forthcoming, I certainly won't risk my life for this, one declared, resolute. If the demon slayer returns, I will not fight. As they conversed, the convoy of the demon slayer arrived at the gate. Look, isn't that the demon slayer? One exclaimed. Indeed it is. Damn it. I'm not risking my life anymore. If you wish to stay, do so, but I'm leaving. With that, he swiftly leaped into the greenery behind the gate, scaled the barbed wire, and stealthily made his way along the small creek towards the road. The other 3, seeing this, hesitated not and followed suit. The convoy halted at the guard post, and Bats emerged from the vehicle. He approached the gate, scanning the area, but found no guards present. The remote control lay on the table. He picked it up, opened the gate, and then returned to the vehicle. Young master, there is no one at the gate, reported one of his associates. No need to worry. Proceed directly inside, he ordered, and the convoy moved towards Gate 2. At Gate 2, the 4 guards were engrossed in a card game when they noticed a procession of vehicles approaching. Whose cars are those? Could they belong to the demon slayer? Why haven't we received notice from Gate 1? One pondered. Given the hour and the number of vehicles, it must be the demon slayers. Stop playing. Let us go outside and take a look, another suggested. They stepped out to the gate, observing the approaching convoy of the demon slayer, which came to a halt. Bats exited his vehicle, ready to speak, when one of the guards interjected, "Please don't harm us. We're no longer with the Daoli. We're leaving right now." As he spoke, he opened the gate, raised his hands, and ran towards Gate 1. The others, without a word, followed suit, hands raised in surrender. Bats, bewildered, returned to the vehicle, now comprehending the absence of guards at Gate 1. They had indeed been frightened into submission. Mo Lingfeng directly approached Gate 3. However, the guards at Gate 3 were not like those at Gates 1 and 2. They abandoned their posts and fled into the courtyard, shouting, "The demon slayer is here. The demon slayer is attacking again." Mo Lingfeng disembarked, and the members of the demon slayer team followed suit. Bat drive through the gate. Bat hopped into the vehicle, revving the engine loudly as he barreled toward Gate 3. With a resounding crash, the gate was shattered. Mo Lingfeng led the demon slayer team toward the courtyard. The nearest villa to Gate 3 erupted with a throng of people, some hastily clad in shorts, fleeing in a panic. At that moment, Yufei rushed over to Mo Lingfeng and said, "Young master, allow me." Mo Lingfeng glanced at Yufei and replied, "Go ahead." Yufei sprinted toward the crowd. "Brothers, I am Yufei, formerly a subordinate of Zhoutong. Please listen to me. Recently, I was captured by the demon slayer, and during this time, I have come to see them for what they truly are. They are the champions of justice for the people. Do you know what the situation is like in the 5 districts of the city? The citizens are cheering and celebrating the downfall of the knife gang. We too have families. Should we not consider them? Are we to assist in tyranny? Let's not be selfish. Let us not allow our families to suffer shame because of us. Do you know how the citizens regard the demon slayer? They respect them from the bottom of their hearts because the demon slayer truly fights for justice. Brothers, let us not remain deluded any longer. For the sake of our families, for ourselves, and to live with integrity, lay down your weapons and surrender. You have not committed irredeemable wrongs. It is not too late to turn back. Upon hearing Yu Fei's words, the crowd fell silent. Seeing this, Yu Fei hastily continued, "Do you see that man? That is young Master Mo, and behind him stands the demon slayer. Look at the demon slayer. Do you truly believe you have a chance of victory? Brothers, listen to me, surrender. Young Master Mo will treat you leniently if you genuinely repent. There is still time." A voice from the crowd called out, "Young Master Mo, if we surrender, will you spare us?" Mo Lingfeng observed that Yu Fei's words had resonated, and he stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Everyone makes mistakes, but it is never too late to repent. You are not the leaders. Therefore, your transgressions are not insurmountable. I can offer you an opportunity for leniency. I hope each of you can live with dignity, making your friends and family proud, rather than being a source of shame. Yes, you. For those who truly repent and aspire to become individuals of dignity, who wish to contribute positively to society, I shall not only impose lenient penalties, but should any challenges arise, I shall also endeavor to provide assistance." Upon hearing this, the man immediately replied, "I trust you, Master Mo. I no longer wish to be complicit in wrongdoing. I desire to live honorably as a good person, so that my family may take pride in me." Having spoken, the man stepped out from the crowd and walked directly toward Mo Lingfeng. Observing someone leading the way to surrender, the others, shedding their hesitations, followed suit and approached Mo Lingfeng. The various groups of demon hunters, witnessing the multitude advancing toward Mo Lingfeng, hurried forward to shield him, but were promptly halted by Mo Lingfeng. He gazed upon the assembly, declaring, "Since you have made your choice, I shall place my trust in you. You may proceed. Report to the demon hunting manor tomorrow." Listening to Mo Lingfeng's words, the crowd collectively made their way toward the courtyard exit. Chapter 33. The Frenzy Blade. As throngs of individuals began to exit, the formidable Blade and Li Yi rushed in. The Blade bellowed, "What are you all planning? Have you been swayed by a few words? Do you not remember the vows you made upon joining, pledging to stand together through thick and thin? Have I, the Blade, treated you unfairly over the years? Now, when faced with adversity, you contemplate fleeing." Yu Fei turned his gaze towards the Blade. "You claim you have wronged no one. Let me ask you, when Zhang Wen and Cui Zhe were put on trial, did you come to their aid? When my leader, Zhou Tong, fell into trouble, did you offer your support? Now, as he battles the demons, did you extend your hand? To you, are we merely pawns, toiling and sacrificing ourselves for your nefarious deeds, which have drawn the ire of all? You still dare to question us? We too have families. In our youth, we were naive and impetuous. Now, we have come to realize that one must live with integrity and conscience, honoring our families, ourselves, and the beloved nation we cherish." The Blade glared furiously at Yu Fei. "I do not even know you, yet you come here to spout nonsense. Brothers, do not be swayed by this man's words. I, the Blade, assure you that once we weather this storm, we shall feast together." Those who were about to leave paused, engaging in hushed discussions. The same person who had previously spoken stepped forward once more. "Enough. You do not know this man. How many of us do you truly recognize? How many can you name? What Yu Fei said holds truth. As young Master Mo has urged us, we must cease our immoral actions and strive to be individuals of dignity. Brothers, awaken. Tomorrow, we shall confront the demons and accept our punishment, and then live as honorable men. Let us no longer be mere pawns. Let us depart." With that, he turned to leave, and many who had paused ceased their discussions. Following him out, the Blade continued to shout in desperation, but it was futile. The crowd had fully awakened to reality, and no one was inclined to heed his words any longer. Even those who had trailed behind the Blade and Li Yi began to stealthily slip away into the night, hastening to join the others. The Blade realized his position had completely unraveled, and any hope of redemption was utterly lost. Within a span of mere minutes, the courtyard was left with only a handful of his followers, no more than 50. Mo Lingfeng gazed at the blade with a mocking laughter. Look at you, blade. How few remain by your side. Surrender. The blade turned to assess the situation, noting the dwindling numbers behind him. You think this means you've triumphed? You believe you can capture me this way? Mo Lingfeng regarded the blade with confusion. What do you mean? Do you think you can still escape? Do you have any tricks left, Mo Lingfeng? This is all you're doing, the Dowley declared, then shouted to those behind him, bring them out. Around the corner of a landscaped area, several individuals appeared, escorting two women. One woman, under 30, with disheveled hair, laughed heartily as she walked, occasionally uttering something. The other woman, nearing 50, sat in a wheelchair, her expression vacant. Upon seeing them, Mo Lingfeng's heart jolted. Mother-wife. Indeed, these two were the mother and wife of Li Wei, Mo Lingfeng's previous incarnation. They were swiftly brought before the Dowley, who seized Li Wei's wife by her hair. Yanking her back forcefully, Mo Lingfeng, since you've chosen to wage war for Li Wei, you must recognize these two, he taunted. Mo Lingfeng's eyes blazed with fury. The Dowley, I never expected you would resort to such despicable tactics against two women. You truly embody the ruthless leader of the Underworld in Mo Hai. The Dowley reveled in his arrogance. Ha ha, Mo Lingfeng, at this moment, spare me your hollow remarks. I ask you, if I wish to leave Mo Hai now, will you allow us to go? Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Lingfeng replied, No. Are you not afraid I will kill them? Mo Lingfeng fell silent. Speak up, young Master Mo. I said no. The Dowley, now truly deranged, turned and seized a cleaver from Li Yi, aiming it at Li Wei's wife. No, Montauk Lingfeng shouted. But it was too late. Li Wei's wife's arm was severed, falling to the ground. Mo Lingfeng, consumed by rage, clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. The Dowley, brandishing the knife, pointed it at Mo Lingfeng. Young Master Mo, can we leave now? Mo Lingfeng's lips were bloodied from biting them in anguish. You cannot escape. I must ensure you face judgment and punishment. With a heavy heart, Mo Lingfeng silently whispered, Mother, I am sorry. Wife, I am sorry. If there is a next life, I will repay you. Just then, amidst his distraction, a scream echoed through the courtyard. Li Wei's wife collapsed, her arms severed, and now, her eyes had been gouged out by the Dowley. Ha! Mo Lingfeng, I want you to witness how these two perish. Remember, they died because of you. Are you not the savior? With that, the Dowley raised his knife and aimed it at Li Wei's wife's legs, rendering her unconscious. Mo Lingfeng, pointing at the Dowley, was now utterly unhinged. Kill him, kill him. The entire demon-slaying faction, incensed by the Dowley's atrocities, longed for his demise. Following Mo Lingfeng's command, they charged at the Dowley. Come with me, quickly. The Dowley poulet li along. After speaking, he delivered a kick to the wheelchair, which rolled down the gentle slope. With a resounding splash, Li Wei's mother, along with the wheelchair, plunged into the lake. Mo Lingfeng rushed to Li Wei's wife, instructing the attendant to summon help for immediate transportation to the hospital. He then hurried to the lake's edge, where he could see no trace of Li Wei's mother. Kneeling down, he uttered a heartfelt apology. Mother, I am truly sorry. I vow to avenge you. In front of a solitary villa, dozens lay sprawled on the ground as the demon hunters surged into the residence. Chapter 34. The demon hunt, Mo Lingfeng stood at the entrance of the villa, his eyes bloodshot and his expression grave. After a brief moment, Ranmang, Shihu, Bao, and Lang emerged. Young master, we witnessed the Dowley and Li Yi entering, yet we have searched the villa thoroughly and found no trace of them. Mo Lingfeng gazed at the villa and inquired, does the villa possess a back door? If not, there must be a hidden passage. Search every nook and cranny, especially behind the furniture. Even if we have to dismantle the villa, we must uncover their whereabouts. The group promptly returned inside the villa. Mo Lingfeng and the bat followed suit. In the basement, the pair meticulously examined their surroundings. A mural on one wall captured Mo Lingfeng's attention, as it appeared to be detached from the wall, barely noticeable unless scrutinized. As he reached out to remove the mural, it seemed as if it were affixed permanently. The bat approached, took a glance, and effortlessly twisted the mural, revealing a concealed door in the adjacent wall. Without hesitation, and Mo Lingfeng slipped inside. The hidden passage measured approximately 2 meters in width and nearly the same in height. The two activated their phone flashlights and ventured over 200 meters, encountering 3 forks in the path, causing them to hesitate. At that moment, the voices of Ranmang, "Sure who?" "Bao," and Lang echoed behind them. And Mo Lingfeng declared, "Let us split up. Bat, you and Mang accompany me." "Sure who?" "You and Bao take the other route." Everyone exercise caution. And Mo Lingfeng's group advanced over 100 meters until they reached the end of the passage, where they discovered a cover resembling a manhole, secured by an iron chain. "Young master, they could not have escaped through here, otherwise they wouldn't have locked the chain behind them," noted the bat. Mo Lingfeng nodded in agreement. "This passage cannot be extensive. It is merely an escape route. The other groups have likely pursued them, and news should arrive shortly. Bat, unlock the chain. Let us see where this leads. Then we shall wait in the car for their return." The bat drew his pistol and fired twice at the lock, which fell open. He then pried off the iron cover, and they crawled out. They found themselves in the parking lot outside Gate 3 and climbed into their vehicle. Ranmang reported, "Young master, we have captured Li Zhe, and he is secured in the car under guard." Montauk Lingfeng nodded. "Excellent. This is splendid news. Li Zhe was injured yesterday. It appears that the Dao Li has abandoned him." At that moment, Mo Lingfeng's phone rang. "Young master, we are north of Gate 1. There is an abandoned repair shop here. They must have fled through this route." "All right, wait for me. I will be there shortly." Mo Lingfeng and his companions hastened toward the location. Upon their arrival, Shi stood at the entrance and informed Mo Lingfeng, "Young master, when we arrived, the iron cover was ajar, and we discovered that the repair shop's main door was also unlocked." At this moment, another group of leopards and wolves arrived, their situation mirroring that of Mo Lingfeng and his companions. It could be surmised that Dedalai and Li Yi had fled from this very spot. Mo Lingfeng pondered for a moment and declared, "The eastern region leads to the city. They certainly would not head in that direction. Lion and Tiger, your team will pursue southward along this path. Leopard and Wolf, your group shall head north. I will accompany Ranmang and venture west. Everyone, remember, we will chase for 1 hour. If we uncover no leads, we shall return to the Demon Slayer Manor." Immediately, everyone set into motion, swiftly following the assigned directions. At a T-junction, a fruit-laden truck was parked by the roadside, its hazard lights flashing, and debris such as bumpers and mirrors lay scattered on the ground. A middle-aged couple stood beside the truck, their faces etched with helplessness as they gazed upon the damaged vehicle. Bat pointed ahead and remarked to Mo Lingfeng, "Young master, there is an accident ahead. Observe that truck. The debris on the ground suggests it is quite serious." Mo Lingfeng followed Bat's gesture and looked over. "Bat, let us investigate," he said. The car door swung open as Mo Lingfeng and Bat descended. Mo Lingfeng addressed the couple. "Good sir, was there a collision between 2 vehicles? Why is only your truck here?" The man, filled with anger, retorted, "Damn it, I've had the worst luck today. I was driving straight when suddenly an SUV darted out and crashed into me. To make matters worse, the driver didn't even get out. They just sped off. What kind of person does that? Are they in such a hurry to meet their maker?" Mo Lingfeng, glancing at the black bumper on the ground, inquired, "Sir, did this come from that vehicle?" "Indeed, the other vehicle must be severely damaged as well. I suspect the driver is injured. They were driving far too recklessly," the man replied. Bat hastily asked, "Sir, how long ago did this occur, and in which direction did the vehicle head?" The man gestured. "It was about 7 or 8 minutes ago. I was paying attention to the direction, but when they hit me, they were turning that way. They must have gone north." Bat immediately turned to Mo Lingfeng, saying, "Young master, it must be Dedalai. If they headed north, they are likely making for the highway." Mo Lingfeng nodded. "Yes, this is the nearest highway entrance. Let us hurry." The two quickly got back into the car and drove towards the highway. After a little over 10 minutes at the toll station of the highway entrance, several members of the Python group rushed back. "Young master," we inquired, "and a few minutes ago, a black SUV entered the highway, and its front was severely damaged." Mo Lingfeng replied with a chuckle, "Dedalai, it seems even the heavens do not wish for your escape. Let us get in and pursue." On the highway, a black SUV was racing at breakneck speed. "Li, can you go any faster?" "Brother, I can't push it any further. That last collision seems to have damaged the right front tire. At this speed, the car is starting to shake, he responded. I am perpetually engulfed in anxiety, fearing that Mo Lingfeng may soon catch up with us. Brother, are you being overly cautious? Even if they were to discover the tunnel, it would be too late by then. Besides, in this pitch darkness, how could they possibly know which direction we have taken? Indeed, I hope so. May we, as brothers, escape this calamity unscathed. Brother, I had not anticipated you possessed such a contingency plan. Thank goodness for this tunnel. Otherwise, today would have marked our irrevocable demise. It is always prudent to exercise caution, particularly for individuals like us who traverse perilous paths, as danger may arise at any moment. That is why I meticulously designed this during the construction of the courtyard. Brother, do the other villas have tunnels as well? No. Only the one I reside in is equipped with such a feature. I wonder how things stand now. I fear Li Zhe may have met his end this time. Let's not dwell on that. Our priority must be to ensure our own safety. Brother, where shall we go? We shall continue onward until we are beyond the borders of Mahai. With that, Dedalai, seated in the passenger seat, cradled a sawed-off shotgun and closed his eyes. Chapter 35. Li Yi sacrifices himself to save his brother on the highway. The Bat accelerated the vehicle to 200 miles per hour, leaving the two cars from the Python group far behind. Half an hour passed, and a black SUV speeding ahead came into the view of Mo Lingfeng and the Bat. Young master, do you think that vehicle ahead could be the Blade? Mo Lingfeng scrutinized the SUV, and soon the distance between the two vehicles narrowed to 30 meters. Bat, it resembles him. There seems to be no rear-view mirror on his right side. Young master, let us overtake him directly and force him to stop. Mo Lingfeng shook his head. No, Blade must be frantic. At this speed, if we attempt to intercept him, he will surely collide with us. Trust me, just overtake him and keep moving. The Bat pressed the accelerator firmly, overtaking the SUV and speeding forward. Li Yi, behind the wheel, noticed another vehicle pass him and muttered to himself, Damn, driving this fast, can anyone be more reckless than us? Beside him, the drowsy Blade opened his eyes. What's going on? Brother, it's nothing, just a car that sped past us. It must be going over 200 miles per hour. Blade did not dwell on it. Instead, reaching down to grab a bottle of mineral water, twisting it open and taking a few sips. Li, where are we now? Brother, we'll be out of the Mo High territory in about 10 minutes. Good. Once we're out of Mo High, I'll feel more at ease. Ahead, Mo Lingfeng continued forward and, after crossing an exceptionally long bridge, brought the vehicle to a swift halt. Mo Lingfeng and the Bat exited the car and drew their handguns. Bat, when he approaches, aim directly at the driver's seat. Understood, young master. Before long, a vehicle whose model was unclear sped toward them. Young master, based on the time and the speed of this car, it must be Blade. All right, prepare yourselves. As they spoke, they aimed their guns at the approaching vehicle. Li was fully focused on driving when he suddenly noticed a small car parked in the emergency lane. Upon closer inspection, he saw two figures standing behind the car, one of whom was Mo Lingfeng, aiming a gun at him. Brother, brace yourself. It's a trap. At that moment, Mo Lingfeng and the Bat fired their weapons simultaneously. Li immediately ducked down, inadvertently veering the car to the left, causing it to spiral out of control and crash into the left guardrail, then careened sideways toward Mo Lingfeng. Mo Lingfeng and the Bat quickly rolled over the guardrail, tumbling into the adjacent ditch. Li's vehicle collided forcefully with the rear of Mo Lingfeng's car, sending it flying several meters forward from the tremendous impact. Li's car then slammed sideways into the opposite guardrail, executing a complete 360-degree spin before gradually coming to a halt, smoke billowing from the front. Fortunately, the vehicle did not overturn. The doors flung open, and Blade and Li leaped out. At that moment, Mo Lingfeng and Bat emerged from the shallow ditch. Li exclaimed, Brother, it's Mo Lingfeng. There are only two of them. The Dowley climbed into the vehicle and retrieved a shotgun from the back seat. Handing it to Li, eliminate the two of them. With that, the two men raised their firearms and fired directly at Mo Lingfeng, who had just vaulted over the fence. Bat swiftly pulled Mo Lingfeng back, and both men crouched beside the railing, simultaneously lifting their weapons to retaliate. The Dao Li, witnessing their counterattack, hesitated to advance recklessly. Li Yi, we must find a way to escape. With Mo Lingfeng here, his demon-hunting companions will likely arrive shortly. Li Yi gazed at the Dao Li and said, Brother, you should leave quickly. I will cover you. No, how can I abandon you? If we leave together. After the Dao Li spoke, he grasped Li Yi's hand, preparing to flee, but suddenly felt a sticky warmth on Li Yi's palm. Looking down, he was shocked to see it stained with blood. Brother, what happened to you? Brother, I was shot while driving just now. Upon closer inspection, Dao Li noticed blood flowing from Li Yi's chest. Brother, I will support you as we go. Brother, I cannot move any longer. You must go. Remember, you do not need to avenge me. Do not return. Live a good life in the years to come. The Dao Li was about to protest, but Li Yi interrupted him. Brother, go. Now. As he spoke, he turned a glance back at Mo Lingfeng. Damn it. I've endured so much for days. Let me have a moment of reprieve. He turned once more to Dao Li. Brother, hurry. With that, he raised his gun and began firing as he advanced. Mo Lingfeng, come out. Don't be a coward. Show yourself. Li Yi's shotgun had a wide range, forcing Mo Lingfeng and Bat to keep their heads down. Bat nudged Mo Lingfeng and pointed to the side. Then they rolled away down the slope of the ditch, escaping the area under fire. Mo Lingfeng followed suit without hesitation. At that moment, Li Yi continued to shout wildly, inching closer to the spot where Mo Lingfeng had just been. Mo Lingfeng, aren't you so formidable? Come out. Don't make me look down on you. With that, he fired again. Just as he realized Mo Lingfeng had already fled, Bat leaped out, firing directly at Li Yi's hand, causing the shotgun to clatter to the ground. The Bat leapt forward, swiftly confronting Li Yi. Both his left arm and right hand bore injuries, and despite his attempts to grasp his hunting rifle, he faltered. The Bat advanced, overpowering Li Yi and pinning him to the ground with a swift strike, rendering him unconscious. At that moment, Ran Meng and the Python team arrived. Two members of the team forcibly placed Li Yi into the vehicle. Mo Lingfeng addressed the others, stating Dao Li was in the vehicle and sustained considerable impact. He must be injured and won't venture far. Everyone, disperse and search diligently, but prioritize your safety. Indeed, Mo Lingfeng's assertion was accurate. Dao Li had been injured from the collision. Seizing the opportunity amidst Li Yi's suppression of Mo Lingfeng's firepower, he had stealthily climbed over the barricade and was now limping through the fields. Chapter 36. Predicament upon receiving the command from Mo Lingfeng. The members of the Python team swiftly dispersed in pairs to commence their search. Mo Lingfeng stood at the roadside, meticulously observing his surroundings. He noted that the central barrier and greenery between the two lanes were quite tall, rendering it improbable for Dao Li to escape from the opposite side under the current circumstances. He once again adjusted the plan, assigning the majority of his personnel to his side, with a particular focus on inspecting the small ditches for any footprints. Before long, a member of the team made a discovery. Young master, we have found footprints here. Mo Lingfeng approached to examine the tracks, which were freshly imprinted, leading him to conclude that these were indeed left by Dao Li. He gathered all the members of the Python team together, forming 4 groups of 8, including himself, Bat, and Python, creating a fan-shaped formation to expedite their search. By a water ditch, Dao Li crouched down, setting his gun aside as he splashed water onto his face, seeking relief before lying back down. At this moment, his chest and left leg throbbed painfully from the violent impact of the vehicle, rendering him nearly unable to move. His clothes soaked with sweat. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to stand, limping onward, fearful that Mo Lingfeng might be in pursuit. After walking for a while, the eastern horizon began to lighten, and he understood he must hasten his departure from this area. With dawn approaching, his chances of escape dwindled. However, the agony in his body hindered his progress, beads of sweat cascading down his face. He pressed on until he spied a village ahead. He entered the village and fortuitously stumbled upon a newly constructed brick house, its pristine courtyard devoid of a gate. Dao Li slipped inside and found that the small room was a kitchen, containing several plates of remnants and 2 steamed buns along with a sausage. He grabbed a bun and, accompanied by the stir-fried dishes and sausage, devoured his meal voraciously, quenching his thirst with water drawn from a nearby jar. Having satiated his hunger and thirst, he sank down in a corner of the wall, fatigue overcoming him, and he unknowingly drifted into slumber while still clutching his gun. As dawn broke, Mo Lingfeng and his companions arrived at the village's entrance, exhausted and resting on the ground. Bat, do you think Daedalus might be hiding in this village? Young master, it is difficult to say. I just spoke to a villager who informed me that this is the only village in the vicinity. The nearest one beyond this is over 10 miles away. Given the severity of the collision, I find it hard to believe he wouldn't be injured and wouldn't have strayed too far. The remoteness of this village, combined with the absence of vehicles at night, diminishes his chances of escaping. What if he is hiding in the fields? That is even less likely. He is not foolish. He would have taken advantage of the night to flee, as daylight would only complicate his escape. Bat nodded in agreement. You are correct, young master. If I were in his shoes, I too would flee as far as possible under the cover of darkness. Young master, he said, by your reasoning, he cannot leave by vehicle. The other villages are too distant, and with his injuries, he cannot travel far. Therefore, there's a 90% chance he is hiding in this village. As they spoke, members of the third group from the Python unit arrived. Mo Lingfeng surveyed the gathered crowd and remarked, "Thank you all for your hard work, but our respite is not yet at hand. Let us exert ourselves further. We must capture Daedalus. Dawn has broken, and if he is indeed concealed within this village, I fear he may coerce others into facilitating his escape using transportation. Thus, we must cordon off the village's exits to prevent his flight. Ranmang, take 2 members from your group and ascertain how many exits this village possesses. Immediately arrange for personnel to guard them." Stepping forward, Ranmang assured him, "Rest assured, young master," before departing with his team. Mo Lingfeng then addressed the remaining individuals. "Follow me into the village, to the village chief's residence. Be vigilant of our surroundings." With that, he led everyone into the village. Moments later, before a modest 2-story building, Mo Lingfeng knocked on the door. Soon, a man's voice echoed from within the courtyard. "Who is it? Knocking so early? Greetings. Is this the home of Chief Zhao? We have come from Mahai on a mission and require your cooperation," Mo Lingfeng replied. The door swung open, revealing a man of around 50, who, upon seeing the fully armed Mo Lingfeng and his companions, mistook them for a security detail and greeted them with a broad smile. Yes, I am the village chief. I see you have come on a mission. Rest assured, I will assist you as much as I can." Mo Lingfeng smiled in return. "Chief Zhao, we are in pursuit of an escaped convict who is armed and poses a significant threat. Our tracking suggests he is likely hiding in your village." The chief, upon hearing this, recoiled several steps in fright. "I will cooperate. Please instruct me on how I can assist." Mo Lingfeng nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you, chief. Here's the plan. We have stationed our personnel at all the village exits. Now we simply need to flush him out. Please announce over the loudspeaker that a fugitive armed with a firearm may be in the village and advise everyone to remain vigilant. Anyone who reports a sighting of the fugitive will receive a reward of 100,000 yuan. The village chief's eyes widened in astonishment. What? A reward of 100,000 yuan? Such a splendid opportunity. I will broadcast it immediately. Shortly thereafter, the village loudspeaker began its repeated announcements. A middle-aged couple, just awakening, heard the broadcast. "Dear, did you hear? It seems there's a fugitive in our village. We must be cautious. Anyone who spots him can report and earn 100,000 yuan. I did hear. Perhaps the heavens have taken pity on us. What a stroke of fortune. Reporting him could clear our debts for the house. Indeed, if we happen upon him, for that 100,000, I would risk anything, given your cowardly demeanor. It will be a small miracle if you do not soil yourself in fear. You reckless woman, how could you speak of your man in such a manner? Hurry now, prepare something to eat." As the woman grumbled, she sat up, donned her clothes, opened the door, and hurried towards the small room. At that moment, within the confines of the small room, the sharp-minded Dao Li was also roused by the blaring announcements. He realized that the fugitive mentioned in the broadcast could only refer to him. If this were indeed the case, it meant that Mo Lingfeng had arrived in this village. Escaping now was out of the question. The only course of action was to conceal himself. Waiting until Mo Lingfeng departed or until nightfall to make a move. Just then, the door to the small room swung open. Chapter 37. The small door creaked open, and a middle-aged woman entered, humming a cheerful tune. Today is a fine day. Approaching the stove, she prepared to light a fire, only to discover that the steamed buns and sausage were missing, as were the remnants of last night's meal. Puzzled, she scratched her head and muttered to herself, "That's strange. I distinctly remember there were 2 buns and a sausage left yesterday. How could they have vanished?" The door had remained closed, preventing any little creatures from sneaking in. In her moment of confusion, her gaze fell upon the discarded wrapper of the devoured sausage lying on the floor. Suddenly, memories of the fugitive broadcasted over the loudspeaker flooded her mind. Could it be? In a flurry, she turned to rush back to inform her husband. At that very moment, a figure sprang from behind the door. The man, wielding a knife, swiftly wrapped an arm around her neck, covering her mouth with his hand. The woman struggled, whimpering softly. "Don't move, don't scream, or I will kill you," he warned. She ceased her resistance, fear evident in her eyes as she nodded in compliance. The assailant seized a rag from the table and stuffed it into her mouth. He then procured a length of rope to bind her hands, pushing her toward the main room. Inside, her husband lay oblivious until he heard footsteps. "Have you finished cooking already? I'll get up and help with the chores after breakfast," he said, turning over. To his shock, he found a stranger pointing a gun directly at him. "Silence. Do as I say, or I'll shoot both of you," the intruder commanded. Trembling, the husband nodded in fear. "Please, don't harm us. We will cooperate, I swear," he pleaded. "If it's money you want, I don't have much, just a few hundred. I'll give it to you, just don't hurt us. I have an elderly mother who needs care and a child under 10. Please." The intruder shoved the woman to the ground, gun raised. "Enough with the nonsense. I don't want your money. Just behave, and I promise you won't get hurt." Meanwhile, in the village headquarters, Mo Lingfeng sat in a chair. "Village chief, how many households reside in your village?" he inquired. "Sir, our village is small, consisting of 123 households, with just over 500 residents," the village chief replied. "Please broadcast a message instructing everyone to stay indoors. We will conduct a search shortly, and they must cooperate," Mo Lingfeng requested. "Of course. I'll make the announcement right away." Before long, the loudspeaker crackled to life. "Attention everyone. In order to apprehend a fugitive and ensure a safe environment, no one is to leave their homes. Our team will conduct searches, and cooperation is essential. Those who refuse will face consequences." Turning to the bat beside him, Mo Lingfeng instructed, "Divide our personnel, including myself, into pairs and search each house from south to north." "Understood, sir." Thus, the relentless search commenced. 20 minutes later, 2 members of the search team arrived at a courtyard. "Is anyone there? Please come out and cooperate with our search." A woman stepped forward. "Alone in my home, I noticed 2 team members inspecting the yard and the small room before ascending the ladder to examine the roof. Have any strangers visited your house from midnight until now?" No, not at all. You are the only one here. Where is your husband?" He has gone out." "Where did he go, and when did he leave?" "He departed yesterday afternoon for the county town." "What was the purpose of his visit?" "I am not quite sure. He simply left for some matter." The 2 team members exchanged glances, and one entered the room for a brief inspection, emerging shortly after to shake his head. "Very well, let it be. Should you encounter any unfamiliar or suspicious individuals, please contact the team promptly." After their exchange, they exited the yard. One remarked, "Have you noticed how anxious this woman seems?" The other replied, "I too have observed it. However, we have searched thoroughly and found no issues." What could be causing her anxiety? Perhaps it is due to her husband's absence, making her uneasy during the search. As they spoke, they proceeded to another household behind the house. This residence also belonged to a middle-aged couple, who cooperated willingly with the 2 team members. Upon completing their search, and just as they were about to leave, one team member inquired, "Sir, is your neighbor's husband not at home?" The man responded, "He is at home. I assisted him with some bricks yesterday, and we shared a drink together in the evening." The team member's eyes widened immediately. "Sir, what time did you finish drinking last night?" The man pondered briefly before replying, "After we finished our work, it was nearly 9 o'clock. We must have been drinking until late." His wife interjected, "You returned home past 11 last night." Upon hearing this, The two team members thanked the man and exited. I suspected that woman was anxious. There must be something amiss. Let us return and conduct another search. No, we should contact the team leader immediately. Mo Lingfeng and Bat had just emerged from a villager's home when he received a call from Ranmei, who reported the findings of the two team members to Mo Lingfeng. Mo Lingfeng instructed Ranmei to inform the other search teams to gather at the location of these two members. Soon after, Mo Lingfeng and Bat found the two team members. Minutes later, a dozen other searchers arrived. Mo Lingfeng and Bat drew their firearms and led the team back into the yard. The woman emerged once more, and upon seeing the crowd and the weapons, her anxiety visibly escalated. Mo Lingfeng questioned her. You stated your husband left for the county town yesterday afternoon, correct? Yes, he left yesterday afternoon. Yet, someone reported that he was drinking with your husband at your home last night until the early hours. The woman appeared increasingly flustered. This. Mo Lingfeng turned to Bat, who was vigilantly surveying the surroundings, and instructed, Bat, commence a search. Everyone, please exercise caution. Four team members remained close to Mo Lingfeng, ready for any eventuality. Soon, the Bats and other search team members arrived before Mo Lingfeng, shaking their heads. Mo Lingfeng scrutinized the courtyard intently, pushing past those in front of him to enter the room. He meticulously examined each room, yet could discern no irregularities. Ultimately, he paused in a room at the far west. After a careful observation, he exited the room and proceeded to the courtyard, where he inspected the westernmost wall. Turning to the woman, he inquired, How many rooms are there in this row of houses? The woman replied, 4. Mo Lingfeng smiled faintly and approached the room he had just vacated, peering through the window into the interior. He pointed towards the courtyard wall and remarked, Why is there still over 2 meters of distance between the courtyard wall and this room to the west? There should be another room, perhaps a storage room. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, the woman's expression transformed instantly. Chapter 38. Dying with dignity, Mo Lingfeng returned to the room at the far west once again and addressed his teammates behind him. Move this wardrobe aside. Several members swiftly stepped forward and shifted the wardrobe, revealing a door before them. The woman behind hurriedly positioned herself in front of the door. Please, I beg you, do not enter. My man is inside. He is in danger. Mo Lingfeng paid her no heed and shouted towards the door, Dedalai, come out. You cannot escape. As the emperor of the Mo High Underworld, you ought to maintain some dignity. If this gets out, it will tarnish your reputation, won't it? Step out and earn my respect. Laughter echoed from within the room, and the door swung open. Dedalai emerged, gun in hand, pressing it against a man's head. Montauk Lingfeng, are you a dog? I hid so well, yet you still found me. Mo Lingfeng regarded Dedalai and replied, Enough with the nonsense. Release this man. You see, there is no escape for you. Do not make me lose respect for you. After all, you are a leader of your own. Dedalai glanced at Mo Lingfeng's side, aiming his gun at his accomplice, then subtly concealed himself behind the man in front. Ha ha ha. Tell me, is Li dead? No, he has been captured. Are you not afraid I will kill this man? Ha ha ha. Dedalai, do you think I'm afraid? When you threatened me with those 2 women in your courtyard, did I yield? Dedalai realized that Mo Lingfeng would never capitulate. Ha! Who would have thought that I, Dedalai, would fall to this state? Are you planning to take me back to face judgment, like Zhongwen and Shuizhe? Mo Lingfeng showed no hesitation. Shouldn't you face judgment? Are you unaware of the countless heinous acts you have committed? Do you not realize how many lives you have ruined? I always thought that as the emperor of the Mo High Underworld, you would be different from ordinary people, at least capable of letting go of certain things. Unexpectedly, Dedalai proved to be just like the rest, and Mo Lingfeng expressed his disappointment. Surrender. Do not make me look down on you. Do not let your former brothers who followed you lose respect for you. In success, you bask in glory. In failure, you must stand tall, right, Dedalai? As for judgment, that is the price you pay for the wrong path you chose, for the mistakes you made, and for all the people you have harmed. The small island nation was once formidable, invading this and that, but in the end, they too paid for their misdeeds. Years ago, the United States inflicted 2 bombs upon them, leading to countless casualties and leaving many with lifelong suffering. Do they not hate the United States? Certainly, they do. However, they must pay for their errors. They dare not harbor hatred and must even acknowledge the United States as their superior. A steep price to bear, indeed. Thus, one can observe the final stance of Japan, which refuses to acknowledge the heinous acts committed in the past, resulting in disdain from neighboring countries. Indeed, who among them holds him in esteem? Therefore, doubt Ali, failure is but failure. One must stand tall and dignified. Even in demise, do not allow others to look down upon you, for you were once the underground emperor. To bear the weight of glory is to also accept the burden of defeat. Doubt Ali, I believe you shall not disappoint me, nor allow your brethren to regard you with contempt. Listening to Mo Lingfeng's words, Doubt Ali swayed. Indeed, I, Doubt Ali, was once the underground emperor. I cannot allow others to look down on me. If I must perish, I shall do so with dignity. Upon finishing his statement, he gazed at Mo Lingfeng. Very well, I, Doubt Ali, shall stand as a man. I will not be a coward in death. I owe an explanation to everyone. With that, he forcefully pushed aside the man before him, raising his shotgun to his own head. Seeing this, Bat swiftly lunged forward. A loud bang echoed, and both Bat and Doubt Ali collapsed to the ground. Above them, grains of sand fell sporadically, indicating that the shot had been deflected due to Bat's interference. Bat rolled over, pinning Doubt Ali down, while several team members rushed forward to bind Doubt Ali. And Mo Lingfeng, observing the restrained Doubt Ali, let out a deep sigh. Regroup. By noon, Mo Lingfeng returned to the Demon Slayer Manor. After a meal and organizing everything, he felt exhausted and wished to rest when Bat entered the office. Young master, how shall we handle the situation in HH City? Mo Lingfeng, gripping his hair, looked up. I had forgotten about it. This is our first public report. We must take it seriously. Bring along teams Lion and Tiger. We shall pay a visit. Young master, you haven't rested since last night. Why not allow me to lead the team instead? No, I will accompany you. Everyone has been deprived of rest, and I am uneasy. Very well, young master. I will notify Lion and Tiger. Minutes later, 3 vehicles departed from the Demon Slayer Manor, heading towards HH. At the entrance of the demolition village in HH City, hundreds of people blocked the way. Opposite them stood Crab. We have stated our position. We will not relocate. If demolition is to occur, we must receive equal compensation. Why should our compensation be a third less than that of others? It seemed Crab did not even listen to the concerns being expressed. I gave you all last night to consider, yet you refuse to move. Haha, do you not take my word to heart? After saying this, Crab pulled out his phone. Are you almost there? Hurry, hurry. Hanging up, he wore a triumphant expression. You have a few minutes left. If you change your mind now, it is not too late. Otherwise, haha. Behind Crab, over 30 followers stood, hands on their hips, cigarettes in mouth, wielding clubs, swaggering with an air of arrogance. In a fleeting moment, over 10 vehicles approached, their doors flung open as a throng of individuals tumbled out, brandishing machetes and clubs, their numbers exceeding 100. The villagers, upon witnessing the arrival of such a multitude, began to feel a palpable sense of trepidation. One villager turned to Xiao Jun and inquired, Xiao Jun, did you not mention that the demon-slaying party would arrive? Why have they not yet appeared? Could it be that they are not coming after all? At that moment, Xiao Jun, too, felt a surge of anxiety. I made a call. They informed me the demon-slaying team had already set out. At this hour, they should be arriving soon. Just as the two conversed, Crab stepped forward. Listen well, everyone. Clear a path for me, or I shall show no mercy. Upon uttering these words, Crab noticed that the villagers remained unmoved and, with a swift gesture, commanded his numerous followers, who wielded their weapons, to charge at the villagers. Chapter 39. The fierce dragon cannot suppress the local snake the crab, puffing on a cigarette and sporting a pronounced beer belly, bellowed loudly, beat those leaders to a pulp. If anything goes awry, I'll take the blame. Just as his underlings charged towards the villagers, 3 vehicles sped onto the scene. Stop, Mo Lingfeng declared, stepping out of the car. Behind him, members of the Bat and Lion Tiger groups swiftly formed a protective circle around him. The Crab's subordinates froze, while the Crab tilted his head, scrutinizing Mo Lingfeng and the Demon Slayer. He was momentarily taken aback, pondering the identity of these formidable reinforcements. Mo Lingfeng surveyed the villagers and called out, "Who is Xiaojun?" Xiaojun, equally stunned, initially assumed they were merely passing by or part of a task force, never expecting someone would call out his name. I am Xiaojun, he stammered, stepping towards Mo Lingfeng. Mo Lingfeng advanced a few steps to meet him. "We're the Demon Slayers. Apologies for our tardiness." Xiaojun gazed at him in disbelief. "What? You claim to be the Demon Slayers?" Mo Lingfeng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we are the Demon Slayers." Suddenly, a smile spread across Xiao Jun's face as he turned to the villagers, exclaiming, "The Demon Slayers have arrived. They are here to save us. We have hope." Upon hearing that the approaching force was the Demon Slayers, the villagers excitedly moved towards them. The crab at that moment grasped the reality. These are not mere guards, but the Demon Slayers from Mo High. He shook his stout neck and shouted, "Did you really think they were your saviors? Let me tell you, even the Jade Emperor himself would falter on my turf." Mo Lingfeng turned his gaze towards the crab's raucous voice. "Xiaojun, is this the scoundrel you mentioned, the crab?" "Yes, that's him," Xiaojun replied. Upon hearing Mo Lingfeng's insult, the crab pointed at him, exclaiming, "Oh, come on. It's been years since anyone dared to insult me. You think you can meddle in this demolition? Let me make it clear. This ISN TMO High. You ought to understand that a fierce dragon cannot suppress a local snake. We are all part of this world. I could grant you a favor, or rather, an opportunity. In HH, I am not someone you can provoke. Leave immediately, and I shall overlook this incident. Otherwise, I will ensure you remain in HH, unable to leave." Mo Lingfeng responded with unyielding authority, "Be it Dragon's Pool or Ghost's Realm. Wherever there are scoundrels, I, Mo Lingfeng, shall not shy away. You need not extend me any favors. I have already taken charge of this matter. Let me inform you. My mission as a demon slayer is to eradicate the underworld and all forms of injustice. Since you have crossed my path, this marks your fate, the beginning of your countdown to obliteration." The crab removed his sunglasses and gazed at his subordinates, pointing at Mo Lingfeng with a haughty demeanor. "What did he just say? Did you all hear that? Aha, he dares to claim he will eradicate all underworld elements. Who the hell does he think he is?" The subordinates echoed his sentiments. "Boss, there's no need to be polite with someone so oblivious to reality. Let us teach him a lesson." "Indeed, boss, why waste words? Let us just take him down. With their pitiful numbers, they dare to swagger into HH? Have they lost their minds? I don't think they are just mad. They must be utterly insane." The crab and his gang laughed derisively at Mo Lingfeng. However, Mo Lingfeng was not deterred. Rather, he took the initiative. "Crab, I look forward to seeing how you plan to keep us here. Spare me your ramblings. Are you surrendering, or will you come at me? Be a man and make it quick. Don't waste my time." Clearly, the crab was taken aback by Mo Lingfeng's audacity, staring blankly and unsure of how to respond. One of the subordinates shouted, "Boss, with so many of us, let us just take them down. Look at that guy acting so tough." The crab snapped back to reality and commanded, "Attack. Beat them to a pulp. Whoever captures that arrogant leader will be rewarded with 10,000 yuan." With that, his subordinates brandished their weapons and charged at Mo Lingfeng. Mo Lingfeng waved his hand, and his team, the Lion and Tiger squads, surged forward. In an instant, the two sides clashed. Within 5 minutes, all the villagers present, including the crab, were wide-eyed and gaping in disbelief at the unfolding chaos. The demon-slaying crew, numbering over 30, faced more than 100 of the crab's henchmen, yet they fought like wolves among sheep. One by one, the crab's subordinates fell to the ground, some with broken arms, others with shattered legs, and nearly a quarter of them writhed in agony, moaning in pain. The crab's men began to retreat, eventually scattering in a panic flight. The crab, witnessing the mayhem, could hardly believe his eyes. He rubbed them vigorously, realizing this was no dream. He turned and rushed toward his vehicle, but as he opened the door, a figure known as Bat appeared beside him, delivering a powerful kick that sent the crab's hefty body flying. Mo Lingfeng approached the fallen crab, smiling down at him. "You've disappointed me. Aren't strong dragons supposed to suppress local snakes? Weren't you going to keep me here?" At that moment, the crab, sprawled on the ground, trembled as if cramping. "BB boss, I was blind. Spare me. I won T dare again. And Mo Lingfeng laughed heartily. Realizing your mistakes now is too late. Bat, take him away. The bat approached swiftly, seizing the crab and escorting him towards the demon-slaying vehicle. The crab, in a state of sheer terror, realized that if he were taken by the demon slayers, his fate would undoubtedly be grim. Brother, I was wrong, truly wrong. I will cease the demolition. No. I shall double the compensation for the villagers. Please grant me a chance. However, Mo Lingfeng paid him no heed, continuing his forward march. At that moment, a sudden sound of a flute echoed from the intersection ahead, and a dozen vehicles adorned with flashing lights sped towards them. Simultaneously, the lion and tiger squads retreated to Mo Lingfeng's side. Young master, the lion called out. Mo Lingfeng drew his handgun and handed it to the lion. Take the firearms from the bat and tiger and conceal them quickly. The lion accepted Mo Lingfeng's weapon, swiftly collecting the guns from the bat and tiger before darting into the vehicle. Chapter 40. The crabs escaped soon. Several vehicles encircled everyone present. The crab was the most exhilarated, loudly exclaiming, "Come save me, I am the crab, I am the crab." Dozens of officers wielding batons and electric rods positioned themselves before Mo Lingfeng and his companions. A leader armed with a firearm approached. His brow furrowed as he surveyed the scene, clearly startled by the numerous crabs writhing and wailing on the ground. However, what astonished him most was Mo. Both his equipment and personal demeanor exuded an air of intimidation, prompting the leader to cautiously approach Mo Lingfeng. Someone reported a large-scale brawl occurring here, and everyone must be taken in for questioning, he declared. The crab scurried a few steps closer to this individual and pointed at Mo Lingfeng, saying, "Captain Liu, this person is their leader. We must not let him escape." Captain Liu glanced at the crab, but chose to ignore him. "Everyone is to be taken away," he commanded. Mo Lingfeng and the members of 2MO offered no resistance and obediently followed to the police station. In an interrogation room, Mo Lingfeng, handcuffed, had been detained for 2 hours without any inquiries. Outside, night had fallen. The door swung open, and an officer entered, followed by the crab who remained at the threshold. He gestured a hand sign resembling a gun at Mo Lingfeng before swaggering away. The officer approached Mo Lingfeng and said, "You have quite the audacity, coming to HH to commit crimes. Do you realize that over 50 people have been severely injured due to your actions? You won't be leaving here. It's time to confess." Just then, another officer entered, the very Captain Liu who had been mentioned earlier, taking a seat at the table. "Name, age, place of origin, occupation, and the purpose of those accompanying you," he demanded. Mo Lingfeng lifted his head and replied, "Mo Lingfeng, 20 years old, from Maohai City, vice president of Xiaotian Group. Those individuals are my family's bodyguards." Upon hearing vice president of Xiaotian Group, Captain Liu, who had been jotting down notes, instantly raised his head in surprise. "Did you say you are the vice president of Xiaotian Group?" Mo Lingfeng smiled. "Yes, I am Mo Lingfeng, vice president of Xiaotian Group." Captain Liu immediately stood up and left the interrogation room. In the office of the police chief, a man was engaged in a phone conversation. "Understood. I will release them immediately. Rest assured, I will handle everything appropriately." "Yes, please be assured, leadership." After hanging up, his expression turned grim. At that moment, the door opened, and Captain Liu entered. "Chief, the individual I just interrogated claims to be Mo Lingfeng, the vice president of Xiaotian Group. I came to report this to you. What do you suggest?" The chief slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Captain Liu, saying, "I understand. I just received a call from higher up. I knew that this crab would eventually land in serious trouble. Of all the people he could provoke, why did he have to offend the vice president of Xiaotian Group? Is he looking to end his life? He himself has had enough of life, but remains silent, nearly dragging us into trouble. Do you realize the terrifying forces behind the Xiaotian Group? That is not something we can afford to provoke. It is said that this young master Mo has established a demon-slaying organization specifically to combat the Underworld. Even the notorious Dedalai, who has dominated Maohai for years, was extinguished by him." Team leader Liu wore an expression of disbelief. "You mean the underground emperor of Maohai, Dedalai, has been eliminated by young master Mo?" "Yes. The entire Maohai is now aware of it. What should we do? What can we do?" "We must release him immediately." Notify Crab and tell him to fend for himself. Night Color KTV, one of the largest and most luxurious venues, is also Crab's private property. At this moment, he sits in a private room, surrounded by several princesses, with a few subordinates standing opposite him. "Boss, let that kid know your might," one of them exclaimed. "Indeed, he should be reminded of whose territory this is," another added. "Come, let's toast to the boss," they said as they raised their glasses. Crab downed his drink in one gulp. "Damn it. It's been years since I've felt such humiliation. Who would have thought that this demon-slaying organization is truly formidable? Over 30 of them managed to scatter my more than 100 brothers. This is genuinely embarrassing. However, young Master Mo's emergence will not be so easy. Over 50 are severely injured, ha ha ha. You all remember this. Tomorrow morning, take people to the demolition site. No matter who obstructs us, beat them mercilessly. We must demolish it by all means. Understood, boss. Don't worry, we will handle it tomorrow. Ha ha, today was finally a close call. Thank goodness you were clever enough to inform Team Leader Liu. Otherwise, I would have suffered greatly. At that moment, Crab's phone rang. He glanced at it and immediately answered. A few minutes later, Crab hung up the phone, his expression frozen in shock. "Boss, what happened? Whose call was it? What did they say? Speak up, boss. What is going on? We can deal with him." Regaining his composure, Crab took a sip from his glass and addressed the others. "You all continue drinking. I have something to attend to." With that, Crab hurriedly exited the room and made his way to his office on the top floor. He opened the safe, took out several bundles of cash, and placed them in his bag, along with a handgun. After checking it, he tucked it into the waistband of his pants. At the entrance of the police station, Mo Lingfeng and Team Leader Liu stood by the door when 3 cars quickly emerged. The moment Mo Lingfeng settled into the vehicle, Team Leader Liu, standing behind him, whispered, "He is at Night Color KTV." Mo Lingfeng turned to glance at Team Leader Liu, nodded, and entered the car, with 3 vehicles heading towards Night Color. Watching Mo Lingfeng depart, Team Leader Liu muttered to himself, "I hope you 1T hold a grudge against me for capturing you today." In the dimly lit underground parking lot, Crab sat behind the wheel, striking the steering wheel with frustration. "Damn it, just like that, everything I've built over the years has crumbled. Just you wait, I will return with a vengeance." With that, he started the car and sped away. Mo Lingfeng sat in his vehicle, his brow furrowed in contemplation, pondering whether to send reinforcements. Just then, an unfamiliar call came in. "This is Mo Lingfeng. Young Master Mo, Crab has just left the Nightshade and is currently heading towards the northern section of the HH Expressway. You must intercept him immediately. His vehicle is a black Land Rover with the license plate 86666. Who are you?" "Young Master Mo, I need not inquire further. I hope you will not hold today's events against me." With that, the caller abruptly ended the conversation. On the roadside, within a black sedan, Jay Long switched the SIM card, muttering to himself, "Crab, this is all of your own making. Only by sacrificing you can the resentment in Mo Lingfeng's heart be extinguished. Therefore, I cannot allow you to escape. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes wide open. Some mistakes lead to a lifetime of regret." Chapter 41. Blossoming with joy on the northern highway of HH City, Crab drove his vehicle, trailing behind a small truck as they entered the ticket collection lane. Minutes slipped by, yet the small truck remained stationary, igniting Crab's impatience as he incessantly honked the horn. He contemplated reversing to switch to another lane, but found himself ensnared by other vehicles blocking his path. In frustration, Crab exited his car and approached the small truck, muttering under his breath about the driver's apparent incompetence. As he rapped on the truck's door, he sensed the gaze of 2 individuals nearby, seemingly observing him. Turning to look, he was met with the smiling face of Mo Lingfeng. In a panic, Crab attempted to flee, only to find himself confronted by 2 armed guards, their weapons aimed directly at him. Mo Lingfeng approached with a sardonic smile. "Where are you off to at this late hour? Why not come have some tea with me?" Crab turned back, his face a mask of terror. "Young Master Mo, it's all a misunderstanding. I was blind to your stature and inadvertently offended you. I am willing to compensate, even doubling the compensation for the villagers' relocation. No, tripling it." Mo Lingfeng shot Crab a disdainful glance before addressing Shirwa. "Take him away." Around 11 that night, Mo Lingfeng returned to the Demon Slaughter Manor. That had everything arranged and entered Mo Lingfeng's office. Young master, Li Yi is detained in room 103. The bullet has been removed, and he is out of danger. Dadao Li is in room 104, and Crab is in room 105. Montauk Lingfeng nodded. Xing. The harvest is quite fruitful. Everyone must be exhausted. Let us call it day. Inform everyone to rest well. We shall address any matters tomorrow. Young master, there is one more thing you instructed, Bat interjected. I instructed? Dadao Li's private courtyard was persuaded to surrender by Yu Fei. Those who escaped, you summoned them to the demon slaughter today. Many arrived and waited all day before departing late. Mo Lingfeng nodded thoughtfully. I had forgotten amidst the busyness. And what of it in the end? Yu Fei allowed them to leave, instructing them to return tomorrow. Good. Where's Yu Fei now? I have temporarily assigned him to work with the security team. Time was tight, and I hadn't had the chance to report to you yet. Understood. For matters like this, you may decide henceforth. With no further business, Bat bid good night. Mo Lingfeng, truly fatigued, leaned back on the sofa and soon fell asleep. The following morning, around 9, he was roused by a knock at the door. Bat, Rameng, Shihua, and Bao Lang entered. After freshening up, Mo Lingfeng settled back onto the sofa. Bat, disseminate the news that Dadao Li's gang has been completely eradicated. Currently, Dadao Li, and Li Zhe are all detained in Demon Slaughter Manor. Those victims wishing to come forward to correct the records may register. We will schedule the Demon Slaughter trial. Also, concerning Crab, notify the informant, Xiao Jun, that Crab has been apprehended, so the villagers may rest assured. Furthermore, arrangements were made for an individual to approach HH, announcing the obliteration of the Crabs, ensuring his subordinates understood that further misdeeds would not be tolerated. Additionally, a declaration was to be made to the other factions within HH's Underworld. Should there be no reports of their activities, I shall refrain from pursuing the matter, urging their voluntary dissolution. Should I discover any faction remaining intact, a decisive crackdown will ensue. The Bat diligently recorded these instructions. Very well, young master. I shall make the necessary arrangements forthwith. Mo Lingfeng then directed his gaze towards Ranmeng. Ranmeng, please compile a report on the group members injured during operations over the past few days, categorizing them by severity, and award each individual between 10,000 to 50,000 yuan. Understood, young master. Lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf, you are to remain idle for the time being and assist the security team in maintaining safety, particularly ensuring that no incidents befall the Dao and his companions before the demon slaughter judgment. Yes, young master. At that moment, the Bat's phone rang. After a brief conversation, he hung up. Young master, those who have surrendered have arrived and are in the courtyard. Mo Lingfeng rose, adjusted his attire, and departed with several individuals. In the main office building's courtyard stood over 100 individuals, with the one who had initially spoken leading the group. Upon noticing Mo Lingfeng's approach, he advanced to greet him. Young Master Mo, I am Qi Hongjun. As per our agreement, we have come to report for the demon slaughter and to accept judgment. At the entrance, a security officer in uniform, Yu Fei, hastened over as well. Young Master Mo, I, Yu Fei, also accept judgment. Mo Lingfeng regarded them with a satisfied smile. Indeed, this spirit of repentance is commendable. I do not regret my earlier decision to spare you. It is quite admirable that young individuals like yourselves can recognize and amend your wrongs. I, Mo Lingfeng, stand by my word. The judgment you face cannot be annulled. When one errs, one must bear the consequences. Following the judgment, should there be no citizens you have harmed pursuing retribution, I, Mo Lingfeng, shall also cease my inquiries. Qi Hongjun bowed deeply before Mo Lingfeng, and those behind him followed suit in unison. Young Master Mo, our presence here signifies our willingness to atone for our past foolish actions. We are not alone. We have contacted many others who are also eager to accept judgment and start anew. Just as you once advised us, we must be accountable to our families, to ourselves, to our conscience, and to our nation. We seek dignity, respect, and aspire to contribute positively to society and our country. Upon concluding his statement, Qi Hongjun placed his fingers to his lips and emitted a sharp whistle. Moments later, a throng of at least 50 to 60 individuals approached the main gate. making their way towards Mo Lingfeng. In no time, this assembly stood before him, bowing deeply. Qi Hongjun pointed at the crowd and addressed Mo Lingfeng, saying, "Young Master Mo, in our youthful arrogance, we strayed onto a misguided path. Thankfully, with your guidance and that of the Demon Slayer, we have been spared from the ignorance of how long we might have wandered down that erroneous road and the magnitude of the mistakes we might have made. Young Master Mo, please accept our most heartfelt gratitude." With that, the crowd bowed deeply once more to Mo Lingfeng. Mo Lingfeng regarded them thoughtfully. "It is commendable that you acknowledge your errors. I perceive your sincerity in seeking redemption, as well as your resolute determination." After speaking, he gestured toward Yu Fei. "Yu Fei, come here." "Young master, you called for me?" Yu Fei replied. "Please collect everyone's phone numbers and allow them to return home for now. We shall contact them again when the time for the Demon Slayer's judgment arrives." Yu Fei was taken aback that Mo Lingfeng had tasked him with this responsibility. Although it merely involved recording phone numbers, his heart swelled with joy at the honor bestowed upon him. Chapter 42. Everything has changed. Mo Lingfeng cast his gaze once more upon the crowd, and at that moment, an inexplicable emotion welled up within him. He felt a profound joy, for he had successfully salvaged the futures of these young individuals standing before him. It brought him happiness to witness their timely recognition of their past mistakes and their willingness to take responsibility for them. Their inherent nature was not malevolent. Rather, it was unfortunate that they had not encountered a guiding figure to steer them in the right direction. Yet, a deep sorrow also enveloped him, as he lamented the countless lives ravaged by the vile Underworld. In the course of this devastation, how many young souls have been misled into a life of crime? At an age when they should have been industriously contributing to society and their nation, they had been led astray by nefarious individuals, becoming instruments of harm to the innocent. As Mo Lingfeng pondered these thoughts, Qi Hongjun's voice abruptly pulled him back to reality. "Young Master Mo, you once mentioned that we could speak with you regarding our concerns. Correct?" Mo Lingfeng turned his attention to Qi Hongjun. "Indeed. Do you have any requests? Or perhaps you wish to undertake something facing difficulties?" With his hands clasped before him, Qi Hongjun replied, "Young Master Mo, you have saved us. We have no demands. However, we simply wish to." Mo Lingfeng stepped forward, standing before Qi Hongjun, and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Speak freely. Express any difficulties you face, and I shall do my utmost to assist you." Qi Hongjun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Young Master Mo, we are but uneducated individuals, lacking in skills, and given our past affiliations with the Underworld, it has become challenging for us to find employment." Mo Lingfeng comprehended Qi Hongjun's implication. "You mean to say that securing work is quite difficult for you at present?" Qi Hongjun nodded. "Young Master Mo, we humbly request your assistance once more. If it pleases you, we wish to follow you, to join the extermination of evil, to combat the Underworld alongside you." Upon hearing this, the individuals behind Qi Hongjun echoed his sentiments, pleading, "Please, young Master Mo, grant us this opportunity. We are eager to join the fight against the Underworld and to stand against wrongdoing." Mo Lingfeng found himself momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated such aspirations from those before him. A sense of solace washed over him, knowing that the cause of extermination had garnered universal approval. However, faced with such a multitude of eager souls, he felt a sense of overwhelming responsibility. At that moment, Bat approached Mo Lingfeng's side. "Young master, I have an idea that may be viable." Mo Lingfeng turned to Bat, urging him to continue. "Speak." "Young master, our numerous venues are thriving, and we now require personnel for their maintenance. Additionally, we have several properties that remain vacant. Why not renovate them ourselves? For instance, we could establish entertainment venues, such as billiard halls and gaming centers, to offer the community more leisure options. Furthermore, we could create an external security division to oversee all security operations for both existing and future entertainment establishments." Upon hearing the words, Mo Lingfeng felt quite satisfied with Bat's suggestion. He turned to Qi Hongjun and Yu Fei, declaring, "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. Shortly, Bat will make the necessary arrangements for you." A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. Under Bat's meticulous guidance, the demon-slaying security team underwent a significant restructuring. Captain of Team 1, Zhang Wei, primarily responsible for the security of the demon-slaying manor and the various industries in Lingshui District. Captain of Team 2, Yu Fei, tasked with overseeing the security of Jiangshui District and Mo Xiaotian District's industries. Captain of Team 3, Qi Hongjun, charged with the security of Tianshui District and Qingshui District's industries. Each team comprised approximately 60 members, all managed temporarily by Bat. Before long, the entire Mo High was abuzz with news of the annihilation of the Daoli gang, prompting many citizens and merchants to raise celebratory banners. The reception center saw a constant influx of visitors, ranging from those reporting incidents, presenting banners of gratitude, to those generously donating food and supplies. The telephone operators were overwhelmed, struggling to keep up with the incessant calls. Ever since Qi Hongjun and his companions were accepted by the demon-slaying team, daily, individuals from the Underworld came forth to confess their misdeeds, expressing their willingness to submit to the judgment of the demon-slaying authorities. In the present day, the name of the demon-slaying team resonated throughout Mo High, becoming a household term. Even those employed within its ranks were regarded with newfound respect by the surrounding populace. Swelling their hearts with pride, countless individuals devised various means to secure employment within the demon-slaying team, resulting in long queues forming outside the entrance each day. Mo High had transformed. Street brawls had become a thing of the past. Thefts were no longer witnessed, and the bullying that once plagued the streets had vanished. The presence of those who previously boasted of their connections to the Underworld was now conspicuously absent. In brief, any semblance of lawlessness had been eradicated from Mo High. In a private room of a tea house in HH City, two men sat, their expressions dejected as they engaged in conversation. The bald man, named Sun Tao, was the second in command of the HH Underworld, primarily dealing in gravel and transportation. The scar-faced man, known as Shenhao, was the third figure in the HH Underworld, mainly running underground gambling operations and lending. Sun Tao, what are your thoughts on the demon-slaying matter? Sun Tao wore an expression of helplessness. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. I mean, how could such a thing as the demon-slaying arise out of nowhere? And then there's Crab. After so many years without incident, how did he end up provoking the demon-slaying team? What more does he want from the already stable HH? It's truly baffling. Now it's all over for him. Rumor has it that even his superiors have abandoned him. Shenhao sipped his tea and replied. It said that Crab's forced demolition triggered a villager to report him to the demon-slaying team. I suspect this time, Crab has met his match. My sources tell me the owner of the demon-slaying team is Mo Lingfeng, the heir of the Xiaotian group. Just consider such a background. How could Crab's superiors possibly support him now? Moreover, that day Crab led over 100 men, while it's reported that the demon-slaying team had merely around 30. Yet they managed to send Crab's men into a panicked retreat. What evokes the greatest apprehension is the annihilation wrought by the demon slayer upon the formidable Dao Dali. Rumors suggest that Dao Dali and several of his key associates are currently detained by the demon slayer. Sun Tao's eyes widened in astonishment. I still owe Dao Dali a favor that remains unsettled, but it seems that the opportunity to repay it has slipped away. Alas, it is quite vexing. The demon slayer has issued us a warning to disband. What shall we do? Shenhao pondered for a moment before responding. Disbandment is not an option. We must proceed with utmost caution. We should refrain from actions that can be avoided and eschew endeavors that lack certainty. I have heard of this Mo Lingfeng, who was once a notorious playboy and a squanderer, perhaps in a moment of impulsiveness, or perhaps due to a conflict with Dao Dali. He found himself entangled in this mess. We shall assess the situation and deliberate before making any decisions. For the time being, we must maintain a low profile and refrain from pursuing unessential gains. Sun Tao nodded in agreement. It appears we have no choice but to proceed in this manner. Chapter 44. The Bat's Misery Upon Returning to the Office. Mo Lingfeng finally calmed his anger. He brewed a cup of tea and was about to take a sip when he heard wailing from the corridor. Holding the cup, he stepped out of the office, and the sight before him nearly caused him to spew the tea. There, 5 individuals, Ran Mang, Lion, Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf, were pinning the fallen bat to the ground. Some twisted the bat's thigh, while others bit his arm, employing a myriad of tactics. Filthy bat, I warned you not to be so forgetful. You had the audacity to deceive me, Ran Mang. Do you realize that I won't be able to eat for several days now? But today, I, Lion, will confront you to the death. It's either you or me. Bat, if I, Tiger, don't twist the flesh from your thigh today, I would have wronged you. Leopard and Wolf joined in, hurling insults while relentlessly continuing their actions. The bat cried out in agony. Brothers, please show some mercy. I did not lie. It was indeed the young master who sent for you. Can't you see that the young master is furious? He sincerely meant it so that you would deal with me. I am wronged. Listening to this, Mo Lingfeng couldn't help but chuckle. The audacity of lying had now turned against him. He approached the group. Upon noticing Mo Lingfeng, Ran Mang immediately stood up, as did Lion, Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf. Mo Lingfeng looked at the bat on the ground and inquired, Bat, when did I instruct you to call for them? Seeing Mo Lingfeng beside him, the bat frantically waved his hands. Young master, I was just speaking off the cuff. Mo Lingfeng gestured to Ran Mang, Lion, Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf, saying, You all heard it. I did not ask him to summon you. Ran Mang and the others looked at Mo Lingfeng bewildered. Mo Lingfeng smiled. I'm fine. I merely came to clarify. You may proceed. With that, he turned and walked back toward the office. Behind him, the bat's cries resumed. Damn you, bat. I nearly believed you. If it weren't for the young master clarifying, you would have truly deceived me. Today, I will make you pay. Mo Lingfeng entered the office, laughing heartily at the exclamations echoing behind him. A little over 10 minutes later, the bruised bat stumbled into Mo Lingfeng's office. Young master, Mo Lingfeng looked up and nearly lost his breath from laughter at the bat's appearance. Ha, bat, where are your eyebrows? Young master, Ran Mang shaved them off. And what the left side of your hair? Shaved by Lion. What happened to your neck? Bite from Tiger. And why do you limp? Twisted by Leopard and Wolf. As the bat spoke, tears welled up, resembling a wronged little wife. Mo Lingfeng laughed, clutching his stomach. All right. Next time you deceive them, I'll play along and one tea expose you. The bat's eyes widened. Really, young master? Montauk Lingfeng nodded. The bat, gritting its teeth, said with resentment, You all wait and see. I shall deceive you to your demise. Just because I, the bat, do not assert my dominance, you take me for a mere sparrow. Upon hearing this, Mo Lingfeng burst into laughter. At that moment, the bat's phone rang. After answering, they exchanged a few words before hanging up. Shortly thereafter, a young woman from the reception center arrived, guiding a middle-aged couple into Mo Lingfeng's office. Upon seeing Mo Lingfeng, the couple immediately knelt down. Young Master Mo, we beseech you to save us. We are truly at our wits' end. Mo Lingfeng hurriedly rose to assist them. Please do not do this. If you have grievances, sit and speak. I assure you I will take charge. At his urging, the couple seated themselves, while the young woman from the reception center sat aside, diligently taking notes. Speak freely. What brings you to Demon Slayer? Do not fear. Demon Slayer will advocate for you. The man nodded. Young Master Mo, my name is LV Tai Dan, and my wife and I run a fast food restaurant. Business has been decent, and aside from our daily expenses, we manage to save a few tens of thousands each year. 2 years ago, my father fell gravely ill, and his treatment cost over several $100,000, draining all my savings and leaving me with nearly $200,000 in debt, borrowed from relatives and friends. Just at that time, my mother also fell ill, suffering from a severe heart condition, and the doctors insisted on immediate surgery. The combined cost for her treatment and surgery amounted to several tens of thousands. My wife and I were utterly at a loss. We could not possibly ask our relatives and friends for more, as they too were not affluent. During that time, we were consumed with worry, as my mother needed surgery urgently to avoid life-threatening consequences. In desperation, I received a message on my phone about a loan opportunity. With no other options, I inquired. Though the interest rates were higher than the banks, I felt compelled to save my mother and had no choice but to accept. Thus, we successfully obtained a loan of $100,000 online, receiving $85,000 after interest deductions, with a repayment term of 1 year. Last year, just a week before the due date, we managed to gather the funds to repay the loan. However, despite several attempts, our repayments were repeatedly marked as failed. When we tried to contact them, they either had their phones turned off or did not answer. Initially, my wife and I assumed they were simply busy and thought little of it. To our shock, a day after the due date, they called to inform us that we were in breach of contract for not making timely repayments. My explanations fell on deaf ears. They insisted we must pay both the penalty and the accrued interest, demanding $20,000 instead of the original $10,000. We were left powerless, as we had no means to cover the additional $10,000. During this period, friends began to demand repayment, but we were unable to settle any debts. To our dismay, a month later, they escalated their demands to $300,000. My wife and I found ourselves in an insurmountable predicament, prompting us to seek out various integrity cards from different banks. We withdrew funds to repay our debts, yet still fell short. 2 months ago, we reached a point where we could not repay a single cent, and they began to expose our contacts, reaching out to all our relatives and friends, even resorting to threats. Just yesterday, they called once more, stating they would come to our shop tomorrow to confront us. If we failed to repay, they would seize our business. As Tian recounted this distressing situation, tears streamed down his face, and he knelt before Mo Lingfeng once again. "Young Master Mo, please save us. They're demanding $6 million from us, and I owe an additional $400,000 on the integrity card, along with nearly $200,000 to friends and family. I acknowledge my obligation to repay the integrity card, but regarding the online loan, I implore you to consider reducing the amount. Over the past 2 years, I have repaid them nearly $600,000, yet they still demand $6 million. I truly cannot manage it. Even if I were to sell my dilapidated house, I wouldn't be able to fetch $200,000. Mo Lingfeng once again helped Tian to his feet. Chapter 45. Are you still able to leave? WQ County, governed by Mahai, lies at the southernmost tip of Mahai, bordering Province S. In a 2-story building on the outskirts of the county seat, there are over 100 office cubicles, each occupied by a man diligently engaged in phone calls. Have I given you face? Let me tell you, the money must be returned by 5 p.m. tonight, or I will contact your family and friends to settle your debts. Ms. Lin, you must consider this carefully. If I do not see the repayment in 2 hours, I will call your company and let them know, haha. Miss Liu, as a university student, I grant you one last day. Should you fail to repay, I will publish your private photos on your school's website for everyone to see." In an office on the 2nd floor, a short, stout man was assigning tasks to 4 underlings. This man is the most notorious gangster in WQ County, known as Centipede. We have been extorting that Tian for nearly 2 years now. There's hardly anything left to squeeze from him. DS, take a few more men to Mahai tomorrow. He still owns a fast food restaurant and a small 2-bedroom apartment. Force him to auction them off. Once that is done, let us see if we can find a way to bring him and his wife here for organ trafficking. In any case, he owes $6 million, and we will find every possible means to ensure he repays it. The tall, lean man chuckled. Rest assured, boss. We have done this countless times and are quite adept at it. We will auction off his shop and house, and then bring the couple here. No one has ever escaped my grasp. Centipede nodded in satisfaction. DS, I trust you to handle this. The following morning, at Tian's fast food restaurant, Tian intended to close the establishment, but Mo Lingfeng insisted he operate as usual. Mo Lingfeng and Bats were seated inside, enjoying their meal, while Tian and his wife busily attended to other customers. Shortly, 2 Buick vans pulled up outside, and as the doors swung open, DS emerged, flanked by a dozen henchmen. DS looked up at the fast food restaurant sign, tugged at the heavy gold chain around his neck, and shouted, Tian. Is Tian here? Upon seeing the throng at the entrance, Tian surmised they were debt collectors and glanced at Mo Lingfeng. Mo Lingfeng smiled and waved, signaling him to face them. Tian stepped outside. "Iam le Tiadan. Who are you?" DS, pulling out a folding knife and flipping it in his hand, sneered. "You don't know who we are, do you? Stop pretending to be confused and tell me if you can repay today." Tian, emboldened by Mo Lingfeng's presence, replied, "I borrowed a total of $100,000 from you, and to date, I have repaid nearly $600,000. You have not yet concluded your business, and you still demand a sum of $6 million from me. Allow me to clarify. I possess neither wealth nor fear of losing my life. Desai clearly did not anticipate that Tian would confront him in such a manner, momentarily taken aback. Listen here, if the debt remains unpaid, it will not only be your life at stake, but also that of your wife and family, he declared. Let us simplify matters, instead of the entire 6 million. You own this establishment and have a modest 2-bedroom apartment. We shall remain here today and auction them off. Whatever amount is raised will suffice to clear the remaining debt. Tian pointed directly at Desai, stating, You are nothing but a bandit and a rogue. Do you intend to leave anyone alive? I am prepared to forfeit my life. You will not sell my store or my home. Desai's brow furrowed with evident anger. He shouted to his subordinates, Fetch your weapons. Let's make a mess of this. His men swiftly turned and opened the trunk of their vehicle, retrieving an array of machetes and baseball bats. Upon witnessing this, Mo Lingfeng and Bat prepared to confront Desai. However, just then a familiar voice interjected, Stop? What is the meaning of this? Desai turned to see a motorcycle come to a halt beside the road, from which 2 men approached. We are merely settling personal affairs. Who are you? I am Yu Fei, a demon slayer. And you are? He inquired. Why do you threaten a businessman in broad daylight? Desai, tugging at his ostentatious gold chain, arrogantly retorted, Demon slayer? What does that even mean? Mind your own business. Do you know Li Yi from Mo Hai? We are quite close, with a single call. I could have you kneeling before me. Do you believe that? Yu Fei regarded Desai with a smile. It appears you are not from Mo Hai. I intend to intervene in this matter. How dare you cause trouble on my turf? If you are indeed close with Li Yi, I eagerly await your call to summon him. As he spoke, Yu Fei produced his phone and began dialing. Observing this, Desai also retrieved his phone. Clearly familiar with Li Yi, he dialed repeatedly, only to hang up each time in frustration. Yu Fei, watching him, asked, Have you managed to reach Li Yi? With no other option, Desai called Centipede instead. Brother, we are with Tian and have encountered some meddlesome individuals. They appear to be from the Underworld as well. I attempted to contact Li Yi, but his phone is off. What should I do? After a brief moment, Desai set down his phone and approached Yu Fei. Brother, we are all part of the same world. Why jeopardize our peace over an unrelated matter? Yu Fei ignored Desai's plea and approached Tian. You are the owner, correct? What transpired? Tian nodded in response and succinctly recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Yu Fei was consumed with rage. With a fervent spirit, one might exclaim, Are you truly human? I must inform you, regardless of your identities or origins, the heinous acts you have committed will not permit your escape today. Are you unaware of the concept of demon slaying? Allow me to clarify. Demon slaying is specifically aimed at eradicating the underworld, confronting all forms of injustice and oppression against the common people. Before proceeding, one must first seek the consent of the demon slayers. As Yu Fei spoke, over 30 individuals wielding machetes and clubs, clad in security uniforms, approached swiftly. Captain, we have arrived, they announced. Upon witnessing this, the leader, realizing they had encountered formidable adversaries, hastily declared, Brothers, there has been a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. We no longer seek any money. We will leave immediately. As he gestured to his subordinates, signaling them to retreat to their vehicle, Yu Fei merely smiled. You shall not be leaving. Chapter 46. Desai under Yu Fei's command. His team swiftly encircled Desai's 2 vehicles. With a mere flick of his wrist, they brandished their weapons, reducing the cars to a mere wreck in an instant. Yu Fei, brandishing a machete, pointed menacingly at Desai in the passenger seat. Will you descend and accompany me willingly, or shall I compel you to come along? Terrified, Desai hastily exited the vehicle, clasping his hands in a gesture of supplication. Brother, I do not comprehend where I have offended you. I beseech you, show mercy and spare us this time. The mountains are high and the waters deep. In the future, I shall repay your kindness. Yu Fei regarded him with palpable disdain. Cease your frivolous words. Remember, you have not merely offended me. You have wronged the people of Mo Hai. Therefore, this matter remains unresolved, and you shall not escape. Realizing that Yu Fei was unyielding, Desai attempted to further placate him. Brother, 2 mountains cannot meet, yet surely there will come a day when our paths cross again. Will you truly block All avenues? Yu Fei's impatience was evident. I'll give you a reason to be afraid. With that, he raised his machete and swung it toward Desai. The latter narrowly evaded the blow. Brother, do not resort to violence. Dasa, Kunsada. I will accompany you. Yu Fei smirked derisively. How audacious of you to demand respect. He turned to his comrades and commanded, keep a close watch on them. I will call Bat Boss to send a vehicle. Just as he was about to make the call, Mo Lingfeng and Bat emerged. Yu Fei looked up in surprise. Young master, leader. Mo Lingfeng approached Yu Fei, patting him reassuringly on the shoulder. Well done. I witnessed your actions. You did not disappoint me. Keep up the good work. Yes, young master. I shall not fail you. I owe it to myself, my family, and the people of Mo High. At that moment, 3 vehicles from the Demon Slayer arrived, escorting Desai and his accomplices into their confines. Bat turned to Yu Fei and instructed, in the coming days, ensure the protection of this establishment. Until this malignant tumor is eradicated, we must guard against retaliation. Yu Fei responded confidently, rest assured, boss. As long as I am here, no one will harm this establishment. Both Mo Lingfeng and Bat nodded in satisfaction before entering their vehicle. The atmosphere was charged with fervent applause from the gathered crowd, including Lu Taidan and his wife, alongside the spectators who bowed deeply in gratitude towards the Demon Slayer team. In room 111 of Building 3 at the Demon Slayer Manor, which had once served as a modest conference room thrice the size of an ordinary chamber, lay a dozen individuals bound on the floor. Mo Lingfeng reclined in a chair, while Bat, Ranmang, and Shihu Baolang stood vigil behind him. Bat handed 3 A4 sheets to Mo Lingfeng. Young master, here are the interrogation records for your review. Mo Lingfeng accepted the documents, scrutinizing them intently. After Mo Lingfeng finished reading, he turned to the prostrate Desai and remarked, well, it appears your influence is not insignificant, considering your connections with Li Yi. Are you not aware that Li Yi and his boss, the formidable Dideo Li, have already met their demise? Lying on the ground, Desai responded, brother, although we have ties with Li Yi, our communications are infrequent. We only reach out when there are mutual benefits at stake. I was merely boasting. Our relationship is purely transactional, not intimate to any extent. As for Li Yi's downfall, we were indeed unaware. Mo Lingfeng cast a glance at Desai. Your leader is called Wugong, and counting you, there are 4 main operatives under his command. Your primary task is to collect debts, am I correct? Desai nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we have a specialized fishing department that lures individuals into loans. Once they borrow, 90 of them become prey on the chopping block. Then, we come in to collect the debts. Mo Lingfeng inquired, with such substantial profits, your income must be quite considerable. Desai replied, the debt collectors earn a 5 commission, while we take 10. The fishing department also receives around 10, bringing the total commission to approximately 25 to 30, with the remainder going to the boss. Mo Lingfeng stood up and approached Desai, lowering his gaze upon him. Do you not feel any remorse for engaging in such morally reprehensible activities? Are not all individuals parents, with responsibilities above and below? How many among them are the hopes of their families? The fact that they resort to online lending speaks volumes about their desperation. They are ordinary citizens. Those with wealth and power do not seek loans online, do they? You, on the other hand, exacerbate their suffering, pouring salt into their wounds. Do you truly consider yourselves human? The common folk struggle to make ends meet throughout the year while caring for the elderly and raising children. Do you comprehend the magnitude of their burdens? You exploit a demographic that is already destitute and powerless, shamelessly deceiving and oppressing them. Are you aware of how many lives are lost each year due to your actions? How many families are torn apart? How many homes are shattered? You are the malignant tumors of society, its disgraceful elements. It infuriates me to no end. As Mo Lingfeng spoke, he began to pace back and forth. Nearby Bats, Ranmang, and the others observed Mo Lingfeng's demeanor, trembling in fear, fully aware that he was on the brink of a frenzy. Their suspicions were confirmed as Mo Lingfeng, consumed by rage, approached the torture rack. He donned a pair of rubber gloves and returned. Bats, Ranmang, and the others exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if the young master had decided against inflicting punishment. In a moment of bewilderment, Mo Lingfeng addressed them. Bats, contact Dr. Su to come here. Ranmang, bring over a fire pit, procure a pot, and fetch a bucket of oil. Lions, tigers, leopards, and wolves, gather these dozen or so individuals from the ground, and have them sit upright, forming a semicircle. Ensure their eyes are wide open. Anyone who dares to close their eyes shall have their eyeballs extracted. The individuals on the ground, sensing an ominous shift, hastily exclaimed, "Brother, we are merely following the orders of the boss. All our actions are dictated by him. Please, I beg you, spare me this once. I promise I shall never dare again. No, there will absolutely be no next time. I will go apologize to Liu Taidan and his spouse immediately. I will compensate them. I will repay every last cent, brother. I am willing to cooperate with you. Or as my boss, how about that? Please grant me a chance." Mo Lingfeng wore a stern expression. "What is your name?" "I am Chinjun." "What is your other name?" "Desi." Montauk Lingfeng chuckled. "Very well, I shall allow you to be Des." Chapter 47. The arrogance comes to an end. Desai continued to babble incessantly, drenched in tears and mucus, while Mo Lingfeng paid him no heed. Shortly thereafter, Ranmang returned with an induction cooker, a small pot, and a bucket of oil. He plugged in the induction cooker and filled the pot with oil. Mo Lingfeng sat in a chair, eyes closed, the room echoing only with Desai's plaintive pleas. "Young master, the oil has heated up," Ranmang murmured gently. Mo Lingfeng opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and addressed the others. "Bat, take charge of his left hand. Ranmang, you handle the right. Lion, tiger, leopard, wolf, restrain him. Prepare to plunge his hands into the oil." Upon hearing Mo Lingfeng's words, Desai writhed frantically on the floor. He was dragged by lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf to the edge of the pot, held firmly in place. Without hesitation, Bat and Ranmang seized Desai's hands and plunged them into the scorching oil. The bubbling oil surged violently as Desai emitted agonizing screams, while Mo Lingfeng donned rubber gloves. After approximately 3 minutes, Bat and Ranmang extracted Desai's hands from the pot. His head drooped, evidently unconscious. Mo Lingfeng approached him, crouched down, and gripped Desai's left hand with his gloved hands, forcefully sliding down the wrist. With another piercing scream, Desai's left hand was reduced to mere bone. Soon after, the same fate befell his right hand, which also transformed into a skeletal remnant. The floor was littered with flesh and blood, an indescribable stench that caused Bat, Ranmang, lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf to retch violently. Desai's underlings sat on the ground, some so terrified that they wet themselves, others convulsing and frothing at the mouth, while some vomited until the contents filled their nostrils, and a few even soiled themselves. The odor in the room was so foul that even a dog would likely flee in disgust. Only Mo Lingfeng stood calmly, gently rising to remove his rubber gloves. Gazing at Desai, "Aren't you quite the braggart? I wonder if you will still be so boastful after this." The door creaked open, and Dr. Su entered with a female colleague. Upon observing the unconscious Desai and the state of the room, Dr. Su furrowed his brow. The female doctor, her chest heaving, covered her mouth and leaned against the wall, retching uncontrollably before even exiting the room. Mo Lingfeng approached Dr. Su. "Increase the payment by 50,000. "Doctor." Su fixed a steely gaze on him. "Increase it by 100,000. Dr. Su remained silent, his stare unwavering. "Beautiful lady, do not be insatiable. I have already increased it significantly." Mo Lingfeng continued, but Dr. Su abruptly opened his mouth and spewed forth like a fountain. Montauk Lingfeng swiftly dodged. "By the heavens, I said not to speak." Thankfully, I was quick to evade. Dr. Su vomited for at least 10 minutes, his complexion a sickly yellow. He looked up at Mo Lingfeng, weakly stating, 150,000, or you may seek assistance elsewhere. I truly cannot endure this stimulus. I am the personal physician of the Mo family, and now it seems I have become akin to someone who cleans up after major accidents. It happens all too frequently, and I am still single, having never even been in a relationship. It feels rather unjust to be subjected to such distress. Mo Lingfeng chuckled heartily. "Deal." With that, he exited the room. In WQ County, within the office of the Centipede. "What? You still can't reach Desi? Everyone who went with him has vanished. A man replied, yes, brother. They're all missing. Initially, we suspected that Lu Taidan had reported him, but upon inquiry, that was unfounded. They're most likely being held against their will. The centipede rolled his eyes. Indeed, Desi had called me, mentioning that someone was meddling, and he also said he was in touch with Li Yi. After finishing his statement, the centipede picked up the phone to call Li Yi, only to find it turned off. You must immediately take some men to Mahai and investigate what has transpired with Desi. Understood, brother, the man said before leaving the office. 2 hours later, the centipede received a call from his subordinate. Brother, we are around the fast food restaurant of Lu Taidan. We have clarified that Desi and his companions were captured by a group known as the Demon Slayers. This Demon Slayer faction is newly established and purportedly serves the common people. After confirming this information, the centipede hung up the phone. Minutes later, Bat entered the office. Young master, the centipede called the reception center, requesting your phone number. Should I give it to him? Yes, I was just looking to contact him. Shortly thereafter, Mo Lingfeng's phone rang. This is Mo Lingfeng. I am a centipede. Your name is quite notorious. It is no wonder you have committed so many heinous acts. Truly befitting your name. However, I suspect you will soon need to change it to Stink Bug. Haha, you are quite straightforward. Let us not beat around the bush. Where is my subordinate Desi? Desi? He will no longer be flaunting himself. I have dealt with him. I have no grievances with your demon slayers. Why do you persist in opposing me? I do not oppose you. I stand against all beasts who harm the common people. Those devoid of conscience, I shall confront. You are quite bold, relying on your power in Mahai. If you were here, I would ensure you would not speak so defiantly. I'd have you kneeling. Do you believe that? Haha, I truly do not. How about this? I will pay you a visit. What do you say? Do you dare come? I fear you lack the courage, even with a bit of encouragement. Then set the time and place, and we shall see if I dare to show. All right, let us meet tonight at 10 p.m. at the Beihuan Sports Stadium. Agreed. We shall not part ways without meeting. Mo Lingfeng ended the call, and Bat remarked from the side, Young master, we have a branch office over there. I can call them to inquire. Mo Lingfeng nodded. After a brief period, Bat hung up the phone. Young master, this centipede is notorious in the region, infamous for his nefarious deeds and commanding a formidable gang. The venue he mentioned, once a modest stadium for a school, has since become a gathering place for local ruffians following the school's relocation and its secluded position. The manager of the branch office has requested me to inquire whether we should notify the higher-ups in advance. If so, he will promptly take action. Montauk Lingfeng pondered deeply. I am concerned that if we inform the higher authorities, the centipede might catch wind of it, potentially leading him to avoid our meeting, making it difficult to locate him later. Bat, please ask him if he is confident that the information will remain confidential. If he is assured, let him proceed with the notification. If not, we shall reconsider at a later time. Bat swiftly made the call again and soon hung up the phone. Young master, he is confident. Mo Lingfeng nodded, gesturing an okay. Chapter 48. The challenge at the sports arena in a private room of a club in WQ County. 4 men were engaged in a game of mahjong. Among them was a refined gentleman with glasses, known as Li Hu, or Tiger, a notorious figure in the underworld who primarily monopolized the sand and gravel trade, as well as entertainment venues. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Centipede calling. Centipede, calling at this hour. Have you been drinking? Well, drinking is one thing, but I do have a matter that requires your assistance today. Huh? Is there anything that Centipede cannot handle? This is intriguing. Do tell. My subordinate went to Mo High to collect debts today, only to be detained by a gang called Demon Slayer. I've already called them, and their attitude was quite arrogant. Demon Slayer? I haven't heard of them. Are they a new gang? Yes, they are indeed fresh on the scene. The audacity of youth. They dare to challenge me, claiming they will come by tonight for a confrontation. Unbelievable. There are those who would dare to confront you. Centipede? Is this lad being pushed by the King of Hell? Enough of the jokes. I'm reaching out to you for assistance because I am unfamiliar with this gang. I cannot afford to be caught off guard. They must possess some clout to dare approach me. I understand your concern. Rest assured, we have been brothers for many years. I will assist you in this matter. Thank you, brother. I will remember this favor. Do not mention it. When the time comes that I require your help, I trust you will reciprocate. Absolutely. Let us agree on this. 10 p.m. tonight at the North Ring Sports Arena. After hanging up, Tiger scoffed, turning to the other three men. What has happened to Centipede? He seems to have become so timid. They come to his doorstep to challenge him, and he is afraid. One of the men replied, Brother Tiger, this could be advantageous. Let us gather more people tonight. It's essential for Centipede to witness our strength. Moreover, he owes us a personal favor, and he will need to repay it eventually. Tiger nodded in agreement. Indeed, for years, people have regarded him as the leader while viewing me as the second in command of the county. This time, I shall demonstrate my strength. Haha, enough of this game. Quickly contact everyone. We shall meet at the east gate of the North Ring Sports Arena at 9:30 p.m. The three men rose and promptly began making calls. At the Demon Slayer Manor, Mo Lingfeng and his companions were strategizing for the evening as confrontation. The young master, Bat remarked, we have received intel from the branch office indicating that WQ County is home to two rival factions. Besides Centipede, there is also Tiger, both of whom have monopolized their respective territories for years. Furthermore, Centipede and Tiger share a close relationship, so it is plausible that Tiger may appear tonight. Additionally, the sports arena currently has 3 entrances open: the East Gate, Southeast Gate, and South Gate. If we enter the arena and find ourselves surrounded with the gates closed, we could find ourselves in a precarious situation. Of course, if their numbers are few, we can manage. However, if they are numerous, as they were in the small back mountain, we could be in serious trouble. The most crucial point is that we cannot rule out the possibility of their utilization of firearms. Mo Lingfeng nodded fully. Bat, since we have already made our intentions clear, distribute firearms to each team before our departure today. However, their use is strictly prohibited unless absolutely necessary. Now, regarding the other matters you mentioned, I would like to hear your thoughts. Lion interjected, Young Master, I believe Bat's perspective is quite sound. After all, this is not the vast desert. We are on their territory, and our understanding of their capabilities is rather limited. I propose that we involve the newcomers, Yu Fei and Qi Hongjun, among others. They are eager to make a name for themselves, and we could allow them to participate. You may have concerns for their safety, but I feel such apprehensions are unwarranted. They have faced dangers in the underworld before. Now, if they encounter risks, it will be in the name of justice. And I am confident they would embrace this mission with enthusiasm. Bat expressed his agreement. Young Master, we can arrange for the security team to conceal themselves elsewhere, avoiding the stadium. If the anticipated situation does not arise, there will be no need for their involvement. Our primary forces will suffice, but should circumstances change, we can call upon them for support without any issues. Mo Lingfeng stroked his chin, contemplating this carefully. Ramang added, Young Master, I concur with Lion and Bat's opinions. Let them serve as reserves. If there is no danger, they need not intervene, but if trouble arises, they can come to our aid. Mo Lingfeng surveyed the group. Very well, it is settled. Bat, make the necessary arrangements. At 8:30 p.m., in front of the Demon Slayer Building No. 2, all teams were prepared and ready. Bat approached Mo Lingfeng. Young Master, the security team is stationed in front of Building No. 1 and is ready. Without uttering a word, Mo Lingfeng proceeded directly to Building No. 1. In the square, Zhang Wei, Yu Fei, and Qi Hongjun stood at the forefront, behind them a dense throng of supporters. Mo Lingfeng addressed the assembly. Today, we are set to confront a criminal from the underworld. This marks your first operation since joining the Demon Slayer, and your team leaders have briefed you on the relevant protocols, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Just as Mo Lingfeng was about to turn away, Zhang Wei, Yu Fei, and Qi Hongjun stepped forward. Young Master, please allow us to take the lead. Mo Lingfeng regarded the trio. Follow orders, and your opportunities to showcase your abilities will come in due time. Observing the crowd, he sensed something amiss. Bat, is your security team this numerous? Young Master, these are the individuals who, upon hearing of our mission against the underworld, reached out for support. Currently, we have more than 300 willing to accompany the Demon Slayer and eradicate the underworld. As Bat concluded, the crowd erupted in unison, chanting, Eradicate the underworld. Eradicate the underworld. Eradicate the underworld. Mo Lingfeng glanced at the time and called out to everyone, Let us depart. Nearly 30 vehicles exited the Demon Slayer estate, heading towards WQ County. At WQ County Stadium, shortly after 9 o'clock, clusters of individuals began to gather. The three formidable lieutenants of the Centipede Gang, Xiao Ji, Long Ba, and Bai Hui, stood at the southern gate, personally orchestrating the arrangements. After 9:30, taxis arrived in a continuous stream at the eastern entrance of the stadium, where throngs of young men congregated. Tiger and his three lieutenants, Fox, Crow, and Iron Shoe, stood by the eastern gate, smoking and exchanging banter. At this moment, the Centipede approached, opened his backpack, and produced 100,000 yuan, handing it to Tiger to purchase cigarettes for the brothers. Naturally pleased, Tiger and the Centipede stood together, envisioning how they would soon compel Mo Lingfeng to kneel before them. Chapter 49. The bloody battle with the Centipede before reaching WQ. Mo Lingfeng and 2Mo took an early exit from the highway to evade surveillance from the Centipede's men. 2 kilometers from the stadium, the vehicles carrying the security team came to a halt, awaiting instructions from Bat. At 10 o'clock sharp, 8 cars stopped at the southeast gate of the stadium. Mo Lingfeng alighted, followed closely by Bat and the respective groups of 2Mo surveying the surroundings. Mo Lingfeng strode into the stadium. At its center, the Centipede and the Tiger stood at the forefront, flanked by countless subordinates. Upon noticing Mo Lingfeng and 2Mo approaching, both the Centipede and the Tiger trembled. The Tiger turned to the Centipede and inquired, "Centipede, have you confirmed what this 2Mo is all about? He appears to be part of the guard." The Centipede wore a perplexed expression, knowing only that it was a newly emerging gang, with no indication that they were part of the guard. "This is clearly the guard," he exclaimed. "Are you serious about getting into trouble? If they are indeed the guard, we might be in grave danger today." The Centipede furrowed his brow, disbelief etched on his face. How could we possibly have gotten entangled with the guard? Could it be that 2Mo is connected to them? "Tiger, keep your wits about you. If they truly are the guard, we must find a way to escape and avoid capture at all costs. As long as we evade them, I can leverage connections and money to resolve this issue." Tiger nodded, his gaze fixed on the approaching Mo Lingfeng. "Ha! May I ask who the Centipede is?" "I, Mo Lingfeng, have arrived," he announced, stepping forward to face the Centipede. The latter continued to scrutinize the members of 2Mo behind him. "Montauk Lingfeng, are you a gang or part of some organization?" the Centipede queried. Mo Lingfeng was taken aback by the question. Having momentarily forgotten about the attire and equipment worn by himself and 2Mo, "Is that of any significance? Let's get to the point. I am here, and I wish to see how you intend to make me kneel." At that moment, Tiger, with a glint in his eye and a broad smile, interjected. "My name is Tiger. I would like to say a few words. If you are a gang, we can have a constructive conversation. However, if you are part of the guard, we have nothing to discuss, as we are law-abiding citizens." Mo Lingfeng turned his attention to Tiger. "So you're the infamous Tiger, another underworld leader from WQ County. Quite impressive indeed. Let us dispense with pleasantries. We are 2Mo, not the guard. As for whether you are upstanding citizens or scoundrels, that is well understood by all. To be frank, I am here to eradicate you. You must decide swiftly, surrender or fight." Clearly intimidated by Mo Lingfeng's imposing presence, the Centipede and the Tiger stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Mo Lingfeng tilted his head, observing the two. "What is the meaning of this? I have traveled such a distance, and you two would not be standing here, playing dumb, would you? The Demon Slayers heed my command, in 1 minute. If they remain silent, execute them without hesitation. The countdown begins." Upon hearing Mo Lingfeng's words, the Tiger shuddered, lowering his head to whisper to the Centipede, "Goodness, Centipede, how did you provoke such a formidable Buddha? I've roamed these streets for over a decade and have never encountered such audacity." The Centipede, equally perplexed, replied, "How should I know? This lunatic, leading over 100 men, dares to boast so brazenly. It's my first encounter with someone like him." As the two exchanged hushed words, Mo Lingfeng called out, 30 seconds left, prepare to engage." The members of the Demon Slayer unit behind him all raised their blades, leaning forward, ready to charge. The Tiger, feeling a wave of panic, nudged the Centipede. "Speak up. What now?" The Centipede furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth, Let it be. I'd rather be beaten than be frightened to death by him. Otherwise, I'll truly have no way to survive in this world. Besides, how much can our small group really threaten us? The tiger clenched his teeth and nodded solemnly. The centipede turned to address his comrades, shouting, "Brothers, strike fiercely. I promise you all heavy rewards afterward." No sooner had he finished speaking than Mo Lingfeng issued the command to charge, and in an instant, the demon slayers, led by their captains, surged toward the enemy. Seeing this, the centipede and the tiger quickly sidestepped, while behind them were their top three enforcers. Iron Shu, Long Ba, and Bai Hui led their subordinates, brandishing knives and clubs, to meet the onslaught of the demon slayers. The scene erupted into chaos as nearly 400 men clashed, a sight of sheer spectacle. The demon slayers exhibited flawless coordination. Despite being outnumbered nearly 3-1, they managed to handle the situation with remarkable ease. Initially, the centipede and the tiger smiled at the sight of the 100 demon slayers, but as time passed, their expressions shifted to one of grave concern. In the fray, Long Ba lost an arm, writhing in agony on the ground, while Iron Shu sustained a gash on his face, revealing bone. The ground was littered with countless bodies, rolling in turmoil. The injuries among the demon slayers were relatively minor, but their sheer numbers posed a significant challenge, exhausting their stamina. Bastud busied Mo Lingfeng, observing the unfolding chaos. "Sir, should we summon the security team now?" And Mo Lingfeng shook his head. "Not yet. Let us wait a little longer. I have a feeling they still have a trick up their sleeves." Mo Lingfeng's intuition proved accurate. The centipede, surveying the battlefield, remarked to the tiger, "No wonder Mo Lingfeng is so arrogant. It turns out his subordinates are remarkably skilled. Such a team is indeed formidable, yet he is terribly overconfident." The tiger chuckled in agreement. "You speak wisely. Regardless of their prowess in combat, let us not forget that this is our territory. We, though few, can exhaust them to the brink. Observe how the stamina of the demon slayers has evidently waned. It seems that Mo Lingfeng has no further tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, he would have made his appearance by now." The two exchanged a glance, revealing a subtle smirk, and nodded in mutual understanding before retrieving their phones to make a call. At this moment, the fighting had ceased, and fewer than 100 of the subordinates of the centipede and tiger remained standing. On the side of the demon slayers, some had taken out medicines to apply on their wounds, while others wrapped bandages around their legs. Yet, not a single individual had fallen. They gathered closely together, gasping for breath, their eyes locked on one another. Chapter 50. Dog Bites Dog. Is it entertaining? As Mo Lingfeng gazed at the demon-slaying warriors, he gradually approached them. He stood before an injured member, gently taking the medicine from the comrade's hand and tenderly applying it to his face. "To all the brave soldiers of the demon-slaying team, you are truly commendable. You stand undaunted against tyranny and evil. I, Mo Lingfeng, hold immense admiration for you. Everything you have sacrificed will not be forgotten by the suffering citizens. Those oppressed will remember your valor. You are the pride of demon slayers, the essence of our honor. Warriors, are you prepared to fight once more?" The demon-slaying team immediately straightened their posture, responding in unison, "We can fight, we can fight, we can fight." Montauk Lingfeng nodded, turning resolutely to face the centipede. To surrender or to battle? The centipede, observing Mo Lingfeng and his team, could not help but feel a sense of admiration. What a team! What spirit! What conviction! It incited a mixture of envy and resentment within him. Yet, admiration aside, they remained adversaries. Mo Lingfeng, I must commend your team. But today you have crossed paths with me, the centipede, and it appears misfortune is yours. Even with 3 heads and 6 arms, you shall not escape this arena. I offer you a choice. Kneel and retract your arrogance, and I shall allow your departure." Mo Lingfeng furrowed his brow and pointed at the centipede. "Unleash your abilities. Spare me the trivialities." No sooner had Mo Lingfeng spoken than the southern gate of the arena swung open, revealing Xiao Ji and a throng of his subordinates. From the eastern gate, the fox and the crow entered, accompanied by countless followers. Mo Lingfeng turned to acknowledge the bat with a nod. The centipede and the tiger shared a hearty laugh. Mo Lingfeng, is your demon-slaying prowess not formidable? Is it not your pride? Come, Let your warriors continue. I wish to see if they can vanquish these newcomers. The tiger lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. And Mo Lingfeng, you claim there is no enmity between us. Why provoke us unnecessarily? Are you not content in your own territory? Remember, this is WQ, not a place for your recklessness. How about I play the peacemaker? Mo Lingfeng regarded the tiger with skepticism. How do you intend to be this peacemaker? The tiger exhaled a plume of smoke. You relinquish your arrogance and compensate the centipede for the injuries sustained by his brothers today. Would such an arrangement be acceptable? If so, let's take a step back. After all, we are all part of the same world, and we can forge a friendship. At that moment, Xiao Ji, the fox, and the crow, along with their subordinates, positioned themselves opposite the demon-slaying team. Mo Lingfeng stroked his chin, contemplating the tiger's proposal. Very well, grant me 2 minutes to consider this. Certainly. 2 minutes is fine. 5 would suffice as well. The centipede nudged the tiger. How can you decide this? Do you not see? Mo Lingfeng is already wavering. This is an opportune moment to eliminate him and prevent future troubles. Centipede, exercise caution in your endeavors, for it may serve us well in the future. Consider this. The subordinates of Mo Lingfeng, in terms of equipment and reach, along with his imposing presence, do you truly perceive him as a simple individual? Centipede paused, and Tiger continued. If we inadvertently stir up a hornet's nest, the manner of our demise is uncertain. However, if we grant Mo Lingfeng an easy way out today, we can resolve our issues while preserving our dignity, avoiding enmity with him, or perhaps even fostering a friendship. Wouldn't that be the most favorable outcome? Centipede's eyes widened, and he slapped his forehead vigorously. Goodness, my mind was clouded. You are right. The more allies we have, the more pathways we create. We are all in the same sphere, and even if we cannot be friends, at least we accrue more adversaries. As the two conversed, the bat positioned his phone before Mo Lingfeng. Upon seeing the message from Zhang Wei, Mo Lingfeng signaled an OK gesture to the bat and turned his attention to Tiger. Do you genuinely believe you can compel me to stay? Tiger found himself momentarily taken aback by Mo Lingfeng's inquiry. The situation was evident, and such a question seemed either absurd or indicative of madness. Just as Tiger prepared to respond, he caught sight of Mo Lingfeng's resolute gaze and self-assured expression. A jolt ran through him. Could it be that Mo Lingfeng had a contingency plan? Was his earlier suggestion to consider a call for assistance? With this thought, he hastily glanced towards the 3 gates of the stadium. The moment he looked, Tiger staggered back several steps, pointing toward the southeast gate, his mouth agape in speechlessness. Centipede, puzzled by Tiger's reaction, urgently inquired, Tiger, what is wrong? Tiger remained silent, his fingers still directed at the southeast gate. Following his gaze, Centipede exclaimed, Oh my goodness! Tiger, it appears you have amassed quite a number of brothers over the years. Today, I truly comprehend your strength. Tiger regarded the foolish individual before him, thinking, how did you ever become a leader with such a mind? You wouldn't even qualify as my subordinate. Centipede, those are not my people, he stated. Centipede froze momentarily. Could it be they are mine? Have my people arrived? Are you truly this foolish? Look at Mo Lingfeng's confident demeanor. Do you not understand? They belong to him. Upon hearing this, Centipede felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing. What? They belong to Mo Lingfeng? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he possibly command such a following? Centipede, it seems we have encountered a formidable challenge today. I am doomed because of you. At that moment, the members of the demon-slaying groups regained their strength, with Ranmang, lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf gathering around Mo Lingfeng. Bat, Ranmang, you two, keep a vigilant watch on Centipede and Tiger. Ensure they do not escape. Lions, tigers, leopards, and wolves, have you all seen the few individuals leading the group over there? Eliminate them all. The others replied in unison, Young master, rest assured. After Mo Lingfeng spoke, he turned his gaze towards the centipede and the tiger. The tiger hurriedly stepped forward, breaking away from the crowd. Brother Mo, today's events have nothing to do with me. As long as you give a nod, I will take my people and leave at once. The tiger gestured towards the centipede. It was all his doing. He lured me here. I never intended to be adversarial with you, truly. Upon hearing the tiger's words, The centipede trembled with rage. Tiger, how dare you betray me after all this time, pretending to be my brother? The outcome remains uncertain, yet you wish to sell me out. Is that so? Centipede, spare me your theatrics. Would I have come if it weren't for you? As Mo Lingfeng listened to their quarrel, he clapped his hands. Is it entertaining to witness dogs biting each other? Chapter 51. The bat is injured upon hearing Mo Lingfeng's derision. The centipede and the tiger ceased their quarrel. Tiger, this is not the time for our bickering. Do you not comprehend? Mo Lingfeng will not spare either of us. At this moment, the tiger too regained his composure. Indeed, if the centipede were to fall today, he knew he would not escape this arena either. Centipede, we shall discuss today's matters later. For now, let us devise a means of escape. The centipede fixed his gaze on Mo Lingfeng and approached the tiger. During the ensuing chaos, we shall seize our opportunity to flee. As long as we are not caught by Mo Lingfeng, I will find a way to resolve the situation. The tiger nodded in agreement. The centipede then turned to his subordinates, proclaiming, Brothers, they come from Mahai to disrupt the order of WQ. The centipede, will not stand for it, nor will the tiger. Will you acquiesce? We shall not. We shall not. We shall not. The centipede nodded in satisfaction. Very well, brothers. The tiger and I will bestow generous rewards upon each of you. Let us demonstrate the might of WQ and show them the strength of our underworld. Kill, kill, kill. As the centipede witnessed the fervor of his subordinates igniting, he turned to the tiger and nodded. The tiger responded with a thumbs up. Mo Lingfeng observed the two and exclaimed, You two wretches, even your subordinates are being manipulated by you. You have certainly opened my eyes. The centipede pointed a finger at Mo Lingfeng. Mo Lingfeng, cease your attempts at sowing discord. Ha ha ha. Centipede, am I indeed sowing discord? Others may be oblivious, but you and the tiger should understand. Are they truly my opponents? If you encourage them to fight, are you not merely leading them to their doom? Mo Lingfeng, the outcome remains uncertain. Very well, I shall grant you your wish. With that, Mo Lingfeng waved his hand, and the demon slayers along with the security team charged towards each other. The centipede and the tiger's subordinates did not hesitate, raising their weapons to confront the demon slayers. With both sides nearly equal in number, the scene quickly devolved into a one-sided affair, with the lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf primarily targeting Xiao Ji, the fox, the crow, and Bai Hui. Observing the situation unfold, the centipede tugged at the tiger, and the two made their way towards the southern gate. Just as they neared the gate, Bat and Ran Mang obstructed their path. The centipede, seeing the southern gate so close, grew anxious and threw a punch at Bat. The bat deftly sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding the centipede's strike, and retaliated with a kick to the centipede's lower back. The centipede fell to the ground, sliding forward for over 10 meters before coming to a halt. Struggling, he rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The bat approached slowly, a rope in hand. With your feeble skills, do not seek your own misfortune. Beside him, Ran Mang had subdued the tiger, pinning him to the ground and binding him with ropes. He turned his gaze toward the bat. The lifeless bat seemed to have lost its swiftness. In that fleeting moment, the centipede abruptly raised his arm, revealing a handgun that had appeared in his grasp. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of 3 gunshots rang out, and the bat collapsed to the ground. Just as the centipede aimed to fire again at the fallen bat, a gunshot echoed, causing the centipede's weapon to tumble to the ground. Clutching his right hand, he felt the trickle of blood seeping through his fingers. Ran Mang approached, gun drawn, and with a swift hand strike, rendered the centipede unconscious. At that moment, Mo Lingfeng, alerted by the gunfire, rushed over. Upon seeing the bat sprawled on the ground, bewilderment washed over him. He stepped closer, kneeling beside the bat. Bat, are you all right? Ran Mang joined him, aiding the bat to sit up. Bat, wake up. Don't scare me like this. After over a decade as partners, you cannot frighten me. The bat coughed violently a few times. Young master, I'm fine. Thankfully, I was wearing my gear. It just hurts too much. Ran Mang examined him, discovering that the bat's left thigh had also been struck by the centipede and was still bleeding. At this moment, the centipede and the tiger's subordinates had scattered in all directions. This battle had rendered the centipede and the tiger's top enforcers incapacitated. Bai Hui had his limbs severed by the wolf. Xiaoji suffered a grievous injury, losing half his skull, his fate uncertain. Long Ba had lost an arm during the first half of the fight, later met with another brutal blow from the lion that claimed his other arm. The fox was blinded by a lateral strike from the leopard and had his right leg severed. The crow met a swift death at the hands of the tiger, who decapitated him. Iron Shoe was left disfigured by the lion, with one side of his face exposing bone and both hands severed. After clearing the scene, the centipede and the tiger were apprehended and loaded onto a vehicle, part of a grand convoy returning to Mahai. In this conflict, the bat bore the brunt of the injuries. This battle also marked the definitive eradication of the Underworld in WQ County. It would not be long before the citizens of WQ would rejoice. Soon, they would learn of an organization dedicated to combating the Underworld, known as the Demon Slayer. It would not be long before the citizens who had suffered under the hands of the centipede and the tiger would witness their judgment, and even partake in their own verdict. The next morning, Mo Lingfeng arrived at the bat's room, where the bat was receiving a foreign infusion, attended by a female doctor. Upon noticing Mo Lingfeng's entrance, the doctor stepped aside. "Bat, how are you?" "Young master, I'm fine. The bullet has been extracted, and with this I will be well enough to get out of bed shortly. How could I have been so careless?" "Young master, I have given it considerable thought." When he kicked the centipede to the ground, he must have drawn his gun the moment he stood up. It was nighttime, and visibility was poor. It was perilous. Had the bullet struck you, your life would have been in jeopardy. Fortunately, your protective gear saved you. Had it hit your head, the outcome would have been dire. "Young master, I have taken note of this. I shall exercise greater caution in the future." Mo Lingfeng pondered for a moment. "Bah, can you still perform your duties in this condition? If not, it may be wise to take a few days off." The bat shook his head. "Young master, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Once I finish my 4-drip, I will be able to walk without any hindrance. I have already dispatched individuals to gather evidence against the centipede and the tiger, and I have informed the entire county that they are utterly finished. Young master, there is one more matter. When will the trial for the Dao Li, Zhou Tong, Li Yi, and Li Zhe take place?" "The victims are eagerly awaiting the proceedings." Mo Lingfeng contemplated this. "Perhaps in the coming days, I will deliberate and set a date." Chapter 52. The Demon Slaughter Judgment approaches 2 days hence. All victims of the vile deeds perpetrated by Dao Li, Zhou Tong, Li Yi, and Li Zhe received notification of the impending Demon Slaughter Judgment. The event was to be held at 9 a.m. the following day in the Grand Hall on the 7th floor of the Emperor Hotel. Each victim was permitted to bring along 2 family members. The atmosphere was one of jubilation. Many victims wept tears of joy, for the long-awaited day had finally arrived. In Mo Lingfeng's office, the couple, Tai-Dan and his wife, knelt on the floor, their foreheads bowing to the ground in gratitude. Mo Lingfeng hurried to assist them to their feet. "Young Master Mo, we are deeply grateful to you. Thank you for avenging us. You have saved our family, and we will never forget your immense kindness," they exclaimed. Mo Lingfeng waved his hand dismissively. "Please, there is no need for such formality. This is merely our duty. Focus on running your restaurant well and living a good life, conducting business with integrity. Remember, this nation loves us, and we must return that love. Though there are many parasites in this world, believe that the righteous far outnumber them. Therefore, when faced with adversity, you must confront it boldly and not cower before the powerful and the tyrannical. We live in an era of peace and equality, and thus, we should always maintain a heart full of gratitude, repaying the people, the society, and the nation. Do you understand?" Tai-Dan and his wife nodded in agreement. Mo Lingfeng opened his drawer and produced a bank card, presenting it to Tai-Dan. "This card contains 600,000. Use it to repay your bank loans and the debts to your relatives and friends. You shall be free of burdens. As for the online loans, you need not repay them. They are illegal, and I shall take responsibility for that." The couple pushed the card back. "Young Master Mo, you have already saved our lives. How can we accept your money?" "No, we absolutely cannot." Mo Lingfeng chuckled softly. "You bear considerable pressure, providing for children and caring for 2 ill elders. It is not easy. Take it. Do not refuse. If you truly feel uncomfortable, consider a loan from me. Is that acceptable?" The bank loan must not be delayed, as it would harm your credit. Additionally, the debts to your friends and family have been outstanding for over 2 years. It is time to settle those, is it not? Take the card, resolve these matters, and be unburdened. When you act without debts, your heart will feel lighter. Everyone faces challenges. You will overcome them. Do not worry about the money. When your circumstances improve, you may repay me at your convenience. Tian and his wife, their eyes reddened, felt tears welling up. Young Master Mo, how can we express our gratitude? Perhaps we will never be able to repay your kindness in this lifetime, they said, overwhelmed. And Mo Lingfeng smiled down at them, shaking his head gently. There is no need for repayment. Simply live well. Raise your children with care. Educate them to contribute to society and the nation as they grow. Take good care of your parents. They nurtured us in our youth, and now it is our turn to care for them in their old age. Remember, those who treat their elders with kindness will surely be blessed in return. Tian and his wife stood up and deeply bowed to Mo Lingfeng. Young Master Mo, your words are etched in my heart. I shall not disappoint you, they declared. Mo Lingfeng nodded and bid farewell to the couple before hastily making his way to the reception room. Inside, Xiaojun was conversing with several village representatives in the bath. Upon seeing Mo Lingfeng enter, they promptly rose to their feet. Young Master Mo, we have come today to express our gratitude for you and your efforts in vanquishing the demons, they said. Mo Lingfeng gestured for them to be seated and took a place across from them. I apologize for the delay. I was attending to some matters, he said. Xiaojun and the others waved their hands dismissively. Young Master Mo, we should have visited you long ago. However, after the crab incident, our village was taken over by other real estate developers, and we have all relocated. Following the last incident, the compensation offered by the merchants this time was quite fair, and we are all satisfied. Now that we have the opportunity, we came to see you. If it weren't for your intervention, we would not only have been left without satisfactory compensation, but might have even been in the hospital or worse. As Xiaojun spoke, he produced a card from his pocket and placed it on the table. Young Master Mo, we are at a loss for how to express our gratitude. This is 100,000 yuan, a token of appreciation from our entire village. We implore you to accept it. The other villagers echoed his sentiment, urging young Master Mo, this is the collective gratitude of our village. Please accept it. Mo Lingfeng looked at Xiaojun and the villagers, smiling warmly. Very well. Since this is the sentiment of all, I cannot refuse. I shall accept this gift with joy. Now that you have moved, are you still residing together? Xiaojun replied. Young Master Mo, there is a newly constructed residential complex not far from our village that offered discounts to those displaced by the demolition. If we purchase collectively, it is even cheaper, so nearly everyone from our village has bought homes there. Mo Lingfeng stood up. In that case, I wish to extend my own congratulations on your new residences. This card, please take it back as a token of my goodwill. Young Master Mo, that is not acceptable. How can we take it back? They protested. The fact that we have new homes today is all thanks to you. Is it that you will accept my gratitude, but not return the sentiment? Or do you think my gesture insufficient? Mo Lingfeng inquired. No, young Master Mo, that is not it. Xiaojun stammered, glancing at the other villagers for support. Xiaojun, accept it. This is young Master Mo's goodwill, one villager interjected. Turning to Mo Lingfeng. Young Master Mo, we won't burden you with more words of thanks. In the future, when you visit HH, consider it your home. Mo Lingfeng nodded solemnly. With no other choice, Xiaojun reluctantly accepted the card. Young Master Mo, did you send someone to HH last time to warn the other factions to disband? Mo Lingfeng looked at Xiaojun with a puzzled expression. Indeed, is there a problem? Xiaojun replied, we still have 2 gang leaders over there, one named Sun Tao and the other named Shenhao. Just a couple of days ago, a young man from our village was lured by them and lost all his demolition compensation in a single night. His mother, unable to bear the blow, took her own life by jumping into the river. Mo Lingfeng turned to Bat. Bat, immediately send someone to HH to investigate these 2 individuals. Understood, young master. I will make arrangements at once. At that moment, Mo Lingfeng's phone rang. It was a call from Mo Xiaotian. Seeing that Mo Lingfeng was indeed very busy, Xiaojun and the others stood up to return to HH. Chapter 53. The discovery of the celestial music in the demon-slaying manner. Everyone was busily engaged, preparing for the impending demon-slaying trial the following day. And Mo Lingfeng sat at his desk, meticulously planning the details of the trial. Bat knocked on the door and entered, followed by Zhang Wei, Yu Fei, and Shi Hongjun. Bat spoke, "Young master, in the past couple of days, we have noticed several strangers with peculiar behavior at our entertainment venues. They are peddling celestial music. I have informed everyone, but refrained from taking action to avoid alarming the snakes." Mo Lingfeng raised his gaze towards Bat. "Celestial music? Have you gathered any intelligence on it? Is there any indication of its presence within the Daedalai gang's territory?" Shi Hongjun replied, "Young master, to my knowledge, a few years ago, someone attempted to introduce celestial music, but they were rejected by Daedalai. He stated that the risks were too great. If caught, it would cost them their heads. Thus, he did not consent. And in the ensuing years, there has been no evidence of any engagement in celestial music activities." Yu Fei added, "Young master, I have been with Zhou Tong for quite some time and have seen no such activities. Moreover, I heard Zhou Tong explicitly warn his subordinates against engaging with celestial music, declaring it strictly prohibited by Daedalai." Bat produced his phone and handed it to Mo Lingfeng. "Young master, these are photographs secretly taken by our people. Considering the extensive channels of celestial music, any crackdown must penetrate deeply. Otherwise, apprehending just a few superficial figures will yield no results, as others will continue to sell it. Furthermore, if we delve deeper, we encounter true desperados, posing genuine threats to our lives, which is why I instructed our people to refrain from rash actions." Mo Lingfeng scrutinized the images on the phone. "Bat, tomorrow marks the trial of the Daedalai gang. We shall defer all actions until after the trial concludes. Arrange for our people to discreetly monitor these individuals, ensuring we ascertain their movements and whom they are meeting. Advise our informants to exercise utmost caution in maintaining their cover. They must not reveal themselves. If the conditions for tracking become unfavorable, we shall withdraw. Those involved with celestial music are reckless, living on the edge. This matter differs from the Underworld, which, albeit flawed, still adheres to certain boundaries. Those dealing with celestial music possess none." As Mo Lingfeng finished speaking, he passed the phone back to Bat. Bat accepted it and replied, "Young master, I understand. I will soon contact Lion, Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf, assigning their men to the task of tracking." Yu Fei stepped forward eagerly. "Captain, I have a suggestion. Perhaps I should take charge of this matter. If Lion, Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf are responsible, their righteousness might attract undue attention, increasing the danger. We, however, have experience in the underworld and retain a hint of roguishness. Naturally, we will strive to remain undetected, but if discovered, we can merely claim to be purchasing celestial music. If it comes to that, we might as well say we once followed a Dao Li. After all, his influence is quite significant. This would considerably reduce the risks." Mo Lingfeng gently tapped the table with his pen. Bat rested his chin on his hands, contemplating earnestly. At this moment, Shi Hongjun also joined the conversation. "Young master, team leader, Yu Fei is right. Given our prolonged involvement in the underworld, there are certain matters that we can handle much more conveniently." Zhang Wei, noticing that both Yu Fei and Shi Hongjun were speaking up, felt a surge of urgency. "Young master, team leader, though I have not been in the underworld, you all know that my team excels in physical prowess. I believe we can also accomplish this task." Bat observed the three men closely. All right, let us not bicker. I understand your eagerness to prove yourselves, but this is no trifling matter. It's not a game, and one misstep could cost us our lives. We should heed the young master's advice." Mo Lingfeng lifted his gaze to the four of them. "Very well, I concur with your opinions. However, do not rush to achieve results. Remain calm and collected. If any issues arise, cease the investigation immediately or switch personnel. This task will be entrusted to the three of you, and report any developments to Bat at the first opportunity. Bat, ensure a detailed plan is in place to prevent casualties." Bat immediately straightened his posture. "Young master, rest assured, I will take the three of them to formulate a comprehensive plan right away." With that, Bat led the trio out of the office. Mo Lingfeng gently rubbed his temples, uncertain whether he was pondering over a problem or simply fatigued. Before he realized it, he had laid his head down on the desk and drifted into slumber. When he awoke, it was already evening. He lifted his head, stretched his neck, and when his gaze fell upon the nearby sofa, he was surprised to find Dr. Su sitting beside him, her large eyes sparkling as she stared at him. "Dr. Su, what brings you to my room? When did you arrive?" Dr. Su chuckled softly. "I've been here for over an hour. I didn't expect you to be sleeping so soundly. I noticed your pallor at lunch in the dining hall and thought I'd come to check on you. Seeing you sleep so peacefully, I couldn't bear to wake you. Now extend your hand. I'll take your pulse." Mo Lingfeng looked at Dr. Su with deep appreciation. After a moment, she withdrew her hand from his wrist. "Young master, your health seems stable. However, you must prioritize rest. Additionally, your liver fire is too strong. I will prescribe some medication for you to regulate it." Mo Lingfeng nodded. "Dr. Su, you've been with us for several years. Yet I don't even know your name." She smiled. "My name is Su Jia. I came to your family when I was 18. It has been 3 years now." 18? So you're only 21 now. But how is your medical skill so advanced? "My family has a long tradition in medicine. I learned from my father from a young age, who has been with Chairman Mo for over 20 years. Mo Lingfeng's expression turned to one of astonishment. "Are you saying that Director Su is your father?" Su Jia nodded. Mo Lingfeng continued. "No wonder your medical skills are so exceptional. I had no idea you were only 21 after spending 3 years in my home. Haha." Su Jia blinked his large eyes at Mo Lingfeng. "Young master, during that time, you were engrossed in indulgence, eating, drinking, and entertaining. Where would you find the time to pay attention to those around you? However, young master, I must admit, I am quite curious. You, who were once merely a carefree playboy, what prompted such a transformation? Ever since your last illness, your sudden demise, and then your miraculous revival, you have completely changed, becoming someone unrecognizable to all. Could it be that?" Mo Lingfeng laughed in response. "What are you imagining? Ever since I recovered from my critical illness, I have come to realize a profound truth. Life is but a fleeting few decades. I can no longer squander time or waste my youth. Besides, I have had my fill of those years of revelry. Hence, I have resolved to no longer let time slip away idly and to engage in endeavors of true significance." Su Jia gazed at Mo Lingfeng, nodding in a manner that suggested he was torn between belief and skepticism. Chapter 54. The joyful diner. Mo Lingfeng gazed at Su Jia's expression and could not help but inquire, "Do you not believe what I have said?" Su Jia shook his head. Mo Lingfeng poked Su Jia's forehead with his finger. "Your expression has betrayed you. I know that, in comparison to my former self, no one would believe it. However, I assure you, my words are the truth. I cannot claim that the current Mo Lingfeng is not Mo Lingfeng, but rather someone else inhabiting my body. I have been reborn. Would you believe that?" Gu Ye nodded. "I believe you." Mo Lingfeng looked at Su Jia in astonishment and touched her forehead. "My dear beauty, you aren't feverish, are you? How could you speak such nonsense? You truly believe in those supernatural theories?" "I must admit, I am quite taken aback." Though Mo Lingfeng spoke lightly, his heart was tumultuous with shock. He could not fathom why Su Jia would pose such questions, or why she would believe in his tale of possession and rebirth. Could it be that she sensed he was the reincarnation of Li Wei? Noticing Mo Lingfeng's silence, Su Jia hurriedly smiled and said, "What are you thinking? I merely believe that a person's inherent nature is difficult to alter. Your sudden death and miraculous resurrection, followed by a complete personality transformation, is simply unbelievable. Do you remember your former self? Each day was filled with indulgence and excess, surrounded by beautiful women. To be frank, you were just a young master. I had no choice, otherwise I would have long since ignored you." Mo Lingfeng laughed heartily. "Even if I was once a libertine, why are you so angry? Could it be that you have taken a liking to me and are feeling jealous?" Su Jia's eyes widened in disbelief, glaring at Mo Lingfeng. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who would ever like you?" After saying this, she stood up and walked towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, she paused, turned, and looked at Mo Lingfeng. "I have also arranged for several doctors from Tian Hospital to join us. In the future, when you and Mo embark on missions, I will accompany you. Should anyone sustain injuries, I will be there to provide immediate treatment." Mo Lingfeng rose and approached Su Jia, pressing her against the wall with both hands on either side, their faces nearly touching. Su Jia's large eyes blinked in surprise. Young Master Mo, what do you intend to do? I merely made a suggestion. If you disagree, just say so. Mo Lingfeng wore a playful expression. Today, I have realized how remarkably beautiful you are. For some reason, I suddenly felt a rush of emotions. Su Jia opened her mouth to respond, but Mo Lingfeng placed a finger on her lips. Very well, I accept your proposal. May I interpret this as your concern for my safety? Su Jia forcefully pushed Mo Lingfeng's arm away, opened the door, and turned to him. What are you babbling about? I am merely fulfilling my duty. With that, she slammed the door shut behind her. Mo Lingfeng leaned against the wall, muttering to himself, I never expected that teasing her would be quite delightful. Haha, if you dare ask me for more money, I shall amuse you to death. In a remote, abandoned factory within the development zone of Mahai City, a man donned in a ghostly mask and clad in black casual attire was engaged in conversation with a group of over 10 individuals. Among them was a man wearing a duckbill cap, known as Huangmao Fenggo, a former subordinate of Sang Biao. The masked man addressed Fenggo. Fenggo, you must expedite your progress in the Mahai market. The higher-ups are pressing, and I am shielding you. Fenggo clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Thank you, brother. Please grant me a little more time. As you know, in recent years, the Dao Daoli has prohibited any disturbances to the Xianxin Lu, thus Mahai lacks a solid foundation, making the challenge quite formidable. The masked man's irritation was palpable. Fenggo, remember this. No excuses are permissible before me. This is your first and last warning. Do you understand? I only care for results. Furthermore, to facilitate your swift entry into the Mahai market, 9 individuals have been dispatched to assist and protect you, known as the 9 Knives. Each of them bears a mark on their hands and will follow your command from now on. With that, the masked man gestured to a man and a woman beside him, continuing, these two are my trusted confidants. The man is called Gain, and the woman is Gui Sha. You are to cease direct communication with me henceforth. Relay any matters to either of them, and they will contact me. Fenggo nodded eagerly. I understand, brother. From his backpack, the masked man produced several bundles of cash and handed them to Fenggo. This is your reward, along with a new batch of goods that Gui Sha will deliver to you. Fenggo accepted the money, excitement evident in his voice. Brother, rest assured, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to this task. The masked man disregarded Fenggo's enthusiasm, turned, and exited the factory, entering his vehicle and driving away. In Jiangshui district, the Quail D Bar was alive with a throng of patrons, the deafening beats of the DJ music electrifying every nerve in the crowd. 3 slender DJ women swayed wildly to the rhythm, skillfully manipulating the soundboard. The expansive dance floor was packed with youthful revelers, their hands raised in synchrony with the pulsating lights. In a nearby booth, over a dozen individuals were reveling in merriment when a slender man approached. Brother Lin, do you remember me? I am Dong Chong, Fenggo's subordinate. Brother Lin, named Li Lin, fixed his gaze on Dong Chong and inquired, Fenggo, the one who used to be with Sang Biao? Dong Chong nodded affirmatively. Yes, Brother Lin, we have shared drinks in the past. Li Lin quickly stood, waving his hand to invite Dong Chong to sit. Come, come, brother, let's share a few drinks. It has been a long time since I heard from Fenggo. What has he been up to lately? Dong Chong glanced around nervously, appearing somewhat guilty. Upon witnessing this, Li Lin promptly inquired, Brother, do you seek me for a matter of importance? If there is nothing, please speak freely. Here, I am surrounded by friends, devoid of outsiders. Observing Li Lin's words, Dong Chong draped one arm over Li Lin's shoulder while the other hand delved into his pocket, retrieving a white plastic bag from which pink pills were distinctly visible. Lowering his gaze, he addressed Li Lin, Brother Lin. The mad dog is currently engaged in this. Divine ecstasy, both powder and pills are available. Brother Lin, would you care to take a look? I advise against the powder, as it bears a significant addictive quality. The pills are preferable, offering a transcendent experience, akin to the joy of deities. Especially during those certain activities, it bestows not only heavenly pleasure, but also enduring vitality. Upon hearing this, Li Lin glared furiously at Dong Chong. Chapter 55. A conversation between two. Dong Chong, feeling somewhat uneasy under Li Lin's intense gaze, said, "Brother Lin, I was merely inquiring, without any ulterior motives." After finishing his words, he lifted a nearby wine glass. "We are friends. If my younger brother spoke inappropriately earlier, I hope you won't take it to heart. I shall drink this cup as an apology." With that, Dong Chong tilted his head back and down the wine. He then stood up, saying, "Brother Lin, I shall not disturb you any longer. I will take my leave." As he turned to depart, he heard Li Lin say, "I haven't said anything. Why are you leaving?" Dong Chong immediately turned back. "Brother Lin, your earlier glare made me think you were upset. What you just mentioned surprised me. You said it could endure over time. Is that so?" Dong Chong promptly sat back down. "Brother Lin, I assure you of its efficacy. It is an absolute dual delight akin to that of immortals. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to kick me the next time we meet." "Ha ha, very well. Can I not trust my brother? How much for a package?" Dong Chong gestured with his hand. "All right, bring me one package." Afterward, Li Lin took a package of immortal joy from Dong Chong's hand and casually handed him a wad of cash. Dong Chong accepted the money, counted it, and placed it in his pocket. After exchanging a few polite remarks, he took his leave. However, all of this was recorded by two of Yu Fei's younger brothers standing nearby. Such scenes were unfolding in numerous venues. The following day, Mo Lingfeng awoke early and made his way to the kitchen, instructing the staff to prepare an array of delectable dishes. He accompanied the delivery personnel, ensuring that meals were delivered to Zhou Tong, Li Yi, and Li Zhe, before finally arriving at Big Knife Li's room. Big Knife Li appeared to be in good spirits, having faced no punishment from Mo Lingfeng. Upon seeing him enter, he propped himself up on the bed. The delivery personnel placed the food on the table, and Big Knife Li did not hesitate to join him at the table. He picked up a chicken leg and took a hearty bite. The meal was indeed sumptuous. It was likely to be the last supper. It was a pity there was no wine. Observing Big Knife Li savoring his meal, Mo Lingfeng remarked, "Truly, as the former underground emperor of Mo Hai, your attitude is commendable." "Ha ha ha, young Master Mo, are you praising me or mocking me?" "Regardless, as a condemned man, it is wise to eat and drink well so as not to suffer hunger on the way. White wine or red wine?" "White, please." Mo Lingfeng picked up his phone and made a call. Moments later, a member of the demon-slaying group arrived with a bottle of white wine and 2 glasses. Mo Lingfeng took a seat, opened the bottle, and filled Big Knife Li's glass, as well as his own. "Big Knife Li, I have much to attend to today, so I will toast you with this cup. The rest, you may drink at your leisure." With that, Mo Lingfeng raised his glass. "Come, I toast to you." Dolly raised his glass and clinked it with Mo Lingfeng's before taking a hearty gulp of wine. He remained silent, his head bowed as he continued to eat. After a considerable time, he wiped his mouth and lifted his gaze. This meal was truly delightful. It felt as though it was the best feast he had enjoyed in over a decade. He set everything aside, letting go of the burdens he had been carrying. In these past few days, he had quieted his heart and reflected deeply. "Throughout my life," Dolly thought, "although I have committed numerous misdeeds, there remain certain principles I adhere to. I do not regret this path I have chosen. Even if I had not walked it, others would have taken my place. In this world, where there is light, darkness inevitably coexists. It has always been a product of the times. I am grateful that I still possess a sliver of integrity, allowing some light to pierce through my darkness. Mo Lingfeng, I do not know how long you will persist on your chosen path, but I must admit, I admire you. At least at the crossroads, you chose the path of righteousness. Yet, perhaps my defeat today was destined, for evil cannot triumph over good. However, in this regard, I do not concede to you. You were born with a golden key, while I, from the moment I became aware, had to strive for my own survival, even to the point of fighting for a morsel of food. Thus, as someone from the lowest strata, losing to the son of the billionaire Mo Xiaotian, I still consider myself successful. At the very least, I have earned the right for you to regard me as a rival, have I not?" Dolly declared, raising his glass once more. "Mo Lingfeng, I toast to you, thanking you for granting me respect in this place. I once believed I would face severe punishment. Alas, it seems my expectations were too narrow." Mo Lingfeng also raised his glass, clinking it with Dolly's. setting down their cups, and Mo Lingfeng regarded Dali. After all, you are the underground emperor. Regardless of your past transgressions, I must still afford you the respect you deserve. You know, there were countless ways I contemplated tormenting you. And for a fleeting moment, I even wished to take your life myself. Are you aware of the two women you murdered in your private courtyard? Do you know who they were? Dali fixed his gaze on Mo Lingfeng and nodded. Yes, they were Li Wei's mother and wife. I also understand that your transformation from a playboy to a demon slayer was spurred by this Li Wei, correct? Mo Lingfeng raised his glass once more, clinking it with Dali's, as if they were old friends reunited after years apart, sharing stories over drinks. Indeed, it was for Li Wei that I sought vengeance. I captured Sun Liang and killed Sang Biao. Subsequently, I declared war on your underworld, eliminating Zhang Wan, Cui Zhe, and slaughtering Zhou Tong until now. You have been utterly vanquished. You may find it perplexing that I would go to such lengths for someone as lowly as Li Wei, yet here we are. I must inform you that the paralyzed elder you murdered that day was my mother, and the mentally unstable woman is my wife. Upon hearing this, the Dalai dropped the chopsticks from his hands, gazing in horror at Mo Lingfeng. Mo Lingfeng, I consider myself to possess a fair degree of intelligence. Are you attempting to insult me? Those two women are Li Wei's mother and wife. While it may be somewhat plausible that the elder could be your mother, the notion that the other woman is your wife. Who in the world would believe that? Mo Lingfeng chuckled in response. In this world, many things are beyond comprehension. If we say that the Mo Lingfeng of the past is indeed the same as the Mo Lingfeng of the present, would you believe it? After speaking, Mo Lingfeng raised his glass, clinking it against the Dalai's glass on the table, and then, absorbed in his own thoughts, downed the contents of his cup. Some matters will never be understood. I shall accompany you only this far today. With that, Mo Lingfeng stood and exited the room. The Dalai remained seated at the table, still pondering Mo Lingfeng's words. Chapter 56, The Second Demon-Slaying Judgment, Part 1. At 8:30 a.m., Mo Lingfeng arrived at the demon-slaying square, where various teams were already prepared for the impending task. Swiftly approached Mo Lingfeng. Young master, the security arrangements for today's judgment have been completed. The Python team will maintain order within the venue. The Lion team is tasked with escorting personnel and ensuring security during the trial. The Tiger team will assist the Lion team, safeguarding the area around the judgment platform. The Leopard and Wolf teams are responsible for the overall security outside the venue, specifically on the 7th floor. The security team will oversee all safety measures outside the hotel, while the patrol team will maintain vigilance in the surrounding areas. Montag Lingfeng nodded in satisfaction. Bat then signaled to the Lion team, move out. The Lion team swiftly departed towards building number 3. Shortly, Director Dadaoli, Gotong, Li Yi, and Li Zhe were brought forth, their heads shrouded in black hoods, hands bound behind them, and feet shackled with chains, standing beside the escort vehicle. Mo Lingfeng acknowledged Bat with a nod. Bat addressed the assembly, board the vehicle. We are departing. The patrol team, consisting of 50 motorcycles in a striking black and white pattern, bore a small yellow flag with the prominent red characters Demon Slaying. 25 motorcycles led the convoy, while the remaining 25 brought up the rear. This grand procession exited the Demon Slaying Manor, heading towards the Dihao Grand Hotel. By 9:30 a.m., the venue was filled to capacity, with attendees whispering amongst themselves. At 9:30 a.m., the Dao Li, Zhou Tong, Li Yi, and Li Zhe were brought onto the judgment platform. Mo Lingfeng took the microphone and stepped to the center of the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? Please, I am Mo Lingfeng, the person in charge of the demon slaying. As you are all aware, today marks the occasion of the demon slaying judgment, and I trust you have all been eagerly anticipating this day. Pointing to the Dao Li, Zhou Tong, Li Yi, and Li Zhe, he continued, everyone present here shares a deep-seated enmity with these 4 individuals, the Dao Li, Zhou Tong, Li Yi, and Li Zhe. You may have heard of the first demon-slaying judgment, which involved Zhang Wan and Cui Zhe. I trust you are familiar with the outcomes of that trial. Therefore, I urge everyone to maintain composure throughout the proceedings and refrain from disrupting the order of the venue. Rest assured, The final judgment regarding the fate of these 4 individuals lies in your hands. The crowd erupted into a prolonged applause, and Mo Lingfeng waved his hand, signaling for silence. I hereby declare the commencement of the demon-slaying judgment. Bat, holding a substantial stack of documents, approached the judgment platform, took the microphone from Mo Lingfeng, and began to recite the various crimes committed by the Dao Li and the others. The reading continued for nearly 2 hours before Bat concluded his account. Mo Lingfeng then took the microphone. Everyone has heard. It's hard to imagine that these 4 individuals have committed such a multitude of crimes, and each person present is a victim of their misdeeds. Therefore, in our quest for justice, let us speak sparingly during today's trial, and allow the victims to take the stage and share their experiences. Shall we? The crowd unanimously responded in agreement. Mo Lingfeng turned to the members of the lion group. Remove their hoods so that everyone can see them clearly. At the moment the hoods were lifted, a cacophony of curses erupted from the audience. It's you, Zhoutong. Today has finally come for you. I have long awaited this day in my dreams. Justice prevails, and you shall reap what you have sown. Lise, you beast. Even if you were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize you. Prepare yourself for judgment. I curse you to the depths of hell. The Dao Li, after so many years, I finally witness your downfall. I shall personally end your wretched existence. You creature unworthy of the title of beast. Li Yi, you have brought ruin to my family. I will flay your skin and extract your tendons. The curses continued unabated. Mo Lingfeng tapped the microphone, producing a resonant sound. Silence, everyone please. As he spoke, the atmosphere gradually calmed. I am aware of the tumult of emotions within you. However, this is a courtroom. As I stated, their fates are in your hands, so this is not the time for venting your frustrations. I previously mentioned that I would select a few victims to share their stories. Now, please raise your hands, and whoever I call upon may come to the stage. Upon his words, many hands shot up from the crowd. Mo Lingfeng chose a middle-aged man. The man limped onto the stage and bowed deeply to Mo Lingfeng. Taking the microphone, he addressed the audience. Greetings, everyone. My name is Song Liang. I am 36 years old, from Songjiazwang in the northern suburbs. Once, I had a happy and fulfilling family. My wife was virtuous, and my daughter was well-behaved. I own an automobile repair shop, and my wife assisted me by cooking, cleaning, and handling payments. Though we were not wealthy, we lived quite comfortably. However, all of this was utterly destroyed 8 years ago by this man. Song Liang pointed at Li Zhe. July 16th, a date I shall never forget. Just past noon that day, Li Zhe and his 3 accomplices drove to my shop, claiming the air conditioning was not functioning and asking me to take a look. Due to the sweltering heat, they retreated to my other room, designated for customers to rest while their vehicles were being serviced. My wife kindly turned on the air conditioning for them and even brought them water. Little did I know, as I was inspecting the vehicle, I heard my wife's voice raised in anger. I rushed into the room, only to find Li Zhe pulling at my wife. I hurried forward to intervene, and I caught a whiff of the strong scent of alcohol on them, realizing they had been drinking. In light of my business acumen, it became evident that the individuals involved were not to be trifled with. Thus, I opted for a conciliatory approach. I addressed the elder, stating, "If there is anything to discuss, please bring it to my attention. This is my wife. She is not the one to make decisions in such matters." Upon uttering these words, one of Li Zhe's subordinates swiftly struck me across the face, inquiring whether I wished to forfeit my life, and revealing that the person who had just manhandled my wife was none other than his boss, Li Zhe. Song Liang once again pointed to Li Zhe, affirming, "Indeed, it was he who accosted your wife that day." However, Li Zhe intervened, instructing his subordinate to refrain from taking my words to heart, attributing the incident to his inebriation. I was well aware of Li Zhe's reputation. He was the formidable leader of the Jiangshui district, a figure far beyond my capacity to confront. In haste, I took my wife and left the scene. Half an hour later, the car was repaired and they departed. I assumed that the ordeal had come to an end. Yet little did I know that this was merely the inception of my nightmare. Chapter 57. The Second Demon-Slaying Judgment, Part 2. At this moment, Song Liang could not contain his tears. After a brief pause, he steadied his emotions and continued, as evening approached. I received a phone call from a client who had previously had his car repaired by me. He informed me that his vehicle had broken down nearby and requested my assistance in examining it. The compensation offered was quite generous. Regardless of whether the repair was successful or not, I would receive a service fee of 200 yuan, ensuring that my trip would not be in vain. Considering it was only a few kilometers away, I agreed and informed my wife to tidy up in my absence, as we had elderly family members and a child at home. After nearly 2 hours, when I returned to the shop, I was utterly stunned by what lay before me. I found my wife lying naked on the bed, her gaze vacant. I knew instantly that something terrible had occurred. After persistent inquiries, I learned that shortly after I left, Li Zhe and his 3 accomplices had arrived at the shop and assaulted my wife. As Song Liang spoke, he sank to the ground, covering his face with his hands. Weeping bitterly, Mo Lingfeng approached and gently patted his shoulder. After a long while, Song Liang rose again. Thoughts of seeking justice crossed my mind, yet I hesitated, considering that my wife was still young, only 25, and our child was merely 2 years old. If word of this incident spread, I feared my wife would be unable to bear the pressure, which would ultimately affect our child negatively. Just as I was deliberating, Li Zhe's 2 henchmen returned. They warned me that if I reported the incident, they would come after my family, sparing neither the elderly nor the child. Thus, I endured a torturous night, knowing my wife would have to face the world again, and fearing that our child would be subjected to gossip as she grew older. With these thoughts weighing heavily on me, I resolved to remain silent. Who would have imagined that my wife would resort to taking poison? Despite 2 days of desperate attempts to save her, she succumbed to the poison and passed away. Woe is me, Song Liang lamented, sobbing uncontrollably. As a man, how could I allow my wife to be wronged and now to have lost her life? If I do not seek justice for her, am I truly a man? Driven by rage, I contemplated killing Li Zhe, embracing the notion of mutual destruction. Armed with a knife, I sought him out, yet I never laid eyes on Li Zhe. I was captured by his thugs instead. They confined me in a room, mercilessly beating me for 3 days, forcing me to watch videos of my wife being violated. They subjected me to degrading acts, ultimately breaking one of my legs and crippling one of my hands before releasing me. They warned me that if I pursued Li Zhe again, they would sell my daughter. I am not a man. I have failed to protect my wife and have betrayed her, as well as my child. I feel utterly powerless, he lamented. Li Zhe, having committed countless sins, will inevitably face retribution. I have awaited this day, and now it has come. As he uttered these words, Song Liang knelt before Mo Lingfeng. Master Mo, I implore you, allow me to take his life to end this beast. Please, I beg of you. As he spoke, Song Liang bowed his head and pressed it to the ground. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cries of "Let him be slain! Let him be slain!" Mo Lingfeng hurriedly approached, lifting Song Liang up. Song Liang, I can comprehend the tumult of emotions you are experiencing at this moment. However, this is a trial assembly. Besides you, there are many others present who have also suffered at the hands of Li Zhe. We must also listen to their voices, if you would be so kind. Nevertheless, I assure you, the fate of his life and the manner of his demise shall be determined by you all. As Song Liang attempted to kneel once more, Mo Lingfeng intervened just in time. Through Mo Lingfeng's gentle persuasion, Song Liang descended from the judgment platform and returned to his seat. Under Mo Lingfeng's guidance, a middle-aged woman ascended the judgment platform. She bowed deeply before him, took the microphone, and addressed the assembly. Greetings, everyone. My name is AI Jia. I have come to this trial assembly for the sake of my brother, for he is now in heaven. His name was AI Jun. 3 years ago, he opened a restaurant, which he managed alongside his wife, and they had a 3-year-old son cared for by their grandparents. My brother was a man of integrity, generous with his portions and using only quality ingredients. Coupled with his exceptional flavors, the restaurant thrived. It was always bustling during meal times. The couple was so engrossed in their work that they scarcely had time for family. To enhance their service, they even employed 2 waitstaff. Yet, disaster struck after 6 months of operation. One day, a man came to the restaurant seeking out my brother. He claimed to be from a neighboring establishment and accused my brother of malicious competition, demanding that he reduce his portion sizes and raise his prices. My brother refused. asserting his right to run his business independently, leading to a rather unpleasant confrontation. The following day, around 10 o'clock, a group of 20 to 30 individuals arrived at the restaurant, each occupying a table, including several private rooms. My brother sensed trouble was brewing, but they did not engage in any violence or disruption. They merely ordered a bowl of rice, which they left untouched before them. As the meal hour approached, they showed no intention of leaving, and the legitimate customers, intimidated by their intimidating tattoos, fled. My brother attempted to persuade them to sit together, but they were clearly there to cause discord and had no intention of cooperating. Thus, the afternoon passed, and by 5 o'clock they returned. My brother, at his wit's end, resorted to calling the authorities. Yet, what could it do? They merely claimed to be patrons seeking a meal, insisting they did not know one another, each occupying their own space without sharing tables. Some even ordered a few stir-fried dishes and beer. Consequently, they continued to monopolize the tables until well past 10 o'clock at night. In the end, after ordering stir-fried dishes, they discovered insects in their meal. Claiming it was an unpleasant surprise from the food, they demanded compensation, threatening to report the establishment if their demands were unmet. Ultimately, the meal was provided free of charge, and an additional compensation of 200 yuan was offered. After enduring this for 3 days, my brother could no longer tolerate the situation. Through a friend, he sought the assistance of a local thug who arrived with a group of associates at the restaurant, awaiting confrontation. Upon their arrival, a verbal altercation ensued, during which the opposing party claimed their leader was Li Yi. Instantly intimidated, the thug retreated with his entourage. The group then accused my brother of assault, demanding a staggering 200,000 yuan in compensation, threatening to vandalize the restaurant otherwise. At that moment, an individual entered, and Aijiao pointed at Li Yi, exclaiming, "It is he, Li Yi." He addressed my brother, stating that if he wished to avoid paying the 200,000 yuan, he should leave immediately, suggesting the restaurant should close its doors for good. My brother, pushed to his limits, engaged in a heated argument with them, resulting in an emotional outburst from Aijia, tears streaming down her face as her body trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 58, The Second Demon Slaughter Tribunal, Part 3. Mo Lingfeng stepped forward and handed Aijia a tissue. She wiped her tears, steadied her emotions, and then spoke. They forcibly dragged my brother out of the restaurant and shoved him into a car before driving away. A few of them remained behind, threatening my sister-in-law and the staff, warning that if they dared to report it, my brother's life would be forfeit. They instructed my sister-in-law to shut down the restaurant immediately, or else it would be detrimental to her and the children. The employees were already terrified. They exchanged quick goodbyes with my sister-in-law, saying they would forfeit their wages, and ran away. My sister-in-law, being a woman, was equally frightened and promptly closed the restaurant. 3 days after my brother was taken, my sister-in-law received a notification stating that my brother had committed suicide by jumping from the 31st floor of a building after drinking. How could my brother possibly have taken his own life? He was taken by Li Yi and his accomplices. It is undeniably their fault that my brother is dead. My poor brother fell so hard that his face was unrecognizable. My parents could not bear this blow, and within 6 months, the once robust figures of my parents departed this world one after the other. My sister-in-law also could not withstand the grief, but as a woman, what could she do? Fearing that the villains would come for her and the children, she had no choice but to flee with my nephew, whose whereabouts remain unknown to this day. Aijia turned again to point at Li Yi. All of this is your doing. A once happy home has been shattered by your hands. 2 missing, their fates still unknown, and 3 deceased. This is the result of your monstrous actions. They were my closest kin in this world, my parents, my brother, my sister-in-law, and my innocent nephew. Wu Aijia cried out loudly, utterly overwhelmed by anguish and having lost all semblance of reason. She ran towards Li Yi, her hands grasping his face, and opened her mouth to bite down on his neck. The lion group was taken aback by Aijia's sudden actions. They rushed to intervene, but were a moment too late. When they managed to pull her away, she had bitten off a piece of flesh, her face smeared with blood, a sight that instilled fear in onlookers. Meanwhile, Li Yi bore deep claw marks on his face, blood streaming from them. A chunk of flesh had been bitten from his neck, and blood flowed incessantly. With his mouth sealed, he was in agony, sweat pouring from his forehead, and his body trembled, emitting muffled sounds of distress. Su Jie and two doctors rushed in urgently to apply bandages and staunch the bleeding for Li Yi. At that moment, the crowd witnessed Aijia's actions and erupted into applause. Some even began to rise from their seats, rushing toward the tribunal, shouting, "Slaughter them! Slay these beasts!" Inspired by this fervor, many people abandoned their seats and surged toward the tribunal. Members of the Demon Slaughter Tiger Group and Python Group immediately positioned themselves in front of the tribunal to prevent the crowd from advancing. Mo Lingfeng observed the scene with resolute, icy eyes, gazing intently at the throng. I have previously stated that this is a tribunal assembly, not a moment for your emotional outpourings. If you seek vengeance, await the verdict. Your current actions are a breach of courtroom decorum. I shall reiterate. Please return to your seats immediately. I grant you 1 minute. Executioners, heed my command. In 1 minute, anyone not seated shall be forcibly removed from the premises, and any who resist will be taken directly back to the Demon Slayer Manor. Upon hearing Mo Lingfeng's words, those who had vacated their seats promptly regained their composure and swiftly returned to their designated places. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, the tribunal resumed. Mo Lingfeng appointed several individuals to the stage to share their testimonies, and an hour later, they entered the final phase, the judgment. Mo Lingfeng stepped to the forefront. We now proceed to the concluding segment, the verdict. Allow me to elucidate the rules. Shortly, designated personnel will distribute a sheet of paper to each victim, detailing various methods of execution. You are to inscribe the name of the individual you wish to condemn and her desired form of punishment on this paper. In the end, we will tally the votes and carry out the most frequently requested sentence. Upon completion of his address, the executioners began distributing the papers. As the attendees received their sheets, each victim bowed their heads in hushed consultation with their accompanying relatives. Half an hour later, the papers were collected en masse. The Bat group read aloud each submission, while someone recorded the responses. Zhou Tong, drawn and quartered. Lize, dismembered by horses. Lize, flayed alive. Dideo Li, drawn and quartered. Li, gnajit by rats. Zhou Tong, not by rats. Lize, drawn and quartered. Li Yi, drawn and quartered. The final tally revealed, Dideo Li, drawn and quartered. Zhou Tong, drawn and quartered. Li Yi, drawn and quartered. Li Zhe, drawn and quartered. Ultimately, Mo Lingfeng announced the methods of execution for several individuals, with the execution site designated as the banks of the Kaizhuang River. Following the verdict, the Dihao Grand Hotel provided complimentary lunches to all attending victims. After the meal, the Demon Slayer Lion Group began escorting Dideo Li and the 3 others away from the assembly, arriving at the plaza in front of the Dihao Grand Hotel, awaiting the signal to depart. A gathering of 40 to 50 victims congregated beside the Lion Group. Observing this, Mo Lingfeng furrowed his brow and approached the group. "Are you victims?" he inquired. A man replied, "We are the victims." Mo Lingfeng scrutinized the individual before him. "Have we not informed you? The transport arranged for you is parked in the rear courtyard. Why do you remain here?" The man offered no response. At that moment, a throng of individuals crossed the street, their garments tattered, as if they had just emerged from labor on a construction site. They chanted as they walked, "Avenge our families! Avenge our families!" Moments later, they traversed the road and approached Mo Lingfeng. The security team swiftly moved to intercept. Yet those individuals seemed to harbor a profound animosity towards the 4 with the formidable blade, relentlessly charging forward. Before long, a clash erupted between them and the members of the security team. Meanwhile, dozens of onlookers began to incite chaos. "Were we waiting for to head to the execution ground? Let us carry out the execution right here," they exclaimed, surging towards the Lion Group. The Tiger Group promptly advanced to support the Lion Group, and soon, the scene descended into chaos. Mo Lingfeng furrowed his brow and spoke to Bat beside him. "These individuals are behaving strangely. There is something amiss." Inform the Lion Group immediately to evacuate and return to the Demon Slaughter Manor with their personnel. All groups must provide full protection. Everyone must remain vigilant. Bat seized the walkie-talkie and began to relay the message. The Lion Group swiftly escorted the formidable Blade and the others into the vehicle. Chapter 59. The storm approaches amidst the chaos at the scene. A Volkswagen Passat careened forward, crashing violently into the vehicle of the Lion team. In the blink of an eye, two individuals emerged and swiftly entered the Lion team's car. Meanwhile, a Toyota van barreled in, halting beside the Passat, from which 9 individuals disembarked. The security team, arriving at that moment, confronted the 9 assailants. Within moments, several members of the security team lay incapacitated on the ground. Bat observed the 9 individuals with a furrowed brow, hesitant to engage them for fear of Mo Lingfeng's safety. The Tiger team, recognizing the gravity of the situation, abandoned their focus on the troublemakers and turned to confront the 9 attackers. Only the Tiger team leader could match the strength of the 9, while the rest of the members were clearly outmatched. At that moment, thick smoke began to billow from the Lion team's vehicle, resembling a fire within. The 2 individuals who had driven the Passat emerged, carrying someone, and quickly re-entered the car. The vehicle revved to life, plowing through several security personnel as it sped towards the road. Captain Wang Bin of the patrol team, witnessing this, mounted a motorcycle with a few team members and pursued the fleeing car. At this juncture, the Leopard team and the Wolf team also arrived. Bat pointed at the Passat, urging, "Quickly pursue that vehicle." The Leopard and Wolf teams swiftly boarded their vehicles, chasing after the Passat. Meanwhile, the Tiger team was visibly struggling, with 3 members already injured. Just then, the Python team arrived and immediately joined the fray. Although the Python team's members were not as formidable as those of the Tiger team, their numbers provided a significant advantage, causing the 9 attackers to feel the pressure. One of them remarked, "Brother, they've already left. Shouldn't we retreat? If we wait any longer, it might be disastrous." Another replied, "Indeed, their strength is formidable. Brothers, retreat." As they spoke, one of them climbed into the vehicle and started the engine. Mo Lingfeng, observing this, turned to Bat and said, "You need not worry about me. Go after them and leave them behind." Bat looked at Mo Lingfeng with a conflicted and worried expression. After a moment's hesitation, he charged forward. Bat's involvement soon matched him against one of the attackers, resulting in a fierce confrontation where both wielded short blades, targeting each other's vital points. At this moment, members of the Lion team began to emerge from the vehicle, collapsing to the ground with their eyes covered, their expressions filled with distress. Yu Fei and Qi Hongjun reached Mo Lingfeng's side, both nursing bleeding arms. Yu Fei inquired, "Young master, who are these individuals? They are incredibly skilled. I barely reacted before sustaining my injury." Qi Hongjun echoed, "Young master, these individuals are far too powerful. Our people stand no chance." Mo Lingfeng glanced back at the troublemakers, noting that they had nearly all fled. "Yu Fei, Qi Hongjun, take your men and apprehend those who caused the disturbance. Capture as many as you can, swiftly." Qi Hongjun and Yu Fei nodded, leading their team in pursuit. Mo Lingfeng drew his weapon, meticulously observing the individuals before him. With the assistance of other security team members, Shi rinsed his eyes with clean water and had now regained his composure. He approached Mo Lingfeng, his eyes bloodshot as he gazed intently at him. "Young master, the large knife has been seized." Mo Lingfeng, seemingly unsurprised, responded, "What about you and your team?" Shi replied, "After those 2 entered the vehicle, they deployed flashbangs and tear gas. Our men are unharmed, but at that moment, we could see nothing. However, Li Yi, Li Zhe, and Zhou Tong were all killed." Mo Lingfeng fell silent, quietly surveying the unfolding situation. Shi, too, ceased to speak further and swiftly rejoined the fray. As Shi's team members began to recover, they too engaged in the battle. The tide of conflict was gradually shifting. The 8 remaining individuals were barely managing to defend themselves. One of the drivers shouted urgently, "Hurry up and get in the car." As the vehicle door swung open, the car began to move slowly, with several individuals fighting while retreating. Fu managed to leap into the vehicle, but the quartet entangled with Bat, Ran Mang, Shi, and who found no opportunity to escape. At that moment, one member of the Tiger team, in a fit of desperation, jumped into a car, started the engine, and barreled toward the Toyota van occupied by the others. With a resounding crash, the Toyota was nearly overturned, while the Tiger team member's vehicle, traveling at high speed, collided with the Toyota before crashing into a large tree ahead, the hood crumpling under the impact. Inside the Toyota, a man exclaimed, "Old 5, drive away now." But second brother hasn't gotten in yet. Forget about them. Otherwise, none of us will escape. We must leave first and devise a rescue plan later. After a moment's hesitation, Old 5 pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away. And Mo Lingfeng did not order a pursuit, knowing that even if they caught up, they would be unable to detain those individuals, especially since his subordinates were depleted and lacked the capacity to chase. Shortly thereafter, Bat incapacitated one man, and several security team members moved forward to bind him. Gradually, the other 3 men were also subdued. 20 minutes later, the Leopard and Wolf teams returned. Leopard approached Mo Lingfeng. "Young master, I apologize. We were unable to catch up." Mo Lingfeng placed a reassuring hand on Leopard's shoulder. "It's all right. This opponent was too formidable." He surveyed the group before him. Noting the injuries sustained, dozens were wounded, primarily from the security team, with the Tiger team suffering 4 injuries, the Lion team 3, and the Python team 9. 40 minutes later, everyone returned to the Demon Slaughter Manor. Mo Lingfeng sat on the sofa, his expression grave. "Yu Fei, Qi Hongjun, how many individuals did you apprehend?" Yu Fei replied, "Young master, we captured 6. Mo Lingfeng continued to inquire, "Are you aware if there are any other factions or organizations outside associated with the Daily? What does he have connections with other groups?" Yu Fei glanced at Qi Hongjun, and both shook their heads in response. A look of perplexity crossed Mo Lingfeng's face. The reach of these individuals was undoubtedly far more complex than mere criminal enterprises. Furthermore, why would they seek to rescue the Daily, while simultaneously eliminating Zhou Tong, Li Yi, and Li Zhe? At that moment, the Bat interjected, "Young master, judging by their maneuvers today and the weaponry they employed, it is evident that they belong to a certain guard unit, or at the very least, are affiliated with a major organizational base. The short blades they wielded are certainly not commonplace. While they do bear some differences from our own, they are nonetheless remarkably similar." Mo Lingfeng nodded in agreement. It appeared that the true tempest was approaching. Chapter 60. Seeking Clues in the Interrogation Room. A man apprehended by Yu Fei hung with his hands restrained on a torture rack, his body marked with numerous welts from a whip, some of which had already begun to bleed. Mo Lingfeng and Bat entered, and the 2 members of the Lion team ceased their torment, standing in unison to one side. "Has he confessed?" One member of the Lion team inquired. "Sir, he claims that a man and a woman hired him for 1,000 yuan. They were employees of a nearby moving company, a total of 11 in number, and they have apprehended the 2. Beyond that, he knows nothing," the member replied. Mo Lingfeng approached the man, who likely realized Mo Lingfeng's authority in the room. The man cried out, "I swear everything I said is true. I beg you. Please do not hurt me anymore." Mo Lingfeng asked, "Relate the details from the beginning, start to finish." The man nodded eagerly. All right. Last night around 9, we had just finished dinner when a man and a woman entered. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, with short hair and a muscular build, dressed in camouflage pants and a tight black shirt, wearing sunglasses. We were puzzled as to why he wore sunglasses at night. The woman was quite tall, at least 1.7 meters, with a veil covering her face, clad in jeans and a yellow casual top. Upon their arrival, the woman inquired how many of us there were, stating that there was work to be done around noon the following day. Initially, we had a pre-scheduled job, but the price she offered was simply too tempting, 1,000 yuan each. She told us that her parents had been murdered, and the perpetrator was the very person currently being interrogated. We asked her why she wasn't attending the trial. She replied that by the time she learned of it, all slots had been filled. She instructed us to wait across from the Dihao Grand Hotel, assuring us that once her enemy was escorted out, we would be notified. We were to pose as relatives of the victims, shouting slogans. If anyone obstructed us, we were to act even more convincingly, feigning a minor conflict to express our indignation, thus completing our task. After deliberating among ourselves, we felt this was also helping the woman. Moreover, it was a short commitment that promised substantial earnings without much effort. So we agreed. This morning, as per our arrangement, we arrived across from the Dihao Grand Hotel at 11 o'clock, waiting for over 3 hours. During that time, a shorter man approached us. He was the one who informed us to proceed. This man appeared to be in his 20s, dressed in dark gray sportswear. I cannot recall his features distinctly, as he simply delivered a single command to commence our actions, after which we hurried towards the Dihao Grand Hotel. Indeed, at the scene, we were not the only 11 members of our moving company. Others were simultaneously engaged in the same endeavor, albeit discreetly hidden from our view. It was only during our rallying cries and a minor altercation with the security personnel that we realized there were actually 30 to 40 individuals present. To our astonishment, amidst the commotion, an unexpected incident of abduction unfolded. Initially, we failed to recognize the gravity of the situation, attributing it merely to coincidence. However, upon seeing 2 individuals emerge from a black vehicle, we understood that we had been manipulated and had inadvertently stepped into peril. The duo who approached us from a black car was the same man and woman who had sought us out the previous night. Fear gripped us, prompting an immediate retreat. Our leader, concerned for our safety, instructed me and Lao Li to remain behind and discreetly assess the situation. You are all aware of what transpired thereafter. Brother, you must believe me. Every word I utter is the truth. If any of it is false, you may execute me. And Mo Lingfeng, stroking his chin, pondered the man's words earnestly. Reflect carefully. Do those 2 individuals possess any other distinctive features? The man's eyes darted back and forth. After a moment, a sudden realization struck him. Brother, I recall. When she handed us the money, there was a tattoo on her left hand. Upon finishing his statement, the man gently shook his head, as if verifying something in his mind. It was a skull. Yes, indeed, a skull with the size of 2 thumbnails. After hearing this, Mo Lingfeng turned aback. The man's account seemed credible. They were indeed the same 2 individuals responsible for the abduction on site. Bat nodded in agreement. Young master, it appears this was a premeditated scheme. Based on this man's description, I sense that this skull motif is indicative of a more complex underworld issue. As Bat spoke, his phone rang. A moment later, he concluded the call. Shortly thereafter, Yu Fei, Zhang Wei, and Shi Hongjun enter the room. Young master, team leader. Based on these individuals' accounts, we dispatched a team to verify the information, and it is all accurate. We have apprehended additional suspects, but some are aware of their misdeeds and have gone into hiding. We have yet to locate them. Mo Lingfeng approached the window, gazing intently outside. You 3, dedicate all your efforts to uncovering those who have concealed themselves. Strive to gather further clues. Additionally, all victims, including their accompanying relatives from today, must be thoroughly investigated. I suspect there were co-conspirators among them at the scene, or at the very least, individuals they had bribed. Zhang Wei, Yu Fei, and Shi Hongjun responded in unison. Rest assured, young master, we will commence our investigation immediately. Even if we must search every inch of ground, we shall uncover the truth. With that, the trio exited the interrogation room. Mo Lingfeng turned to the man before him. We are all adults here. Don't you consider the implications of your actions? To accept such a hefty sum for your services, did you truly have the audacity to engage with the demon slayer? Is there truly such a phenomenon as falling pies from the sky? Are you aware that your actions have indirectly aided the wicked? Do you comprehend the immense cost we have borne in our pursuit of the formidable adversary? Our efforts are not for naught. They are for the sake of the common folk of Mo High. Yet, here you stand, sacrificing your principles for trivial gains, failing to recognize that this is a sacred place for the vanquishing of evil, a domain dedicated to the pursuit of justice, not a battleground for your recklessness. In life, one must face the consequences of their misdeeds. Similarly, you too must atone for your errors. Mo Lingfeng, after speaking, turned his gaze towards the 2 members of the Lion Squad nearby. Cease the torture. It suffices to detain him. We shall address matters further once this ordeal concludes. By the way, return his phone to him. Allow him to call home and alleviate his family's concerns. Mo Lingfeng then looked back at the man. Do you know how to convey your message during the call? The man nodded gravely. Chapter 61. Interrogation. Mo Lingfeng and the bat emerge from the interrogation room, only to encounter the lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf, who had just completed their questioning. The lion said, "Young master, we were just thinking of finding you. We have interrogated the 4 bandits, yet they remain tight-lipped. However, they share a common feature. Each has a tattoo of 2 cross blades on their left hand, approximately 2 centimeters in size." As he spoke, the lion produced his phone, displaying the captured images before Mo Lingfeng. Furrowing his brow, Mo Lingfeng scrutinized the pictures. "Where's Ranmang?" he inquired. "Young master, Ranmang has left, possibly returning to the Xiaotian group. He mentioned he would seek some leads," the lion replied. "Let us proceed to the interrogation room." The captured 4 were held in solitary confinement, and as the door to one interrogation room swung open, Mo Lingfeng and his companions entered. A man clad only in his undergarments hung from a torture rack, his hands bound and his feet shackled. With his head bowed, it was evident he had recently endured torment. Mo Lingfeng approached the man, gazing at the tattoo on his left hand, then circled around him, assessing him from head to toe. The bat joined, inspecting the man as well, then turned to Mo Lingfeng. "Young master, I did not anticipate this individual to bear so many scars. Look here," the bat pointed out, indicating various injuries on the man's body. Here, and here. These are clearly gunshot wounds. His back is nearly devoid of unmarked skin, riddled with knife scars." The lion added, "Young master, we have counted, and this man possesses approximately 150 scars in total." Mo Lingfeng wore a somber expression as he regarded the man, while the bat appeared equally bewildered. "Young master, if my conjecture is correct, his injuries could stem from 2 possibilities. The first is that they frequently undertake missions, particularly those of life and death significance. These injuries stand as testimony to their experiences, especially the gunshot wounds. The second possibility is that they belong to some militant organization, having undergone rigorous training since childhood, subjected to a brutal survival regimen. For instance, of 100 individuals, only 10 might emerge alive, and those who do are the ones nurtured to become their final products. Whichever scenario it may be, it indicates that what lies behind them is far from a mere simple criminal underworld," the lion continued. "Recently, we have discovered the presence of celestial music in our territory. Do you think it could be connected to this celestial music? If there is indeed a connection to celestial music, it would elucidate matters, suggesting they are backed by a tightly knit, large-scale organization involved in the trafficking of celestial music." Mo Lingfeng nodded in agreement. "Wake him up," he commanded. 2 members of the lion's team splashed a bucket of water over the man's head, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. Mo Lingfeng stepped forward, gently lifting the man's head. "Why endure such suffering? Cooperate with us, and perhaps you may yet escape death. Furthermore, do not expect your comrades to rescue you. This is the Demon Slayer Manor, and once one enters, there exists no one capable of extricating you." Mo Lingfeng withdrew his hand, and the man once again lowered his head, showing no inclination to speak. "Observing your battered form, it is evident that you have weathered many storms. However, you have yet to experience the methods of Mo Lingfeng. I shall ensure that you endure unimaginable suffering. You still have the opportunity to cooperate with me. Otherwise, you shall pay dearly for your silence. I ask you, what does the crossed dagger tattoo on your hand signify?" The man continued to keep his head down, offering no response. Nearby, the bat promptly retrieved a pair of iron pliers and presented them before Mo Lingfeng. Mo Lingfeng regarded the bat, a smile creeping across his face. "Your cleverness has resurfaced." The bat chuckled softly. "Young master, is this not part of your usual procedure?" Mo Lingfeng gave the bat a light shove. "Summon the doctor to administer a wake-up injection. Tormenting him like this is futile." Before long, a doctor entered and administered an injection to the man. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, the man gradually lifted his head, his spirit visibly restored. Mo Lingfeng inquired once more, "Do you still choose silence?" The man glanced at Mo Lingfeng, casting him a sidelong look before turning his head away. Mo Lingfeng did not take the iron pliers, but instead approached the rack of instruments, speaking as he walked. "Release him and bring him to the wooden wall." Mo Lingfeng picked up a steel nail, approximately 20 centimeters in length and about half a centimeter in thickness, and gazed at the man, who was now restrained against the wooden wall, grinning wickedly. Since you do not choose comfort, I shall oblige you. I hope you can endure and not disappoint me. The man looked at Mo Lingfeng, straining against his bonds. Mo Lingfeng lifted a steel nail and gently tapped it against the man's face. Hold his hand against the wall. The leopard and wolf firmly restrained the man's right hand. Mo Lingfeng positioned a steel nail on the back of the man's hand, and as the hammer rose and fell, a scream of agony escaped from the man. Mo Lingfeng struck more than 10 times, embedding a steel nail into the wooden wall. Next came a left hand. With another scream, the left hand, too, was affixed to the wooden wall. Sweat beads trickled down the man's forehead, streaming down his cheeks. Yet despite the excruciating pain, he remained resolutely silent. Mo Lingfeng fixed his gaze on the man, asking, "How about now? Do you still choose silence?" The man gently shook his head, slowly raising his gaze to meet Mo Lingfeng's. Suddenly, he spat at Mo Lingfeng, the saliva striking his face. Mo Lingfeng, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected act, wiped his face gently. "Ha ha, splendid. Sometimes I find myself feeling somewhat monstrous when facing my adversaries. I never anticipated encountering someone even more monstrous than myself. I refuse to believe that your flesh is made of steel. Congratulations, you have successfully provoked my ire." Mo Lingfeng spoke as he picked up a steel nail and placed it against the man's left shoulder. With each anguished cry from a man, the nail pierced through his shoulder, embedding itself into the wooden wall. Immediately after, Mo Lingfeng positioned the nail against the man's right shoulder. Amidst the cries of despair, the man lost consciousness, the nail also driven into the wooden wall. "Wake him up," he commanded. A bucket of water was splashed onto the man's head, and he opened his eyes once more. Mo Lingfeng gazed at him, saying, "This has only just begun. You cannot withdraw from this game. How about this? I shall refrain from questioning you further. Whenever you wish to speak, simply call my name." After stating this, Mo Lingfeng turned and retrieved a bottle of alcohol from a nearby table. "I almost forgot. I must disinfect you to prevent any infection, for that would render this endeavor rather pointless," he remarked, twisting off the cap of the alcohol and pouring it over the man's hands and shoulders. A heart-wrenching scream echoed once again as the man succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 62. The masked phantom. The night had grown exceedingly late, and Mo Lingfeng sat alone on the sofa, several cans of beer placed before him, while a multitude of empty beer cans littered the floor. He lifted a can to his lips, drinking deeply, revealing the weight of his burdens. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room, and in walked Bat, Ranmang, and a member of the Python team, standing before Mo Lingfeng. Bat observed the scattered cans with a slight furrow of his brow. "Young master, why indulge in such excess? It is detrimental to your health." Montag Lingfeng smiled faintly. "I am fine. What brings you here?" Ranmang replied, "Young master, I returned to the Xiaotian group today and summoned everyone from the Xiaotian guard, hoping to ascertain if anyone recognized the patterns of the skull and cross daggers. Alas, there were no leads. Upon my return, I shared this emblem with my team, and to my surprise, we did uncover some clues." He gestured towards the team member beside him. "You may explain." The team member stepped forward. "Young master, my name is Yiming. A few years ago, I was a guard stationed at the southern border. During one mission, we were tasked with apprehending a group of human traffickers. Just as we were closing in, they detected our presence, displaying remarkable skills, and many of our team members were no match for them in combat. Ultimately, we cornered them in a cave deep within the mountains after successfully eliminating 2 of their number. However, just as we were about to secure captures, a mass squad of over 10 appeared, demonstrating incredible agility. Our guards sustained injuries, and we received the order to engage. We fired and managed to kill one, but they ultimately escaped our encirclement, utilizing the cover of darkness and the treacherous terrain. Upon my return, I distinctly recall the masked man we had slain. He bore the same skull emblem that Captain Ranmang presented to us. The other 2 we killed displayed the crossed dagger insignia on their hands. Upon hearing this, Mo Lingfeng nodded thoughtfully. "This clue is exceedingly significant. It suggests that these individuals are undoubtedly connected to the recent emergence of the celestial entertainers. Furthermore, they must be backed by a formidable organization. From the events of this morning, it is evident that a man and a woman were responsible for the rescue of the scimitar wielder, the woman with the skull on her hand, while the one bearing the crossed daggers provided cover. This indicates that those affiliated with these two symbols likely belong to the same organization, albeit with differing roles. There remains a possibility they could be part of a cooperative arrangement between two organizations, though this seems unlikely. The sole remaining enigma is their relationship with the scimitar wielder. Why did they rescue him while eliminating Zhou Tong, Li Yi, and Li Zhe? Logically speaking, they certainly had ample time to rescue Zhou Tong, Li Yi, and Li Zhe together. Even if they chose not to save them, there was no need to eliminate the three. I recall that Yu Fei and Qi Hongjun once mentioned that a few years ago, someone sought out Daily, hoping to persuade him to perform the celestial music. But Daily declined. Subsequently, Mo Hai had not witnessed the celestial music again. However, the moment we captured Daily, the celestial music resurfaced. This is undoubtedly not a coincidence. I am convinced that this was meticulously orchestrated by someone. Yet, when Daily was being pursued by us, why did they not intervene to rescue him? Why wait until Judgment Day for salvation? What logic governs such actions? The bat, observing the perplexed expression on Mo Lingfeng's face, remarked, "Young master, while we are now aware of our adversary, our grasp of their information remains woefully inadequate. In the current situation, we are in the light while they lurk in the shadows. What course of action should we pursue next?" Mo Lingfeng rose to his feet. They will undoubtedly devise a means to rescue these four. Bat, you must immediately arrange for everyone to bolster our defenses at this moment. No mistakes must be permitted. Equip all personnel with firearms and inform each team that anyone entering the Demon Slayer Manor for a rescue need not report. They should engage with lethal force. As long as these four remain in our custody, I am certain they will make another appearance. Upon hearing this, the bat nodded and exited the room alongside Ran Mang and Hu Yiming. Mo Lingfeng paced within the confines of the room, and after a moment, he retrieved his phone and dialed. County Q, under the jurisdiction of Mo High City, lies 45 kilometers away, boasting convenient transportation. In a two-story villa on the outskirts of the county, Daly was conversing with a masked man. "Ghostface, I never anticipated that you would be the one to rescue me this time. It has been nearly a decade. I thought after that incident, you all would have forgotten about me." Ghostface chuckled. "Second brother, back then, we brothers were scattered by the guards, losing all contact. I remained with elder brother, and we endured many hardships over the years. By a stroke of fortune, elder brother married the only daughter of Lang Kuan and became his confidant. 10 years ago, Lang Kuan entrusted the reins of power to elder brother and retreated to the shadows. The first thing elder brother did upon taking power was to have me reach out to our long-lost brothers. After extensive inquiries, I discovered that you had also become a significant figure. Before I came to find you, elder brother instructed me to bring you back so we could enjoy the good life together. I never expected you to refuse me. Elder brother said that since you are unwilling to join us, it is understandable. After all, who would relinquish a territory they have fought to build? Thus, we let you sell our celestial music, but I never anticipated that you would reject this request as well. If it were an ordinary person who declined, I could understand. But second brother, you are entrenched in the underworld. I truly could not fathom why you would refuse. At that time, I was indeed quite furious, and my elder brother shared the same sentiment. Thus, I resolved not to seek you out again. Second brother, do you comprehend how challenging it has been for me to search for our brothers over the past few years? Third brother has passed away, succumbing to tuberculosis and coughing up blood. Fourth brother is currently incarcerated, allegedly for manslaughter, and upon his release, he will have aged considerably. Sixth brother remains untraceable, his fate unknown. Now, among the 6 brothers we once were, only 3 of us remain. After all, we have shared life and death, and have bowed our heads in brotherhood. My elder brother still wishes for me to visit you, even if you're no longer engaged in the celestial delights. Our bond must not be severed. Thus, I found myself once again in the desolate sea, only to discover that you had encountered misfortune the very first day I arrived. I have been devising a plan a plan to rescue you. The specter spoke as he produced 2 cigarettes, offering one to the sharp blade, while he ignited the other for himself. Chapter 63. The ghostly mask apologizes. The ghostly mask inhaled deeply a couple of times before continuing. Indeed, we never anticipated that a rising star would manage to capsize your ship. Initially, my intention was to rescue you from the Demon Slayer Manor. However, my elder brother informed me that the Mo family's roots run too deep, and mishandling the situation could lead to our utter ruin. Thus, I alter my plan to save you, adhering to my brother's advice to avoid direct confrontation with the Mo family as much as possible. Consequently, I chose to extract you after the trial. Second brother, do you know that in the endeavor to rescue you, from members of Jiudao were captured by the Demon Slayer? This is indeed my fault. I was overly arrogant and did not foresee the presence of such formidable experts among the Demon Slayers. This was precisely my brother's warning, that the Mo family is not to be trifled with. After all, as a top-tier family, they undoubtedly have their share of skilled individuals. I miscalculated. Upon hearing the ghostly mask's words, Tadeo Li displayed little emotion. Yes, the Mo family undoubtedly possesses a profound background. Otherwise, I would not have faced such a resounding defeat so swiftly. Truth be told, I'm quite touched that after all these years, you and my elder brother have not forgotten me. Yet, there's one thing I cannot comprehend. If you saved me, why did you not rescue my 3 brothers as well? If you chose not to save them, why then did you have to eliminate them? However, I believe I understand your earlier remarks. You fear the risks involved, worried that facing the Mo family head-on while attempting to save 3 more individuals would significantly heighten the danger, correct? Moreover, those 3 were my brothers, with no ties to you or my elder brother. Your act of saving me was a gesture of friendship, but you bore no obligation to rescue them. The crux of the matter is that you feared if you saved me, I would seek to rescue them, and to ensure I would be disheartened. You opted to eliminate them, did you not? This way, I could follow you without reservation to meet my elder brother and work alongside you, correct? The ghostly mask did not directly respond to Tadeo Li. Second brother, do you believe that if you do not leave, you will still have the chance to turn the tables? Can you truly contend against the Demon Slayer? The past is the past. Do not forget that we were once shattered into pieces ourselves. Yet, in the end, did we not rise anew? To speak candidly, while my elder brother holds the reins of power, his position is precarious. After Lang Kuan's abdication, his health has been frail, and the brothers who once fought alongside him harbor lingering resentment regarding Lang Kuan's departure in favor of my elder brother. Though everything appears calm on the surface, they have been scheming behind the scenes. My brother and I can only feign ignorance, for we remain relatively insignificant within this organization, lacking both depth and prestige. Many key positions are occupied by their loyalists. They may serve Lang Kuan, yet they are far from loyal to my brother. My elder brother wishes to cultivate trusted subordinates. Yet this endeavor proves arduous, as it is exceedingly difficult to place individuals in crucial roles. One must not be overly hasty, nor can one press them too harshly. Should they revolt, the likelihood of victory for the elder brother diminishes to nearly 0. Even if triumph were to be achieved, it is likely that the organization would suffer irreparable damage. Currently, with Lang Kuan still alive, there exists a measure of restraint on their part. However, if one day Lang Kuan were to be no more, the elder brother's situation would become exceedingly perilous. This is precisely why the elder brother desires your return to assist him. Initially, it was believed that all was well with you, even if you chose not to intervene. Your eventual support would be invaluable should the elder brother find himself in dire straits. Yet now, in light of your circumstances, do you truly intend to refrain from aiding him? Daly listened intently to the words of Guimian, lost in contemplation. Second brother, what are you still hesitating for? Do you genuinely plan to remain here and continue the battle against the Demon Slayers? Do you believe you still have a chance? Setting aside the fact that your brothers are no longer with you, do you truly think you can contend with the power of the Mo family? Even at your peak, would you have been able to prevail? Daly raised his gaze to meet Guimian's. Fifth brother, I never intended to stay. On the day of my defeat, I realized that the Ma Bei was not my place, and I understood all too well that the Mo family was beyond my reach. I simply cannot overcome the emotional barrier within me. Why did you have to take the lives of my 3 brothers? Even if they had perished at the hands of the demon slayers, I would have accepted it. You see, after we parted ways years ago, I arrived alone in the Ma Bay, and the first brother I met was Li Yi. It was Li Yi who, along with his good brother Li Zhe, helped me forge my path, gradually bringing in Zhou Tong, Zhang Wen, and Shui Zhe. They endured countless trials of life and death, ultimately leading to my years of glory. Yet in the end, I never anticipated that they would meet their demise at the hands of my brothers. Gui Mian regarded Daily with solemnity. Second brother, I never imagined that your grief stemmed from them. The order to kill them was solely my own, unbeknownst to the elder brother. I believed they would inevitably perish at the hands of the demon slayers, which is why I instructed those who rescued you to end their lives. I admit, I acted out of selfishness. You surmised correctly. I feared that upon your rescue, you would recklessly attempt to save them, thereby jeopardizing all our plans. I also worried that should they be saved, you would stubbornly yearn to confront the Mo family once more. If this has angered you, I offer my sincerest apologies. As Gui Mian spoke, he drew a dagger from behind him and plunged it into his abdomen. Daily, witnessing this, rushed to intervene, but was a moment too late. The dagger had already pierced Gui Mian's flesh. Second brother, is this enough for your forgiveness? Daily stared in shock at Gui Mian. Without a hint of hesitation, Gui Mian swiftly withdrew the dagger and drove it into his abdomen once more. Daily grasped Gui Mian's hand firmly. Fifth brother, I forgive you. Though Gui Mian's visage was obscured by a mask, the intensity of his emotions was palpable. Second brother, you forgive me. Does this mean you will also promise to return and assist the elder brother? Daily nodded in agreement. I cannot assist him. Where else could I go? There are neither people nor money available. The ghost face emitted a series of mocking clicks. Alas, the pain is unbearable. It was only then that the great blade remembered the injury suffered by the ghost face. He hurriedly examined the wound, discovering blood seeping from the hand that clutched the injury. The ghost slayer. The door swung open, and a woman entered. She glanced at the injured ghost face before ascending the stairs. Moments later, she descended, carrying a medical kit. Chapter 64. Evacuation from the desert sea. Having tended to his wounds, the ghost face changed his attire and once again found himself seated before the formidable Bladely. Brother, we are still within the territory of the desert sea. Although we are in the county seat, it remains perilous. Therefore, I shall arrange for your swift departure under the cover of night. Once you are safely away, I shall find solace in my heart, Bladely stated, regarding the ghost face intently. Ghost face, will you not accompany me? He inquired. The ghost face shook his head. Brother, I cannot leave just yet. The 4 brothers of 9 blades remain in the clutches of the demon slayer. I must devise a means to rescue them. Additionally, I have begun to pave a route for the celestial music and wish to gauge the demon slayer's disposition. Blade Li's expression grew somber. Ghost face, do not underestimate Mo Lingfeng's demon slayer. It is not as simple as you perceive. You must approach him with utmost caution, lest you suffer dire consequences. Furthermore, Mo Lingfeng's initial motive in establishing the demon slayer was to eradicate the underworld. He shall never permit the celestial music to manifest within his domain. I have a fair understanding of Mo Lingfeng. He my counsel, ghost face. When rescuing others, ensure you possess absolute certainty. I suspect that Mo Lingfeng has woven an intricate web, merely awaiting your attempt at rescue. As for the celestial music, relinquish it without delay. Do not squander your energy in that regard, for it may provoke Mo Lingfeng. He is a madman, akin to a tenacious adhesive. The moment he sets his sights on your eradication, he will cling to you, and that will spell trouble. At such a juncture, not only will you find yourself in peril, but it may also pose a threat to the Ghost Valley. Do not forget, Mo Lingfeng is not to be feared. Rather, it is his background that instills dread. He is capable of extinguishing your life, yet should you attempt to eliminate him, it may lead to your own annihilation. Is it worth risking your life for such an individual? I believe our elder brother would also disapprove of your course of action. Listening to Blade Li's words, the ghost face fell into silence. After a moment, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. On the other end, a voice clearly altered by a voice modulator responded. Fifth brother. Brother, second brother, and I have reached an agreement. I wish to arrange for his immediate departure. Very well. What of you? I intend to remain, for during the attempt to rescue second brother, the 4 from 9 blades were captured by the demon slayer. I wish to save them. A brief silence enveloped the phone call. Is second brother by your side? Have him take the phone. The ghost face handed the phone to Blade Lee, who took it and exchanged a few words before glancing at the ghost face and ascending to the second floor. After several minutes, Blade Lee returned and handed the phone back to the ghost face. Ghost face, the pressure upon me is immense. However, we do not currently lack a market in the Desert Sea. The risks associated with Mo Lingfeng are significant. It is best to relinquish this pursuit. Furthermore, regarding the captured 4 from 9 blades, do not attempt a rescue for the time being. Mo Lingfeng will not foolishly allow you to liberate them. As I have previously mentioned, unless it is to save second brother, the Mo family must not be antagonized. Otherwise, it may bring trouble to the Ghost Valley. You are well aware of our current predicament. If we were to offend the Mo family at this juncture, the forces hidden behind them would undoubtedly retaliate, and those old geezers would not let it slide easily. We have already lost control over the Iron Triangle. If we were to lose control over Guegu as well, it would signify our absolute downfall. The decades-long enterprise of Wolf Kuan would be irrevocably destroyed by my hand. Therefore, my dear Fifth, do not let minor losses lead to greater ones. In our line of work, we constantly walk a tightrope, with our lives hanging by a thread. While we can cultivate new talent if we lose our lives, the loss of our foundation would render our resurgence impossible. Not only would we be unable to rise again, but consider those old geezers. Would they spare us? Would they allow us the opportunity to rise from the ashes? They would undoubtedly seek to eradicate us completely. Gue Mion's expression still bore hesitation. Elder brother, the Celestial can abandon us at any moment, but before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted. There is no but. How can you fail to comprehend my words? Even if we were to rescue someone, this is not the right time. Rest assured, the 4 of them will be fine. At most, they will endure some hardship. As long as the Demon Slayer cannot find you, they will be safe. Reflect on this carefully. After a while, if the Demon Slayer finds no leads, their vigilance will wane, and then we could devise a plan for their rescue. Prepare yourself, and, with the second brother, take everyone back immediately. We must hasten our plans. You know which matters hold greater weight. Gue Mion nodded. Understood, elder brother. We shall prepare at once. Half an hour later, 3 vehicles departed from the villa, heading towards the expressway. At the Demon Slayer Manor, in the surveillance room, 8 members of the Demon Slayer team fixated their gaze on the screens on the wall. The entire manor was under meticulous surveillance, with no blind spots. Building 1, 2, and 3 each had 4 night vision telescopes on their rooftops, constantly monitoring the surroundings. The lion, tiger, leopard, wolf, and python squads were all sound asleep, their firearms at their sides. Each squad leader took turns on duty, remaining in a state of readiness. The security team and patrol units maintained a 24-hour watch around the perimeter of the manor, extending 1 kilometer outward. However, unbeknownst to everyone, Gue Mion and Dao Li had already led their group away from Mo Hai. The most unfortunate among them was Mad Dog, whose dreams of wealth had been shattered once more, leaving him unceremoniously abandoned. He, along with his dozen or so subordinates, remained oblivious to the fact that they had already caught the attention of the Demon Slayer. In a rented room, Mad Dog repeatedly dialed Gue Shah's number, only to be met with a message indicating the phone was turned off. One of his subordinates inquired, Brother Dog, any luck? They are pressing for the goods. Mel Do, with a look of helplessness, replied, Keep trying. I can't get through. Damn it. Why does the shipment have to be managed by a woman? Isn't that just delaying everything? And that 9 blades too can't reach him either. It's as if he vanished into thin air. The younger brother responded, Brother Dog, could it be that something has happened to them? Regarding the abduction of the demon-slaying tribunal, do you think they could be involved? Mad Dog shook his head. It is unlikely to be them. I haven't heard of any connection between them and the blade of the great knife. However, this situation is quite perplexing. In the vastness of the desert sea, who else possesses the capability to rescue the blade of the great knife right under the tribunal's nose? Is it mere coincidence that they vanished just as the incident occurred? Could it truly be them? The more Mad Dog spoke, the more anxious he became, fear gnawing at his thoughts. The younger brother replied, "Brother Dog, if it indeed is their doing and we cannot reach them now, they must have cast us aside." Mad Dog bowed his head in silence, merely shaking it vigorously. Chapter 65. A conversation at the Mo family. 2 days have elapsed, and Mo Lingfeng has yet to receive any sign of rescue. Instead, those who were expected to come have vanished, as if cast into the depths of the sea. The demon-slaying forces remain unwavering, maintaining a stringent guard. The 4 captured members of the Nine Blades have endured extraordinary torment over these 2 days, each experiencing death's grasp multiple times daily, yet not a single word has escaped their lips. While the hired troublemakers are indeed culpable, they are not innately wicked. After being educated, they have been released, as they are merely common folk striving to provide for their families. Surveillance of the entertainment venues dealing in celestial delights has revealed that their subjects have abruptly ceased operations and have not emerged from their rented lodgings. Mo Lingfeng harbors a vague sense that Dalili and his potential saviors have undoubtedly departed from the desert sea. However, he cannot ascertain whether the situation concerning the 4 from the Nine Blades will lead to their rescue or abandonment. Mo Lingfeng's countenance is grim, weighed down by immense pressure, with certain matters eluding his comprehension. Just then, the office door creaked open, and an eccentric head poked in. "Young Master Mo, I came to check on you." Upon recognizing Su Jie, Mo Lingfeng gestured for her to take a seat. "Do not burden yourself excessively. I warned you the other day that this way lies ruin." She extended her hand. "Allow me to take your pulse." Mo Lingfeng shook his head. "No need. I'm fine. Just Haven Tea rested well these past 2 days. By the way, did you come to see me for a reason?" Su Jie shook her head, smiling. "I merely noticed your stress and wanted to check on you. I have no ulterior motives, just—" Mo Lingfeng observed her hesitation. "Is there something on your mind? Speak plainly." Sitting up straight, Su Jie declared, "Very well." She retrieved 2 movie tickets from her pocket and placed them on the table. "I have 2 movie tickets and wondered if you might accompany me." Mo Lingfeng stared at the tickets in silence. Su Jie continued, "You must learn to unwind. The more you rush to understand certain matters, the more elusive they become. Sometimes, clarity comes when you least expect it. Trust me, take a moment to relax and rest, and perhaps by tomorrow, you will find understanding." Mo Lingfeng looked up and gently tucked a strand of Su Jie's hair behind her ear. "Is this an invitation?" Su Jie blinked her large eyes. "I am merely attending to my patient." What kind of doctor sacrifices her own time to heal a patient? If it were not for your position as my employer and the generous remuneration, I would not bother with you. Mo Lingfeng chuckled. "Given your sincere dedication, very well. I shall accompany you." Just as he rose to his feet, the phone on the table rang. Mo Lingfeng glanced at the caller ID and, taking the phone, stepped into the bedroom. Moments later, Montag Lingfeng emerged, clad in casual attire. "Beauty, my time is quite limited. I can only accompany you to one film. If you wish to engage in romantic discourse, it will have to be on another day." Su Jie stood up, hurling her handbag at Mo Lingfeng. "You vain fool. Who wants to engage in romance with you? Dream on." With that, she dashed out the door. Mo Lingfeng chuckled heartily, following her outside. In the grand residence of a high-ranking official in Huaxia, several armed guards stood watch by the entrance. Inside, 3 men were engaged in conversation. Mo Xiaotian, the second most influential figure in Huaxia and the elder brother of Mo Xiaotian, was present. Mo Xiaoran, the commander of the Huaxia Guard and the younger brother of Mo Xiaotian, spoke up. "Second brother, when you called me the other day, I arranged for someone to send a message to Lingfeng. Rest assured, he is unaware of our involvement. However, it is evident that Lingfeng is resolute. Upon receiving the message, he immediately contacted my people. Everything is going according to plan." Mo Xiaotian interjected. "Second brother, why do you not speak to Lingfeng? Allowing him to act freely could lead to unforeseen consequences. Would you not regret it? Our Mo family has but one heir left. Both I and the third brother have 2 daughters each, and we cannot afford to have more. Should anything happen to Lingfeng, it would be too late for remorse." Mo Xiaotian smiled. "Elder brother, I too wish to guide him, yet I do not desire him to be as he was. You must understand, I worry for him every single day. But upon reflection, You know what Lingfeng was like before. A pure wastrel, a notorious playboy, and rather timid. Yet, inexplicably, this child is transformed. He is no longer frivolous or reckless. He has become resolute and decisive, embodying a spirit of steel. While I am concerned, I cannot help but feel joy in my heart. He is 100 times better than the weakling he once was. I can see his earnestness and dedication in his desire to accomplish something worthwhile. He has grown, and I do not wish to stifle him. Thus, I do my utmost to support him. Besides, he is pursuing righteous endeavors. I can only covertly assist and protect him. Mo Xiaotian nodded. Alas, the heart of every parent is filled with compassion. Mo Xiaotian smiled. I fully support Lingfeng's current path. A man must possess courage, especially when pursuing justice. As his uncle, I'm undoubtedly in favor. Second brother, had you not intervened, I would have dispatched the guard to resolve matters with a few cannonballs. Why must he take everything so seriously, expending such effort? Mo Xiaotian waved his hand dismissively. That will not do. If Lingfeng were to find out, he would be displeased. Let him pursue his convictions. I only wish for you, third brother, to safeguard him from the shadows. Mo Xiaotian added, You must remain vigilant, third brother. He is the sole root of our Mo family. In the event that Lingfeng encounters any misfortune, the three of us shall find ourselves unable to face our ancestors in the afterlife. Mo Xiaotian chuckled heartily. Eldest brother, second brother, the pressure you place upon me is quite substantial. While I am willing to assist openly, it seems I must resort to subtle means instead. Lingfeng possesses his own legs. I cannot shadow him every day. Alas, this predicament truly troubles me. I shall devise a plan. Nevertheless, this matter is indeed fraught with difficulty, for he confronts the treacherous Ghost Valley at the border, inhabited by those who are perilously reckless. In years past, I led the guards to sweep through their ranks, and only one known as Wolf Kuan managed to escape. Who would have imagined that years later they would rise again? Mo Xiaotian rose to his feet and remarked, Dinner is ready. Let us eat and converse. Mo Xiaotian and Mo Xiaotian also stood, and the three of them proceeded towards the dining hall. Chapter 66. The suspended promise at the entrance of the cinema. A throng of people streamed out, many still immersed in discussions about the film they had just watched. Mo Lingfeng and Su Jie emerged alongside the crowd. Su Jie stood before Mo Lingfeng, his hands nervously rubbing the hem of his clothing. Young Master Mo, did you enjoy the film today? Mo Lingfeng nodded slightly. Responding with a quiet Su Jie continued. In the film, why did Ling still love Afa, a reckless scion, and seem so joyful at times? Yet, upon learning that Afa was an undercover agent infiltrating a criminal gang, she showed no signs of happiness. Do you know why? Mo Lingfeng smiled and replied. Ling feared for Afa's life. Ultimately, he met his demise, and that ending is truly not to my liking. Su Jie raised his head, a soft light emerging in his gaze. You too disapprove of such an ending. Likewise, I share your sentiments, but when faced with peril, who can truly dictate the outcome? Mo Lingfeng looked on in confusion. Su Jie, what are you trying to convey? Are you summarizing the film? Su Jie gently extended his hand, grasping Mo Lingfeng's. Can you promise me one thing? Mo Lingfeng, taken aback by Su Jie's gesture, replied, Speak your mind. If it is within my power, I will certainly oblige. Su Jie lowered his head slowly, murmuring softly, Please release those 4 individuals you captured. Based on their numerous scars, they are not mere thugs. You have done enough. Your sacrifices for the people of Mahai have been substantial. There is no need for you to take further risks. Even if you disband the demon-slaying group and return to your life as a young master, no one would hold it against you. Mo Lingfeng furrowed his brows. Su Jie, why do you say such things? Su Jie looked up at Mo Lingfeng, tears welling in his eyes. Because I am afraid. I fear that one day, I will suddenly no longer see you. I fear you might become like Afa in a movie. I am scared. Mo Lingfeng was taken aback by Su Jie's words. He had never imagined that Su Jie had brought him to the cinema out of concern for his safety. Gazing at the fragile girl before him stirred an inexplicable pang of sorrow within him. He reached out, pulling Su Jie into his embrace. They stood there, locked in each other's arms. Su Jie wept, his body trembling incessantly. After a long while, Su Jie stepped back from Mo Lingfeng's embrace. Young Master Mo, I understand that I am merely your family's private physician. I know my status does not merit companionship with you. Even if you were to revert to your former self, you would still remain an exalted gentleman. However, deep within my heart, I merely wish for your safety and happiness, yearning for you to be free from the daily burdens of discontent, immense pressure, and the unpredictable risks that life presents. Truly, I harbor no illusions. My singular desire is for your well-being. Can you promise me that? Mo Lingfeng once again enveloped Su Jie in his embrace. Su Jie, thank you for your concern. I am genuinely touched. Yet, I cannot acquiesce to your request. Regardless of the challenges I may face in the future, I shall never relinquish my resolve. Do you understand the plight of the common folk? Are you aware of the vast inequities that permeate this world? Do you know how many endure the oppressive weight of those in power each day? Are you cognizant of the countless individuals who suffer in silence, with no avenue for redress? In this era of peace and supposed equality, why does so much injustice persist? Why? You are correct. I am a privileged heir. Even if I were to do nothing but indulge in pleasures, the wealth of my family could sustain generations. Yet, Su Jie, have you ever contemplated the true meaning of existence? Like Director Su and yourself, why pursue medicine? Is it merely for survival, devoid of any compassion for the healing arts? If I were to squander my life as I once did, do you believe I would find joy? Would I be content? Su Jie, you are a wonderful woman, and I recognize your sentiments. Rest assured, I promise you that I will prioritize my safety above all else. Su Jie wore a look of disappointment. Very well, you must promise to stay safe. By the way, you must grant me one request, all right? Mo Lingfeng nodded. Speak freely, he replied. Su Jie responded from now on. No matter what tasks you undertake or what endeavors you pursue, you must take me with you. I can only feel at ease by your side. Mo Lingfeng smiled and said, all right, I consent. Su Jie extended her pinky finger. Come, let's make a pinky promise. Mo Lingfeng playfully poked Su Jie's forehead. How old are you now? Ha ha, fine. Let's seal this promise. 100 years of unwavering loyalty. With that, Mo Lingfeng lifted Su Jie's chin. Su Jie, do you recall what I said to you that day in the office? I confess my feelings for you, and those words came from my heart. I truly adore you. Su Jie, are you aware of your own beauty? For some reason, when I see you, my fatigue dissipates, and the weight of my worries feels lighter. Su Jie, will you be my girlfriend? Do not speak of social standings or compatibility. The woman I, Mo Lingfeng, have chosen shall not be impeded by anyone. Su Jie leaned against Mo Lingfeng's chest, tears streaming down her face as she held him tightly. Then why, if I am so beautiful, do you not even glance my way? Mo Lingfeng gently touched Su Jie's nose, wiping away the tears from her cheeks. At that time, I was still quite young, lacking an understanding of love. Moreover, I was reluctant to indulge in relationships so close to home. Even if I were to partake, it would be reserved for the very end, would it not? Su Jie playfully struck Mo Lingfeng on the chest. Why are you so annoying? Montak Lingfeng laukit hatili. Su Jie, does this mean you are agreeing to my request? Su Jie nodded in affirmation. Then, you must promise not to flirt with others in the future. Mo Lingfeng pushed Su Jie away, raised his right hand, and held up 3 fingers, declaring, from this moment forth, I, Mo Lingfeng, shall love only Su Jie in this lifetime, marrying no one else, remaining steadfast and true, never betraying. Should I break this vow, may I be met with. Just as Mo Lingfeng was about to finish his proclamation, Su Jie placed a hand over his mouth. Lingfeng, I believe you. The two gazed into each other's eyes before finally sharing a kiss. Chapter 67. The mysterious Tong, Wansheng the bat, and the lion leaned against the car, listening to Mo Lingfeng and Su Jie profess their love and vows, shaking their heads in disbelief. Lion, the young master's recent behavior is certainly not a fleeting whim. He is genuinely transformed. Indeed, I have noticed as well. The former dandy, the timid young master we once knew, is irretrievably gone. Lion, do you think the young master is truly sincere towards Dr. Su this time? Damn bat. How dare you harbor doubts about the young master? I must reprimand you. Your mind is too slow, and I've questioned it numerous times. Haha, Lion, you are even more impressive. I genuinely believe the young master has changed. Could such a righteous young man deceive an innocent girl? Yes, this is quite good. The young master and Dr. Su seem well matched. Bat, enough of this chatter. The young master has said the time has come. The bat glanced at the time, slapped his forehead, and dashed towards Mo Lingfeng. Young master, the time has arrived. Mo Lingfeng released his embrace of Su Jia. Very well, let us return. With that, he took Su Jia's hand and walked towards a car. At the Demon Slayer Manor, Building 2, Mo Lingfeng held Su Jia's hand as they exited the vehicle. Su Jia looked around, blushing, and said, "Everyone has returned. Why are you still holding my hand? It would be inappropriate for others to see." Mo Lingfeng raised an eyebrow. "You're already my girlfriend. What is there to fear? I want the entire world to know that you, Su Jia, are my dearest love." Upon hearing Mo Lingfeng's words, Su Jia smiled and lowered her head. Mo Lingfeng grasped Su Jia's hand, resembling a parent leading a wayward child, a sight both comical and endearing. In the distance, Mo Lingfeng spotted 4 individuals waiting at his office door. Su Jia observed and remarked, "Lingfeng, someone is awaiting you. There must be a matter at hand. I shall return to the infirmary first." Mo Lingfeng turned back and asked, "Do you have work?" Su Jia shook her head. "Since you do not, why must you leave? I have said that I shall not conceal anything from you in the future. Come along." With that, he took Su Jia toward the office. At this moment, Mo Lingfeng had a clear view of the 4 individuals. One was Ran Mang, 2 were unfamiliar faces, and the last was an elderly man whose gray hair startled Mo Lingfeng. The elder, named Tong Wansheng, served as the chief steward and protector of the entire Xiaotian group, overseeing the security of the Mo family as well. In the Xiaotian group, Tong Wansheng was undoubtedly the second most powerful figure, answering solely to Mo Xiaotian. Moreover, Tong Wansheng was the most enigmatic character within the Xiaotian group. No one knew his origins or the extent of his formidable reach. It was said that the renowned quartet of eagles, geese, cranes, and hawks once faced Tong Wansheng simultaneously, yet none could endure beyond 2 minutes. Thus, Tong Wansheng commanded not only mystery and status within the Xiaotian group, but also immense respect. Mo Lingfeng was well aware of all this, and hurriedly took a couple of steps forward. "Uncle Tong, what brings you here?" Tong Wansheng chuckled heartily. "The young master has completely forgotten about this old man. Alas, I have no choice but to come see you myself." Mo Lingfeng grasped Tong Wansheng's hand. "Uncle Tong, I have been exceedingly busy lately. Please do not hold it against me." Lingfeng offers his sincere apologies. As Mo Lingfeng spoke, he bent slightly to express his contrition. Tong Wansheng seized Mo Lingfeng's arm. "Haha, the young master has grown up and matured. You are truly different from before. Remarkable indeed. Who would have thought that such a transformation could occur in such a short time? Ha ha ha, how delightful. I once thought Chairman Mo was jesting, but upon meeting you today, I am convinced. Young master, I was merely testing you earlier. How could I possibly blame you, let alone require an apology? Am I not right?" Ha ha ha. Mo Lingfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment at Tong Wansheng's words. "Uncle Tong, please do not linger at the doorway. Come, let us sit inside." Mo Lingfeng gestured for Tong Wansheng to take his seat, but he declined and instead settled onto the sofa. Bat and Lion stood before Tong Wansheng, their postures as rigid as utility poles. "Greetings, Elder Tong." Tong Wansheng smiled at the two. "Bat, Lion, it has been quite some time since we last met. How is it working with the young master? I trust it is far more comfortable than laboring alongside this old man." The two responded in unison. "We shall forever remember Elder Tong's teachings. We are Mo family in life, and Mo family in death." Tong Wansheng nodded. "Though you did not directly answer my question, I am nonetheless pleased with your response." With that, Tong Wansheng waved his hand. "Please take a seat. Standing makes my head spin." Bat, Lion, Ran Mang, and the 2 others settled down. Su Jia prepared a cup of tea and presented it to Tong Wansheng. "Uncle Tong, please enjoy some tea." Tong Wansheng scrutinized du ye closely. "Ah, young lady, how do you know this old man? Yet, your visage bears a striking resemblance to someone I know. May I inquire, what is your relation to Director Su?" Su Jia quickly bent forward. Uncle Tong, Director Su, is my father. When I was just a few years old, you once held me in your arms. Tong Wanqing's interest was piqued. Ha ha ha, that makes perfect sense. No wonder you resemble old Su so closely. You must be his daughter. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Xiaojia, correct? Su Jia nodded. Yes, Uncle Tong, I am Su Jia. Ha, how swiftly time passes. You have blossomed into a fine young lady. However, I just noticed you too. Tong Wanqing pointed at Mo Lingfeng and continued, holding hands. Are you perhaps? Su Jia flushed and lowered her gaze, while Mo Lingfeng remained composed. Uncle Tong, to be candid, Su Jia is my girlfriend. We have just recently confirmed our relationship, and you're the first to know. Tong Wanqing's eyes sparkled. Ha ha, my visit today has not been in vain. I have received such joyous news. Young master, you should promptly convey this delightful news to the chairman, so that he may also find joy in it. The sooner arrangements are made, the sooner I shall partake in your celebratory feast. Within a year or two, should the Mo family welcome another little master, it is likely that the chairman will retire and devote himself to cherishing his grandson. Ha ha ha. Mo Lingfeng smiled shyly and nodded. Meanwhile, Su Jia blushed like a ripe apple. Uncle Tong, what are you saying? I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he bowed his head, smiling, and dashed out. Uncle Tong, Wansheng erupted in a hearty laughter. Chapter 68. Ghost Valley. After a brief exchange of laughter and conversation, Tong Wansheng steered the discussion toward the matter at hand. Young master, my visit today serves not only to see you, but also to convey an important message. Uncle Tong, please speak your mind, the young master replied earnestly. Taking a sip of tea, Tong Wansheng set his cup down upon the table. On that day, Ran Mang visited the Xiaotian group, where he presented 2 designs to the guards, inquiring if anyone recognized them. I happened to be accompanying the chairman at the time and was not present at the group. Upon my return, it was he who showed me photographs of the designs. I am familiar with this emblem. It dates back several years. At that time, our nation, Huaxia, was considerably weak, with industries languishing in dormancy. Some illicit factions and organizations seized this opportunity to engage in rampant smuggling of celestial music across the border between Huaxia and Mian country. Among the most notorious were 2 major organizations, the Skull Gang and the Big Knife Gang. Most of their members had criminal records or were individuals trained through brutal methods from a young age. Moreover, certain influential conglomerates discreetly supported these entities in pursuit of immense profits. Despite multiple communications with Mian country and their repeated crackdowns, these organizations managed to evade capture, thanks to their stronghold, now known as the Iron Triangle, which utilized its unique geography and the confluence of 3 nations to successfully avoid numerous offensives. Although the arrogance of these 2 gangs has somewhat diminished, they have repeatedly resorted to desperate measures in the face of substantial profit. Consequently, upon witnessing Mian country's repeated failures to eradicate them, Huaxia opted to take action independently. I was appointed as the overall commander for that operation. I recall mobilizing over 2,000 guards, and with Mian country's assistance, we successfully infiltrated the Iron Triangle. Our first encounter was with the Big Knife Gang, and many of their members were captured or killed, although a few managed to escape. When we subsequently targeted the Skull Gang, it seemed they had received word of our assault on the Big Knife Gang, as most of their key personnel had fled. While we eliminated many, the principal figures largely evaded capture. Through interrogation, we discovered that a defining characteristic of the Big Knife Gang was the naming convention of their key members, each name commencing with Big Knife followed by a single character. For instance, the leader at that time was named Big Knife Hong, and one of the leaders we executed was known as Big Knife Sean. Furthermore, each of them bore a distinctive tattoo on the back of their hands, one of which was the cross knife emblem that Ran Mang had presented. We then pursued the remaining leaders of the Big Knife Gang, many of whom, in an attempt to evade detection, had erased their tattoos. As for the Skull Gang, each generation adopted a code name, with the leaders of that era prefixed with Wolf. For instance, the Skull leader was named Wolf Kuan. The second generation they cultivated all began with the character for Ghost, and prominently displayed on the backs of their hands was the image of a skull, identical to the one taken by Ran Mang. Following that significant setback, It can be said that the Dideo gang suffered a catastrophic blow. However, although the Skull Gang also faced challenges, they were not fatal, as many of their leaders managed to escape, allowing the Skull Gang to narrowly evade disaster. After that incident, the borders stabilized, and for several years, there were no further occurrences of the smuggling of divine music. Subsequently, I was reassigned, and I set this matter aside, having paid it no mind for many years. After listening to Tong Wanqing's words, Mo Lingfeng pondered and remarked, "Uncle Tong, according to our investigation, this is an organization involved in the trafficking of divine music, and they recently abducted a person under my watch, named Dideo Li. Based on what you have said, it is highly likely that this Dideo Li is one of those who escaped during your encirclement years ago." Tong Wanqing softly muttered, Dideo Li, Dideo Li. Indeed, this suggests he must be one of the escapees from the Dideo gang. Mo Lingfeng continued thoughtfully, "As far as I know, Dideo Li has been in Mahai for many years, and 8 years ago, someone sought him out to produce divine music, but he declined. Over these years, there has been no appearance of divine music in Mahai. Given this situation, it seems Dideo Li has no connection with the Skull Gang. So why would the Skull Gang take the risk to rescue Dideo Li? I find this perplexing." Tong Wanqing waved his hand. "Young master, do you see the two individuals beside me? They were once soldiers in my special guards. I believe your questions may find answers through them." The two men stood up. "Young master, I am Qin Gang. Young master, I am Meng Liang." Montauk Lingfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Gang spoke, "Young master, I am the one who sent you the message and received your call. On that day, Old Tong sent me these two images and asked if I had any knowledge about them in recent years. Coincidentally, 2 years ago, our guard unit was assigned a mission related to these two images. Therefore, I informed Old Tong, who subsequently provided me with your contact information and instructed me to reach out to you directly. I misunderstood Old Tong's intentions, thinking he wished to remain anonymous in assisting you, so I refrained from mentioning him. I hope you can forgive me, young master." Beside them, Tong Wanqing added, "I brought them to Mahai to avoid any misunderstanding." Mo Lingfeng hurriedly waved his hand. "Thank you, Uncle Tong, for your concern." Tong Wanqing gestured for Qin Gang to continue. "We had just completed an exercise when we suddenly received orders about a large shipment of divine music entering the country, instructing us to apprehend it. We have eliminated 5 individuals and apprehended 6. Through interrogation, we have come to understand that the current state of the Skull Gang is entirely different from what it once was. Following a severe crackdown, the Big Knife Gang was nearly obliterated, subsequently merging with the Skull Gang. The leader of the Skull Gang, known as Wolf Kuan, abdicated a few years ago due to health issues, passing the mantle to his son-in-law, now referred to as Ghost Eye. He was among those who surrendered alongside the Big Knife Gang and held the title of Big Knife Rogue within that faction. Since Wolf Kuan's resignation, internal strife has surged, with many expressing dissent towards Ghost Eye, particularly due to his former affiliation with the Big Knife Gang. However, this unrest has yet to erupt, largely due to Wolf Kuan's influence. To stabilize the situation, Wolf Kuan retained many of the older members within the Iron Triangle, assigning them the specific task of producing divine music. Meanwhile, Ghost Eye took a faction of followers to the border, establishing a new stronghold called Ghost Valley. Although it resides at the frontier, it is nestled deep within the mountains, and their territory remains within the borders of Mian country, thus complicating our efforts to strike against them. As Qin Gang spoke, he retrieved a map from his pocket and handed it to Mo Lingfeng. Chapter 69. The Stormy Plan. Mo Lingfeng held the map as Qin Gang elucidated the details beside him. "Young master, we once undertook an operation aimed at eradicating this malignant tumor on the border. However, they proved to be exceedingly cunning. Their location lies within the territory of the Mian Kingdom, and with substantial backing from various financial magnates, this has exerted considerable pressure on Mian, thus leading to the shelving of this matter." Having absorbed Qin Gang's narrative, Mo Lingfeng fully grasped the situation. The once nearly obliterated Blade Gang had allied with the Skull, becoming the son-in-law of Wolf Kuan. Subsequently, due to health issues, Wolf Kuan abdicated in favor of his son-in-law, Ghost Eye. Consequently, many of Wolf Kuan's former subordinates were discontent with the current Ghost Eye, resulting in internal strife. To stabilize the situation, Wolf Kuan partitioned the skull into two factions. One remained within the Iron Triangle, tasked with the production of divine music, while the other established a new headquarters, Ghost Valley, along the border between Huaxia and Mian, responsible for the sales of divine music. Bladely was undoubtedly one of the principal leaders of the Blade Gang, who had escaped during the earlier crackdown and had connections with the current Ghost Eye, which explained the lengths taken to rescue Bladely. And Mo Lingfeng rose and approached Tong Wansheng. Uncle Tong, I am grateful to you for unraveling the mysteries that clouded my mind. He then turned to Qin Gang and Meng Liang. I thank both of you for bringing us such vital information. Qin Gang and Meng Liang appeared taken aback, hastily bowing in reverence. Young master, you are too kind. This is our duty. Tong Wansheng waved his hand dismissively. Young master, there's no need for such formality. We are family. I have watched you grow, and in my heart, you are akin to my own child. Mo Lingfeng felt deeply moved by Tong Wansheng's words. Tong Wansheng continued, Young master, the Skull organization is unlike local gangs. They are ruthless and deranged, with their heads metaphorically hung from their belts. They possess established channels and dedicated training bases. In terms of cruelty, skill, and professionalism, they far surpass local gangs. Though your demon slayers have gained some scale, engaging with such adversaries is fraught with peril. One misstep could cost you your life. However, the demon slayers are not affiliated with the upper echelons. They are a private organization, and even if they were to operate across borders, it would not incite disputes between the two nations. The only issue lies in the excessive risk. In other words, you are currently operating on a completely different level from the Skull. Young master, may I offer an old man's counsel? Consider relinquishing this endeavor. Some matters require prudence and self-awareness. Mo Lingfeng was taken aback by Tong Wansheng's suggestion to abandon his mission, yet he understood the elder's intentions. He looked at Tong Wansheng with resolute eyes, filled with confidence. Uncle Tong, I appreciate your concern, but I cannot and will not give up. I have spoken with my father, and I have addressed all members of the Demon Slayers, as well as countless citizens who have suffered persecution. I remain steadfast in the original purpose for which I established the Demon Slayers. I am determined to eradicate all criminal factions and to obliterate every instance of injustice. If I were to abandon my quest, what would become of my original aspirations? What my commitments? Therefore, regardless of the perilous path that lies ahead, be it treacherous mountains or ominous cliffs, MLNGF Ing shall not retreat, even at the cost of my own life. I intend to live authentically, to manifest my true value, and to elevate our crusade against evil to its utmost pinnacle. I aspire to forge a distinct order within the Underworld, one that under the sun no longer exudes darkness. I shall become the zenith of this realm. Uncle Tian, I understand your concerns. I have spoken with my father about this, and today I extend a promise to you as well. Once I establish this order, I shall take over the Xiaotian group, allowing my father to retire in peace, as well as you, Uncle Tian, who has toiled for a lifetime. The only condition is that I, MLNGF Ing, must survive. Tian WNSH Ing listened intently, nodding repeatedly. The young master has indeed transformed, decisive, resolute, and just. Since the young master has made his determination clear, I can only choose to support you. Chun Jiying and Ing Liang have just departed from the Special Guard. I initially intended to place them within the Xiaotian group. Now, I will entrust them to you, as they possess knowledge about the skeleton and can undoubtedly assist you. MLNGF Ing was elated. Thank you, Uncle Tian. Ing WNSH Ing rose with a benevolent expression. Child, please ensure your safety. MLNGF Ing nodded vigorously. I shall take my leave now. The chairman awaits my return to the chessboard. Ha ha ha. MLNGF Ing and his companions exited the office, escorting Ing WNSH Ing to the main gate until his vehicle departed from the demon-slaying manor. Upon returning to MLNGF Ing's office, the tiger, leopard, and wolf, having heard the news, arrived. Bats are in Ing, and the others welcomed Chun Jiying and Ing Liang, instructing the kitchen to prepare a feast in their honor. MLNGF Ing addressed the two newcomers. In our endeavor against evil, everyone operates under codename. We do not use our real names. I have assigned you both code names. Chen Jiying, your code name shall be Wind. Ing Liang, your code name shall be Rain. As for other matters concerning our mission, I will have the bat brief you later. Wind and Rain stood tall and resolute. Wind spoke, young master. I have some thoughts regarding the skeleton that I did not have the chance to express earlier. May I share them now? MLNGF Ing smiled. Certainly. Please proceed. Wind continued. If we recklessly engage the skeleton in battle with our current strength, we would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage and face significant casualties. After all, we possess no advantage in timing or terrain. The only viable strategy is to sever their sales channels. If we can inflict pain in this area, they will surely respond, as their organization is structured internally. Moreover, there are numerous individuals who are defiant against the Ghost Eyes. In this manner, we not only exerted pressure on them, but also effectively intensified their internal conflicts. Unless they abandon this market, they will inevitably sever ties with Ghost Valley and engage in conflict with us, which would ultimately be advantageous for our cause. Mo Lingfeng's fingers lightly tapped the tabletop. Very well. This strategy is commendable. Please continue. Young master, many members of our special guard have departed. I propose we summon them back to form a specialized team dedicated to dismantling the sales channels of the skeletons. Mo Lingfeng smiled and replied, Excellent, I concur. You two should make the necessary arrangements and establish two divisions, the Wind team and the Rain team. As for the subsequent operations, we shall devise a detailed plan in due course. Let us proceed to the dining hall for a meal, where we can discuss further. With that, the group rose and followed Mo Lingfeng towards the dining hall. Chapter 70. Skeleton. As several days passed, Mo Lingfeng gradually relaxed his vigilance against the demon-slaying efforts, knowing that the captured Nine Blades members were likely temporarily abandoned by their adversaries. The security team commenced their operations, apprehending a dozen individuals involved in the trafficking of divine melodies, including the notorious Mad Dog. Mo Lingfeng, having unraveled the intricacies behind the events, felt less urgency. Instead, he and Su Jie indulged in leisurely outings, spending their days in each other's company. The Wind and Rain welcomed the new recruits daily, and within a few days, each group had surpassed 30 members, with numbers continuously rising. This incited envy in the ranks of Bat, Ran Mang, and the Lion Tiger Leopard Wolf, for they understood that these newcomers hailed from the elite guard, and each one was undeniably capable. Particularly for Ran Mang, emotions surged within him, a tumult of frustration and bitterness. Although Bat oversaw the security and patrol teams, his primary duty remained as Mo Lingfeng's personal bodyguard. In contrast, the Lion Tiger Leopard Wolf comprised an elite team, while his own Python group was merely a haphazard assembly. Observing the thriving Wind and Rain groups only deepened his sense of inadequacy. Consequently, Ran Mang unleashed his pent-up resentment upon the detained individuals, inflicting his wrath indiscriminately, making him a nightmare for those in captivity. Beyond his outbursts, he intensified the training of the Python group, perhaps realizing the disparity between his members and those of the other groups, leading them to train fervently in silence. Ran Mang's actions drew the attention of Mo Lingfeng, Bat, and the Lion Tiger Leopard Wolf. In Mo Lingfeng's view, as life unfolded, Ran Mang would eventually find his calm. He would let him be. At that moment, Ran Mang was in Mad Dog's interrogation chamber, relentlessly whipping him, the anguished cries echoing through the corridors. At the border between Huaxia and Mian Kingdom, a landscape of towering mountains and lofty trees enveloped the area, devoid of villages for miles, akin to stepping into a primordial world. Nestled between the mountains of both nations lay a gorge, serving as the boundary between them. The gorge stretched approximately 4 kilometers in length and about 1 kilometer in width, with a crystal-clear river flowing through. This gorge was known as Ghost Valley. On the Mian Kingdom side of Ghost Valley, at the foot of the mountain, stood a formidable wall over 300 meters long and towering several meters high, where patrolling personnel kept watch over the valley. In the center of the wall, an imposing gate bore 2 conspicuous characters, Skeleton. This was the sole passage into Skeleton, as the mountain occupied by was flanked by cliffs on 3 sides, a factor that had influenced the original site selection by Ghost Eye. Upon entering the gate, one would find a modest living area where dozens of off-road pickup trucks were stationed, alongside several cable cars. Ascending the steps from the living area for over 300 meters led to the midsection of the mountain, where an open space housed various structures and caves. This was the domain of Ghost Eye. In a secluded villa, Ghost Eye, Ghost Face, and Big Bladely gathered around a table laden with game, indulging in drink, while three voluptuous women attended to them, pouring wine and serving tea. At this moment, Ghost Eye, slightly inebriated, turned to Big Blade Lee and lamented, "Brother, had our Big Blade gang not been obliterated, had our former leader, Big Blade Hong, not been slain, we would not have witnessed the rise of the skeleton today. Although I now helm the skeleton, I cannot help but express these sentiments. My heart is heavy with discontent. Do you understand? For years, I have endured this torment. Back in the day, the brothers who fought alongside Wolf Kuan held esteemed positions within the skeleton, and they believed that upon Wolf Kuan's abdication, he would bequeath his position to one of them. They never anticipated that he would pass the mantle to me. How could they harbor no resentment? Over the years, I have been the target of countless rumors, akin to a blade perpetually piercing my heart. They dismiss my authority, claiming I ascended through the favor of women, and some even assert that my roots are tainted, stemming from the remnants of the Big Blade Gang. I admit, the Big Blade Gang has perished, and to demonstrate my loyalty, both Old Five and I have altered our names, shedding the crossed blade insignia. Ghost Eye continued, placing his hand before Big Bladely. Do you see? Mine Old Five's current insignia is that of the skeleton. I can understand their grievances. Had I been in their position, I too would be filled with resentment. Thus, I can only choose to endure, although they may not respect me. As long as Wolf Kuan remains alive, they dare not act against me. I aspire, during this period, to strive diligently to elevate the skeleton to greater heights. Through my actions and achievements, I hope to earn their recognition. Yet, I have underestimated the simplicity of my aspirations, neglecting their fervent desire for power. As Wolf Kuan's health declines and his influence wanes within the skeleton, their covert maneuvers have transformed into brazen provocations. I find myself with no recourse but to endure. Despite my position, my roots are too shallow, my influence too limited, with key positions predominantly occupied by them. Aside from the personal guards left to me by Wolf Kuan, only Old Five remains. I truly do not know whom else I can trust. What you may not realize is that I have facilitated two significant opportunities, each capable of bringing immense benefits to the skeleton. However, both were thwarted by the Huaxia Special Guard, resulting not only in failure, but also in substantial personnel losses, greatly impacting me. Those unaware presume my plans were flawed, yet this is not the case. Someone has been working against me from the shadows, deliberately sabotaging my efforts. Although I know the identity of this individual, I am utterly powerless. Lacking evidence, I cannot hold them accountable without igniting a civil war, a conflict in which I have no hope of victory. Since departing from the Iron Triangle and arriving at the Ghost Valley, it seems I have mastered this new domain. However, in reality, I have utterly lost control over the Iron Triangle. Recently, they have once again extended their reach towards this side. Dear Second, this is the reason I must exhaust every effort to have you come to my aid. Aside from you and Fifth, the only others I can rely on are the guards left by Wolf Kuan. I have no one else I can trust. I must swiftly strategize and mount a counteroffensive, or I will be entirely ostracized from the skeleton and ultimately hunted down by them. Failure is not an option. If I falter this time, even if I manage to preserve my life, the prospect of a resurgence will be rendered impossible. As Ghost Eye spoke, he turned his gaze towards Blade, Lee, and Ghost Face. Blade Lee extended his hands, and Ghost Face did likewise, their hands joining in solidarity. Chapter 71. The Iron Triangle nestled at the confluence of the territories of the Kingdom of Mian, the Kingdom of Tai, and the Kingdom of Lao, lies the Iron Triangle, a realm beyond the jurisdiction of any governing authority. This area is characterized by its lush vegetation, invigorating air, and abundant sunlight, which, due to its unique geographical conditions, has transformed it into a premier cultivation hub for the renowned elixir known as Divine Nectar. Various private warlords have recognized this veritable treasure trove and clandestinely supported their respective factions to reap substantial profits, resulting in significant financial gains for each warlord. Within this dense jungle, there exists a vast clearing, spanning the equivalent of several football fields, where numerous timber-constructed houses stand in close proximity. Hundreds of pickup trucks and lorries are parked in the area, while patrol teams comprising several individuals traverse back and forth. Surrounding the clearing are lookout towers fashioned from trees, where individuals clad in camouflage attire, armed with firearms, vigilantly survey the surroundings. This is the Iron Triangle, the domain of the skeletons. In a second-floor reception room of one of the houses, a man dressed in camouflage occupies the head of the conference table, engaged in conversation with several individuals. This man is Wolf Howl, the leader of the skeletons in the Iron Triangle. In his 50s, he possesses a robust physique, towering over 6 feet, with well-defined muscular contours and piercing eyes. The distinctive mustache at the corners of his mouth lends him an air of authority without the need for anger. Standing behind him are 4 men, each wielding submachine guns, attentively observing everyone present. A voluptuous woman, clad provocatively, perches on Wolf Howl's lap, intermittently picking fruit from the table and feeding it to him. Wolf Howl revels in the indulgence, occasionally placing his right hand upon the woman's bosom, squeezing it with a sense of possessive enjoyment. On either side of the conference table sit 4 individuals, each accompanied by 2 bodyguards who carry briefcases. After swallowing the fruit, Wolf Howl addresses the 4 attendees. "Welcome, esteemed patrons, to my realm, the skeletons. I express my gratitude for your trust in me." The 4 nod in acknowledgement towards him. Wolf Howl continues, "You 4 are currently the largest distributors in Huaxia, having sourced your goods through Ghost Eye over the past few years. You may have noticed that supplies from Wolf Eye have recently become quite scarce, with prices fluctuating and continuously rising. Each of you holds a position of authority in your respective territories. I shall not conceal from you that, given your long-standing collaboration with the skeletons, you're likely aware of the tensions between us and Wolf Eye. While I shan't divulge the specifics of our grievances, I wish to make it clear. Those willing to collaborate with me are most welcome, while those who prefer to continue working with Wolf Eye are free to do so. I do not impose my will upon anyone. For those who choose to partner with me, I can assure you of ample supplies at a 10% discount on the procurement price. As for security concerns, I will take full responsibility once the goods cross the border." Upon hearing Wolf Howl's assurances, the eyes of the 4 individuals gleam with interest. One of them speaks up, "Boss Howl, you are well aware of the stringent measures that Huaxia has imposed against divine nectar. Capture equates to losing one's head. It is fair to say that we are living in the present without certainty about the future, and this money is, in essence, a gamble with our lives. In our line of work, friendship is a mere illusion. The only reality is profit. Since Boss Howl has extended such generous terms to us, I wish to express my allegiance. From now on, I, Wan Huajia, shall follow Boss Howl in the pursuit of prosperity." As Wan Huajia spoke, he turned and nodded at the bodyguard, who placed a briefcase on the conference table. Wan Huajia opened the briefcase, revealing $2 million as a deposit to convey my sincerity upon my return. I shall transfer an additional $3 million as a token of goodwill for our inaugural collaboration. Wolf Howl regarded Wan Huajia with admiration, extending his thumb in approval. "Boss Wan, your generosity is truly commendable. I deeply appreciate your temperament, and I am confident that our partnership will be a delightful one." With a hearty laugh, he added, "Allow me to demonstrate my sincerity as well." Pushing aside the woman seated on his lap, he commanded, "Go, stand beside Boss Wan. Remember, as long as Boss Wan remains with us, you are under his protection. Should he express any dissatisfaction, I will send you to the training camp." The woman, upon hearing this, swayed her hips and approached Wan Huajia, placing her hand on his thigh. Wan Huajia performed a respectful bow towards Wolf Howl. "I am indeed grateful to you, Boss Howl." With that, he took the woman by the hand and exited the conference room. Observing Wan Huajia's declaration, the other 3 followed suit. "Boss Howl, here is my deposit of $1,500,000 from Fengquan. Upon my return, I will transfer $350,000, and I hope for your continued support in our future endeavors." "Boss Howl, This is my deposit of $1,800,000 from Sun Bail. I will transfer $320,000 upon my return, and I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. Boss Hao, this is my deposit of $2 million from Xian Dong. I will also transfer funds to total $5 million. I wish for your business to flourish, allowing us all to share in the rewards. After speaking, Xian Dong lit a cigar, taking 2 deep puffs before adding, "However, I must bring a matter to your attention, Boss Hao, and see if you can assist my brother." Wolf Howl smiled. "Speak plainly, Boss Xian. I assure you, I shall not be ambiguous in my capabilities." With a respectful bow, Xian Dong continued, "Boss Hao, I have an outstanding order worth $500,000 from Gue Tong, which is yet to be fulfilled. I am concerned about the implications if he learns of our collaboration." Wolf Howl waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, I understand. You fear that 50,000 will go to waste, correct? Rest assured, I shall compensate you with an additional $50,000 for your current order, and you need not contact Gue Tong again." Upon hearing this, Xian Dong promptly rose. "I'm most grateful to you, Boss Hao." Wolf Howl signaled to the bodyguard, and shortly thereafter, 3 alluring women clad in revealing attire entered the room. Each woman took a seat beside Feng Quan, Sun Bail, and Xian Dong, respectively, and under Wolf Howl's direction, they exited the conference room. Wolf Howl then retrieved a cigar, igniting it and resting his legs upon the conference table. Before long, 2 men clad in camouflage attire, their age reminiscent of a wolf's howl, entered the room. One of them addressed the wolf howler, saying, "Brother, this move is simply brilliant. It has effectively severed the retreat of Ghost Eye. Ha ha ha. The current international situation is quite dire. The goods from the Iron Triangle cannot possibly venture out. They're solely reliant on the neighboring countries for sustenance. On the other hand, the market in Huaxia occupies a staggering half of the total share. Yet, the quartet we just saw holds sway over 80% of Huaxia's volume. Consequently, Ghost Eye has utterly lost the Huaxia market and has completely forfeited his source of income. I wonder how he will continue to operate." Upon finishing his words, the 3 erupted into hearty laughter. Chapter 72. Mo Lingfeng's intuition as several days passed. Both the wind and rain teams were fully established, each comprising 50 members, with Feng and Yu leading the charge. They remained cloistered within their quarters, meticulously devising their operational strategies. Mo Lingfeng appeared to have undergone a profound transformation. Throughout these days, he scarcely inquired about the eradication of demons, dedicating his time solely to accompanying Su Jie. Su Jie, radiant and joyous like a princess, blossomed in the warmth of Mo Lingfeng's indulgent companionship. Mo Lingfeng even brought Su Jie back to the Mo family estate, earning the approval of Mo Xiaotian, which filled the household with unbridled joy. Mo Xiaotian extended an invitation to Su Jie's father, Director Su, to visit their home, but the nature of their relationship had evolved. No longer were they employer and employee. Instead, they shared the camaraderie of prospective in-laws, much to Director Su's delight. Many, including all members of the demon-slaying faction, began to harbor doubts about Mo Lingfeng, questioning whether he had forsaken his original intent of forming the demon eradication team. After all, Mo Lingfeng had once been notorious as a notorious playboy and spendthrift. Yet, no one dared to voice their concerns. They could only silently comply with the prevailing sentiments. If Mo Lingfeng truly had transformed, many would find that agreeable. It was not fear of impending dangers that plagued their minds, but rather a deep-seated concern for Mo Lingfeng's well-being. In their hearts, his safety outweighed all else. Meanwhile, Ran Meng had taken the initiative in recent days, presiding over the trials of the crab, centipede, and tiger within HH and WQ, creating quite a stir. The crab was sentenced to a gruesome fate, executed before a crowd of hundreds, culminating in its final exit from the stage of life, its demise enforced by the hands of over 100 victims wielding blades. This chilling punishment served as a stark warning to the other 2 crime lords, Sun Tao and Shenhao, who realized that remaining would likely lead to their own judgment. Under the cover of night, they hastily absconded with their wealth and families from HH, leaving their whereabouts a mystery. Ran Meng appointed 2 individuals. With the assistance of Xiao Jun, to vigorously promote the demon-slaying initiative, urging the populace to report any oppression they faced. The trial at WQ drew thousands of onlookers, and Ran Mang, embodying the image of a savior, was celebrated by all. Reveling in the accolades, Ran Mang, in a moment of fervor, even contributed his own funds to support 2 impoverished families and 1 critically ill patient. Ultimately, the centipede and tiger were condemned to the punishment of being eaten away by rodents, thus concluding their existence. Upon returning to Mahai, Ran Mang learned from the reception desk that there were reports accusing the village chief and his son of wrongdoing. Consequently, he led a team to apprehend the chief and his son, bringing them to the demon-slaying manor. After 3 days of intense interrogation, the village chief was utterly terrified, while his son succumbed to madness from Ran Mang's methods. Having accomplished all this, Ran Mang felt a significant sense of relief, a smile gradually gracing his face. Yet his endeavors persisted. Each day was consumed by relentless training and the unyielding interrogation of detainees. Apart from the 4 individuals subjected to torment, the situation remained as unyielding as ever. No matter how cruelly Ran Mang employed his methods, even after extracting all their teeth, stripping them of their hair, and removing their fingernails and toenails, the 4 uttered not a single word. Frustrated, Ran Mang resorted to eviscerating one of them, only to meticulously return the intestines to the body and sew it up without administering any anesthetic. Yet, even in such agony, the individual remained silent. In stark contrast, upon encountering Ran Mang, others reacted as though confronted by malevolent spirits, particularly the mad dog, who immediately called him grandfather. Eventually, seeing the mad dog and a dozen others, there were no further inquiries. They were all summarily incapacitated, the mad dog's tendons brutally severed, condemning him to a life of regret. 2 days later, Mo Lingfeng returned to his office. The bat opened the door, ushering in a gust of wind and rain. "Young master," Wind announced, "Rain and I have formulated a plan." Stepping forward, Wind presented a printed proposal to Mo Lingfeng. "Based on information we acquired long ago, there are 4 major celestial drug traffickers who, despite repeated crackdowns, have remained superficially managed. They operate with clear divisions of labor and hierarchy, which has prevented us from uncovering their identities. However, we have a grasp of the significant markets they control. Please take a look. The map has been annotated. My intention, alongside Rain, is to act decisively to ascertain the identities of these 4. Eliminating them would be catastrophic for the skeletons, as they are backed by substantial warlords who require vast sums of money to maintain their alliances. Should they lose the support of these warlords, they would find themselves vulnerable within the Iron Triangle, not to mention the considerable funds needed to sustain their personal security teams. Mo Lingfeng scrutinized the plan presented by Wind and Rain. "You aim to disguise yourselves as affluent heirs, correct?" Wind nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, young master. Gaining their trust is paramount for us to approach them effectively. Gradually increasing our purchasing volume will lead them to perceive us as significant clients, allowing us to gain access to their upper echelons." Mo Lingfeng regarded Wind thoughtfully. "I concur with your strategy. I shall provide both you and Rain with 10 million each. When the time comes, let us display our affluence without reservation. Do not be stingy. Should funds run low, I could transfer more at any time. This plan appears sound, yet it will require time. One cannot rush the cooking of tender tofu. Thus, you and Rain will operate independently while I also mobilize a team, as there is little else to attend to at present." Rain stepped forward. "Young master, allow Wind and me to handle this matter, as it carries significant risks. If you also participate, we would need to remain close to you. Otherwise, should anything go awry, we would be in jeopardy." As he spoke, Rain seemed to sense he had misspoken and abruptly halted. Mo Lingfeng regarded Rain with curiosity. "What are you trying to convey? If I am to face any peril, what repercussions will you endure?" The Wind, eager to clarify, interjected, "Young master, it appears there has been a misunderstanding in Rain's expression. What he means to say is that the risks are considerable. Should you decide to take action, it is prudent for us to remain by your side for protection. Otherwise, in the event of an incident, we fear that Old Tang may hold us accountable." Mo Lingfeng's piercing gaze rested upon Rain. sensing that the wind was shielding rain from scrutiny. Yet, the wind's words bore no flaws. Mo Lingfeng then replied, "You shall proceed with your duties. We will maintain communication. As for my safety, with the presence of bat, ranmang, and lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf, I foresee no issues." Both wind and rain, upon hearing Mo Lingfeng's assurance, could only acquiesce. Shortly thereafter, they exited the office, and Wind retrieved his phone to make a call. Chapter 73. The Grand Finale. Mo Lingfeng, along with the teams of lion, tiger, leopard, and wolf, after 6 months of covert investigations, finally unearthed the identities of the 4 notorious merchants of the 4 divine beings: Wan Huajia, Feng Quan, Sun Beol, and Xian Dong. They clandestinely apprehended all 4 individuals. Through their confessions, Mo Lingfeng gained comprehensive insights into the Iron Triangle and the Ghost Valley, subsequently dispatching the Wind and Rain teams disguised as Iron Triangle members to launch a surprise attack on Ghost Valley, resulting in significant losses for them. In retaliation, Ghost Valley struck back at the Iron Triangle, successfully inciting internal strife between the 2 factions. For over 3 months, both sides, driven by bloodlust, suffered heavy casualties. Seizing the opportunity to strike, Mo Lingfeng prepared to cross borders with the Demon Slayer, but was thwarted by his uncle. As Huaxia and Mian Nation united to eliminate the Iron Triangle's leader, Wolf Kuan, with all key forces annihilated. The Ghost Valley's Guidong and Guimian evaded capture for over 2 months, but were ultimately apprehended, while the formidable Dadelai was also slain during his escape. Subsequently, Mo Lingfeng organized the members of the Demon Slayer to combat the Underworld within Huaxia, successfully eradicating it within a year. He proclaimed himself the leader of the Underworld, albeit with an entirely different essence. Mo Lingfeng fulfilled his promise by entrusting the Demon Slayer to Bat and took over the Xiaotian group, marrying Sujia. Bat established operational bases across Huaxia, emulating the model of Mahai, effectively consolidating the resources of the former Underworld. With over 30,000 storefronts nationwide, all revenues were allocated for hiring personnel as per Mo Lingfeng's directives. Once stability was secured, Bat commenced efforts to dismantle the roots of the former Underworld, imposing unprecedented pressure on both Bat and the Demon Slayer. Unbeknownst to many, while the eradication of the Underworld was relatively straightforward, uprooting its deep-seated foundations proved to be an arduous task, placing the brothers of the Demon Slayer in dire situations time and again. The pervasive darkness revealed shocking networks of interests, during which numerous members of the Demon Slayer faced immense temptations and ultimately lost their moral compass, becoming mere tools for others' exploitation. Bat guided the Demon Slayer through these arduous times, feeling fortunate that none of the original members, lion, tiger, leopard, or wolf, lost their integrity. They remained steadfast to their original aspirations and principles. Xiaotian Group established a subsidiary specializing in lending, specifically targeting indebted individuals, offering them interest-free loans to provide a pathway for their resurgence. Additionally, those overwhelmed by debt could receive funds from the subsidiary to repay their collectors, with clear stipulations regarding repayment timelines, ensuring no harassment or interest would accrue. This initiative by the Xiaotian Group garnered widespread support, salvaging numerous families and inspiring young dreamers and aspiring entrepreneurs to rise again with renewed hope after experiencing failure. In conclusion, under the leadership of Mo Lingfeng, Xiaotian Group has truly ascended to the grand stage of the international arena. Many of his philosophies have been emulated by numerous individuals and received widespread acclaim. Thus, this book comes to a close. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support and wish everyone a future filled with happiness and fulfillment. Thank you once again.